I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Han Sen could not wrap his head around it, which was disappointing to him. He thought the rock would be a tangible treasure he could take with him and somehow utilize, but as far as he could tell, it was just a large slab of rock hewn from an even bigger slab of rock. After a 3-year investigation of its origin piece, Han Sen had not discovered anything inherently special about it, either. It was just a tough stone, for all the intents and purposes he could fathom. Not content with what he had found thus far, he decided to dig deeper. And so he did, swinging his shovel in a near-manic fashion. The little metal eater remained there with him, staring. Its cute face suggested it was trying to figure out what Han Sen was doing and what drove him to behave in the way he was. As long as the little creature did not squeal or bring other members of its family over, Han Sen did not mind its presence there. Perhaps being in its good books would help, even. With his devil pill and his strength, Han Sen was like a human backhoe, and he was a few meters deeper into the earth in no time. Eventually, he found something else. It appeared to be a rag, buried deep in the soil. Unfortunately, his shovel had pierced right through it. Han Sen pulled it out of the soil and was surprised to see it was fairly long. It was shaped like a flag or banner, but it lacked any designs or symbols. Can someone explain to me why I keep on digging up useless stuff? Han Sen was getting disheartened by the constant stream of lackluster results. Regardless, he decided to summon Dragon King and ask him, "Do you know anything about these two thingies?" Dragon King briefly examined the rock and shook his head, but when he looked at the flag in Han Sen's hand, he said, "Oh, you found a night flag. It bears the symbol of the Night Empress." "Don't bullshit me. Why would an empress make a flag out of a flimsy material that tears with such ease?" Han Sen said. Dragon King frowned and said, "You don't know anything. Do you see this? It was stitched from night silk. It just seems to have lost its energy, that's all." "Because it was buried for too long, maybe?" Han Sen asked. "Night silk comes from the root of an emperor tree. Even if you threw it in a fire and kept it stoked for 1,000 years, if you removed it, it'd come out undamaged." Dragon King seemed confident, and he went on to say, "Night Empress Bannerman, upon waving the flag, could even change day into night on a whim, if commanded to." "Well, this can't be it. This has to be some cheap, back-alley knockoff created by some wannabe cosplaying spirits. Look." Han Sen pulled the fabric in both hands and tore it even more. Dragon King just shook his head, indicating he did not know why it was so weak, either. Han Sen tossed the flag away and went back to digging. After a while, the hole started to collapse. Han Sen flew up quickly to avoid being buried. When he peered back down to where he had been digging, the ground had opened up to reveal a cave. Han Sen poked his head inside and discovered the cave wasn't too big. The place was semicircular, like half a giant bowl buried far beneath the surface soil of the sanctuary. Upon further examination, Han Sen learned it really was a large bowl. And by his digging, Han Sen had unwittingly broken a part of it. There, also, Han Sen discovered human remains. The clothes had almost wholly decomposed, and only the skeleton remained. Dragon King was shocked to see this, and he blurted out, "I was half expecting to see a king. Spirit, not a bannerman." "How do you know it's a bannerman?" Han Sen asked. "His clothes, see, it's a uniform that appears to have been crafted from night silk. It was custom for bannermen to wear such garments." Dragon King flew over to the body and continued, "This is a night bannerman. His forehead has an eye socket, see. Night bannermen were dark cyclopses. Weird. You told me she gave 13 coins to her favorite people. Why would a bannerman be given one?" Han Sen frowned. Dragon King explained, "When she ascended to the 4th god's sanctuary, the faction she had established collapsed. Lotus Queen worked her hardest to achieve what she has a hold of now, and as for the 13 king spirits, they went missing. I, nor anyone else, know what became of them." Han Sen approached the body and started to poke around it, seeing if there was anything he could loot. He was more than fine with looting the corpse of something that was non-human. It was indeed night silk, but again, Han Sen was able to break the cloth with ease. The uniform was in tatters by the time Han Sen was done rifling through the pockets. He was able to discover a few things. There was an empty stone bottle, an old cloth, and a black cloak. Everything was rotten there, except for the cloak. It appeared to have been created from basic linen, despite its spotless condition suggesting it should be something else. Dragon King, when he saw the cloak, continued to be on the observative ball. He shouted, "Oh my days! Why in the sanctuaries would the night cloak be here, of all places? Is this good, then?" Han Sen asked. Night Empress wore this cloak herself. It was one of her favorite treasures. Dragon King couldn't keep his eyes off the garment. "Really, I can't see anything special about it, personally." He wasn't quite willing to believe Dragon King's outlandish claim. If you could tell what this thing does, then it wouldn't be the night cloak. Dragon King paused to compose himself, and then explained, before she became an empress, she wore this cloak to go to Sky Palace. There, she assassinated 9 emperor and achieved the title of empress for herself. Neither the king spirits in his employ, nor 9 emperor himself, saw the night cloak coming. Even you wouldn't be able to detect someone wearing it, Dragon King said. Han Sen was delighted, so much so, he didn't even care for Dragon King's explanation being in a condescending tone. If the item was as good as he said, he really had stumbled upon a most extraordinary treasure. This cannot be as flimsy as the night flag, surely. Han Sen gave the night cloak a firm tug. Fortunately, it did not tear. He applied more strength, and still the night cloak remained strong. Great. So, how do I use it? Han Sen looked at Dragon King and asked. Well, it can only be used at night. It's faithful to its namesake, but when equipped, you'll be completely invisible, Dragon King concisely explained. Okay. What about dark locations, such as in caves? Han Sen asked, as he looked at the skies, realizing the day was still young. Nope, there's no cheating there. It's called the night cloak because it is meant to be used at night. Dragon King pointed towards the bannerman then, and said, the reason she wanted a team of bannermen, was so night could be called upon whenever. She wanted darkness to come when she needed it. She was by far the strongest emperor or empress the third god's sanctuary has ever known, when it came to strength during the night. Even ancient devil emperor avoided her and made sure to stay out of her way. Han Sen put the cloak away, eager to give it a go later that night. Han Sen continued to dig around for a while longer, to see if he could find anything else. He had an unquenchable thirst for treasure, and he always wanted more. But unfortunately for him, there was nothing extra to be found. Han Sen wanted to take the stone back to the shelter. So, he asked for all the help he could get. Even Bauer pitched in, sitting on the stone to play and boost their morale. Eventually, it was successfully brought into the shelter. It may have looked useless, but Han Sen couldn't shake the nagging feeling that there was something special about it. The Valley of Time warped the flow of time completely, so something quite grand must have occurred there sometime in the distant past. Furthermore, the stone appeared to have been cut through with a weapon. Han Sen couldn't wear a single scratch into the slab, so it was near frightening for him to imagine what manner of creature or person had been able to split the stone in two. Han Sen used to be very proud of the power he possessed, but now, he wasn't so sure he should be. The little metal eater continued to follow Han Sen around, even after entering the shelter. It was a great opportunity. If he moved the shelter, the baby metal eater would go with Han Sen, enabling a flawless and no trouble kidnapping. But Dragon King did mention metal eaters love to exact revenge. If Han Sen stole their baby, there was a chance the family would come after him. Kidnapping could prove dangerous. Han Sen dwelled on the subject of whether or not he should, but ultimately decided to keep the little creature. When the shelter door was closed, Moment Queen moved the shelter. Metal Eater bros, I'm taking the kid for a ride. I'll bring him back when I'm done with him, Han Sen told no one, in an attempt to flimsily establish a poor justification for kidnapping a baby. No matter how strong the Metal Eaters were, though, they couldn't do anything if they couldn't find Han Sen. Han Sen didn't plan to hurt the Metal Eater, however. He had plans to train the Metal Eater so it could become his second meat shield. Slowly but surely, he was establishing a convoy of damage-soaking tanks. The small Metal Eater played around in the shelter for a few days, but it eventually got bored and showed signs of wanting to leave. So, Han Sen decided to visit the Alliance and ordered as much scrap metal as he could. He brought it back into the sanctuary to see if the Metal Eater wanted it. The gift was much appreciated. The Metal Eater leapt onto the metal and rolled around in it. The little creature appreciated every scrap of metal it was brought each day, and it especially enjoyed Z-Steel. It hugged scraps of Z-Steel as it went to sleep, each and every day. With it being tempted with so much metal candy, the little creature no longer wanted to leave the shelter. After a few days, though, the metal it was given would become rusted. When the metal lost its luster, the Metal Eater no longer wanted it. So, Han Sen had to keep on bringing in more. He observed the Metal Eater's reaction to each piece he brought, to see which it liked the most. And Han Sen noticed it really did enjoy Z-steel raw stones. Fortunately for him, they did not rust as quickly, either. The Metal Eater didn't physically consume metal. Whenever it was in proximity to a piece of metal, it would just absorb the essence and properties of the material. Ordinary metals only lasted a few days, but Z-steel raw stones lasted a long time. Metal Kid, go! Han Sen threw a stick-shaped hunk of Z-steel. The Metal Eater happily ran to catch it. Bauer sat on a chair as this occurred, munching on snacks. She watched the two play about. Queen glimpsed at the duo and gave a strange look but nothing more. She never thought a super creature could actually be trained in such a manner. Queen did not like Han Sen doing that, though. It was as if he was training a dog. But it did surprise her to see the Metal Eater enjoy its treatment. Unfortunately, though, the stick of Z-steel was never returned after being caught. This disheartened Han Sen quite a bit, as Z-steel was pretty expensive to procure. Han Sen tried replacing the Z-steel with a different metal, but the Metal Eater had grown used to the finer variety. It only wanted the high-quality stuff. Han Sen chucked it plenty of alloys, but Metal Kid did little more than glance at it disapprovingly. Han Sen would have kicked it out a long time ago, had he not thought it to be a useful creature. The only overwhelming positive so far was that the other Metal Eaters hadn't come after them. But for hunting more super creatures, Han Sen planned to move elsewhere. Han Sen could only have the shelter moved once a day, so he occasionally returned to the Alliance to rest. He also prepared to send the kid away. After sending the kid off, Han Sen held Ji Yanran and spoke with her for a while. There's a new aircraft in store today. Would you like to go give it a try? Ji Yanran said, as she drew invisible circles on Han Sen's arm. An aircraft, huh, is it better than my beetle? Han Sen said. Ouch, Han Sen exclaimed, after being bitten on the arm following his boast. Why are you biting me? Han Sen asked. Are you going? Yes or no? Ji Yanran asked, simply. Yes, of course I'll go, Han Sen confirmed. The next morning, Han Sen brought Bauer with him to the store Ji Yanran owned and operated. Her store was the biggest of its kind on planet Roka. There were many high-class aircraft on display in it. The salesmen were all robots, though, and not a single human actually worked there. Wait for me here, the new aircraft is still in the warehouse. Let me go get it out. Ji Yanran passed Han Sen her bag and coat. Then, she went towards the control room. Han Sen brought Bauer to walk around with him, so they could check out their own store in full. Very rarely did Han Sen make use of aircraft, and if he did, he'd usually used one that would take him to his destination without any effort on his part. As such, he wasn't very interested in them. But most men loved good, old-fashioned machines, and just seeing them there before him, Han Sen wanted to bring some home. Bauer, by comparison, was flat out uninterested. The only interest she had was in the employee robots of the store. Hello, young man, could you help us, please? As Han Sen observed an aircraft, an old couple approached them. They looked to be in slight distress and confusion. How can I help? Han Sen didn't mind lending a hand. The man said, we would like to purchase an aircraft, but we haven't a clue what to choose. Could you help us in deciding, and perhaps provide us a few recommendations? Han Sen looked at them strangely, and he told them, for information like that, you'd best ask the robots. They are more informed than I am on such a subject. The man, however, looked embarrassed upon being given that answer. He said, but we've never interacted with robots before, I have zero education on what to do with them. I would just like to see if there is a simple aircraft I can purchase for casual enjoyment. I just have no clue where to start. Han Sen was surprised to learn there were still people in the Alliance who did not have a clue about this sort of stuff. They had to be very old, otherwise, they'd have received the necessary education in school. If you two aren't in a rush, I can consult my wife. She's the owner, and thus, she knows a lot more. She can answer all your questions and then some, Han Sen proposed. That sounds delightful, thank you so much. The couple were very happy, and until Ji Yanran showed up, they began to chat about other things. The old couple seemed very polite, and subjects of conversation came easy to them. Han Sen was able to learn they were both nearly 300 years old, and they were natives to planet Roka. They had never before left the planet. There were more and more old people like them in the alliance. They hadn't been to the sanctuaries, but their lifespans were long. They owned a garden, and in their younger years, managed a pet store. They were very good at taming pets, apparently. When people discovered the sanctuary, though, average pets were rarely wanted. Due to this, they had to shut down and keep all the pets for themselves. The old man even told Han Sen he had trained creatures for people in the sanctuaries, though. Han Sen asked quite a few questions on this subject, and he was able to learn a lot. When Ji Yanran returned, Han Sen introduced the old couple before handing them over. She then told them everything they needed to know and helped them in their decision-making. When she figured out what the old couple were looking for, Ji Yanran picked out a few aircraft for them to try out. They ended up selecting a model of aircraft called Cloud Crane. They thanked Han Sen and Ji Yanran a lot, telling them they were free to come and visit them whenever they wanted to. Do you know who they were? Ji Yanran asked. No, I just met them today. Why, what is the problem? Han Sen asked. You were born on planet Roka, how could you not know them? Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen queerly. Are they famous, then? Han Sen truly did not recognize the couple. Ji Yanran shook her head, telling him, well, the old couple themselves are not famous. Their son, however, is. Who's their son? Han Sen asked. Have you learned about the Battle of Reno? Ji Yanran asked Han Sen. Yeah, it was the most important battle humanity ever fought upon entering the space age. It laid the foundation for all we have managed to accomplish. The battle was indeed very important, so much so, Han Sen still knew much about it. Do you remember there was a general who ran out of ammo? So he drove his ship into a ship belonging to the Shira. Ji Yanran asked. Wait, they cannot be Shu Henian's parents. Han Sen was shocked. In the Reno system, Shu Henian controlled the ship called Phoenix. He selflessly rammed his ship into the Shira's command ship and changed the entire tide of the battle. When the Shira lost their primary battleship, their command was lost. It swiftly led to their fall. Humans were then able to take the system, and ever since, the alliance had been strong and able to grow freely. Shu Henian and the Phoenix, with its 10,000 soldiers, had been written as a tale of paramount importance for the development and future expansion of humanity. By most of humanity, it was regarded as a great triumph. But for the families of Shu Henian and the 10,000 families caught in grief and mourning, it was a disaster. Now, Han Sen was able to understand why they chose the ship Cloud Crane. Han Sen spent the next few days with Ji Yanran, attempting to make babies. The following week, Han Sen decided to return to the shelter. Now, where might I next find a super creature? Han Sen mulled to himself. He thought he was still a little too weak to attack a king-class shelter by himself, but finding lone super creatures in the wild was a difficult task due to their rarity. If Xianxia King was here, taking down a king-class shelter would be trivial. Han Sen was dismayed. Xianxia King was still in Holy Sword Shelter. Lin Weiwei was there, as well. Unfortunately for Han Sen, he had no idea where that was or how he could get there. After another couple of shelter jumps, they came to a portion of forest that was brimming with fruit. Fist-sized green fruit was everywhere, and even more delightful, they were proper Geno plants. The plants looked to be primitive class at best, but still, the number of them was incredible. It excited Han Sen to see them all there, due to the fact he could use his black crystal to absorb all their life forces and generate an ocean's worth of special water drops. Aside from aiding the growth of Geno plants, water drops were also able to improve the strength and sentience of beast souls and creatures. Han Sen used to have a ton of water drops, but now he had very few. He had to be very careful who he chose to feed. If he was able to absorb all the trees that filled the landscape before him, he could feed whatever pets or creatures he fancied. Han Sen scanned the region ahead of him before blindly wandering in. When he confirmed the absence of creatures, he went forth. He picked up one of the fruits first and broke it in two. When he opened the fruit, the waft of some bitter scent filled his nostrils. While the fragrance may have caught him off guard, Han Sen was also surprised at the fruit's composition. There wasn't much flesh, as the core took up most of its inside. Han Sen pulled away the flesh and took a look at the fruit's core. It's a walnut. Han Sen examined it closely. He pinched the shell of the walnut to break it, and indeed, there was a walnut inside. He ate it, and it tasted lovely. There was no benefit to eating it, though, he thought he might as well have been munching on snacks. Even though it's just an ordinary class Geno plant, shouldn't the fruit still be of some service? Han Sen pondered the peculiarity of the walnut he had just consumed. Han Sen ate a few more and felt nothing special occur with his body. That being said, it was not like he had reserved any lofty expectations for the fruit, given its low class. Han Sen then proceeded to absorb the life forces of the tree. He placed his hand on the trunk of the one in front of him, and it died fairly quickly. The black crystal generated the waterdrops just as Han Sen hoped it would. From that single tree, Han Sen had gathered 3 months' worth of energy. Wow, that's so little. I can only suppose it must be an ordinary geno plant, Han Sen said to himself, as he walked over to another tree. Han Sen absorbed 100 of the trees and received quite a bit, as one might expect. After he was done absorbing the trees, Han Sen noticed something else was residing in the same portion of the forest he was. He couldn't see anything, but he could hear something hitting a tree someplace ahead of him. Han Sen went to check it out, and he found a rhino-sized boar beating its tusks against a tree. The nutty fruits above were falling to the ground. The boar gobbled up each fruit in its entirety. It was only a primitive creature, so Han Sen couldn't even be bothered lifting a weapon to end its life. But then, just as Han Sen turned to leave, he noticed something weird occur to the boar. Heaven knew how many walnuts the boar had eaten, but it began to writhe around on the ground, as if in agony. Oh, snap, they can't be poisonous, can they? A wave of shock and worry cascaded over Han Sen's mind. Han Sen then turned to think about how strong and powerful his body was. Even if the walnuts were poisonous, he didn't fancy the chances they'd do much damage to him. He continued watching the boar roll around on the forest ground, and all of a sudden, he was hit with another daze of shock. The boar suddenly looked much smaller. Han Sen rubbed his eyes to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks, but without a doubt, the boar had shrunk in size. It was not uncommon for creatures to be able to change their size, but it was concerning to learn a primitive creature was able to do such a thing. It seemed to Han Sen that the boar had become smaller due to its eating of the walnuts. Han Sen watched it for another 10 minutes, and by then, the boar that was once the size of a rhino was now the size of an average one. Han Sen remained there to watch it shrink even further, and after half an hour, it was the size of just a puppy. The walnut does make things smaller. Han Sen's face warped into one of panic, so the first thing he did was unzip his pants to take a look. Phew, thank the maker it is still the same size. Han Sen touched his manhood to make sure, and then wiped the sweat from his brow. The boar seemed to stop growing smaller after that, but when it stood up, it went back to ramming trees to eat even more of the walnuts that fell. After doing so, it grew even smaller. This confirmed to Han Sen that the walnuts did indeed make the boar smaller. The boar continued to eat ravenously, despite its literal shortcoming, until it reached the size of an ant. Han Sen observed it intently, wondering why the boar might have wanted that to happen. The consumption of one of those walnuts did not seem to impart any benefits. It merely brought pain and made the consumer shrink. And now, the boar had lost all semblance of its previous, intimidating look. But despite having been made that small, the speed and strength of the creature looked unchanged. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to give the boar a scan and observe what it might have been attempting to do. But the boar took off running through the forest. It was only a primitive creature, though, so it was no trouble for Han Sen to follow it closely. The boar skittered its way over a distance of 10 miles before coming up to another, albeit stranger, walnut tree. The tree was of similar size to the others, but this tree had leaves that were black and red, not verdant green. Furthermore, the tree looked as if it had been made from metal. Each leaf, and even the composition of its trunk, looked to be metallic. And even stranger, Han Sen was unable to detect the presence of a life force stemming from that particular tree. If it was a tree king, there had to be a life force. But if it really was a tree, it must have died a long time ago. And yet despite that, many fruits decorated the twigs and branches of the tree. That indicated it was actually alive. The mini boar took to climbing the tree, and it went up and up until it reached a small hole on the trunk's surface. The hole was almost as small as a needle hole, and Han Sen reckoned an average ant would have a difficult time squeezing through. At least Han Sen knew now why the boar wanted to make itself so small. It wanted to enter that little hole. Of course, this posed another question. Han Sen now wanted to know why the boar wanted to enter the hole so much. It had costed a lot to do so, and all that effort had to be for some tangible result. Han Sen scanned the whole tree, top to bottom. He could not get a look at what might have resided inside the tree, due to its only point of entry being so small. Suddenly, though, Han Sen saw another creature approach. This time, it was a snake, but it was just as small as the boar. It climbed the tree and entered the hole just as the boar had. There must be something inside that tree hole. Han Sen thought he might be able to find out by simply sawing the tree in two. But he ultimately decided against this, preferring to wait and watch for a while longer. Over the course of an hour, Han Sen was able to witness a number of similar creatures enter the tree. They were all tiny, just like the boar. It was quite perplexing, and difficult to fathom why so many creatures were shrinking themselves to enter the tree hole. One mini creature even looked like a titan. Does a special treasure reside in there? Is that why so many are going inside? Han Sen wondered, but then, he saw a creature exit the hole. It looked like a monkey, except it possessed 3 tails. The monkey seemed bloated, following its exit. And eventually, after reaching the forest ground, it suddenly transformed into a 3-meter-tall ape, directly in front of Han Sen. The 3-tailed ape didn't remain there, though. After its sudden burst of growth, it took off running into the forest and disappeared from sight. Han Sen then thought to himself, are the effects of becoming mini temporary? He was very curious over the ongoing event, so Han Sen decided to remain there for a few days and watch what went on. Over that time, Han Sen was able to witness many different creatures come to and fro from the tree. The boar that had led Han Sen there came out on the 3rd day of Han Sen's watch. When the boar exited the tree, it returned to its original size. Han Sen was positive it was the same boar, but he couldn't help but notice it looked a little different. Han Sen remembered its fangs were a creamy color, but now they gleamed with the color and brightness of gold. Furthermore, its life force had become much stronger. Maker knew what happened inside that tree, over the course of a few days. Most creatures that Han Sen saw enter left the tree in 3 days. A few of them, however, did not return. It made Han Sen wonder what happened to them on the inside, that prohibited their return. After a few more days, Han Sen decided to do something about the ordeal. He opened his 9 gene locks, and with Phoenix sword in hand, he hacked the tree. Han Sen believed there had to be some sort of treasure inside, otherwise, the creatures wouldn't be so eager to go in and neither would they appear different after leaving. But when Han Sen slashed the tree, the sword was only able to leave a streak of white against the tree's metallic, glimmering surface. Han Sen was shocked, so he thought to himself, this really is special. If Han Sen was unable to bring the tree down through brute strength, he was going to do as the creatures did and dine on a feast of walnuts. He first tried grabbing the walnuts on the tree he stood before, but strangely, he could not remove the walnuts. They were hard and firm in place, as if they had been nailed to the branches. This did not dismay him, though. In fact, it made Han Sen happy. This proved to him that something awesome had to reside within the tree. Han Sen wasn't going to give it up, so he decided to spend time eating the ordinary walnuts. If the creatures could grow smaller after eating many of them, Han Sen believed he could do the same. Since I'll be able to change back, I might as well give it a shot. Han Sen still wanted to exercise caution, though, despite this assumption. So, he brought out a creature he had captured a while ago to be his guinea pig. Han Sen's captured creature did not know it was being tricked. It thought it was being treated kindly, and so it happily gobbled up all the walnuts it was given. Before long, however, it started to writhe around on the ground in pain. Han Sen was then able to again confirm that the walnuts made creatures grow smaller. 3 days later, it returned to its ordinary size. Han Sen then decided to eat the walnuts himself, anxiously wanting to enter the tree hole and see what may have resided inside. The creatures always returned from the tree with the same or even greater strength than they had before. If Han Sen was to do as the creatures did, he thought he'd share the same boon or at least go back to his original size in 3 days with all his power still intact. He ate quite a few, but nothing happened to him. He wasn't keen to give up just yet, so he kept on munching as many walnuts as he could, non-stop. After a while, it felt as if he had been delivered a massive electric shock. He fell to the ground and started twitching and convulsing. When the pain passed, Han Sen could already feel that he was much smaller. He felt himself having shrunk to the size of a 7-year-old child. Han Sen ate a whole heap more walnuts until he was the size of an ant. Then, he proceeded towards the tree hole. Han Sen did not immediately walk inside. He saw a primitive creature just ahead of him, so he masked his presence and followed it in slyly. The tree hole was almost like a tunnel, and it seemed more and more like something that had been bored into the tree. It could not have developed naturally, and so it had to have been built for some purpose Han Sen had yet to figure out. Han Sen followed the creature for a bit, and then, Han Sen saw something most shocking. He came to a street. It was wide and well paved, lined with buildings. It was like another world inside the tree. Many creatures were there, too. The Titan he had once seen was there, but there were also a whole host of others he hadn't. There were snakes, insects, and beasts of all kinds. There was harmony inside that miniature world. There was no conflict, and Han Sen was even able to see a few spirits in the mix, interacting with the rest of the denizens in peace. Is this a spirit shelter? Han Sen asked himself with much shock. He followed the street he first came to. The mini-world was crazy, and it delighted Han Sen with every twist and turn. The tree was hollow on the inside, and they had managed to build a whole city there, that went up in a spiral. Han Sen had wandered for quite a bit, and still, he was only at the bottom. The creatures there looked as if they all wanted to go up, but there were spirits guarding the way up. It seemed as if one would have to beat them, if they sought to ascend the city. Many creatures had been beaten by the spirits, and others had even been killed. The creature Han Sen followed managed to succeed, and upon its victory, it was allowed to go up to the next level of the city. Han Sen was unsure whether or not he should join in. He wondered if the spirits would be angry due to the fact he was human. But then, Han Sen suddenly saw a human join a fight. In it, his leg was broken. Seeing the man get one of his legs broken, Han Sen instinctively ran up to him. "Are you okay?" Han Sen asked, as he helped him upright. The man looked surprised to see Han Sen, and he asked him, "Are you new here?" "Yes, I just came here today." "What is your name?" Han Sen answered and asked. The man Han Sen helped was called Zhang Yuchen, and Han Sen helped bring the man back to his lodging. He explained what he could about the place. The shelter belonged to an emperor. The spirit in charge was called Immortal Emperor. Zhang Yuchen had come to the shelter 20 years ago. He had been unable to become stronger, so he remained on the bottom floor. He said the ecosystem of the shelter was very harsh. If one was weak, they'd be little more than a thrall, forced to remain on the bottom. If you were able to pass the test, you'd be given a good life. The emperor would also provide those who ascended a life water to boost the gaining of strength. There were dozens of humans residing in the shelter, but most had managed to ascend. Only a few now remained on the bottom floor, and he was one of them. Zhang Yuchen was too weak to go forward, and he had only managed to max out his mutant geno points. Still not being strong enough, he had been on the bottom floor of the shelter for 20 years. Many of the people who had come, even those who had come much later than him, had leveled up and succeeded in ascending. Han Sen was very interested in the life water he spoke of, though. Zhang Yuchen had only ever received normal ones, which granted him ordinary geno points. High-level life water was able to impart primitive and mutant geno points. But to receive those, you would have to reach a higher level. Zhang Yuchen believed Han Sen was new there, so he asked about the alliance. No human had spawned in the shelter for a while now, and Zhang Yuchen had been unable to return to the alliance the whole time he had been there. As such, he was eager to learn about recent events. Han Sen told him about the current state of affairs, and Zhang Yuchen looked moved and emotional, hearing about the life he had left behind. Spawning in an emperor shelter, as he had, often made it impossible for humans to make use of a teleporter and return to the alliance. After Han Sen learned more about the location he was in now, though, he was very happy. They very much welcomed outsiders there, and if you were strong enough to prove your mettle, you could take part in the trial of ascension without establishing a contract. Han Sen could obtain life water with little to no trouble. The place needed a lot of manpower to remain operational, and regardless of your race, the stronger the better. There were a few humans there with spirit geno points, who had also managed to open 8 gene locks. They had been unable to return to the alliance, but they were happy with their life as it was. "No one wants to help you?" Han Sen asked. If humans were enjoying life there and wanted to help others, all they would have to do was give him low-level life water to level him up. But Zhang Yuchen shook his head with a dismal look. When Han Sen left Zhang Yuchen's house, he went straight to the testing area. He had been told the creatures who came to the shelter and had been unable to ascend were only allowed to remain inside for 3 days. If they did not leave in that time, their bodies would be damaged. But when they left the tree, the effects of the walnuts would wear off and they'd return to their proper size. So, Han Sen thought he shouldn't squander any more of his time there. If Han Sen was able to go up one level, he'd receive a drop of the prestigious lifewater. It seemed like a goal worthy of pursuing. When he reached the second floor's entrance, he stepped forward while no one else did. New human, the guard asked Han Sen. Yes, Han Sen answered. The spirit pointed at a circular shield on a wall and said, if you break the shield in under 10 minutes, you will have passed the test. Han Sen was surprised to hear this was the test, and so he asked, don't I need to fight you guys? The spirits said, you are an ignorant fellow, aren't you? I'd kill you in one hit, but the Emperor doesn't allow that. So, go and attempt to break that shield. Next time, things won't be so easy. Being given the task of breaking the shield was a one-time, first-time affair. Not wanting humans to be killed outright made it seem as if the Emperor was in dire need of more staff. No, Zhang Yuchen was limping towards Han Sen, seeking to stop him. Why are you here? Han Sen asked with surprise. Zhang Yuchen told him, you are only given one chance to break the shield and level up that way. If you fail, trying to reach the second floor will be far more difficult in the future, as you'll be subject to a crueler challenge. The spirits chimed in to mock, saying, the test has already started. You'd better hurry, as you only have 7 seconds left. Zhang Yuchen exclaimed, oh, no. If you miss out on this opportunity, I have no idea how many years it might take for you to level up. 5 seconds, the spirit said, with a happy expression. Han Sen patted Zhang Yuchen on the shoulders and said, thanks for letting me know. But I was too late, Zhang Yuchen said, remorsefully. It might not be. Han Sen walked towards the shield. 3 seconds, the spirit said, before starting a countdown. Han Sen was not in a rush, so he approached the shield slowly. 2 seconds. If you don't hurry, you won't even be able to get a single punch in, the spirit said. Zhang Yuchen regretted talking to Han Sen now, as he had cost him much time. Han Sen just smiled and gave the shield a slight nudge. Pang! The shield blew up into little pieces. Everyone all around was shocked, and the spirit frowned, saying, the shield must have been on the verge of collapse. It has been there a long time, after all. Han Sen said, go and rest, brother Yuchen. When I receive some life water, I'll come back and share it with you. Zhang Yuchen, with a wry smile, slinked away. Han Sen thought the man was quite strange. Han Sen had succeeded, but he had left without saying anything. Still, he let him go for now. Han Sen was going to talk to him when he was done. Can I go now? Han Sen asked the guards, pointing towards the stairs that led up. Sure, whatever. The spirit was not happy over the way Han Sen won, but the rules were the rules. He wasn't going to prevent Han Sen from proceeding. It seemed as if the Emperor ruled his subordinates well. Where's my life water? Han Sen asked. The spirit threw a bottle at Han Sen, but he did not say a word. Han Sen caught it. It was transparent, and a honey-looking drop of liquid resided within. Han Sen put it away and started to ascend the stairs. Each floor looked the same as the last. The buildings and architecture were identical to the floors below, and each floor was populated by a number of creatures and spirits. When Han Sen arrived on the next floor, a spirit said, wait here, a spirit will come and put you to work soon. Han Sen saw a few creatures waiting ahead of him. They were the ones who had passed the test. Han Sen knew that the people who came here would have to work for one day. Can I keep on climbing? Han Sen asked. Of course, but you need to finish your duties first, the spirit coldly said. Han Sen waited in line with the creatures. It was an emperor shelter, so who knew how many elites might have been living there. Han Sen didn't want to push his luck and try to subvert the rules. After a while of waiting, a spirit approached and guided them to another section of the floor. Han Sen knew why, as they'd have to have their strength tested. If you were weak, you could not perform the task expected of you. Han Sen looked ahead and saw a mountain of walnuts there. They surprised him quite a bit. The walnuts were purple in color, so they had to be from that tree. There were creatures in a chain gang, pushing a stone mill, grinding them into dust. The stone mill was very heavy, and the primitive creatures were having a difficult time operating it. New human, Han Sen was sent to a stone mill. Another human stood next to him and tried to strike up a conversation, but Han Sen ignored him to focus on the work. I have only just arrived. This is my first time doing this, Han Sen said. You'll need to put your back into it and work hard. There may be no guards here, but but you have a quota of 10 walnut powder sacks a day. If you don't meet that quota, they'll bump you back down a level. Then, you'll have to do the test all over again, the man explained. What use is the powder for? Han Sen asked, as he began to work. Those of us down here don't have a clue. But it's a material that's wanted by the big cheese, and since we're required to produce it, we don't question it any further. The man briefly paused, looked around, and then spoke again in a quieter tone. You didn't hear this from me, got it? But, rumors say that Immortal Emperor, the big boss of this place, uses it to craft what has been dubbed immortal pills. What are they for? Did they make him immortal? Han Sen inquisitively asked. The man laughed and balked. Spirits are immortal already. Immortal pills, however, are said to grant spirits access to the fourth god's sanctuary. They were created by Immortal Emperor, so naturally, they were only named after him. The man then stopped chatting, so he could focus on working the stone mill and grinding the walnuts. Han Sen didn't push very hard. He casually worked the mill while his mind relaxed to ponder the nature of Immortal Emperor. He needs all this labor for the production of these immortal pills. Han Sen did not believe eating the pills would allow one to ascend and become a demigod. He believed this due to his experience with Shang Yin. To ascend, you had to literally ascend an excruciatingly painful staircase. Walnuts wouldn't allow you to skip that, and Han Sen believed the best they could do was make a person temporarily stronger to weather the cleansing fires a little better. By the time the day was done, Han Sen had created 20 sacks of walnut powder. When the spirits came to take them, they provided him with 2 drops of life water. You're good, you've only just arrived and you've already produced 20 sacks worth, the man, receiving his life water, said to Han Sen. The man had produced 15 sacks, but that only granted him 1 drop of life water. The additional 5, however, would count for the next day of work. If he did another 15 the next day, he'd receive 2 life water drops. Han Sen spoke to the man briefly, but then fled the shelter, exiting via the tree hole he had entered from. He wanted to spend time researching the effects of the life water. Han Sen returned to his own shelter, and on the 3rd day, his body returned to its ordinary size. And while Han Sen may have been ordinary, the drop of life water he had received was still as small as it used to be. The vial of liquid was so small, it couldn't even be classified as a drop. It was almost invisible to the naked eye. Han Sen summoned Moment Queen and Dragon King and asked them about Immortal Emperor, to see what they knew. They both claimed not to know who he was, but Dragon King told Han Sen that it was most likely a fake emperor. Why would you say he is fake? Han Sen asked. Emperor is a title, not a self-given name. It is bestowed upon a spirit by other spirits in recognition of their greatness. If he is not widely recognized, how can he be an emperor? Dragon King explained his reasoning. What you say makes sense, but what if he does have the strength of an emperor? What if he does, and he just maintains a low profile and keeps to himself? Han Sen asked. Impossible. The actual body of an emperor is not much stronger than that of a king spirit, but it provides the emperors a higher chance of opening 10 gene locks. Unlocking your 10th gene lock, however, requires many resources. Do you think this fellow could obtain all the resources he would need silently, without others becoming aware? Dragon King said, I suppose you may be right. He doesn't have many resources, actually. Plus, out here in the normal-sized world, he only commands a tree. Han Sen agreed with Dragon King, hearing it put like that. Han Sen then showed Dragon King the life water he had received, and to this, Dragon King said, Holy smoke. Life water, you say? This is a skydrop. You've met Sky King. Who? Sky King, skydrop. This is life water. Han Sen was confused. Immortal Emperor must be that *SSHOLE Sky King. Just when I thought he couldn't stoop any lower, the guy goes and proclaims himself to be an emperor. Dragon King almost looked amused. Who is he? Han Sen asked. Dragon King explained, he is another one of the 8 generals. I'm surprised he didn't meet a grisly end yet. And now he's moved on to call himself Immortal Emperor. It makes me shudder. Han Sen believed Dragon King must have held some sort of grudge against Sky King to possess such a strong reaction, so he said, it has been a long time, you know. Are you sure there wasn't a chance for him to level up and become an emperor? Dragon King looked at Han Sen with disdain and said, my *SS. He used to be an emperor. He became too big for his breeches, so you know what he did. He challenged Ancient Devil Emperor himself. And of course, Ancient Devil defeated him. But he was taken in as a general. During their battle, though, Sky King was injured quite badly. His wounds were so grievous, they knocked him down a peg. He became a king spirit. As a result, he'll always have to remain so, as well. He'll never be an emperor, ever again. Han Sen then told Dragon King about the laboring, and what was whispered about the immortal pills. Han Sen asked, if he is indeed Sky King, might it be possible he has found a way to recover? Is that why he hides atop the shelter inside the tree hole? Dragon King frowned and said, Ancient Devil said he cannot be healed. Not now, not ever. But Sky King, he's as slippery as an eel. It wouldn't wholly surprise me if he truly did find a way to recover. Might I ask, is that shelter a black and red walnut tree? Dragon King stared at Han Sen with a queer look. Han Sen confirmed his suspicion and described the tree in further detail. He also went on to explain how the interior looked. Dragon King squealed, and said, oh, no. That really must be the Sky Tree. This is what he owned during his time as an emperor. It should have been destroyed, after the battle. It's growing again, but if it's growing, there must have been a life force on it. Dragon King suddenly widened his eyes, and he said, haha. I know. This is what Sky King wants. This is a good chance. What is this? Han Sen frowned, seeing Dragon King cackle like a maniac. Dragon King managed to recompose himself and respond, Kid, I have quite the opportunity for you. I'm keen to see if you'd dare accept. What is it? Han Sen guessed it'd be related to a mortal emperor, but he wasn't entirely sure what the proposition might be. If Dragon King was going to suggest Han Sen should conquer and claim a mortal shelter, his answer would be an immediate no. Han Sen didn't believe he was strong enough to tackle such a place. The walnut tree you mentioned. That is the Sky Tree. It's an Emperor Geno tree. Sky King uses it to level up. Dragon King went on to say, the tree was supposedly destroyed amidst the battle I mentioned. But you just said the tree had no life force, which would also indicate it was dead. I think he is currently attempting to revive the tree. I know what he is up to, but I must applaud him for the difficulty of the task he has undertaken. And what does that have to do with the opportunity? Han Sen frowned. Dragon King said, if I am correct, he is growing another Sky Tree inside the original Sky Tree. These things are supposed to take millions of years to grow, though. He must be using the remains of his dead one to jumpstart the growth of a second. A suitably parasitic approach for him. Dragon King looked directly at Han Sen and told him, I have a way in which you can get your hands on that new tree. Even at the stage it's probably in right now, a seedling, it can greatly benefit you. If you grow it successfully, well, it would be priceless. And what would you require in exchange? Han Sen asked. Han Sen didn't think Dragon King would help him for nothing. For Dragon King to tell Han Sen the tree was that good, there had to be a catch. Dragon King smiled and said, you know I only have a tiny piece of my soul remaining. If I continue to stay inside this ring, even that will be extinguished. I'm on a leash, tethered to a ticking time bomb. I'm living on borrowed time. Get to the point. Han Sen didn't want to waste time, hearing him beat around the bush. If you can find me a body, I can evolve a bit. Do that, and I'll tell you what you need to do to get a hold of that tree, Dragon King said. How would I help you? You want the body of a king spirit. Dragon King shook his head saying, I'm not doing too good. Even with a king spirit stone directly in front of me, I could not take it. Dragon King went on to say, I just hope you can find me a super creature's egg. A super creature is at its weakest when its egg is about to hatch. If you provide me such an egg, I'll be happy to forfeit my spirit life and take over the super creature's body and live as one. A super creature's egg, they aren't easy to find. Where do you expect me to find one around here? Han Sen said, you don't have to get one for me right now. Just make me a promise that if you stumble across such an egg in your travels, you will keep it for me, Dragon King said. If the tree is as good as you're making it out to be, then you have my word, Han Sen said. It won't disappoint you, Dragon King said. Although Dragon King could not entirely trust Han Sen would help him, it was a chance at something better than his current state of existence. Now, tell me how I can get my hands on that Sky Tree. Han Sen was ready. The new Sky Tree will be growing on top of the old one. Right now, Sky King is probably trying to amass a number of subordinates to help break down what remains of the old tree, to aid in the growth of the second. You will have to get close. With the night cloak, you can sneak in unnoticed and steal it, Dragon King explained. Han Sen thought it'd be worth a shot. The night cloak made a person wholly invisible while it was nighttime. It could even hide one's scent. The night cloak was an item of many layers, and it was difficult for Han Sen to get a complete grip on all of its functions. He could, however, use it as an actual cloak of invisibility, and he was content with that function for the time being. Han Sen stuffed his belly with more walnuts and went to visit the sky tree. Entering the tree hole shelter, he looked around for Zhang Yuchen. As a thank you, he provided him the lifewater vials. Han Sen asked Dragon King what he thought of the lifewater, and he was told that the vials of lifewater could indeed be beneficial, but they were low-tier items. For an elite such as Han Sen, they were useless. As a result, Han Sen was happy to give them away. Zhang Yuchen, seeing the lifewater, was shocked. He exclaimed, "Whoa, are you really giving those to me? You helped me, even when you were injured. It's the least you deserve." Han Sen explained his reasoning for the generosity. Zhang Yuchen wished to say something, but someone called him. He quickly pushed the door and went out, as Han Sen followed. The man who called him was the guy who had worked alongside Han Sen. His name was Cheng Hu. "Brother Zhang, you must hide. Qi Ping has returned." Cheng Hu quickly spoke, not noticing Han Sen there. Zhang Yuchen shook his head, and with a dismal look said, Where can I run? Let him come for me." "What's going on?" Han Sen frowned. Cheng Hu was surprised to see Han Sen there. Zhang Yuchen gave Han Sen the lifewater back, saying, "I appreciate the gift, but it would be wasted on me. Run. If others say you know me, pretend we never met." Zhang Yuchen then pushed the two away and told them both to leave him. Zhang Yuchen kicked them away, and before Han Sen could even ask what was going on, the door was slammed in their faces. "Tiger, what's going on? Is there a grudge between the two?" Han Sen asked Cheng Hu. Tiger was his nickname. It wasn't because of his name, but because he practiced a hyper-geno art called Killer Tiger. It borrowed the momentum of a tiger, so in battle, he could pounce upon foes with the ferocity of a great cat. Cheng Hu sighed and said, "It's a long story, but the reason Brother Zhang has been down here for so long is all because of Chu Ping. We're all humans and in this together, aren't we? Why would Chu Ping make things harder for someone else?" Han Sen asked, frowning. Cheng Hu gave a wry smile, saying, "You can't exactly blame Chu Ping and call him the bad guy, as much as you can say Brother Zhang didn't do anything wrong here. For them to both spawn here was a big mistake." Cheng Hu told their story to Han Sen, and Han Sen sighed after hearing it all. They both spawned in the same shelter in the previous sanctuary, and when they spawned again in Immortal Shelter, they became even closer. It was like fate, for them to remain together. They were closer than brothers, to start off with. Chu Ping was a surpasser with maxed out sacred geno points. He even had hyper-geno arts that were far stronger than Zhang Yuchen's, but neither of them minded this. They always worked together and they always worked hard. Zhang Yuchen knew he wasn't as strong as Chu Ping, so he worked extra hard to keep up. But woe befell their relationship, and it was torn into tatters by a woman who came between them. It was a female spirit. Men have needs, and in this place that was especially true, given the fact that there were no women. Spirits were different than humans, and spirits merely cherished the companionship of someone who could talk to them. Chu Ping met a female spirit while he was working, and they both swiftly fell in love. But one day, when Chu Ping returned home, he saw Zhang Yuchen naked. The spirit was struggling beneath him, and when Chu Ping appeared, she called out for his help. She claimed he had been doing awful things to her, and that Zhang Yuchen thought such actions were fine because he told her she was just a spirit. But Zhang Yuchen claimed he never did such a thing or said such evil words. He told Chu Ping she was framing him, and so Zhang Yuchen killed her. Since then, with the truth of the matter obscured, they had been enemies. And when the female spirit respawned, she returned to see Chu Ping. She claimed he could not protect her, and she broke up with him. Han Sen frowned and said, "This must have been going on for many years." "And it still is," Cheng Hu replied. "No one can say for sure what really happened. Chu Ping is very powerful amongst the circle of this shelter's top humans. He proclaims that any who seek to help Brother Zhang will be considered his enemy. Brother Zhang does not wish to burden people with this, so he tries not to associate himself with others too closely. It really has been going on for years." Zhang Yuchen's fitness was low, but he had been there for 20 years and should have at least amassed a large sum of ordinary points by now. Han Sen knew there had to be a reason why he did not want to level up. Did you just say Chu Ping has returned? Han Sen double-checked. Chang Hu quietly said, yes. He broke up with the spirit, but she has been helping him a lot. He is much stronger than the other humans who are here, so he took a job upstairs and never came down. But now, he says he is coming back down to put the business with Brother Zhang to bed. Permanently. He's going to end all this. How? Han Sen frowned. I don't know. What I do know is that he has opened 8 gene locks. If he seeks to kill Brother Zhang, he'll be able to do so easily. Chang Hu. What is the level of this spirit? Han Sen asked. All I know is that the spirit is a servant of a king spirit. The only reason why Chu Ping was able to sign a contract with the king spirit and manage to open 8 gene locks was through her help. Royal spirits are usually the highest level that humans can sign contracts with, so Chu Ping must really trust her, Chang Hu said. Han Sen thought there must be something wrong with that spirit. It may have been a knight-class spirit or something. But servants such as that could not help Chu Ping as much as Chang Hu was telling him she had. If she was a high-level spirit, their relationship was akin to the poor farmhand being with the kingdom's princess. It was like a twisted fairy tale, wrought of strange and rare circumstances. It was even weirder, to acknowledge they were both of a different species. They were both talking near Brother Zhang's house, and suddenly, Chang Hu looked shocked. He moved and pulled Han Sen into the alley with him. What is it? Han Sen saw a middle-aged man approaching, clad in armor. That is Chu Ping, Chang Hu said. Han Sen watched Chu Ping march directly into the house. Zhang Yuchen, get out. I have received an immortal order. We need to end this today, Chu Ping coldly said. What's an immortal order? Han Sen asked. Chang Hu answered, Immortal Emperor forbids killing of your own volition. Murder must be sanctioned, or come through an order directly from Immortal Emperor. By joining the Immortal Army, though, you may murder as you see fit. I cannot believe he has finally received it. Chang Hu stopped talking after that, but Han Sen got the idea. The door opened, and Zhang Yuchen walked through. Zhang Yuchen, I now have permission to kill you. Do you have any last words? Chu Ping showed no reluctance in his confrontation. There is nothing more for me to say. I did not do anything, but for the pain you have experienced, I can only provide you my condolence, Zhang Yuchen answered. You don't think I'll kill you, do you? Chu Ping looked angry. When I said I did not do it, I did not do it, Zhang Yuchen said. His complacent attitude fanned the flames of Chu Ping's heart and temper. Without further ado, he slashed his sword towards Zhang Yuchen. Zhang Yuchen knew he was going to die, and he did not want to fight the cruel twists of fate that had led him to that moment. He stood there and waited for the blow to strike. Chu Ping's blade was brought up to Zhang Yuchen's neck, but it did not go any further. The sword nicked a small cut across the skin of his neck, and that was it. Let me ask you one more time, do you admit what you did or not? Chu Ping asked. That spirit spits poison in your ears. Recognize her for the forked tongue she really possesses and wake up. Zhang Yuchen proclaimed. Even now you try to drive a wedge between me and smoke. DMNU. Chu Ping's anger only increased, and he was ready to strike his believed nemesis down. Dong. A hazy longsword flashed before Chu Ping's sword, and it shattered. If the spirit was unharmed, why kill him? He has suffered down here, in the pits of this miserable place for many years. Isn't that suffering enough? Han Sen threw away the sword. Han Sen's body was small, but Taya and Phoenix sword could not shrink with him. As such, he was using a mini beast soul weapon. Han Sen summoned a primitive class sword to block Chu Ping's strike. Han Sen did not know the truth, as much as Chu Ping did not either. But he knew Zhang Yuchen did not seem to be the sort to do what the allegations claimed he had. Furthermore, if Zhang Yuchen was as weak as he believed, it was difficult to imagine that he could force himself on a spirit or even kill her, as the story went. Who are you? Chu Ping said. Zhang Yuchen quickly said, Thank you for your help, Brother Han. But this matter concerns the two of us and only the two of us. Han Sen said, I don't care for the petty reasons of your quarrel, but I do hope Mr. Chu will give me some time. What do you mean? Chu Ping asked. Give me time to prove Zhang Yuchen did not do anything wrong, Han Sen said. And how would you do that? Chu Ping said. Give me 10 days. If I cannot prove his innocence to you in that time, you may do as you please, Han Sen said. Why would I give you 10 days? Chu Ping looked intimidating. The last thing you want is to believe your best friend betrayed you as you are so sure he did. Give me 10 days, and faith in your friend will not even be necessary. You will learn, know, and understand that he is a good person. He did not do what you think he did, Han Sen said. That is not enough, Chu Ping said. Fine, attack me 10 times, 1 strike for each day. If you cannot kill me, give me the 10 days I request, Han Sen said. No, you should not get yourself involved in this, Zhang Yuchen screamed. He believed Han Sen was new here and was not strong. He wholeheartedly believed Chu Ping could end Han Sen's life with a single swing. And this is between me and Chu Ping, Han Sen said, walking forward to directly face Chu Ping. Come on, 1 strike for 1 day. Chu Ping drew his sword and slashed towards Han Sen. He was so fast, the 10 attacks were like one. Everyone expected Han Sen to be cut up and diced like dinner. Chu Ping, come for me. Don't hurt him, Zhang Yuchen screamed. But Chu Ping was so fast, his attacks were already over before anyone heard what Zhang Yuchen had to say. Han Sen's body had a few marks, and he was bleeding a little. I will see you in 10 days. No one will be here to save you then. Chu Ping returned his sword and left. How did you withstand the 10 of those attacks? I didn't even see you dodge them. Cheng Hu looked at Han Sen with great admiration. Han Sen looked at his wounds and said, I didn't bother dodging. No way, and he didn't kill you? Cheng Hu asked, in shock. It's because he is not completely heartless, Han Sen said. Cheng Hu then said, but how will you be able to prove Brother Zhang's innocence in 10 days? I will have to find out who is responsible for all this, Han Sen said. You want to find that spirit, don't you? She is in the highest level of the shelter, inside the palace. You won't get there, Cheng Hu said. Oh, I'll get there. Han Sen spoke with confidence. Han Sen planned to get there so he could see Sky King, anyway. Helping them at the same time was a good excuse for others to see him ascend the ranks. Are you crazy? Not even Chu Ping himself was able to reach the top. The top levels are occupied by super creatures and king spirits. Cheng Hu thought Han Sen was insane. Han Sen just smiled and said, Chu Ping's inability does not mean I can't. I'll succeed where he failed. After that, Han Sen walked towards the 3rd floor. Cheng Hu wished to say something more, but Zhang Yuchen pulled him back. Don't stop me. That guy is nuts. We have to stop him from getting himself killed. Cheng Hu proclaimed. Zhang Yuchen then said, can you not see it? Brother Han is special. How special? He's just a noob. It was when he said this that he realized Han Sen might not have been as green as he had been led to believe. After all, how could a newbie withstand Chu Ping's attack? Wait here, I'll go have a look, Cheng Hu said. Zhang Yuchen could not go to the 2nd level, so he was unable to follow. As Han Sen walked forward, he thought about what had just transpired and was sure Chu Ping was not a murderer. If he had what it took to take another man's life, Zhang Yuchen would have been killed in the first strike. Chu Ping's 10 attacks were incredibly fast. They were so fast, Zhang Yuchen and Cheng Hu weren't even able to see the strikes coming. That being said, Han Sen knew Chu Ping was not going to put his strength into the attack and actually try to kill him. Because of this foresight, Han Sen knew he did not even have to bother dodging. It has been 20 years, so if Chu Ping really wanted to kill Zhang Yuchen, would he really need permission? Han Sen wondered. Han Sen now stood at the entrance of the 3rd floor. There weren't many creatures conducting the test there. What are you doing here? A spirit guard asked, seeing Han Sen approach. I'm going up. Han Sen smiled and pointed up. The spirit summoned an instrument. He strummed its strings and a noise sounded. It was louder than thunder, and when the noise broke, it was like it whipped Han Sen's heart. Listen to my song. You are free to ascend if you can withstand its might and remain standing. The spirit's fingers rolled across the instrument as more thunderous sounds broke and snapped the atmosphere of the arena. Each note was again like the cracking of a whip against Han Sen's eardrums and heart. Han Sen stood where he was, simply watching the spirit play. He had witnessed Shang Yin's musical powers firsthand. The strength of a royal spirit's music, by comparison, was weak and unremarkable. Cheng Hu had now come to understand Han Sen was a very powerful person, but still, he worried for him. Cheng Hu was standing far away from the source of that music, but he already felt his heart begin to tear asunder. It was incredible how Han Sen looked completely unfazed, despite standing right in front of the instrument. As the tune went on, the music grew louder in volume. Han Sen didn't move an inch, as if he had gone completely deaf. When the song ended, Han Sen walked to the 3rd floor without looking back. Maybe he didn't spawn in this shelter. Cheng Hu thought to himself. He wondered if Han Sen had what it took to reach the top floor. After all, that was where the emperor lived. And, if everything he had heard was true, many super creatures and king spirits lived up there with him. Reaching there would be an incredible achievement. Before reaching the third god's sanctuary, Cheng Hu had never heard of something as scary as a super creature existing. Having learned about them, and to now think about a number of them collected in one place, he felt drained of hope for Han Sen's probability of succeeding. It was difficult enough for humans to hunt sacred blood creatures. He had never imagined there was something worse and even more frightful lurking in the sanctuaries. Humans who spawned in king spirit shelters never had a hope of returning home to the Alliance. Han Sen was currently on the third floor, and there weren't many rules there. Reaching this point was a proof of strength, and it meant you were not some witless yahoo. Here, you could even dictate and choose for yourself the times you wanted to work. Han Sen didn't hang around, though. He marched straight to the entrance to the fourth floor, wanting to reach the top so he could speak with the woman who had caused so much commotion. He needed to get there so Dragon King could detect where the new sky tree was, as well. A royal spirit was, again, positioned at the entrance. Han Sen approached and told him, "I'm going up." The royal spirit wasted no time in pulling out a sheet of parchment. Then, he proceeded to draw a monster on it. The next second, that same monster leapt out of the piece of paper and immediately tried to attack Han Sen. Chu Ping was a good distance away, out of sight, but he watched Han Sen intently with much intrigue. Can humans really reach the fifth floor? Chu Ping wanted Han Sen to succeed, but he lacked hope. He used to be proud of his triumph in maxing out his sacred Geno points, but when he arrived in the third god's sanctuary, he realized his power was actually minuscule. King spirits and super creatures could destroy humans with the greatest and swiftest of ease. There was a large gulf of power separating them and humanity. He had maxed out ordinary, primitive, mutant, and sacred blood Geno points in the third god's sanctuary, and he had also managed to open 8 gene locks. Compared to every other human, he was incredibly powerful. But compared to king spirits, he was still very weak and of no challenge. Chu Ping could tell Han Sen was special, and that he could accomplish more than most could. He didn't think Han Sen had enough to reach the fifth floor. The last human to spawn in the shelter was 4 years ago. If Han Sen had been that person, it was difficult to imagine any person could obtain the power necessary to reach the fifth floor in a measly 4 years. Han Sen's body blazed with the color red. He opened 8 of his Blood Pulse Sutra's gene locks. In a single hit, he split the monster's head open. The royal spirit looked genuinely surprised, but he continued to draw more and more creatures. Each one came to life and tried to attack Han Sen. There were monsters of all sorts leaping out of the paper. There were beasts big and small, humanoid creatures, and insects of various families. They were all summoned with an aggressive, insatiable bloodlust. They all went straight for Han Sen as soon as they came to be. Han Sen only needed to take a deep breath and start swinging his fists to eliminate each threat. Leaves and hazy dust swept through the field of their battle. The monsters were unable to touch Han Sen once, as he ducked and weaved his way through the hordes. He killed everything with ease, as the monsters gushed blood that was black like the ink that had drawn them to life. That is incredible, but still, it's probably not enough to reach the top. Chu Ping continued to watch Han Sen's progress. Pang. After Han Sen eliminated every ink-born monster, he planned to punch the royal spirit. The royal spirit looked frightened at Han Sen's sudden approach, so he hastily drew the image of a turtle for protection. Boom! Han Sen punched through the turtle and hit the royal spirit, sending him flying backwards. Everyone looked their way now, as Han Sen went on his way to the fourth floor. Han Sen knew Sky King wanted to grow a new sky tree. He needed strong people in his employ, so he'd value Han Sen highly if he was actually there to perform services for him. This would provide Han Sen with the opportunity to get close. So far, Han Sen and Dragon King's plan was going well. Seeing Han Sen walk towards the fourth floor, Chu Ping chose to follow. Han Sen asked around for the entrance that would take him to the prestigious fifth floor, as that was his next destination. But suddenly, Chu Ping appeared before him to bar his path. "You really are going to the fifth floor, aren't you?" Chu Ping said. Han Sen nodded, and told him, "How else am I going to learn the truth? I need to go there if I aim to receive the answers I am looking for." "Okay, then take this strike." Chu Ping brought out his sword with an alarming amount of calmness. It was an unsettling calmness, full of the tension that preceded a storm. Han Sen did not think Chu Ping was as good as he believed himself to be. Han Sen had encountered other humans before who had opened their gene locks through the assistance of spirits. They were much weaker than humans whose strength had been unlocked through deeds of their own. Chu Ping had opened 8 gene locks through spirit geno points. That meant his true strength was equivalent to someone who had opened 7 gene locks by themselves. But that was at best. It was likely he was even worse than that. This is what Han Sen had previously believed. But Han Sen's opinion changed when he saw Chu Ping draw his sword. Chu Ping was an elite of the truest sense. Seeing how he drew his sword, Han Sen was able to tell how strong he was. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to give Chu Ping a scan, but he was unable to feel Chu Ping's energy flow. Chu Ping's life force was like an ocean, deep and unpredictable. The next second, Chu Ping's sword blazed with a glaring flare of light. It was a display of that ocean inside him, and when the sword was out, the ocean inside him changed. As Han Sen watched all of this unfold, he was shocked. He had been witness to many strong attacks in the past, and while Chu Ping's performance was not as beautiful as Yi Dongmu's, it possessed that same lethal and cunning edge. It was like smelling a rose and waking a lion that slumbered in your heart. Chu Ping's casual strike looked plain. It was a deceptive facade, though, one that sought to mask the true strength of the strike beneath a veil of weakness. But this plain attack, if you looked closely, looked like a horizon-spanning ocean. If it was a sharp sword coming his way, Han Sen could block it. If it was a bomb, Han Sen could dodge it. But this was an ocean, and it was too much to comprehend and avoid. Han Sen was curious what kind of man could wield an attack such as that. If Yi Dongmu's strikes were full of cruelty and stubbornness, then Chu Ping's strikes were ones that had experienced a tumultuous lifetime, carrying every emotion under the eye of the sun. Facing this strike, this was the first time Han Sen did not know what to do. No matter what power was used against someone, there was always a viable counter or solution to negating what it sought to do. But this attack, for the first time ever, seemed flawless. Han Sen could not think of a way in which he might avoid it. Chu Ping's move did not have a consistent theme, and it changed whenever it sought to, like the rolling of the tide. To create something such as this, a person would have had to have gone through a lot. This attack gave Han Sen a feeling he had almost never felt before. Ever since he received the Dongshuan Sutra, Han Sen had possessed the powers of near-flawless prediction. He very much loved it, being able to tell what was to come. It wasn't perfect. One had to be well versed in its teachings and practice with it a lot to become proficient, but even still, it could not predict everything. After all, the man who created the Dongshuan Sutra was unable to predict he'd die in the first god's sanctuary. If people wished to control the world, they had to have control over themselves first. Am I doing well? Han Sen saw this strike, and all of a sudden, every inch of his body was a reflective fraction of a mirror. Gotcha. In that moment, Han Sen felt a chain break inside his body. He had managed to open the 6th gene lock of the Dongshuan Sutra. I have always thought too much about what my opponents can do. I never take the time to think about what I myself am capable of. Seeing the strike come towards his face, Han Sen received a sudden boost of clarity and vision. All the hesitation he was experiencing was gone. The moment he was going to get hit, he used his finger to stop the sword. In the fraction of a second, the hurricane of emotion stopped. The ocean that swelled, bubbled, and boiled with a watery rage was quelled. Chu Ping was done. In shock over what had happened, Chu Ping put his sword away. Han Sen brought his finger back down as if nothing happened. You were looking for a king spirit, Chu Ping said and left. Han Sen looked at him strangely. The woman that had caused all this commotion was a king spirit. It was difficult to believe. Chu Ping should have known Zhang Yuchen would not have been able to do anything to a spirit who was that powerful. Perhaps he had pretended not to know, also he could save his life. Han Sen thought he might have given up more than Zhang Yuchen had. He had not said anything, just swallowed it all this time. Chu Ping had told Han Sen that she was a king spirit, so Han Sen would question whether or not he really wished to proceed on his current course. After that strike he had witnessed, Han Sen was able to see right through Chu Ping. Chu Ping now also knew that Han Sen had what it took to handle himself going forward. Interesting. I'm keen to see who this smoke is. How did she make Chu Ping like that? Han Sen wondered, as he approached the entrance to the 5th floor. The news about Han Sen going to the 5th floor had spread. As he approached to take the test, though, the guard asked that Han Sen wait a day. King spirits and super creatures were unable to guard there every day, so the top dogs upstairs would have to hold a discussion and see who would best supervise the test. Unfortunately, there was nothing Han Sen could do about that, so, he had no choice but to wait an entire day. The spirits, creatures, and humans on the 4th floor were curious about what was going on. Going to the 5th floor was quite the event, as it was a challenge beyond comprehension. What made it so remarkable was that a human was attempting to ascend. Humans were small and not worthy of much recognition in that shelter or anywhere else in the sanctuary, so learning the species of the challenger sparked the interest of everyone and everything there. Old Zhao, is Han Sen human? I asked Chenghu and Yep. He most certainly is. Wow, do you think humans can actually reach the 5th floor? I don't know, but Chu Ping said he was unable to kill him. It would be great if he managed to succeed. In the palace on the 5th floor, 3 spirits and 7 creatures sat before a table in deep discussion. Dry Bone, it should be your turn this time. Why me? Why don't you go? I am afraid I would kill the boy in one hit. It would be a shame to simply terminate someone who has managed to come this far, Baby Ghost said. You are much weaker than me, you actually think I'd be unable to defeat him? What are you talking about? We both know I am far stronger than you. You, stronger? I'm going to beat the sh*t out of you. Sure, bring it, you dry, crusty sack of bones. Shut up, both of you, a female king spirit commanded. Immediately, Dry Bone and Baby Ghost went quiet and remained in their seats. The 7 creatures that were watching the discussion now turned to look at the female spirit. Their expressions were full of serious concern for the matters they were supposed to discuss. This should be decided by Mr. Immortal, but he's practicing right now, so we can't disturb him. Should I make the decision, then? The king spirit looked into the eyes of each. The super creatures were fine with her making the decision, and Dry Bone and Baby Ghost said, Qing Jun. Yes, you should be the one to decide. Qing Jun panned the room until her eyes fell on Dry Bone. She told him, Dry Bone, it is you who should go this time. Do your best and do not relent. Show us the true extent of your strength if you wish to share the sky fruit. Dry Bone King said, okay. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will go to another sky fruit in 2 days, Qing Jun said. The super creatures promptly left, leaving only Dry Bone and Baby Ghost behind. Dry Bone, you aren't going to kill him, are you? Baby Ghost asked. Dry Bone answered, Mr. Immortal needs people. If that human is this strong, killing him means I am working against Mr. Immortal. Of course I won't kill him. What about Qing Jun? It sounds like she wants you to kill him, Ghost Baby said. Dry Bone said, it has been 20 years. She is still unable to get over that business with the humans. I won't adhere to her command. And besides, if the human really is king class in strength, I wouldn't be against having him sit on this same table as us. And if he is not as strong as we have been led to believe? Baby Ghost asked. Dry Bone laughed until his bones creaked, and then he said, then I don't mind helping the mistress out. Han Sen waited in the shelter overnight. Eventually, a king spirit came to see him and bid that he go to the nearest martial hall. Many creatures and spirits had gathered there already. They all looked on Han Sen with grand curiosity, eager to see whether or not a human might actually be able to reach the 5th floor. A giant skeleton, clad in bone armor, stood inside the arena awaiting his combatant. He was 4 meters tall and looked frightening. His eyes were like red gemstones that were alive with an evil flame. Han Sen entered the arena and observed his opponent. It was a skeleton, but not creamy and dusty like the average one. Its bones looked to be composed of jade, and they glowed. The bones of the skeleton had no gaps in between the joints, and it looked like a fire-forged warrior, straight from the pits of hell. You are the human who wants to enter the 5th floor. Dry Bone examined the human before him, wondering whether or not he had the king-class power he was expecting. As the red eyes peered at Han Sen, their brightness faded to indicate disappointment. His eyes were able to read Han Sen's fitness level. Han Sen had the strongest fitness he had ever seen a human possess, and he was leagues ahead of every other human. But it still wasn't in the realm of strength a king-class spirit possessed. With a fitness level like that, I doubt he's of the strength Mr. Immortal is looking for. I suppose I'll just have to do Qing Jun a favor, Dry Bone King thought to himself. Yes, Han Sen answered. Dry Bone King wasn't going to waste any more time on Han Sen than he had to. He clicked his fingers and said, "If you can last half an hour, you pass the test." After that, Dry Bone threw a punch towards Han Sen. The shockwaves it unleashed gave the punch the feeling it could sunder a mountain. Han Sen used his Blood Pulse Sutra to open 9 gene locks. He lowered his red body and avoided Dry Bone's incoming punch. Dry Bone was a strong king spirit, and Han Sen's fitness wasn't quite up to the level necessary to reliably defeat the spirit. At the very least, he knew he couldn't fight him head-on. Using his Phoenix techniques, Han Sen took off airborne. As he evaded Dry Bone's subsequent attacks, Han Sen threw in a few hits of his own. Dry Bone was powerful, yes, but his speed and agility weren't enough to compete with Han Sen and his Phoenix techniques. He didn't relent in his attacks, but each one missed, and that didn't look likely to change anytime soon. I can't believe humans have come so far and can be that strong. The surpassers who watched the fight were incredibly excited. Chu Ping observed Han Sen intently, and he acknowledged no other human had yet to reach a skill level such as that. The spirits and creatures were all in shock. Han Sen was a nobody who had come from nowhere. Dry Bone King looked sour, and the flames of his rage were only being fanned with each missed attack. Suddenly, he threw off the chestplate of his armor. He placed his left hand inside his ribcage, as if to rummage through a pocket. Then, he pulled out a bone. It looked like crystal, but it was clearly bone. Han Sen saw it, and it made him hesitate to attack. Dry Bone King smiled menacingly as he held the heart-shaped bone in his hand. Then, with his other hand, he knocked it with his fist. Dong! It was like he was drumming it, and the acoustics it carried were infused with a strange power. Han Sen tried his best to resist it, but the power quickly accelerated and blasted into his heart as if it had locked on like a sentinel beam. He started to feel as if his heart was going to explode due to the sudden influx of that terrifying and malevolent force. Han Sen was shocked by the quick turn of events. Dry Bone King was huge, and he had initially looked like a lumbering lug that was purely focused on strength. Han Sen never expected him to be so proficient with sonic powers. Dong, dong, dong. Dry Bone King was like a Buddha on the battlefield now. He held his wooden fish tight and continued to strike it without pause. The strange powers violated Han Sen's heart and cascaded into it without reprieve. If Han Sen was an ordinary human, his heart would have been incinerated by now. If it was an ordinary super creature that was fighting Dry Bone King, their hearts would most likely have been torn in two. There was only one thing keeping Han Sen resistant to death, in the face of that vile attack. Dry Bone King's sonic powers were up against Han Sen's heresy mantra, and Curse of Immortality made Han Sen's heart stronger than all others. Han Sen was no stranger to having his heart suffer aberrant rhythms and be put under strain. This may have been worse than it ever had been, but Han Sen had the smidgen of extra resistance necessary to withstand the pain. His heart continued to beat, but each thump was like thunder. Blood began to ooze from his mouth. Dry Bone King is going all the way. He's quite the menace, and opponents with weak hearts really don't stand a chance against him. Baby Ghost thought Han Sen was a dead man, and it'd only be a matter of time before he fell. The audience was in disarray. Dry Bone King's drumming had affected those in the seats, and sacred blood creatures and royal spirits began to spill blood of their own. They piled out of the arena in droves to avoid dying. King spirits really are in a league of their own. There is no hope for humans to compete against them. The humans who had fled the arena were all in shock, and they could barely comprehend what they had just witnessed. It's a shame. Han Sen most certainly has the power to compete, and perhaps even slay a super creature, but Dry Bone King has an unfair and wretched power. Everyone believed Han Sen was extremely unlucky, having to face Dry Bone King of all foes. Chu Ping had left the hall as well. He could no longer see what was going on, but he could still hear the solemn, heart-killing rhythm in the distance. The hearts of the audience that had fled continued to twitch and beat erratically, even as they stood outside the martial hall with the doors shut. I hope he doesn't die for me and Yu Chen. Chu Ping was worried. You don't want him to die. A female voice sounded behind him. Chu Ping's face changed as a female spirit suddenly approached. I just think it is a shame for him to die this way. He could do a lot in the service of Mr. Immortal, Chu Ping said, with a chilling voice. The spirit smiled, telling him, my patience has its limits. If you don't kill Zhang Yuchen, he will be the first person who dies on your behalf. His blood will be on your hands. And when I'm through with the brat in there, I'll move on and kill another human. On the account you are unwilling to kill Zhang Yuchen, I will mercilessly slay each and every human in this shelter. One life is all it takes, Chu Ping. One life can stop the coming slaughter. Do it for the greater good. Chu Ping was mortified, but it pained him to know she would do what she had just told him. Her logic was bizarre, but it was not something he could contend with. He had delayed this for 20 years, but even he could tell her patience was running far too thin. Men like Chu Ping could not make a decision where lives hung in the balance, and at least one had to be sacrificed. If he was unable to kill his best friend, he'd be doing so at the cost of countless more. Why me? 20 years of contempt had built up inside Chu Ping's heart. I don't know. You fit the bill. It doesn't really matter. Having reasons to do anything is so petty, don't you think? The woman looked at him, almost uncaring. Chu Ping was so angry, he drew his sword and attempted to attack her. The skill that had frightened Han Sen had no effect against that callous spirit. She simply deflected it with the greatest of ease. Chu Ping then pulled out a dagger and tried to stab himself. If he did not have what it took to kill another, then the only other solution was to end himself. The woman did not try to prevent him, but when the dagger touched his skin, it stopped. She then grabbed him and teleported him back to the battleground. She threw him into the audience seats and forced him to watch Han Sen fail and fall. She told him, "This is the first person who will die, all because you are weak." Dry Bone King continued to drum the heartbone incessantly. Each sonic boom made Han Sen cough more blood. Each beat was stronger than the last, increasing the amount of pain and strain Han Sen's heart had to withstand. Dry Bone was going to do this 10 times. After the wooden fish's 10th strike, the damage each subsequent strike made would not increase, but Dry Bone King could still go on. And so far, it had been enough to suppress anything Han Sen thought to do. By now, he had only struck the wooden fish 7 times. There was more pain yet to come for Han Sen, and on the 7th strike, he fell to the ground in a puddle of his own blood. His heart did not yield yet, though. Dry Bone King could read the fitness level of a person and evaluate what would be required to kill them. He had believed the 6th strike would be enough to kill Han Sen, yet there he was, unbent, unbowed, unbroken. Much to his surprise, Han Sen had survived the 7th beat. This was not to say Dry Bone King was very concerned over the matter. He knew he'd kill Han Sen sooner or later, and that was that. After the 7th boom, the 8th followed swiftly after. It cracked a thunderbolt directly upon Han Sen's heart, or so it felt. Dong! Han Sen's heart was thumping, and it felt like it was ready to leap through his ribcage and jump out of his chest. A pain like electricity surged through his body, dealing immense pain to every limb and every organ within him. Han Sen's skin began to crack. The veins were inflamed, making him look red like some monstrosity that had been stitched together. Watch his face. Not that you'll have to remember it for too long. I am sure it is to be replaced by even sorrier sights in the near future, the woman said to Chu Ping. If Chu Ping had the necessary power, he'd have killed the devil in his ear. But she wouldn't even allow him to close his eyes, and so he was forced to watch Han Sen writhe in torture and torment. Gritting his teeth might have once been an outlet for anger, but it didn't help this time. He felt hopeless. He was to blame for Han Sen lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Let him go and I will kill Zhang Yuchen. Chu Ping trembled as he muttered those ghastly words he never thought he'd hear himself speak. He knew he had no choice in the matter. The woman was practically demanding it, and it'd be folly of him to resist much longer. It'd only cause more pain, particularly to those who were not deserving of an ill fate. He couldn't bear the thought of others dying in such cruel ways on his account. But the woman then said, "You need to know who is in command here, you witless worm." "That's me. You don't strike deals with me." He could have lived, but that ship has sailed. He will die because you are weak. He will die because you have always been weak. You are pathetic. You are the one who has gotten him killed. How could you allow this? The woman was colder than the devil, and her mind was more twisted than the flames of hell itself. Han Sen sat up on the battleground. The pain had yet to ease, but despite the frantic torment his heart was enduring, his mind was as crystal clear as ever. The first few attacks from Dry Bone King had not been all that effective, but he noticed something interesting as the power ramped up. Han Sen hadn't fought back because he had been mulling this discovery. Heresy mantra came from the Evil Sutra. The Evil Sutra was not too different from the Dongshuan Sutra and the Frost Sutra. Because the Evil Sutra was missing, the techniques themselves had been lost. Heresy Mantra was another recreation that was simply more complete. Han Sen had maxed out all he could with the Heresy Mantra, as Curse of Immortality was supposed to be the final tier of the skill. But when witnessing the attacks dealt through the Heartbone, Han Sen knew he could continue his practice of it. The Heartbone attacks attempted to destroy one's heart. For Han Sen, it made his heart squirm and thump faster than when he was in the midst of learning Curse of Immortality, and this told Han Sen there had to be a way to take Heresy Mantra farther. As Han Sen's heart pounded like 1,000 drums, he focused his mind, trying to learn what Dry Bone King was doing. He wanted to be able to replicate it for himself, the next time he was given the free time to practice. It was impossible to get the Evil Sutra back, but Han Sen could at least keep going with Heresy Mantra. He was going to unlock the 5th curse and make it stronger, no matter the cost. Dong. When the 9th drum beat sounded, Han Sen felt as if his heart was on the precipice of being torn asunder. But his heart was like a balloon. The fierce powers emitted by the Heartbone inflated it, but it was all quickly released in the break between each beat. Cracks and seams began to form with each beat, but they did not matter. His Heresy Mantra ensured that his heart healed immediately and was ready for what came next. The agony made Han Sen want to scream in joy, learning his heart was becoming better than what was required for Curse of Immortality. And so, he continued trying to record what Dry Bone King was doing to him. It might very well be the key to opening the 5th curse. Han Sen's enjoyment of the Heartbone was starting to become apparent, and it made Dry Bone King frown. Han Sen had withstood 9 attacks so far, and Dry Bone King was starting to have second thoughts. His judgment of the human's power might have been incorrect, he thought. His red eyes stared at Han Sen once more. The young man's fitness really was not up there with king-class spirits, though. But it was not as if he could turn back now. Dry Bone King had to finish what he had started and push on with the 10th Heartbone drum. I don't believe you have what it takes to withstand the 10th attack. Then, Dry Bone King amassed a frightening power in his left hand. He unleashed it on the wooden fish. Dong. It wasn't only Han Sen's heart that had to suffer, then. The entire battleground quaked and was thrown into disarray. The entire stadium was wrecked, as a plume of haze and dust began to cake the atmosphere and stifle vision. Chu Ping's eyes possessed a fury like no other as he stared across the battleground. Beside him, the woman just laughed callously, but when the dust settled, Han Sen was sitting still. He looked undamaged. He wiped the blood he had oozed and stood up without trouble. How is that possible? Dry Bone King appeared to be suffering rigor mortis. He was unable to move, frozen through sheer disbelief. When he had struck the wooden fish the 9th time, Han Sen looked damaged and under much duress. But when he was subjected to the 10th and final, most brutal pounding of all, he looked fine. He was unbroken, as Dry Bone King had not expected him to be. From the audience seats, Chu Ping felt happiness in a way he hadn't for a long time. The woman, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. Han Sen looked at Dry Bone King happily. He had managed to control the pumping of his heart, making it move in rhythm with the beat. With the power that flowed through Han Sen's body, his blood roared through his veins with the freedom and ferocity of a grand waterfall. His blood vessels had almost been unable to take it. He came very close to failing. With Curse of Immortality reinforcing his hardened blood vessels, he was able to inch his way over the threshold for withstanding Dry Bone King's wretched musical attack. Han Sen knew he couldn't listen to it anymore, since further duress could make his heart fail. He had to stand up and take advantage of everyone's shock to attack. He did this, though, thinking that the following strikes would continue to increase in power. He didn't know Dry Bone King had capped out on the 10th. Han Sen redeployed his Phoenix techniques and took off into the sky, speeding around Dry Bone King like a spitfire in the heat of battle. Dry Bone King frowned. He evaded Han Sen's attack and beat the Heartbone once more. Dong. Han Sen's heart was like a fully inflated balloon, but much to his surprise and delight, the power released by Dry Bone King was no stronger than what he had previously endured. Dry Bone King pounded the Heartbone again. If it was any other person going up against Dry Bone King, their hearts wouldn't be able to deal with the cruel sound of the wooden fish. They'd be unable to fight, and perhaps even die on the spot with a hole where the heart used to be. Even the elites who could endure his attacks be unable to retaliate. They would still end up losing. But Han Sen's heartbeat was in sync with Dry Bone King's malevolent tune now, and it could not affect him. Determining who the victor in this fight was going to be seemed an impossible task. Weird. Why did Dry Bone King's most powerful skill not work on that guy? Baby Ghost was speaking to himself, in intense observation of the battle. Han Sen was not afraid of the hardbone, but his fitness was low and he did not have Phoenix Sword and Taya with him. Dry Bone King's body was sturdy, and whenever Han Sen punched the spirit's creepy skeleton, it was like throwing his fist into a pillar of steel. Dry Bone King did not have any organs to take advantage of, either. Because of this, Yin-Yang Blast was useless. As Han Sen wondered what he might do next, he suddenly heard the drumbeat of the hardbone move to a rhythm. It was a proper melody, as if playing in tandem with a phantom song. Han Sen's heartbeat was disturbed once more, and it made him unable to successfully dodge Dry Bone King's next attack. He suffered a blow to his arm. As a result, he was sent flying a few hundred meters. He barrel rolled through the air to try to reduce the impact, but it still hurt. And as this occurred, Dry Bone King returned to playing his drum-driven requiem. The melody was able to disturb Han Sen's heartbeat without trouble. Han Sen used his Phoenix techniques to fight again, wishing he had the Xuanshang Yin had given him. If he had that, he could possibly fight back. But as Han Sen was still in thought, Dry Bone King leapt out of the arena and spoke. "Time is up, you have passed the test." Han Sen planned to keep fighting, not expecting Dry Bone King to keep his promise. He did, after all, seem extremely intent on killing Han Sen. The woman's face turned green as she stood up and ran off. Chu Ping felt great relief wash over him, like some cleansing tide. The thoughts that had gone through his mind in the past half hour were wretched, all dealing with what would occur following Han Sen's death. He was extremely glad Han Sen had actually managed to triumph and pass the test. Entering the 5th floor meant Han Sen was a supervisor of the shelter. The woman would be unable to bully him so easily now, as he had to be treated as an equal. Everyone who was standing outside the stadium, having been chased away by the frightening hardbone, heard the sounds come to an end. They eagerly wanted to know the result. When they re-entered, they saw Han Sen talking with Dry Bone King. It took their breath away, acknowledging a human had been able to survive such manic brutality. Dry Bone King brought Han Sen up to the 5th floor. He introduced him to everyone, saying, "We are one and the same now. If there is something more you would like to know, come and find me." Dry Bone King had gone into the test expecting an easy fight. He believed Han Sen was like vermin he could chase off or crush underfoot without hassle. But he had great respect for the human now, and he wished to be friends with Han Sen. Han Sen took advantage of the offer immediately, and asked, "Brother Bone, do you know who signed Chu Ping's contract?" Dry Bone King knew it was only a matter of time before this was asked, and so he answered, "It was Qing Jun. When Mr. Immortal is away, she is in charge. The super creatures only obey her. If you think of going after her now, it won't take much for her to get rid of you. Wait a bit and I will help you soon. Thank you, Brother Bone." Han Sen understood what he meant. Dry Bone King had subliminally informed Han Sen that Qing Jun was an enemy of his, as well. "Go and rest, you've earned it. 2 days from now, we can receive Sky Fruit." Dry Bone King was leading Han Sen to a palace. Sky Fruit. Han Sen did not understand. Dry Bone King smiled and explained, "Our mission is to collect the nuts from the Sky Fruit. The rest of the fruit can still benefit you too, of course. Whoever gets it first is allowed to keep it. I'll explain more later, though." Han Sen left the shelter after that, afraid staying there any longer would damage his body. Back in the underground shelter, he returned to his normal size. He focused on absorbing and refining his life geno essences, and he was delighted to find that he now made progress much faster. Life Geno Essence absorbed. Super Geno Points +1. A little while later, Han Sen was able to gain a Super Geno Point. It made him very pleased. "My ability to refine Life Geno Essences has greatly improved." Following the unlock of the Dongshuan Sutra's 6th Gene Lock, Han Sen thought to himself as he continued his practice. Life Geno Essence absorbed. Super Geno Points +1. A little while later again, the familiar voice sounded. Han Sen stayed in his room most of the day, focused on the refinement and absorption of the life geno essences he had accumulated thus far. He was able to fully refine each life geno essence he had collected, aside from the invisible king scorpions. After opening his 6th gene lock, his absorption powers were much stronger. "Awesome!" he exclaimed, realizing how many life geno essences he had been able to absorb. In total, Han Sen's super geno point tally had reached 24. Now that he was able to quickly absorb the life geno essences of Super creatures, he could focus on hunting them down to max his stats out in the near future. Han Sen. Super body super king spirit level. Surpasser lifespan. 400 evolution requirement. 100 Geno points owned Geno points. 100 ordinary Geno points. 100 primitive Geno points. 100 mutant Geno points. 100 sacred blood Geno points. 24 super Geno points. Han Sen guessed his fitness level must have been around the 2500 mark. He wasn't far off possessing the strength of a super creature himself. Han Sen gobbled up some more walnuts and returned to a mortal shelter. There, he took the time to speak with Zhang Yuchen. After that, Han Sen returned to the 5th floor. He summoned Dragon King and asked him, "I'm on the highest floor, how are you going to find the tree for me?" Dragon King sniffed around his new environment and said, "I don't smell the sky tree. You're going to have to take me for a walk. I don't have time for that right now. I need to go pick up sky fruit with Dry Bone King later." Han Sen then proceeded to tell Dragon King what Dry Bone King had told him. Dragon King said, "That's good. The tree might be dead, but at least the fruit can mature. With the competition, getting it will be difficult, though. The nuts you mill were most likely from the sky fruit. Only Sky King is privy to whatever the powder does, it would appear." Dragon King then went on to say, "Sky King is very generous, allowing you to have as much as you want, leaving him only the nuts. Is there anything else I should know about the fruit?" Han Sen asked. Han Sen had eaten many of the other walnuts, and save for the shell and nut inside, there didn't appear to be anything special about them. "I'm not sure, but it has to be some good stuff. Dry Bone King wouldn't be working for Sky King, otherwise." Dragon King then pointed at Han Sen and resumed his dialogue. "Each fruit is bound to contain a Geno treasure of sorts, an item that is super class, for sure. Wouldn't it be great if you could procure some?" Han Sen started to say something but frowned before he could. He noticed a note had been left on his table, one that had been written in the human language. "If you wish to stay alive, follow Qing Jun." Han Sen read the words and continued to stare at the paper. He was the only human capable of reaching the 5th floor. So, he wondered, how had someone left that note for him? "Did Dry Bone King leave this for me?" Han Sen frowned. Dry Bone King was the only one he had met since arriving on the 5th floor. But Dry Bone King wasn't a fan of Qing Jun and her wicked ways, either. Why would he tell Han Sen to follow her? Han Sen turned the paper over and was given a shock. On the back of the paper was a symbol drawn in red. It was a large picture of the 9-life cat. "Someone from Blood Legion is on the 5th floor. That can't be right. There aren't any other humans strong enough to get here." Han Sen was truly taken aback, not having a clue how this had come about. Was it Dry Bone King? Han Sen didn't think it was possible, or at the very least extremely unlikely. Blood Legion was a human organization with a murky, sordid past. Still, it was human, through and through, and neither spirits nor super creatures would be members of it. Dry Bone King arrived shortly after, looking for Han Sen. He was accompanied by another king spirit. His name was Baby Ghost, and his appearance amused Han Sen. The spirit had a head that was enlarged like a baby's, but the body was skinny, frail, and extremely small. Han Sen didn't notice a change in Dry Bone King's behavior, which suggested it was unlikely he was the one who left the note. Han Sen then wondered if it was Qing Jun herself who had left it. Perhaps it was some sort of weird trick of hers, as she wasn't exactly the most sound-minded individual. But if that was true, how could she have known about Blood Legion and Han Sen's connection to it? As Han Sen mulled this over, Dry Bone King led Han Sen to the plaza. When they arrived, a female king spirit was there waiting for them. She was accompanied by 7 super creatures. Qing Jun King did not even look at Han Sen, and simply approached the sky fruit. The path ahead had been built by the spirits and creatures of the 4th floor, but they weren't allowed to accept the fruit. If they even so much as stumbled across one during their time of building, they'd have been outright killed. Han Sen thought super creatures and king spirits were awesome beings of an unbridled power, coupled with near-prophetic intelligence and behavior that presented them as deity-like figures. This image he had of them became extremely distorted when he witnessed them enter the sky fruit. Their grace was discarded in favor of being simple, hard-working miners. The sky fruit nuts were not too tough, but the shells around them were like spherical bulwarks. To retrieve the nuts, the shells had to be broken. But there were also barriers to break. The barriers were a little harder than the physical shells of the nuts. He had tried to break a shell with his phoenix sword previously, but he had been unable to. Without such weaponry, and with the barrier being stronger, he was in for a trying time. Han Sen accepted a shovel, given to him by Dry Bone King. Upon striking the barrier before him, he was only able to peel away a thin section. Digging through it all was sure to take a long time. There wasn't just one barrier there, either. The entire fruit was composed of various nut rooms, with entries separated by additional barriers of their own. Han Sen's job was to break through the barriers to obtain the Geno treasure that was said to reside inside. The lower-tier creatures would then come and take the nuts. Seeing them all working hard, Han Sen's mind drifted back to wonder who might have placed the slip of paper in his room. And why the note said what it did, telling him to follow Qing Jun King. Weird. Han Sen suddenly heard Dragon King's voice, as if he had spoken directly into his ears. Han Sen looked around, seeing if anyone else might have heard him. It didn't seem that way, so he peeked at his ring. Don't worry, this is a secret method of communication. They won't hear me, Dragon King said. Han Sen wanted to talk, but he didn't know how to do so without alerting the others. He'd look like a madman, babbling to himself. This sky fruit is weird. Dragon King paused, and then went on to say, I can't feel the presence of Geno treasure. Han Sen thought, the tree is dead. Isn't the lack of a Geno treasure normal? It looked as if Dragon King could read Han Sen's mind, as he then said, I can sense the presence of Geno treasures, even if they haven't been created yet. I know where they would be. Here, there is absolutely nothing. Forget about the treasure, just find out where the tree we're looking for might be. Han Sen used Dongshuan aura to hide himself in his speech. I don't sense that, either, Dragon King said. Han Sen wanted him to find out where the sky tree was. Now, unable to find a trace of it, Han Sen was starting to suspect Dragon King was seeking to double-cross him. Han Sen and Dry Bone King's people continued digging for another hour, and that was when they uncovered a path that led to the nut. This place serves as a junction that leads to 4 nut rooms. We should split into 4 teams to cover each path. Whoever finds the Geno treasure first can claim it. If you can't claim it, others can try, Qing Jun King said. Dry Bone, Baby Ghost, group up with Earth Beast, Qing Jun King said. 11 people split into 4 teams. Qing Jun King did not put Han Sen in a team. One other super creature was left out, too, and so she said, you're new, so who would you like to team up with? Me or the creature? I'll go with you, Han Sen said. This choice surprised Dry Bone King and Baby Ghost King. Qing Jun King was shocked, too. Qing Jun King's face went cold again, and she walked towards the barrier. Dry Bone King wished to say something, but everyone would have heard him speak. Regretfully, he had to hold his tongue. Han Sen saw that he wished to say something, and guessed his words would have been something like, you're committing suicide. But Han Sen did not choose Qing Jun King because of the paper. He wasn't afraid of her, and he could use this opportunity to find out why she so desperately wanted Chu Ping to kill Zhang Yuchen. She could have killed them both with the greatest of ease, so her need for drama seemed unnecessary and uncharacteristic of a king spirit. They broke the nut and then started to work on another barrier. Han Sen was only able to dig up a thin slice each time, but Qing Jun King was able to dig up a whole lot more. It took them 2 hours to dig a path that was big enough. After going through, they arrived in another nut room. They had to dig a path that was big enough for the creatures to come through and carry the fruit out. For now, though, they were alone together. Han Sen knew he had to be careful, but Qing Jun King seemed focused on the task at hand. She got to work on yet another barrier. Han Sen followed, but kept his wits about him. This is strange, real strange. Dragon King's voice started to sound in Han Sen's ear again. Qing Jun King was standing 1 meter away from Han Sen, so no matter how quietly he sought to speak, she'd hear any response he made to Dragon King. I can feel the presence of Geno treasure ahead. It is behind this wall, but it's strange, Dragon King said. Han Sen was happy, hearing he was about to stumble across the treasure. But with Qing Jun King there, they'd probably fight over its ownership. Dragon King said, there is something very wrong with this Geno treasure. Han Sen wanted to ask him for more details, but couldn't on account of Qing Jun King being right next to him. Furthermore, I know where the sky tree is. Dragon King suddenly screamed, where is the sky tree? Han Sen almost blurted out. Dragon King continued talking, saying, I cannot believe Sky King is doing this. He wishes to sacrifice everyone here. He wants you all to become fertilizer. Han Sen wanted to ask Dragon King to elaborate, but seeing Qin King right next to him, simply decided to continue digging and listen. Dragon King sighed and said, "When you break the barrier, you have to get the Geno treasure. If you don't, we will all die here." Han Sen frowned, thinking he might be exaggerating. If Sky King had been scheming, he couldn't enact a plan to wipe them all out in an instant. It wasn't as if Dragon King was the nicest person, either. He sacrificed a multitude of super creatures to revive himself. Dragon King quickly said, "Even if you leave the tree, you'll be killed. Everyone who has eaten the walnuts will die, and that includes you. What, do you think this entire forest isn't associated with the sky tree?" Han Sen's heart jumped, but Dragon King did not stop explaining. He said, "You have to grab that Geno treasure. Trust me on this. I will explain everything once this is over." Han Sen could not reply to him right now, but he decided to follow his wishes. He was determined to take the Geno treasure now. Even if Dragon King was lying and this was all just a scheme, there was no harm in obtaining Geno treasure, after all. Qin King was right there, though. He wondered how he might grab it before she did. The rule was, whoever found the Geno treasure could keep it. If two people discovered it, the person who was stronger could keep it. Han Sen was not weak, but if he wanted to beat Qin King, he might have to activate Super King Spirit Mode. A small portion of the barrier had been dug all the way through now, revealing a glimpse of the nut room on the other side. The nut room was strangely empty. Han Sen leaned in to take a closer look, and that was when he saw a pair of red eyes peering at him from the other side of the hole. Han Sen jumped back as the red thing started to emerge from the hole he had created for it. As it started to come out, Han Sen quickly activated his gene locks to scan and get an idea of what he was faced with. The results surprised him. It was a bronze mirror. Its surface was red, and the frame was adorned with a number of strange glyphs and symbols. The reflection, Han Sen had seen, depicted him as an enigmatic red being. Those red eyes, were they mine? Han Sen wondered to himself. Qin King lashed the mirror with her whip. "Arg!" Han Sen screamed. Qin King lashed the mirror, but Han Sen felt the pain of that attack strike him. Looking at his clothes, he noticed they had been torn. Han Sen looked back at the mirror and saw himself inside it. His body in the mirror was a reflection of himself, wound and all, but then he started to smile. Outside of the mirror, a smile was the last thing he could raise. Oh, snap! Han Sen knew the moment he looked at that mirror, he had been tricked. Arg! Qin King lashed the mirror again. The mirror was fine, but the doppelganger inside the mirror was damaged. That same amount of damage was delivered to the real Han Sen, standing outside, hopeless and unsure of what to do. "Stop! You are going to kill me!" Han Sen gathered up his power, preparing to stop her. She wanted him dead, anyway, so now she had a perfectly valid chance to do what she had hoped. The message on that paper led me here. It wanted me to follow her and die. Han Sen's mind raced for a solution to the current predicament. Even if Han Sen stopped Qin King, the mirror had already copied Han Sen's image. Just as Han Sen moved to stop her, though, she listened. She stopped attacking due to his plight. Han Sen did not have the time to mull the exact reason why, so he just turned his attention back to the mirror and thought of a way he could kill it without bringing harm upon himself. Han Sen's mirror-residing doppelganger gave another crooked smile. Then, he raised his fist and hit himself. Han Sen's real face then started to bleed in response. Han Sen's nose was pummeled repeatedly, and blood oozed from it. In a few more hits, Han Sen believed it'd be flattened like roadkill. It looked like fitness level did not matter in this situation. If the shadow self was damaged, then true person himself would be damaged. There didn't seem to be a way to avoid it. Han Sen didn't think he could break the mirror, as that would be the same as dealing a copious amount of damage to himself. But the person in the mirror seemed happy to hit himself and ensure Han Sen was dealt damage, anyway. All of a sudden, in a matter of moments, Han Sen felt all of his powers were useless. "Dumb SS. Go break it," Qin King commanded. "How?" Han Sen asked. "Just break it. He is you, so only you can break it," Qin King explained. Han Sen did not believe her words to be true and didn't think she'd be so kind as to offer a solution to his current sorrow and pain. This was her best opportunity to kill him, so it wasn't likely she'd squander it. Arg! The shadow inside the mirror continued to punch itself, causing Han Sen constant pain. They both looked identical, but fortunately, it couldn't, or at least wasn't making use of Han Sen's full, insane powers. He'd have been killed fairly quickly if it had. Han Sen withstood the pain and threw a punch at the mirror. The mirror did not avoid Qin Jun King's attacks, but it made sure to dodge Han Sen's. This lent credence to what Qin Jun King had told him, and he was relieved to hear she was telling him the truth. Only the person who the mirror mimicked could deal damage to it. When the mirror dodged, Han Sen decided not to waste any more time. He threw another punch at the mirror, but this time, it was with all 9 gene locks of the Blood Pulse Sutra. That, combined with Curse of Immortality, Jade Sun Force, and his Phoenix techniques firing on all cylinders, he was aiming to devastate the reflective fiend. Pang! The bronze mirror was sent flying backwards, directly into the barrier. Aside from the shadow in the mirror, it did not look like the mirror could attack in any other way. But the mirror was tough, that much was certain. Despite sending the mirror flying, Han Sen was unable to actually deal it damage. Not a single scratch blemished the glassy surface of the mirror, and much to Han Sen's discomfort and pain, the shadow self continued to self-harm. Han Sen gritted his teeth to withstand the constant pummeling and punched the mirror again. The mirror was against the barrier, so it was a clear shot. Like a hurricane, Han Sen unleashed a flurry of attacks against the mirror's surface. Han Sen punched it countless times, but despite his best attempts, he could not shatter the mirror. And all the while, the doppelganger continued to hurt himself. The shadow smiled, as if laughing and mocking Han Sen. He was spiting Han Sen, as if to say he was useless and there was nothing he could do to rectify the situation. "You think I'm a coward?" Han Sen thought. Han Sen and Qin Jun King had seen the mirror together, but the mirror had chosen Han Sen for some inexplicable reason. Han Sen thought it must have meant the mirror believed he was the weaker of the two. Han Sen did not have any of his weapons on him, and the Blood Pulse Sutra only bettered the body. It wasn't really a skill that lent itself to dealing massive amounts of extra damage. It wasn't a proper combat ability. Han Sen was unable to break the mirror, and he felt as if he had exhausted all options. He couldn't think of anything else to do. Han Sen could have used Super King Spirit Mode, but he didn't want to expose himself as the king to Qin Jun King. Han Sen looked into his Sea of Soul. Little Angel and the Gold Raven were still in the process of evolving. In them aside, he had no super weapons to call upon. Han Sen might have been able to use saving money to break the mirror. But the shadow would hit Han Sen while he was performing it, which would render it ineffective. Han Sen could have summoned Disloyal Knight, but his attack power wasn't very high. And if a pet beast soul could deal damage to Han Sen by striking the mirror, that would be very bad news for him. Han Sen could not think of a way out of this situation. Next time I return to the Alliance, I need to get myself a strong attack skill, Han Sen thought to himself. Just as Han Sen decided to activate Super King Spirit Mode, he heard a movement stem from the Sea of Soul. Han Sen looked inside there, and he noticed a strange energy permeating it. The sky fruit wasn't very big, so the fight against the mirror was easily noticed by the other king spirits and super creatures. Baby Ghost and Dry Bone ran over, in shock at what was going on. When they looked into the mirror, though, they quickly understood what was happening. This is bad. If Han Sen can't break the mirror, this will most certainly be the end of him, Baby Ghost said. The bronze mirror has a reflective power. If someone else hits it, it means hitting Han Sen. We can't help him, he has to help himself, Dry Bone King said. It was difficult to find someone else to go up against Qin Jun King, so if Han Sen was to die there, it'd be a grand shame. But they couldn't help, and if they tried, Han Sen would be beaten to death. All the super creatures came over to watch the events unfolding around the mirror. They were waiting for Han Sen to fail, so they could take the Geno treasure. Qin Jun King looked at Han Sen, and she seemed to be deep in thought over something. As Han Sen continued to beat the mirror, he was actually more invested in investigating what was transpiring in the Sea of Soul. The light around Little Angel was now very holy. She was like a flower in the midst of blooming, with petals opening to reveal what was inside. A powerful light was being unleashed, and it even frightened Disloyal Knight. Has Little Angel finished evolving? Han Sen was delighted, feeling the warmth and abundant power that was slowly swelling within the Sea of Soul. Han Sen thought a pet beast soul from another sanctuary needed to open gene locks for themselves, and he thought it'd take another long while for her to become effective enough to fight. But seeing all that power now, Han Sen understood there was more to Little Angel than he had first thought. She was a lot more than simple eye candy. She was in battle mode already, and many of her gene locks had already been opened. The petals had all peeled away now, revealing a package of bright golden light. The light sent ripples through the entirety of the Sea of Soul. When it was fully exposed, little angel's form came to be. She was divine, clad in a beautiful white robe. She had angelic wings, and in her hands, she clutched a transparent greatsword. Her curly blonde hair waved, painting her like a goddess. Angel of Principality. Pet-type evolution. Han Sen looked at her stats. From what he could tell, it was only the name that had changed. The rest was the same. But the energy emanating from Little Angel told Han Sen there was more to her evolution than he could initially ascertain. Below the surface, this was more than just a name change. Han Sen now wondered whether or not he should summon her. The halo on her head always imbued Han Sen with a greater power, after all. Han Sen noticed his head now had a halo, the same as Little Angel. He felt as if it was an inexhaustible vat of power, one that could cascade into his body and fill him with unrivaled strength. It was strong like holy water, cleansing his body and purifying his power. Han Sen did not stop attacking the mirror. The moment the halo ring gleamed above his head, the slight sounds of glass cracking could be heard. A ribbon of strain began to form on the surface of the glass, and then, the crack popped into a web of fissures that coursed its way across the entirety of the mirror. The doppelganger lost its smug smile and was given a shock. It began to run around in fright, making a freakish wailing sound. Boom! The glass of the bronze mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces. A red light manifested itself in the physical world following the destruction, and Han Sen was quick to grab it. It was the core of the mirror. It was bronze and small like a bean. It was quite similar to a walnut. Dry Bone, Baby Ghost, and Qing Jun looked at Han Sen in disbelief. They were more than surprised to see him manage to pull through that horrifying ordeal. The super creatures did not know why or how Han Sen had achieved such power, or where the additional power had come from. You have been hiding your power, it would seem. I was starting to worry, Dry Bone King said. I was merely fighting. For my life, Han Sen said. Your luck and power are things to be admired. You obtained the Geno treasure your first time here, Baby Ghost stated. Dry Bone and Baby Ghost were nice to Han Sen. They had initially believed him to be weak, but after this ordeal, they well and truly believed him to be an equal. Go back to work, Qing Jun snapped. And then, everyone did. But due to Han Sen having already obtained the treasure, the effort they put into their work had obviously laxed. Their haste to get the job done had evaporated. Thanks for the help, Han Sen said. Qing Jun ignored him and continued digging. Han Sen wanted to strike up a conversation, though. So, he asked, hey, can I ask you a question? Because you should know why I'm here, I should be your enemy, after all. Qing Jun just told him, you aren't good enough to be my enemy. Han Sen was not sure what to respond, as he just thought she was a strange character. He didn't quite know what to make of her, on the whole. After another half-day of work, all the barriers had been removed. When the rest of the creatures moved in to secure the walnuts, the rest went back to the 5th floor. Han Sen returned to his house. He masked his presence there and summoned Dragon King. What was that? Han Sen finally had the chance to ask him the questions he had so much wanted to earlier. Dragon King said, that *SSHOLE didn't grow a new tree. He wants to sacrifice everyone in the hopes of reviving this current one. I thought you told me he had grown a new one, due to this one being irreparable. Han Sen now wore a scowl, learning of Dragon King's blunder. Dragon King felt awkward, so he explained, that was me, jumping to conclusions. But when I saw the Geno treasure, I finally realized this tree isn't totally dead. It was only then that I realized I had been wrong. Then what is it? Han Sen knew there'd be no point in getting mad at the spirit. Dragon King said, let's say every fruit is individual. The energy of each Geno item should be individual, too. When I scanned the fruit, though, this wasn't so. This means the fruit still exists as a part of the tree. That means the tree is not dead, you see. I'm not sure how this was achieved, but it is what it is. Dragon King then went on to say, if the tree is not dead, Sky King will stop at nothing to fully revive it. And doing that requires a lot of nutrition. He has many spirits and creatures in there, all of which can provide the nutrition he seeks. And how exactly would he sacrifice everyone here? While some may spawn, many come here by eating the walnuts, Han Sen said. The walnuts are only one small part of this. Haven't you noticed the life water everyone drinks here? Dragon King said, "You said it was a skydrop, actually. And you said it was good." Han Sen frowned. Dragon King nodded, saying, "It is, but only when the tree is dead. Skydrops are the essence of the sky fruit. If the tree is alive, they can be controlled by the tree. While they may be a benefit right now, the tree could kill you once it has fully revived." Dragon King smiled and said, "But don't worry, you obtained the Geno treasure. You can make good use of that." "How?" Han Sen asked, bringing it out. "This is a seed of the sky tree. It's like a small, sister tree. But the seed is individual, so you'll have to use it to absorb the stuff inside you. Do that, and you've got nothing to worry about," Dragon King explained. Han Sen took Dragon King's advice and followed his instructions. He tried to extract the thing from his body. But it turned out Han Sen didn't have the thing inside him. He initially thought Dragon King must have gotten something wrong or had taught him incorrectly. But when Han Sen tried it on Zhang Yuchen and the others, the method worked. For some reason, the thing just couldn't exist inside Han Sen's body. Dragon King was shocked by the discovery, too. He expected Han Sen to show much appreciation and reward him. Little did he expect that Han Sen wouldn't even need such knowledge. Not bad. Han Sen still gave him a small compliment for the tip. While Han Sen might have been okay, there were still many humans inside Immortal Shelter. He wanted to save as many of them as he could. Han Sen went out to find Zhang Yuchen and many of the others, and he helped them break the contract with their spirits. With Han Sen's reputation and status, and the backing of Dry Bone King and Baby Ghost, everyone was freed except for Chu Ping. Everyone else had signed a contract with a royal spirit, but Chu Ping had signed a contract with Qing Jun King directly. Han Sen sent them all to his underground shelter, while he remained inside the sky tree. This was because Chu Ping was still under contract, and Han Sen wanted a few more goodies before leaving. If the tree grew, everyone there would be food super creatures included. And with 7 mighty super creatures there, Han Sen thought it'd be a waste. One more question lingered on Han Sen's mind, as well: who left him the slip of paper? He asked all the humans he had rescued, but none were likely candidates. Did a king spirit or super creature write it? Maybe. Han Sen didn't have a clue, much to his annoyance. But Han Sen was also willing to stay due to Little Angel's finished evolution. Seeing the Halo Ring's buff, Han Sen knew she had to be incredibly powerful. And with Disloyal Knight also there for backup, it gave Han Sen the courage to hang around. In his private room there, Han Sen was practicing when all of a sudden, someone barged through his door. It was Qing Jun King, and she approached with great anger. She immediately shouted, "Where did you hide Zhang Yuchen? You are a king spirit, aren't you? Why do you care so much about a human?" Han Sen responded, "That is none of your business. Give him to me." Qing Jun King said, "I don't have him." Han Sen said, "Do you really want me to become your enemy?" Qing Jun King asked, "I'm not your enemy, but it's true. I really don't have him," Han Sen said. "Fine." Qing Jun gave Han Sen one last cold stare, then marched out. Dry Bone and Baby Ghost had arrived just in time to see the commotion. Dry Bone looked at Han Sen and said, "You really made her mad this time." Han Sen asked, "Why does she care about him, a human, so much?" Dry Bone answered, "You may not understand. It has to do with her practice of a skill. It is called love. Humans can become far more emotional than spirits, so Qing Jun selected Chu Ping and Zhang Yuchen as her target for this. If Chu Ping kills Zhang Yuchen on her behalf, and she then kills Chu Ping, her practice with the skill will be complete." But, Dry Bone King broke out in laughter. "But what?" Han Sen asked. Baby Ghost continued the speech, saying, "But Chu Ping is smart. He genuinely liked her, but he wasn't willing to kill Zhang Yuchen for her. He knows about her plan, and he has known for a very long time. He just pretends he doesn't know anything. This entire thing has been going on for 20 years. She has grown impatient, over the course of that time, due to her being unable to finish the skill herself." Dry Bone then said, "She knows she has failed, but she is a spirit. Pride is as important for her as it is for us. She will never admit it. Now that you have sent him away, though, the slim chance for a future success may have well and truly disappeared. It angers her, and she won't let you slip away so easily." Han Sen now fully understood why she cared about the humans so much. "What do you think she'll do? What can she do? Is she going to try to kill me with her 7 super creatures?" Han Sen wondered out loud. Qing Jun King was only a spirit with 9 of her gene locks open. With little angel ready to be unleashed, Han Sen wasn't afraid at all. She can't do that. Mr. Immortal won't allow her to hurt anyone. The extent of her command starts and ends with manual labor. They aren't her pets or anything, Dry Bone reassured Han Sen. Han Sen knew Sky King needed them as food, so it was likely true. He wouldn't allow them to kill each other over squabbles of their own. Then what is there to worry about? Han Sen said. Dry Bone King answered, to be honest, me and Baby Ghost don't have what it takes to fight her together. She is that good. Han Sen was surprised upon hearing this. Yes, why else would she be the one in charge? It's why you need to exercise some caution and be careful, Baby Ghost replied. Thanks for the information, you too. I'll definitely try to be more careful, Han Sen said. After sending Dry Bone and Baby Ghost away, Han Sen noticed another slip of paper on his table. Did one of them just leave this without me realizing it? Han Sen looked on the back of the paper first and saw another 9-life cat symbol. Didn't I tell you to follow Qing Jun? Give Zhang Yuchen back to her or die. The handwriting looked as if it had been hastily scribbled. With no concern for what had been written, Han Sen threw it away. He didn't care for the content of the paper, only who wrote it. It didn't seem as if Dry Bone or Baby Ghost were responsible. They had made it clear they weren't fond of Qing Jun and wanted to overthrow her, but even if it was them, how could they be associated with Blood Legion? For now, Han Sen could only wait for the person behind the curtains to reveal themselves. Han Sen thought Qing Jun would come after him, but after waiting a few days, nothing happened. After a few more days passed, Han Sen noticed the presence of another slip of paper. Leave this shelter, you are in danger. Han Sen crumpled it up and threw the paper away once again. He had worked hard to get where he was, so he wasn't quite willing to leave just yet. And still, he was extremely curious about who was leaving these messages for him. After all, who could have secretly delivered the slips of paper, time and time again, without him noticing? Perhaps it was a king spirit or super creature. It couldn't have been Dry Bone and Baby Ghost, as their behavior did not appear remotely concerning. They were the same as ever. And aside from those two, there were only 7 other super creatures. Han Sen went to investigate them. There was a 9-headed dragon, an armored beast, a hellbird, a rock king, a ghost eye, a water fairy, and a demon flower amongst them. The 9-headed dragon was a cruel and ruthless fiend. The armored beast kept to itself and was a private thing. The hellbird did not stay in the shelter often and spent most of its time away. The rock king worked hard, and when it was done, it went home to relax. If it was a super creature behind the letters, it had to be the ghost eye, water fairy, or demon flower. The ghost eye was restless, and never stayed put. It frequently traveled around, sticking its nose in other people's business. It had even come over to see Han Sen once, but due to Han Sen not speaking its language, it didn't stay for long. The water fairy was a humanoid creature. It was in the shape of a voluptuous-looking woman, but one that was composed by running water. The water fairy was able to speak with Han Sen, but she had never visited him at his home before. The demon flower was a walking plant that could speak in every language. Those 3 were the most suspicious of the super creature lot, but Han Sen couldn't tell if they were acting odd. Or that was just how they were. Han Sen had dug through 3 sky fruit in his time there, but was unable to receive any more Geno treasures. He was, however, given more life water. The life water he received now was of a much higher quality, suited for beings of that rank. He had 4 drops, but he opted not to consume them. Han Sen's Geno treasure was tiny. If Han Sen used the life water he was now given, he wagered it wouldn't be able to save him. Han Sen spent another 3 days in the tree hole, and eventually decided to leave the place. Before he went, though, the water fairy stopped him. The water fairy's liquid composed butt wobbled as she walked. Her body was an attractive sight that aroused Han Sen. She approached Han Sen, smiled, and said, Han Sen, would you like to make a deal? What kind of deal would that be? Han Sen was confused by the sudden proposition. If you give me a drop of that life water, I'll have sex with you. A drop for a drip. Before Han Sen could say anything, she swiftly stepped up to Han Sen, grabbed his hands, and placed them on her gelatinous boobies. Han Sen felt as if he was clutching jelly, and her boobs felt amazing to hold and squeeze. Feeling awkward about it, though, Han Sen had to pull his hands back and say, but we aren't the same species. That's fine, I can be anything you want me to be. The water fairy's boobs and buttocks grew to an even bigger and more salacious size. Due to her being half-transparent, she looked extremely attractive. Cough, cough, Han Sen coughed. You don't like this. The water fairy's body changed again, becoming the shape of a little girl in a swimsuit. She then squeezed and hugged Han Sen's arm. Han Sen, however, just stood there. So, she tried a number of different appearances to prompt a response. She became an aloof lady, a moody lady, and a sunny lady. Unsure of what would get Han Sen to leap upon her with lecherous hands, she even gave herself bunny ears and the tail of a fox. Han Sen was in disbelief the entire time. She was like an erotic shapeshifter. But no matter how attractive she tried to be, she was just a naked, half-transparent lady. Clearly, she and other non-humans of the sanctuary did not understand what truly attracted one human to another. If you want life water, how about you trade me a Geno treasure for it? Han Sen offered. Instead, the fairy was clearly disappointed, but she smiled and just said, I don't have Geno treasure, but I might have something you could be interested in. The water fairy brought something out. Han Sen examined it. It was a small orb, not much bigger than a ping-pong ball. It seemed to have been made from polished crystal. What is this? Did you create this? Han Sen could sense her energy stemming from the waterdrop orb. Water fairy smiled and said, this is my gear, and it is called a waterdrop orb. With this orb, you can prevent watery chaos. Can I swap this for all 4 of your life water drops? Define what watery chaos means first, Han Sen said, not quite catching her drift. Water fairy gave the orb to Han Sen and then fired a water arrow at him. Pang! The water arrow broke into a liquidy splash, despite only being 1 foot away from Han Sen. Water fairy smiled and said, the orb can block my attacks. It can only block water damage, mind you. And after some use, it'll take a while before it can be used again. But I used up one of my life water vials. Han Sen wanted others to believe this. Deal. Water fairy was happy to swap the waterdrop orb for Han Sen's remaining vials of life water. Han Sen played with the waterdrop orb. Although it only blocked water damage, and it wasn't the most useful item in the sanctuary, it was better than nothing. The life water was outright harmful, after all, so it was. Little more than a waste of space. The other super creatures soon learned about their trade, too, and they all wanted to do the same. Unfortunately, Han Sen had no more life water left. After a while, Han Sen was able to obtain another 2. Ghost Eye came to him shortly after, wanting to make an exchange. Ghost Eye threw him an eyeball that was black and white. It was reminiscent of Tai Chi in some ways. Han Sen was not sure what it could do, but the eyeball was obviously gear that the creature had created. Much like the fairy, it wanted to swap the gear for Han Sen's life water. I only have 2 life water drops. Do you still want to make the trade? Han Sen asked, while pulling his 2 vials out. Ghost Eye was actually an ape. One of its eyes was a murky shade of white, and it was an unsettling creature to look upon. But it was also the most active super creature amongst them. It swallowed the life water and left immediately. Han Sen looked at the eyeball-like item he had been given. He noticed it was able to do something with yin and yang. If Han Sen practiced yang, he could use the item to make it yin. If he practiced yin, then he could make it yang. Han Sen had yin-yang blast, which meant the item wasn't very useful for him. For people who only practiced one, it would be a precious item to have, though. If I work here for a long time, I should be able to amass quite the array of gear. Han Sen thought the terms of these exchanges were more than fair, considering he had no need for the life water he'd be giving up. As a result, Han Sen made plans to collect more life water for gear. But, a few days later, he stumbled across another message. It seemed as if the person who had been leaving the messages wanted to meet Han Sen, at last. On the paper was an address and a time. Han Sen made a mental note of it and then incinerated the parchment. The next day, Han Sen left the tree. They were going to meet in a certain grove inside the walnut forest. Han Sen arrived early, curious to meet the message leaving enigma. After a while of waiting, Han Sen heard someone approach. The person wasn't quite there yet, and the forest was wreathed with vines that obscured the view quite a bit. Han Sen would be unable to see who it was until they came closer. When the person's identity was finally revealed, Han Sen was shocked. Despite all the possibilities he had mulled over in his mind, Han Sen was utterly flabbergasted it was that person who had been leaving him the slips of paper. "Didn't I tell you to leave? What are you still doing here?" The man said coldly. You're the one leaving me slips of paper then, I assume. Han Sen looked at the man with a strange expression. He had a big head and the body of a frail baby. It was Baby Ghost. Who else? Baby Ghost said. Then you know what this is. Han Sen brought out a paper with the 9-life cat symbol on it. Han Sen believed he had been the one leaving the messages, but he did not believe Baby Ghost knew anything about the 9-life cat or Blood Legion. I am a member of Blood Legion. You think I don't know what that is? Baby Ghost looked at Han Sen with disdain. Han Sen was shocked. Baby Ghost was a king spirit, how could he be a member of a human organization? Although Han Sen had readied himself for this possibility, he was still taken aback to hear it out loud. You are a member. Han Sen was almost unable to believe it. For a king spirit of the third god's sanctuary to be a member of Blood Legion was a nigh insane thing to comprehend. Han Sen knew Blood Legion was strong, but he did not expect the organization would be strong enough to employ king spirits of the third god's sanctuary. Han Sen felt as if his world had been turned upside down, and all he knew about Blood Legion had been incorrect. What exactly was Blood Legion? Baby Ghost pulled out something and tossed it over to Han Sen. It was a card of the Alliance. Han Sen had seen such things many times, as it was a card that usually had the 9-life cat symbol on its underside. Han Sen flipped it over, and as expected, there it was. It was a 9-life cat card. I am the vice leader of Blood Legion. My title is Ghost Baby, Baby Ghost King said. When Han Sen heard what he was told, his immediate reaction was to frown. Surprises were nothing new to him at this point, but this one hit a little harder than most. You are the vice leader of Blood Legion. In that case, you know who the leader is? Han Sen asked. You aren't a member, so I'm not obliged to tell you anything. But now that you're out of that shelter, I heartily recommend you don't return, Baby Ghost said. Han Sen thought the person who gave him the paper must have noticed or sensed he was wearing the 9-life cat pendant, and that the parchment used was in reference to it. That didn't seem to be the case, though. Baby Ghost did not seem to know about Han Sen's connection with Blood Legion, and the paper Baby Ghost had been using to warn Han Sen had only been intended to flaunt the organization he was a member of. If you don't think I'm a member, why would you help me? Han Sen asked. Han Sen had just met one of the most important figures of the enigmatic Blood Legion organization. Although he could not be 100% certain he was not being told a falsehood, he wanted to ask as many questions as he could and learn more. This was a wildly rare opportunity. Baby Ghost merely stared at Han Sen, saying, Your image, you remind me of someone. Who? Han Sen was not expecting this response. Han Jingji, Baby Ghost answered. The composure of Han Sen's mind was given a shake, but he still managed to calmly ask, How do you know him? Baby Ghost's face suggested he had just taken a brief trip down memory lane. When he returned to the situation at hand, he just told Han Sen, You don't need to know anything about all this. Just don't go back to Immortal Shelter. At least tell me why. Give me one good reason why I should leave. I can't just walk away after everything, all because of your few measly words, Han Sen proclaimed. Baby Ghost turned around and said, If you want to go back, go back. I won't stop you, but on your head be it, should things run afoul for you. Wait. Han Sen brought out the 9-life cat pendant that was tucked beneath his shirt and said, If you are the vice leader of Blood Legion, surely you know what this is, don't you? Baby Ghost turned back around, and the stiffness of his face dropped in shock. His eyes widened as they peered at the pendant. Baby Ghost suddenly moved. Han Sen opened his jean locks, ready to fight. But what happened in the next second surprised even him. Baby Ghost had dropped onto the ground so quickly that a crater was formed. In that shallow pit, he bowed before Han Sen. Pang, pang, pang. Baby Ghost bowed repeatedly, with alarming speed and sincerity. All the while, his lips murmured and mumbled incoherent speech. Han Sen froze in his place, having not expected a reaction such as this. This was a king spirit of the third god's sanctuary. It had the potential to beat any human. But there it was, down on its hands and knees in respect to a small item belonging to a human organization. Is Blood Legion that big of a deal? The pendant he always carried with him suddenly felt much heavier. Baby Ghost then stood up. In a state of shock, he asked, Who are you? Why would you possess that relic? Seeing Baby Ghost's face, Han Sen felt giving him the wrong answer now would swiftly lead to his death. Han Jingji gave it to me, Han Sen answered. Baby Ghost's face changed to one that was resolute. He barked, That's impossible. Han Jingji could not have possessed such a relic. But this did belong to him, Han Sen reconfirmed. Baby Ghost then said, "It belongs to Blood Legion, what are you suggesting?" Han Sen always thought Han Jingji might have been the leader of Blood Legion. There was definitely a strong association between the two, after all. But now, hearing Baby Ghost's reaction, that didn't seem likely. The fact that Baby Ghost was willing to state Han Jingji's name so freely also suggested he wasn't the leader or anyone of renown and importance within the ranks of Blood Legion. Han Jingji is a part of Blood Legion, isn't he? Why would it be impossible for him to have it? Han Sen asked. Baby Ghost's expression had turned dark, as if the fancy for murder had taken over his mind. Angrily, he spat out his words, saying, "You really are talking sh*t. Han Jingji is not a member of Blood Legion and there is no possible way for him to possess that relic. Be honest with me, boy, lest I pry the answers out of you with profound agony and suffering." Han Sen was shocked, hearing Han Jingji was not even a lowly member of the organization. If Baby Ghost really was the vice leader, then it clearly meant he knew more about Blood Legion than Han Sen did. And that flipped all of Han Sen's theories thus far on their head. But why would Han Jingji ask Uncle Bug to join him in a search for the relic? Why would he know about its existence, given where it was found? Believe it or not, this was originally Han Jingji's. A lot of people can verify this claim, Han Sen said, standing his ground. Baby Ghost looked at Han Sen as if he was trying to scan his mind and discover the truth behind some lie he was being told. Han Sen then said, "So tell me, how do you know about Han Jingji?" Baby Ghost wished to say something more, but his face changed. Then, he turned to look through the dense brush of the walnut forest. "Wait here and do not follow me back to the shelter. I will be right back." Baby Ghost then took off back towards the sky tree. Han Sen knew something big must have gone down in with the sky tree during their absence, otherwise, Baby Ghost would not have run off in the middle of their conversation. As the tree in the midst of reviving, Han Sen also ran towards the sky tree. He had waited a long time for this opportunity, so he wasn't going to miss it. Everything seemed fine in the tree, though, as spirits and creatures were performing their labor duties like normal. Dry Bone King quickly ran over to see Han Sen, though, and promptly brought him up to the higher floors. "Mr. Immortal has finished his practice. He has summoned us to the Immortal Hall. Where have you been?" Dry Bone King asked as he pulled on Han Sen to move quicker. Han Sen was shocked. If Immortal Emperor was becoming a reality, then that meant the tree was ready to spring back to life. Han Sen removed the dragon blood ring from his finger. If Immortal Emperor truly was Sky King, he'd recognize Dragon King right away. Han Sen and Dry Bone King arrived at the Immortal Hall. Han Sen was eager to see what Immortal Emperor looked like. Qing Jun and Ghost Eye were there, as well. When Baby Ghost saw Han Sen, a visible look of surprise came over his face. Han Sen waved at him cheekily and then went to sit down. Han Sen looked over towards the primary seat of the table, which was currently empty. Immortal Emperor had yet to arrive. No one spoke during the wait, not even the oh-so-talkative Ghost Eye. It just sat where it was, taking part in the eerie silence. Qing Jun was the one who sat nearest the primary seat, and she looked at Han Sen as if she were looking at a dead man. Han Sen didn't care very much what she may have been thinking, though. He just sat in his seat, waiting for Immortal Emperor to arrive. Kacha. The latch of the back door was lifted. The sudden sound was loud, and it shocked those in their seats. Han Sen turned to look in the direction of the noise. When his eyes fell upon Immortal Emperor, he was surprised. He had often wondered what the enigmatic spirit would look like, and he had come up with numerous visions and images in his head. But this spirit subverted all his expectations. Immortal Emperor looked like a peacock. The peacock was gold, with a number of multicolored ornamental eyespots decorating its plumage. It was stunning. I thought he was a spirit. Why is he a peacock? Han Sen mulled the appearance, as the peacock waddled its way over and took its rightful place in the primary seat. All the king spirits and super creatures in the hall bowed before it, so Han Sen did the same. The peacock's eyes glanced over everyone in the hall but paused when they passed over Han Sen. When it was done, the peacock screeched, prompting everyone to look at it in wonder. It stretched its wings, and its eyes shot out a beam of golden light. Within that gold light, a thin shadow formed. Han Sen could not make out the face of whatever or whoever it was, but its mere presence there rattled his nerves. Han Sen saw the shadow's lips begin to move, and it looked to be speaking to Qing Jun. No one else was able to hear what was being spoken except for her, it seemed, for she nodded in answer. When the light came to an end, Qing Jun said, "Yes, my emperor." The shadow nodded and faded as the light dimmed. Then, the peacock flapped its wings and flew out. After the peacock left, the king's spirits and super creatures in the hall all felt great relief. It was as if they had been holding their breaths the whole time. "Qing Jun, what did Mr. Immortal tell you?" Water Fairy asked. Qing Jun quietly said, "Mr. Immortal is going to open the holy door. He needs a lot of sky fruit to make pills, so he wants us to gather as much as we can over the next month. A month isn't very long. There are still 23 of them to go, do we even have enough time?" Dry Bone King said, "We will have to form the paths, too. It is best that we hurry. Delaying Mr. Immortal would be most unwise," Qing Jun said. Dry Bone's face changed. "Everyone works beneath my command. I will be most cruel and unpleasant to anyone who seeks to disturb Mr. Immortal's business," Qing Jun said. "I don't want to delay anything, but I have to eat walnuts every 3 days. If I don't, I cannot participate in the work," Han Sen said. Qing Jun said, "Life water can keep you in your current state, child. There is no need for you to exit." "I don't have any life water," Han Sen then said, as cover for not wanting to consume it due to the possible consequences they could result in. Qing Jun expected Han Sen to say this, though, so she gave everyone a bottle of the stuff. Then, she said, "Everyone is given 10 drops of life water as a bonus. If we finish the job within the allotted month, we'll get 20 more as a reward." Everyone was delighted to hear this. They accepted the life water merrily, thanking the emperor for the gracious gift. Han Sen accepted the bottle and listened to Qing Jun's work instructions. Qing Jun took them straight over to the sky fruit. The spirits and creatures were supposed to create the paths that led to them, but now they had to chip in and make their own due to the rush. Qing Jun put everyone in charge of 2 sky fruit. "If things go according to plan, the tree will indeed see a revival in the next month," Dragon King said. Han Sen had re-equipped the ring and was consulting with him. "Is there any way we might be able to muck up his plans?" Han Sen said. Dragon King said, "I don't think so. The spirits and super creatures have all consumed too much life water. They are beyond saving, and the sky tree is sure to absorb them all. Unless you can cut down the sky tree, it is hopeless. Not even Sky King himself could make a comeback after that." Han Sen frowned. He had yet to save Chu Ping, and he had just learned about Baby Ghost being a vice leader of Blood Legion. It would be a proper shame if the latter died. Just as Han Sen was thinking about Baby Ghost was actually approaching him. "Didn't I tell you not to return?" Baby Ghost looked uglier than usual. "Give it a rest, will you? You're like a broken record." "I'm fine where I am, okay," Han Sen said. "If it wasn't for that relic you showed me, I wouldn't care about you one bit." Baby Ghost paused for a moment, before going on to say, "But for you to come back at this time, it is as good as suicide." "Why?" Han Sen asked. Baby Ghost then said, "Honestly, aside from Qing Jun and me, you're all going to die here." "Why?" Han Sen was surprised by this, and it seemed as if Baby Ghost knew a thing or two about what was going on. Baby Ghost said, "You don't need to know the specifics. You are going to die, so give me the relic and speak your last words." "Ah, is this about a mortal emperor sacrificing the whole tree?" "That's old news," Han Sen said. Baby Ghost looked as if he'd swallowed a bug, and in utter shock, he gasped, "How do you know about that?" Han Sen smiled and looked coy. He didn't answer him, and instead said, "You don't need to know the specifics, but tell me, what makes you think you and Qing Jun will be spared?" Baby Ghost was still in shock over the fact Han Sen knew what was going on, and he answered, "Qing Jun is a mortal emperor's daughter. And me, I'm the one who concocted this scheme." I see. So, have you been avoiding the consumption of life water?" Han Sen asked. "What does the life water have to do with anything?" Baby Ghost asked, but right after, his mind seemed to get snagged on a sudden, disturbing thought. Whoever has been drinking the life water will be sacrificed. There's no particular discrimination, as it's a catch-all type of thing. Han Sen was extra smug, rubbing it in. He could tell Baby Ghost had been drinking the life water. Baby Ghost's facial expression was beyond distraught, and so he said, "Impossible. Qing Jun has been using life water as well. Who has been feeding you these lies?" "Well, let me ask you, have you been told how these sacrifices are to be, sacrificed?" Han Sen asked. Baby Ghost looked clueless. He wished to speak, but he seemed to be struggling to force out words. His face turned green at the sudden turn of events, and all his throat could end up spitting out were the words, "Have I been tricked?" After that, Baby Ghost turned to run, but Han Sen stopped him. "If you're going to consult the Emperor with this, you're a dead baby. Tell me about the relationship between Han Jingji and Blood Legion," Han Sen told him. Baby Ghost said, "I don't fully believe your forked tongue. Not yet, leastways. I must go and confirm something." "No, you tell me what I want to know now." Han Sen didn't think Baby Ghost would ever come back once he left. Baby Ghost then answered, "Gah, but it's a long story. The short version is, something huge happened within the Legion. We needed help. Han Jingji was then kidnapped by Blood Legion forces." Han Sen was shocked. The revelations were coming thick and fast. There was a connection between Han Jingji and Blood Legion, but the way it came about was very unexpected. Han Jingji had actually been the victim of kidnapping. Han Sen wished to ask more, but Baby Ghost was already gone. Han Jingji was kidnapped by Blood Legion forces. That must mean he was there with them for some time, in some way or another. That might also mean he learned much about the organization, including the 9-life cat. But why was he kidnapped? Why did they need to do that? Did they kidnap just anyone? Did it happen before or after he visited that realm with them? Maybe a god, maybe a demon being. Han Sen's mind was now racked with countless more questions. Han Sen hoped Baby Ghost wouldn't be killed, so he could ask the spirit a bunch more questions. Han Sen was not too worried what he might do, though. If Han Sen was attacked and had to make an escape, he believed he could do so with the aid of Little Angel. A few days later, Qing Jun came looking for Han Sen. Han Sen was surprised to see her, and when she approached, she asked, "You didn't drink the life water you were given?" "Nope," Han Sen answered simply. "Good." Qing Jun handed something to Han Sen, turned around, and left as swiftly as she appeared. Han Sen wasn't sure why she had just done what she did, and truthfully, he fancied asking her a few questions. It seemed like Baby Ghost had told Qing Jun what Han Sen had told him. She had given Han Sen a small bottle with a piece of paper attached. The paper said the contract on Chu Ping had been forfeit. Han Sen had long wondered how he might get Qing Jun to let Chu Ping go free, and now, it had been done without any effort on his part. Han Sen was delighted, so he left the worksite. He wanted to visit Chu Ping and guide him out. Han Sen thought someone might stop him, but no one did. He scanned the nearby area and then realized the king spirits and super creatures were all gone. Han Sen returned to the 4th floor without issue and escorted Chu Ping out of the tree. When Han Sen returned to the underground shelter with him, he noticed all the walnut trees in the forest were dying. Baby Ghost must have done something to make the sky tree revive even sooner. Dragon King exclaimed. Han Sen frowned and flew back towards the sky tree. As he was returning, he saw countless creatures writhing on the forest floor in agony. You could see their life forces being pulled from their bodies, heading for the tree that contained a mortal shelter. Green sprouts began to grow from their corpses, becoming vines that absorbed their flesh. Seeing all the creatures become fertilizer, Han Sen could not help but think, Dragon King was right. Creatures that have consumed walnuts or life water are being absorbed no matter where they are. Before Han Sen arrived back, though, a scary presence startled him on the approach. A black and red tree was growing incredibly quickly, heading high up into the clouds. There was a menacing spire in the land now, surrounded by countless dried-up trees and creature corpses. Even the ground and earth were being sucked dry of life, transforming the area into an apocalyptic hellscape. Han Sen flew towards the sky tree as fast as he could. He knew he couldn't stop what was happening, but he hoped he could pick up a few goodies at the very least. Perhaps he'd even be able to kill a few of the super creatures and take their life geno essences from Sky King. The sky tree was growing at an alarming rate. The red and black bark was cracking and beginning to peel. Countless creatures tried to scramble out of the cracks that webbed the tree. As the tree grew and grew, the creatures started to return to their original size. There were tigers, titans, and birds, every creature imaginable, all trying to make an escape. But when they made it out, their bodies began to tear apart. Vines shot out from beneath their skin, ravaging their flesh and tangling them up. This happened to those that were airborne as well, and they rained down to the ground in pieces. The roots of the tree then began to lift themselves up and escape the ground that kept them in place. Like hungry tentacles, the roots grabbed the corpses of fallen creatures and drained them of their life force. The cracks across the tree began to heal, crushing creatures that sought to escape from them. The tree was slowly being drenched in blood, making for a terrible sight. A lot of creatures were unable to exit in time. For those that weren't crushed by the devilish lumber, they were instead ripped apart by the phantom vines that had been slumbering inside their bodies. The place was like a forested depiction of hell, and just as Han Sen thought it would be best if he left, a light appeared. The light was Qing Jun. Her life force was draining, as green sprouts began to pop up over her body. Get the cruel bottle. Qing Jun was not doing well, evidently. As she approached Han Sen, she did so with wobbling movements. She was in great pain and suffering, that much was clear. Why, what is it? Han Sen asked, but he did not delay in retrieving the jade bottle she had recently given him. Qing Jun gritted her teeth and knelt in front of Han Sen. She placed her right hand on her chest and said, I, Qing Jun, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity. After that, her forehead gleamed with a spirit stone. Needless to say, Han Sen was in shock that Qing Jun, of all spirits, was willing to obey him. Han Sen held her spirit stone in his hand. It shone brightly before becoming one with Qing Jun again. Qing Jun might have become Han Sen's spirit, but the green sprouts were still on her. Open the bottle and let me in. Qing Jun shouted. How do I open it? Han Sen asked. He had tried to open the cruel bottle before, but he was unable to. He thought it was very strange of her to give him a bottle, but at least now it was starting to make sense. Han Sen touched the bottle to try to open it again, but this time, it opened immediately. Han Sen realized he could only use it once a contract with the spirit that gave it had been signed. After the bottle was opened, Qing Jun transformed into a pellet of bright light. Then, she tucked herself inside it. As Han Sen wondered why Qing Jun was doing this, another light appeared. This time, it was Water Fairy. Water Fairy's body was transparent, and you could see the sprouts manifesting inside her watery body. Her body bubbled and boiled, and if this was to continue, it'd only be a matter of time before she evaporated out of existence. She shouted, "Help!" Then she raced into the bottle alongside Qing Jun. Han Sen peered at Qing Jun and the Water Fairy inside the bottle, side by side, and noticed now that the sprouts had stopped growing on and within them. They were all gone. Han Sen was delighted, learning this treasure he had been given could negate the dark powers of the Sky Tree. Han Sen, help! Han Sen heard someone call out his name. He turned to see a number of vines crawling through the air like a webbed net. A second later, they were cut down to the ground. A mound of bones had given them a shave, and when Han Sen's eyes came to focus, he saw Dry Bone King doing battle. Han Sen flew over towards him, bottle in hand. As he pointed it at Dry Bone King, he asked, "Can you come inside?" Dry Bone King spared no time in diving into the purifying comfort of the cruel bottle. Then, looking up, Han Sen saw a 9-headed creature soar through the sky, screeching in pain. It was headed straight for him. But before Han Sen could do anything for it, the heads began to separate from its body as vines ravaged the poor beast. Its life force was all going to the tree. When the body hit the ground, roots sprang out of the earth and dragged it underground. Han Sen felt it was a great shame and waste. Turning around again, though, Han Sen saw a ghost eye becoming consumed by the hungry, lecherous vines. He was going to pull out his phoenix sword and do what he could to help. But before Han Sen could do anything, Ghost Eye saw the bottle and dived right into it. I'm here to get easy kills. Why am I inadvertently saving these things? Han Sen thought, but then he noticed something. It didn't seem like anything could exit the bottle without his explicit permission. The sound of an explosion rang through the forest. A rock giant was headed Han Sen's way, covered in vines like angry moss. The sturdy golem was able to defy their attempts to tear it apart, though. And as expected, before the vines could do what they wished to, the rock giant jumped inside the cruel bottle. Han Sen was made up, and he thought to himself, perhaps this is not all bad. Give me a few more, and I'll have myself a personal army. In the sky, the hellbird raged with great curtains of fire that smoked the skies and turned them black. Try as it might, it was unable to incinerate the vines that sought to ravage its fiery body. The green vines had put a strain on it and quelled the ferocity of its flames. The wretched, lecherous vines did not fear anything. The vines lashed the bird whose flesh they were born from, and they swayed like manic green fire licks of their own. Eventually, They proved too much, and they tore the bird apart. The bird had hoped to reach Han Sen and his bottle, and it had been rapidly descending as all this unfolded. Unfortunately, it was too late. The only thing to reach the ground was a rain of fleshy chunks and blood-stained feathers. It was another meal for the sky tree. Han Sen saw a giant flower get torn apart at the entrance to the sky tree. The other super creatures had all been too late for Han Sen to save, and they all ended up as food for the sky tree. "Where is Baby Ghost?" Han Sen asked as he searched amidst the ruin, thinking of all the questions he still wanted to ask. The walnut forest was a vile hellscape now, painted dark with the blood of spirits and creatures. Han Sen asked Xingjun, who was in the cruel bottle, "Where is Baby Ghost? Why did he not exit alongside you? We got separated. He was supposed to be here," Xingjun said. Han Sen asked the water fairy if she had seen him, but she said she had not seen him, either. Han Sen thought this was boding poorly for Baby Ghost. His failure to escape didn't make sense, though. Han Sen had informed him about the true nature of the conspiracy surrounding the operations of Immortal Shelter, so he should have been among the first to get out. Han Sen could no longer find the entrance to the sky tree, as the original tree hole was now filled up. There was no other way inside. But then, a scream sounded in the sky. Looking up, Han Sen saw a gold peacock descending from atop the tree. A person was on top of the peacock, a figure with gold-colored hair adorned with a crown. The man's simple aura was one of immense power, and Han Sen felt it was comparable to Shang Yin. "Is that Sky King?" The man was incredibly handsome. His beauty and strength transcended that which seemed achievable by humans, and one could have easily mistaken him for a god of sorts. "That's him," Dragon King said. The gold peacock landed near Han Sen. The man's eyes gleamed with the color of gold, but they seemed empty and devoid of emotion. "Leave them, and I'll grant you a swift and merciful death," Sky King said. His eyes were callous pits of false holiness, and they saw through Han Sen as if it was a strain to even acknowledge his existence. Of course, a greedy person such as Han Sen was not willing to hand over his goodies, even if it meant he'd get away scot-free. Now was the perfect time to run, he believed. But still, not knowing the fate of Baby Ghost pained him. Ultimately, he ended up thinking the spirit might have just remained inside the sky tree to die. Han Sen thought about fighting Sky King, but now that the sky tree had been revived and his power might have been restored, it wasn't worth trying. He couldn't be sure he had what it took to deal with a foe such as that. Plus, if Han Sen was truly able to defeat Sky King, he'd just respawn back in the sky tree. Han Sen would have to destroy the tree itself to ensure he had dealt with Sky King for good. Han Sen's phoenix sword had only been able to deal a minor scratch on the tree's bark. And that was before, when it was supposedly dead. He wagered he'd probably be unable to do anything to it now, in its current state. Earlier, when the bark of the tree fell off, it was replaced with new layers of bark. This bark was like burning, red-hot steel. It looked like a frightening monument, fresh from the forges of hell. It was an unsettling sight, for sure. Sky King wasn't going to let Han Sen run off with so much of the tree's food, though. The gold peacock inflated itself like a balloon, and it became so bloated it blocked half of the sky. The gold peacock inhaled air in front of Han Sen, whipping up a frenzied suction. It sought to consume Han Sen in the bottle. Han Sen gritted his teeth and summoned Disloyal Knight. Then he activated Super King Spirit Mode. He summoned a coin in his hand and then fired a multitude of them at the peacock. Although they were only coins, super creatures never seemed to have what was necessary to overcome Super King Spirit Mode. Han Sen always prevailed in that form. The peacock, seeing the coins coming towards it, stopped sucking. With its mouth, it chomped a number of the coins to break them and their power. Disloyal Knight used its halo to dye the peacock, and Sky King, a delightfully unholy, tarnished bronze color. Then, as it very much liked to do, it moved toward the creature and let loose a flurry of punches. The peacock's beak struck one of its fists, knocking Disloyal Knight back with a mark across its gauntlet. But this was good, as Han Sen took advantage of this opportunity to leap onto the peacock's back and dash before Sky King. Han Sen's mighty fist, draped in a shroud of purified power, was thrown towards Sky King. Sky King watched Han Sen approach, and the exact moment the fist was set to collide with his face, he moved. Han Sen saw Sky King's arm, which was clad in gold armor, move. Then, he felt a sickly power meet with his chest. It felt as if he had gotten hit by a train. When Han Sen hit the ground, he formed a 50-meter deep hole. Blurg. Han Sen coughed blood from his mouth, and he thought to himself, Dragon King, I thought you said Sky King needs the Sky Tree to achieve the power of an emperor. Why is he this strong already? He must already be an emperor, one who has opened 10 gene locks. He must be as powerful as Shang Yin. How could this *SSHOLE become an emperor? 10 gene locks open? No way, the Sky Tree hasn't even fully recovered yet, Dragon King said. Pang! Sky King leapt down, his stomp creating a deep hole in the ground. You're the *SSHOLE right now. Ugh, why did I ever trust you? Han Sen used his Phoenix techniques to dodge Sky King, who was going to try to stomp on him next. He was going to attempt another escape, but suddenly, many golden palaces began to fall from the sky. And as they clobbered the area all around, in great ruin and catastrophe, Han Sen felt as if he had stumbled into a post-apocalyptic landscape left to the faint whispers of dust and echoes. Whoa, he is an emperor. This is his sky palace. Technique. It's fueled by a space element. Unless we kill him, we're trapped. Dragon King cried aloud. Han Sen's Phoenix techniques were incredibly quick, and he bobbed and weaved between the tumbling palaces that fell to break the landscape with great speed. But it seemed as if there was no end to them, and no matter how far he went, it felt as they were being drawn to him. Is there any way for us to stop it? Han Sen knew there was no point in being angry with Dragon King now. They were both in a dire situation, and cooperation would yield the best results. Han Sen looked behind him and saw Sky King fast approaching. Each of his footsteps was painting the ground gold as he went. Sky King spared no time in throwing a punch towards Han Sen. Han Sen fell back, trying to dodge the strike, but he felt as if his speed was slower than it ought to have been. He discovered it wasn't that his speed had slowed down, it was the dimension itself that had been stretched for him. The distances were stretched to become 10 times longer, so Han Sen was not evading any slower, he was just having to travel further. Sky King's punch might have looked very slow, but he could transcend the warping of the dimension and make it seem incredibly quick. With this play on space, Han Sen was unable to dodge the strike. He had no choice but to try and meet Sky King's fist with his own. Han Sen's fingers cracked in the collision, and it felt as if they were on the precipice of breaking. The power of the fist he went up against hurled him backwards. Ever since obtaining Super King Spirit Mode, things had never been so dire for Han Sen. Rarely was he placed in a situation so dangerous that he could not escape. Boom! Han Sen went flying back, crashing into the sturdy walls of a golden palace. The building began to collapse, and Han Sen shook his head, slinging blood over the remaining walls. Before he could get up, though, Sky King was already upon him. He was primed, ready to deliver another cruel punch. What are you doing? Run! Dragon King exclaimed, but Han Sen's perception of reality had been warped, as the dimension he inhabited was altered. He was unable to dodge, but suddenly, a holy beacon of light burst forth from Han Sen's forehead. A figure appeared, wielding a transparent greatsword. It was a woman, with blonde wavy hair and white wings. Immediately, she went to strike Sky King. Dong! Sky King's fist had met its match. The power was negated, but the strength still managed to knock Little Angel away. She crashed into Han Sen, sending them both flying backwards even further. Run! Dragon King called out. Shut up! Han Sen silenced the dragon blood ring, feeling like an idiot for having trusted Dragon King so much. Little Angel had the strength of a Super King spirit, but she was not as strong as an emperor. Seeing Sky King approach, Han Sen kicked up a coinfall to stop him. Owing to its suppressive abilities, they were both able to escape and recompose themselves. But the coins, as they landed on Sky King, didn't actually seem to do much. They merely dropped on him like actual raindrops, doing little to slow him down. Han Sen had figured this might be the case, but he did not have the time to build up a saving money hit. Sky King was able to command the very dimension they inhabited and bend it to his will. If Han Sen's Super King spirit had opened 10 gene locks, he might have been able to fight him, but alas, that was not the case. Han Sen and Little Angel waged war against their foe, each letting out a flurry of punches and sword strikes. As valiant as it sounded, the reality of their battle was not half as grand. Sky King was able to use one hand to block each of their attacks, and he was able to do so with no trouble or strain. Disloyal Knight, in the meantime, was still engaged with the Golden Peacock. His armor had been severely damaged by this point, and he was bleeding continuously. Pang! Han Sen felt as if he ought to have been able to block the next punch to come his way, but again, the dimension was given a shake. The punch effortlessly landed upon his chest again. Han Sen was sent flying. Not only did he break a number of palaces, but he also broke a few ribs. Little Angel could not dodge the punch she was delivered, either. That sent her flying backwards, too. Han Sen went to catch Little Angel, and as he did, he thought about escaping by using his night cloak. After moving forward to catch Little Angel, she paused in his arms. Then, she turned around and kissed Han Sen upon the lips. "I know you love me, but let's save this for a more appropriate time." Han Sen tried to mask his surprise. But the moment they kissed, Little Angel became a figure that was formed entirely of white light. Then, she entered Han Sen's body and became one with him. Han Sen felt rejuvenated, as if he had been gifted a vast amount of power, the likes of which he never thought he'd be able to wield. His head was dressed with a gold halo ring, while his back sprouted white angel wings. Then, a new weapon spawned in his hand, the transparent greatsword. Roar! Han Sen roared to the skies, as a new power surged through his being. It combined with his cells to make changes to his body. Gotcha! Han Sen felt as if his body had been freed from the clutches of chains he never knew existed. The holy light enveloped Han Sen's entire body, wings, and greatsword. He felt as if he was submerged beneath water, floating free. Sky King warped the dimension again and threw a punch with the illusion of near teleportation levels of speed. Seeing another punch head his way, Han Sen readied his greatsword. But even though the fist was only a meter away, it felt like it was miles away. In the next second, he was swinging his greatsword as if it was weightless. It cut through the twisted, perverse dimension and struck Sky King's wrecking fist. It was too late for Sky King to pull back, as half of his fist was lopped off. Sky King bled profusely from his fist, which made him reel back aghast. He couldn't believe what had just happened, and truth be told, neither could Han Sen. But Han Sen was happy at the sudden turning of the tides. Little Angel had helped Han Sen open his 10th gene lock for Super King Spirit. Now, Han Sen could not be suppressed by the warping of dimensions. Han Sen wasn't yet sure about the extent of his power with 10 gene locks open. He didn't exactly have the opportunity to thoroughly test it, due to the current circumstances. Neither did he know if this was a permanent opening of a gene lock, and if it would remain open if Little Angel exited his body. Regardless, Han Sen now had what it took to fight back. Victory did not seem impossible now, and so he had to focus on ending the current threat. Han Sen flapped his wings. In a flash of holy light, he teleported directly before Sky King. Sky King frowned and raised a golden palace in response. It was a few hundred meters away to begin with, but now it had blinked forth to separate the two. But Han Sen was able to flap his wings again, and with the greatsword, he sliced through the new distortion of the dimension. Then, Han Sen cut through the palace. Sky King did not expect his sky palace to prove ineffective in protecting him from Han Sen. He had not expected the tables to turn so quickly and turn so dramatically, and Sky King now wanted to flee and return to the safety and comfort of his tree. Sky King was incredibly fast and agile, and with his abilities of dimension distortion, he was able to manipulate his movements so that one step could account for 1,000 meters. But Han Sen flapped his wings again. Immediately, he was able to catch up with Sky King so he could swing his sword and strike him down. Sky King frowned, and he wasn't going to make things that easy. He turned, holding up a wooden spear that looked like the sky tree. Dong! The transparent greatsword struck the spear and left a deep cleft in it. Han Sen was even happier now. He drew the phoenix sword in one hand, while transparent greatsword remained in the other. Then, he unleashed a barrage of strikes against Sky King. Sky King was able to keep his spear raised in an attempt to block the attacks, but the dual-wielding barrage proved too much. The shockwaves generated by Han Sen's flurry of attacks soon began to collapse and devastate the golden palaces that littered the ruined landscape. Dong! Sky King's spear was no longer able to withstand the attacks, and it eventually broke in two. Han Sen flew around behind Sky King and cut his face. Sky King's desperate bid to flee now escalated. With a wretched face of disgust, he turned towards the tree and took off. But Han Sen was no longer afraid of anything, now that he was imbued with the holy light. With the glowing halo, too, he flapped his wings and followed Sky King wherever he went. Sky King bled, and the skies were dyed red, as if in response. Sky King's blood began to cascade like rainfall. It shocked Sky King, and his bleeding face robbed him of any intention he had to fight back. All he wanted to do now was return to his tree and cower within. Han Sen did not relent in his chase, and he smirked at seeing how much Sky King's behavior had changed. All his cockiness had vanished. He got in another strike, and this time, Han Sen managed to not only cut Sky King's crown in two, but also give him a less than fashionable haircut. The gold armor Sky King wore was all broken, and it had turned the color of rusted, aged steel. His wounds leaked blood like broken faucets. Sky King flew inside the tree and closed himself inside. Han Sen was determined not to allow this to stop him, though. He struck the tree once, creating a 12-meter-long mark across the surface of the tree. Unfortunately, it didn't do much. The tree seemed able to heal itself, too. So Han Sen began striking the tree fiercely. He hoped he could keep up the DPS to outpace the healing. And all the while, Sky King was inside, cowering in fear over his nemesis. As Han Sen excitedly fought against the bark of the tree, it soon revealed itself to be a futile endeavor. But Han Sen suddenly smiled in the remembrance of something. He turned around and went after the golden peacock. The golden peacock wasn't expecting Han Sen back, and it really wasn't expecting his newfound strength. With its beak, it attempted to block Han Sen's greatsword. Gotcha! The gold peacock was no match, and it was promptly cut in half. Super creature Sky Peacock killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen grabbed the yellow life geno essence from its body and put Disloyal Knight back inside the Sea of Soul. Then, he returned to the underground shelter. Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode could last 1 hour, but after combining with Little Angel, he felt drained of all energy within the space of a few minutes. As Han Sen flew back home, Little Angel departed and returned to the Sea of Soul looking equally tired and drained of energy. Han Sen was feeling worse than usual. He was in very poor condition, and he had to make use of his Blood Demon Dragon wings to return home. He couldn't even fly home by himself, he was so weak. While Han Sen was flying back, someone called out his name. When he turned around to take a look, he saw an 8-year-old child squirming and writhing around on the ground as if in pain. Baby Ghost. Han Sen was surprised to see him there. He was glad he was alive and had not been killed. He didn't have any green sproutlings popping up all over him, but there was definitely something wrong with him. He used to have the face of a child, but now he was a child completely. The head was still frighteningly large, however. His life force was weak, almost as weak as a newly spawned golden growler. What happened to you? Han Sen asked. Talk later. For now, we should get moving. Baby Ghost clearly did not know Sky King had returned to the tree. Han Sen grabbed Baby Ghost and returned to the underground shelter with him. Then, he ordered Moment Queen to move the shelter. Little Angel and Han Sen were weak, and in their current state, they no longer had the ability to combine together and fight Sky King. As such, they decided the best course of action was to leave. Han Sen spoke to Baby Ghost and asked, I thought you went looking for Sky King after I told you the truth of matters. What happened to you? Baby Ghost answered, I told Qing Jun, and we only went and spoke to the others. We didn't consult Sky King, but we were going to. But before the opportunity arose, the tree began to revive. Okay, and what happened to you? Han Sen asked. Baby Ghost explained, fortunately for me, I had Ghost Baby to escape. I abandoned my vessel and sacrificed a portion of my spirit stone to survive. I say fortunately loosely, as now I'm only a shadow of what I once was. My progress has been wiped, I don't even have a single gene lock open. Just being alive is enough, Baby Ghost. Even if you're weak, being alive is more than worth the sacrifice. Han Sen smiled softly to comfort him. Qing Jun was in even worse condition, though. Those that had escaped into the cruel bottle were all alive, but they were stuck inside the bottle and unable to exit. If they left the confines of the bottle, the Sky Tree would finish the job and absorb them. Being unable to get rid of the vines meant they'd possibly be stuck inside the bottle forever. The cruel bottle was like a room that operated independently to everything else, but it had to be sealed and had to remain sealed. It could not be opened, lest the Sky Tree finish what it had already started. Aside from destroying the Sky Tree, Han Sen had no clue how he might proceed. There didn't seem to be any other way Han Sen could remove the vines. The creatures and spirits had each consumed too much life water, too, so the core of a sky fruit would be largely ineffective. In the meantime, though, Han Sen decided to return to the Alliance. Little Angel and Han Sen were both still too weak, and for the time being, they wouldn't even have the strength to tackle a super creature. Han Sen rested there for 2 days, and after that, he started refining the life geno essence of the sky peacock. Life geno essence absorbed. Super geno points +1. Han Sen was delighted, hearing the announcement chime more than once. In total, the life geno essence provided him 4 points in total. Super creatures in the third god's sanctuary were different. Some could give 8 to 9 super geno points, whereas others could only give 3 to 4. Han Sen guessed it had something to do with the generation of a super creature, but he hadn't had much time to test and prove such theories. Sky Peacock was a Mount Beast soul, and Han Sen considered it to be fairly useless. When Han Sen's condition and health improved, he didn't jump back to start hunting super creatures again. He realized he still needed a lot more strength to fight an emperor, though, he had to be careful. Where he next ventured, if he combined powers with Little Angel, the cooldown period was extreme. The boost didn't last very long, either, so he knew he couldn't rely on that trick very often. It had to be used as a last resort. What Han Sen wanted to do most right now was research the vines and find a way in which he might remove them without destroying the sky tree. If he saved all the creatures and spirits inside, they'd all owe him one, and they might end up following him. If that was true, he'd more than have what it took to take down a king-class shelter. Dragon King gave Han Sen a number of ideas, but Han Sen didn't dwell on many of them. He didn't think he should trust Dragon King as much anymore. That being said, Han Sen understood Dragon King never wanted to bring harm to him. Dragon King had made a simple blunder, and the results of his time in Immortal Shelter did not come about through some evil machination or scheme the spirit had hatched, as Moment Queen might do. After all, if something bad happened to Han Sen and he was killed, that would be game over for Dragon King, too. So, more than anything, Han Sen had just called Dragon King's overall intelligence into question. It boggled Han Sen's mind how someone so dumb might have once been an emperor. Please have faith in me. I have a plan. This could really work. Dragon King felt sorry for what had happened and desperately wanted to get back into Han Sen's good books. Dragon King was relying on Han Sen to find him a vessel, after all. The Asura Sutra can get rid of those vines, he said, but Han Sen struggled to believe it. If you practice the Asura Sutra, you can fix them. Back then, Dragon King realized he had said something he should not have mentioned. Back then what? Han Sen asked. Dragon King knew, if he didn't play his cards right and only do good for Han Sen, he'd be trapped in the ring for all eternity. Asura was one of the generals who beat Sky King. His Asura Sutra is bad for the tree, but you would need to find a spirit of that bloodline to perform it, Dragon King said. Didn't you say Sky King was an emperor? And Ancient Devil Emperor beat Sky King himself. So Asura was just a general, but he was able to defeat Sky King, too. Han Sen thought there were inconsistencies in the spirit's tales, and he wasn't sure whether or not he should give Dragon King the benefit of the doubt. But Dragon King then explained, folk of the Asura bloodline can defeat Sky King. Besides, he betrayed Mr. Ancient Devil. You remember Devil's Realm and Ancient Devil Shelter, don't you? That was the consequence of his betrayal. What? Han Sen stared at Dragon King and asked, then why would the Asura Sutra be on your scale? Were you best buds with Asura? Dragon King, for once, had been rendered speechless. Han Sen was starting to understand what had happened. Dragon King had most likely been a traitor. He had committed a betrayal, and now in his current state he was afraid of seeing the other generals from that time. Trust me, once more, I plead you. Asura King is in the fourth god's sanctuary, but I know a trace of his lineage is still here in the third god's sanctuary. If we get this person to practice the Asura Sutra, we can remove the vines. Before Dragon King could finish speaking, Han Sen put him away. I don't need you to find Asura. Han Sen knew of someone else who could practice the Asura Sutra. Han Sen wondered just how strong Zero had become with the skill. But he also wondered why the Asura Sutra was practically the same as the falsified Sky Sutra. And also, why could only the Shira fully learn it? Are all these tangents connected somehow? Han Sen had a lot to mull. The concept was not entirely impossible or even implausible, as he now knew. That creatures of the sanctuary were capable of entering the Alliance. Bauer was the latest example. She was born in the sanctuary, but she could go to the Alliance and back with no issue. If the Shira were the descendants of this Asura, shouldn't that mean they would be able to enter the sanctuaries? But it is a well-known fact they cannot. This was quite the head-scratcher for Han Sen to contemplate. Something else weighed on Han Sen's mind, too: Baby Ghost. No matter what Han Sen asked about Blood Legion, he was given the same response: you are not Blood Legion, so I cannot tell you. Han Sen was desperate to find out why Blood Legion had kidnapped Han Jingji, but try as he might, the only person he knew who could give him an answer refused to. Qing Jun had been grievously damaged following the ordeal with the vines. But the damage was not entirely physical. She was Sky King's child, yet Sky King showed no remorse in attempting to sacrifice her with the rest. She was heartbroken by the betrayal. After trying it out, Han Sen was unable to use Zero's falsified sky powers to remove the vines. So, for now, they all had to remain stuck inside the bottle. If Han Sen was able to save them all, Han Sen did not know whether or not the creatures would pay him heed and listen to what he commanded, either. As such, he decided to speak with each of them, and gauge which creature he might be able to trust the most. Han Sen asked Moment Queen to move the shelter once more, hoping it would move them closer towards Holy Sword Shelter. Xie Qing King and the Silver Fox were supposed to be in that place. Han Sen knew the Thorn Forest well by now, and he knew where Holy Sword Shelter lay. He was worried about the Silver Fox, though. Han Sen still missed his companionship a great deal, and the Silver Fox's absence in his escapades was still sorely felt. Even now, Han Sen would occasionally brush his own shoulder in the mistaken belief that the Silver Fox was right there. For now, though, Han Sen had to return to the Alliance. He wanted to pick up a new Hyper Geno art. Due to his inability to break the mirror, he knew he needed a move with a bit more of a power focus. Saving money was great, but it wasn't the best when used in a one-on-one fight, particularly so if it was in close-quarter combat. Furthermore, after his duel with Sky King, he had become infinitely more fascinated with the powers of bending and manipulating space. He had 100 space Geno points, too, so he thought there'd be no harm in trying out an ability related to the element of space. There weren't many Hyper Geno arts associated with the space element, however. There were only a dozen S-class skills for him to choose from. And what was more, they were pretty weak. There was one that was named Space Blade, but it only cut enemies slightly. Han Sen wanted to be able to properly bend and warp the dimension. He wanted something that would allow him to really grip the fabric of space and manipulate it to his own will, just as Sky King did. After much perusing, Han Sen found an S-class Hyper Geno art that attracted him far more than all the others. This Hyper Geno art was called Hyperspace. It was a fairly modern skill, too, and it wasn't something derived from some musty, aged texts of yore. It was a skill that had been derived from the teachings and learnings of modern science. It was widely believed that humans live in a three-dimensional reality, but according to the theory of relativity, that was not entirely the case. The concept of 3 dimensions of space, alongside 1 dimension of time, produced the concept of humans living in a 4-dimensional continuum. But there were believed to be 11 dimensions in total. Hyperspace dealt with the time axis a lot, though. So, it was a Hyper Geno art most closely associated with the element of time. Han Sen wanted the skill not because it was strong, but because of how refreshing it looked. It inspired him in more ways than one. For most people, though, hyperspace was more theory than anything. You needed time and space talents to learn it effectively. Few people could fully learn it, but even if they did, it wasn't very effective. A Hyper Geno art like that, though, employed techniques not even the fiercest of super creatures could. Han Sen thought he needed a space Hyper Geno art only, but he was wrong. I already have 100 Space King Spirit Geno points. Moment Queen is associated with the element of time, so if I could get 100 time Geno points off her, I'd be all set. I'd be proficient in both talents, and I could learn that Hyper Geno art. Han Sen paused his thoughts for a moment, and then went on to think, I was gone from the underground shelter for some years, she must have obtained many Geno points in my time away. Perhaps it is only fair that she share the wealth. Han Sen didn't buy hyperspace in the end, since he didn't meet the ideal time King Spirit Geno point requirement yet. He still wanted to buy a Hyper Geno art that dealt simple, non-fancy high damage, too. But he decided that could wait for the time being, so he could consult Moment Queen about her lending him time Geno points. Back in the shelter, Bauer leapt off the back of the white bear to go and sit on Han Sen's shoulder. She was wearing cowboy boots, a cowboy hat, and had a large pair of aviator sunglasses on. Han Sen patted her head and then went to the martial hall. There, Han Sen walked up to Moment Queen and said, "I have learned a new technique. Care to practice with me? I am too weak. Why don't you ask your blue dinosaur to help you out?" Moment Queen said, "He is too strong for me, so I can't practice with him. Besides, I'm in the mood to interact with you," Han Sen said. Moment Queen's eyes twitched, suggesting she was easy for him to bully. Moment Queen lowered her head and answered, "Fine." Han Sen asked her, "Have you heard of this fellow called the king?" "Yes, I have," Moment Queen answered with immediacy. In her heart, the mere calling of that name prompted her to think, "Ah, the king who must one day become a most glorious emperor. Does he use a skill that involves coins?" Han Sen asked. "I think so," Moment Queen said. "Have you seen it in action?" Han Sen asked. "No, I haven't." Moment Queen had developed a compulsion to lie, it seemed, as she snickered to herself on the inside, saying, "Of course I have, you dimwit. As if I'd tell you about it. It is good that you have not seen it, then. I have a power that involves the use of coins, too. I bet I'm better than the king with them, too," Han Sen boasted, baiting her. Hearing this, Moment Queen thought to herself, "Ha! You are nothing compared to the king, you imbecile." Moment Queen despised Han Sen with every bone in her body, but she was bound to him in service. So, for now, she had no choice but to comply with Han Sen's desire to practice. Han Sen could sense how much she hated him, but that was fine. She used to lie about possessing the space element, when it was in fact time. And she seemed to have some relation to a lot of emperors. If she wasn't useful, he would have killed her after her last attempt of betrayal. Han Sen reached out his right hand and made a coin appear between two of his fingers. Moment Queen had already been shocked. She didn't expect he'd even be able to formulate a coin out of thin air. Of course, that could be little more than an illusion, just something for show. It didn't illustrate Han Sen's true proficiency, power, and expertise with the coin technique. He wished to show her. Her face soon changed, though. After a small amount of time elapsed, the coin was able to gather up a vast amount of scary, wretched power. Moment Queen was able to detect in detail how much power was being amassed. If it kept on going, Han Sen could kill her. Have I finally outlived my usefulness? Has the time come for him to kill me? Is this the day? Is this how I am going to go out? Will my existence be snuffed out by this monetary monstrosity? Moment Queen's mind was riddled with such thoughts. But if Han Sen truly wanted to kill her, he'd only have to use his mind. Still, the thought remained. And the stronger the power in that coin became, the more her anxiety and nervousness grew. Pang! The coin flew towards Moment Queen like a golden arrow, as the dimension around it twisted with the flight. Moment Queen's face changed as she realized that the power in that coin could easily kill her. She had initially believed she could fake an injury and end the session prematurely. But when the coin flew, pretending an injury was off the table. If she wasn't outright killed, she'd at the very least be rendered a crippled mess. Moment Queen teleported a few hundred meters away. She believed she had managed to dodge the attack, but the coin's flight halted in midair. The coin twirled and twirled, as if trying to suck her back to it. Moment Queen tried her best to escape that power, but the coin had been brewing for so long, not even a king spirit with 9 of its gene locks open could escape such a thing. Seeing herself being drawn to the coin, she knew she'd be killed the moment she touched it. He really does want to kill me. Moment Queen then used her power to slow down everything around her. Then she sped herself up to attempt an escape. Unfortunately for her, even that was in vain. She was unable to escape the wretched suction the coin was producing. She was pulled towards it. Gotcha! Moment Queen felt as if a mountain had been dropped on top of her, and she felt all her bones break. The coin then disappeared. She felt the weight quickly vanish after that, too. She was alive, but she was now little more than a crumpled sack of crushed bones on the ground. Wow, why are you so weak? Han Sen squatted down near her and shook his head. Moment Queen was infuriated by what he had done. If she wasn't trying to be nice, she would have tried to dodge and escape whatever he attempted to do earlier. Now that he had the audacity to insult her, she was furious. I really should have practiced with the blue dinosaur. This was a waste of time, Han Sen said as he turned to leave. Moment Queen then managed to wheeze out a few words, saying, "Hold on. I'm not done yet. Moment Queen's bones had all been broken, but somehow, she was still able to stand upright. As she shakily got back up to her feet, Han Sen was more than surprised. It was as if time was going backwards, and the condition of her body was reverting to what it was before the coin ruined her. Her body was swiftly brought back to a good condition. If there was one power Han Sen was afraid of, it had to be time. Time and space were a freakish duo, but the former definitely made him the wariest. What it could achieve was both fascinating and frightening, and this was what Han Sen thought as he looked at Moment Queen now. Humans could control space, but not time. They were not technologically advanced enough for time manipulation. In the sanctuary, things were a little different, and time there could be controlled, or at the very least manipulated. Moment Queen had not opened as many gene locks as Han Sen had, but that didn't mean he was willing to underestimate her. Han Sen formed another coin between his fingers, but before he could do anything, Moment Queen had already teleported in front of him and delivered a punch. She used to be a noble figure, one of divinity and grace. She had been disgraced repeatedly by her service to Han Sen. The final straw was Han Sen's insult, following her broken body. She could not take it anymore. Moment Queen attacked Han Sen with all the power she had. She had to vent and release her pent-up frustration with him, but she didn't think he'd kill her for the act. He'd have to keep her around for moving the shelter, after all. Han Sen quickly used his phoenix techniques to avoid her thrashing. He knew he had avoided her, but in the next second, her wailing fists had become nothing but a blur. And somehow, she had managed to strike him in the stomach. Wow, why are you so weak? Moment Queen wore a cheeky smirk. Moment Queen's powers were different than Sky King's, that much was certain. If she battled against Sky King, he'd have been able to kill her in one hit, but doing so would be difficult. Her unique talents most certainly gave her the ability to punch above her weight class. That's the spirit, let's keep this going. Han Sen activated his Dongshuan Sutra and ran towards Moment Queen. Moment Queen twirled the dimension around them and got to fighting Han Sen. When it came to the manipulation of time, Moment Queen was in a league of her own. Even with a low amount of gene locks open, she was still frightening to compete with. Although she could not stop time, she could easily rewind the clock on her body and remove damage. She could speed up and slow down time, too, while giving her a separate flow to operate on. She was almost as good as Sky King in his ability of warping dimensions, despite the obvious gap in power that was between them. Han Sen thought she could speed up time to predict the immediate future and what attacks might come her way, too. If that was true, that was similar to the falsified Sky Sutra. Moment Queen was still weak, though. If her talent would eventually lead to that ability, there was still some time to go. The ability to speed up time was already quite the showcase of someone's power, and if Han Sen did not have Dongshuan aura, he'd have been unable to dodge. Moment Queen kept on flashing before him with unrivaled speed. Even Han Sen had to stay on his toes and remain sharp. But Moment Queen still kept missing him. He could see the dimension around her was being twisted as she went. I could hit him if I was just a little bit faster. Moment Queen was firing on all cylinders but was just falling short of what was necessary to smack him silly. Believing herself to be too slow was just a misconception, though. That being said, it did drive her to give it everything she had. If she was able to move as fast as Sky King, there was no doubt she'd be able to strike Han Sen however she wanted. But the Dongshuan aura was giving Han Sen the edge. By being able to predict her moves, he was evading her attacks before she even began executing them. Her speed wasn't quite the issue. At the very least, Han Sen was now able to gauge how much power Moment Queen had amassed in the time they had been apart and see how far she'd come. While he had been gone, she had managed to open 4 gene locks. Wanting to keep things fair, Han Sen made sure to only open 4 gene locks to compete, too. With things like this, their powers were rather even, and balance was what Han Sen wanted. He did everything he could to maintain the equal balance of the sparring session. From a spectator's point of view, all that could be seen were 2 wispy shadows brawling like mad in the martial hall. Now, Moment Queen discarded all attempts of maintaining a steady defense. She was now giving Han Sen all she had, with all her focus placed in an attacking stance. Unlike Han Sen, she could rewind. As such, Han Sen would have to be put on the defensive. I can be faster. I know I can. There was only one thing occupying Moment Queen's mind, and that was the thought of beating the smirk off Han Sen's ever-smug face. Whoosh! Moment Queen felt like a chain had just broken inside her. Her fifth gene lock had now been opened. Her entire body became a blur before Han Sen, and he could no longer see her fists coming. Then, he was quickly walloped in the chest. Yes, Moment Queen was tremendously overjoyed. Very good. Moment Queen thought of following up the attack with another, but she was taken aback to see Han Sen praise, congratulate, and clap for her. You have opened 5 gene locks. It seems to me as if you have many King Spirit Geno points. I think it is time we make good on that deal. Do you remember? Han Sen patted her on the shoulders and said, I get half. Moment Queen froze. Her excitement and happiness over managing to strike Han Sen had all vanished. Time King Spirit Geno point +1. Time King Spirit Geno point +1. Time King Spirit Geno point +1. Han Sen, seeing his Spirit Geno points increase, looked delightfully happy. Moment Queen wasn't feeling quite the same way, as could be imagined. She was fuming. She had managed to amass many Time Geno points, but they were incredibly difficult to come by. And now, to see half of them go to Han Sen, she felt as if her heart was physically bleeding. It looks like she managed to get herself a load of goodies in my absence. If she managed to open 5 gene locks, that means she must have received at least 500 self-Geno points. I doubt ordinary king spirits could achieve such a feat in such a small time frame, Han Sen thought, as he pondered Moment Queen's situation. It was a shame they had signed a contract, though. This meant she could not give him any more than 100 Geno points. If Moment Queen was the one who held the contract and owned Han Sen, then there'd be no limit. But, for obvious reasons, Han Sen wouldn't place himself under contract with her. And for the time being, 100 of such Geno points were more than enough. When Moment Queen looked at Han Sen next, there was a fire of murder in her eyes. Now that he had managed to obtain 100 Time King Spirit Geno points, Han Sen was able to start producing his own skill. The Dongshuan Sutra was able to simulate Sky King and Moment Queen's powers. But the Dongshuan Sutra had only 6 of its tiers open. There'd be a limit to the efficiency of his creation, and if he wasn't careful in the combination of those 2 volatile powers, there was a chance he could hurt himself. When Han Sen created Saving Money, it was a long and laborious job that took him many years to complete. Returning to the Alliance, Han Sen hopped onto Skynet. He wanted to increase his knowledge and learn all he could about space and time. He even consulted Bai Yishan about the subject. I focus on the human body. Space and time, well, that isn't exactly my forte. I suggest you go see Professor Long, he's an expert on the subject. Bai Yishan then provided Han Sen with a slip of paper, before going on to say, he holds lectures regarding hyper-Geno arts that deal with space and time, primarily. Han Sen filled out the application form, then Bai Yishan helped him fast-track the registration process. It was then that Han Sen realized Professor Long was the creator of hyperspace, a tidbit of knowledge that greatly amped up his excitement. Due to this class being private for members of the Saint Hall, it was held in their base. The knowledge to be shared there would undoubtedly be secret. As such, Han Sen had to travel to Lai Men planet. It was a great distance away from Roka planet, so to pass the time on the journey, Han Sen decided to practice combat in the virtual community. Are you Han Sen? Someone recognized him. Han Sen turned around to see a modern-looking couple, both of whom were in their 20s. The girl happily ran towards Han Sen, saying, "Can I just say how much I love you and Ji Yanran? Would it be boorish for me to request your signature? It'd be a pleasure." Han Sen smiled. "Here, on this sheet of paper. Could you address it to Little Lan?" The girl had quickly lifted a notebook out of her pocket. Han Sen wrote, "To cute Little Lan, Han Sen." The girl thanked him and quickly left. I didn't know I had female fans. Han Sen was pleased after this, so he trotted around with a spring in his step. But then, he overheard a conversation. "Why did you ask for his signature? You do know he cannot fight anymore, right?" The boyfriend told her. "So, I think he's a lovely person," the girl said. "Childish." The guy clearly didn't approve. Han Sen, hearing this, did not mind too much. He wasn't a saint, and he knew he couldn't get everyone to like him. Han Sen entered the holographic machine to practice combat and pass the time. Lai Men was on the outskirts of the Alliance's system, so it was going to take half a month of travel for him to reach it. A lot of that time was spent in virtual fighting. But Han Sen soon lost interest in it. Each fight was a cakewalk, and after winning every single match with the greatest of ease, he grew numb and bored. He wouldn't have spent time there if he had anything better to do. Just as Han Sen was going to go off and watch the news, he was matched with someone a little out of the ordinary. Han Sen was impressed by the fellow's name. Fourth person in the alliance, interesting. Han Sen smiled when he saw the tag. If it was something something number 1, Han Sen wouldn't have been impressed. This, though, gave the impression he wasn't someone who was talking nonsense. This person exuded a feel that was real. Let me just see how strong this person is. Han Sen chuckled to himself. Han Sen was in social matchmaking, but there were rankings in play. He would only be able to match up with others of the same level, so in this case, other surpassers. When Han Sen entered the arena, he did not hesitate to rush towards his opponent and unleash a flurry of attacks. When the dust settled, Han Sen was shocked at the result. The opponent had successfully blocked each of his strikes. This person had to be special, as no one else could block Han Sen's attacks like that. Han Sen spent the next 10 minutes on the offensive, but he was surprised to see his opponent successfully defend against every attack. Han Sen was surprised, and he thought to himself, this guy really is something. Han Sen's hands did not slow down, though. Instead, they just sped up. Fang Mingquan entered the virtual community and sent a message to Yuan Zufeng. Fang Mingquan had scheduled an interview with Yuan Zufeng, and despite the fact that they could only meet inside the virtual community, he had still been very excited for the occasion. Yuan Zufeng was a demigod teacher, and he was so well renowned, he had earned himself the title, Tutor of the Alliance. His primary field of teaching lay in hyper-geno arts. He hadn't created any hyper-geno arts himself, but he had formulated simpler varieties of some of the more complex ones that could be found. That way, those who weren't the brightest of bulbs could still participate, learn, and become stronger. Yuan Zufeng's influence was sprawling, and he had garnered a great deal of respect over the years. He was so well respected, he was given more credit than the original authors of hyper-geno arts themselves. Over the years, though, his services had aided countless people, so it wasn't undeserving. Fang Mingquan was proud and honored to have been given the opportunity to interview someone of such prestige. Fang Mingquan, however, was soon surprised. He received a reply to the message he had sent, and the answer was quite unexpected. I'm sorry, I am in a match, currently, I'll be available shortly. Fang Mingquan confirmed this in his online status, so without anything better to do, he decided to spectate. Fang Mingquan was quite curious over who the combatant was, who might have delayed him, and so he thought to himself, old Yuan is having a match against someone. Could it be another demigod? Could it be Zhou Donglai? Fang Mingquan looked to his opponent and noticed they had hidden their ID. Fang Mingquan knew every person of renown's ID, but without being able to see theirs now, he couldn't tell who Yuan Zufeng's opponent was. The image of the opponent's face had been obscured, as well. As such, all that Fang Mingquan could learn about that person was the shape of their body. As the two fought intensely, Fang Mingquan reclined and made himself comfortable. He noticed that Yuan Zufeng was being very defensive. Not that this came as a surprise. In fact, this was quite normal for Yuan Zufeng. When he joined matchmaking, he did so to teach. He never fought an opponent with the desire to win, he only did so to encounter individuals with strength and teach them. From the way Yuan Zufeng is defending, though, I can only suppose his opponent is of a lower tier, Fang Mingquan noticed. After a while of watching, a slow boiling shock began to alter his perception. Due to the fact he always watched matches and had developed great skills of analysis, he started to realize old Yuan's opponent's attacks were perfect. There was not a single flaw to witness in his abilities of combat. Before old Yuan, it was nearly impossible to remain perfect and flawless for a whole 5 minutes. Yuan Zufeng, although his outward demeanor would not suggest it, was even more surprised than Fang Mingquan was. He thought he could kick back and relax for a while, matchmaking quickly through a number of people before the interview. And with Yuan Zufeng's power, ending a fight when he wanted to shouldn't have been difficult. He had continued to defend against his manic opponent, in the hopes of spotting a flaw he could quickly exploit. There was still 15 minutes to go before the interview was supposed to start, though, so it wasn't as if he was late. Slowly, Yuan Zufeng's surprise turned to shock and a mild perspiration. He had difficulty believing how great and talented his opponent truly was. Fitness could always improve through the increase of geno points, no matter how they were obtained or consumed. A person's abilities in combat were something else entirely, though, and they had to be properly learned. The opponent was not making use of anything special, but he truly moved like water. He was like a ribbon of silk on a gentle breeze, moving delicately and without the single shadow of an error. Or perhaps he was more of a machine, programmed to perform a move with the precision and finesse of a computer, devoid of flaws or human mistakes. 20 minutes had elapsed, and Yuan Zufeng was unable to notice a single error. He was going to stop the fight, due to the timer ending soon, but his curiosity had gotten the better of him. He wanted to see how long his opponent would last before making a mistake. Mistakes were inevitable, and they were a fault of the human condition. Everyone made mistakes, but his opponent was clearly something special. Yuan Zufeng really wanted to see just how long his opponent would last. Han Sen did not know he was fighting a demigod, but it felt as if he was getting nowhere, and each strike made zero progress. So strong, Han Sen thought to himself. Easy wins had been boring him before this, though, and a good challenge was exactly what he had wanted. Yuan Zufeng was exciting him quite a bit. Yuan Zufeng's seemingly impenetrable defense was fascinating to Han Sen, and Han Sen wanted to see if he could eventually break it. Han Sen used everything he had learned to fight, making every inch of his body a deadly weapon. Fang Mingquan was still in awe. It was as if he were watching a visual, fighting textbook spring to life, with a rehearsed and choreographed fight that seemed too good to be true. The person on the offense and the person on the defense were both perfect in everything they sought to do. The skills and techniques performed weren't particularly special, but both of them together in perfect harmonious combat was strikingly unique and infinitely riveting to watch. It was a sheer spectacle to witness, no doubt. He had never seen anything like it. Every human's body was different. A strong, chunky body could not make use of soft and delicate skills. It was not uncommon to see muscular men fail to bend and weave with the finesse of someone who was thinner and thus more agile. Han Sen was an exception to this rule, though, it seemed. It didn't matter what skill Han Sen performed or which way he attacked, he was perfect. This was why Yuan Zufeng almost mistook him for a computer. The precision of his fighting was almost inhuman. As the march of time went on, so did Han Sen's ravenous barrage of attacks. His opponent was like a tumbler doll, refusing to fall over no matter how hard or how quickly Han Sen struck. Even while channeling all his powers of prediction, he simply couldn't find a way to knock him down. Han Sen was actually shocked by what was going on. Yuan Zufeng was just as shocked. They had been going at it like this for 1 hour, and Han Sen had yet to make a single misstep or produce a move that featured a flaw. Yuan Zufeng was reducing his own abilities to match with his opponent, but he was starting to worry. Yuan Zufeng was strong, but he was a human, after all. Even he could make a mistake after such a long, intense session that required absolute focus. And while he had been waiting for his opponent to make a mistake, he was starting to have the sneaking suspicion that this was what his opponent was waiting for, as well. They were both in on the game, waiting to see who would be the first to slip up. Yuan Zufeng no longer treated Han Sen like a junior. He fought as seriously as he could and took him as a real challenger. Yuan Zufeng was having to use every ounce of his power to stay strong, and he'd have to continue to do so if he wanted to emerge victorious. Fang Mingquan was in awe. It was only supposed to be a casual, social match. He never expected to watch a balls-to-the-wall, high-octane match such as this, given the circumstances. Amidst the dizzying array of skills consistently being cast, Fang Mingquan was only able to recognize around 1 in 10. And before he could finish blinking to acknowledge a skill, another flurry of attacks and defensive skills had been flung. Fang Mingquan knew his knowledge was lacking as he watched this battle between two hardcore elites. He was glad he had been recording the match, though. Once it was over, he'd be looking forward to a steady and studious rewatch. Although he couldn't fight very well himself, it was always an admirable trait of Fang Mingquan that his passion for combat never waned. It enthralled him, despite his lack of participation. The fight was frightening to watch, and it kept its spectators on the edge of their seats. It was one that required a constant, pinpoint precise usage of stamina and endurance to maintain a status quo that could collapse at any minuscule miscalculation. Any who were to watch it would know that, and it imbued the atmosphere with a feeling of dread and unease. One attack, followed by one defense, whoever made a mistake first would be the loser. After 3 hours, there was still no change. But Yuan Zufeng's gentle perspiration had turned to him full-on sweating bullets. This fight was no longer taxing on the body, it was exhausting to the mind. His opponent continued to show no sign of human emotion, and it continued its assault with the cold lethality of a machine built to destroy. Yuan Zufeng was starting to fear he'd be unable to keep up, and that he'd make a mistake any second now. Who is this man? Who can have such a vast amount of power and stamina? Yuan Zufeng thought to himself. He was well acquainted with many of the elites that populated the alliance, but his opponent was not someone he recognized. Rack his mind as he might, he just couldn't think of anyone who fit the bill. But he didn't think he was just some nobody, either. Anyone who possessed that much power must have some manner of renown. Fang Mingquan had been there, staring intently for the past 3 hours. He was as captivated as ever. Still, he was starting to feel exhausted, more so than the fighters that were actually engaged in the battle. And just as Fang Mingquan thought this fight would go on for another eternity and a day, an explosion sounded. Yuan Zufeng used his arms to block the incoming fist, but when the dust settled, he had lost. Impossible. He blocked the punch, but he lost. Fang Mingquan's face had twisted into an expression of utter disbelief. Seeing Yuan Zufeng's virtual body outside the battleground, Fang Mingquan had to immediately ask, "Old Yuan, did you encounter a glitch?" Old Yuan gave a wry smile and answered, "I lost." He is not only strong of body, grand power resides in every aspect of that person. He's powerful overall. Fang Mingquan wasn't entirely sure what he was being told. Old Yuan did not elaborate any further, though. Instead, he sent an invitation to his opponent, to request a meet. Who was your opponent? Do you know? Was he a demigod? Fang Mingquan believed his opponent had to be someone of a comparable level. Old Yuan smiled and admitted, "I don't know who he is, but believe me when I tell you that he is just a surpasser." A surpasser? Fang Mingquan was shocked, and he partially believed his ears had been fibbing. It was more than a surprise to hear a surpasser had beaten Old Yuan, even if he had weakened himself to compete. Fang Mingquan wished to say something more, but all of a sudden, the opponent arrived to greet them. "You are so strong. My name is Yuan Zufeng. Can we be friends so that we may compete again sometime?" Yuan Zufeng gave a gentle, heartfelt smile. Han Sen was surprised. He knew who Yuan Zufeng was, but he never expected that was the person he had spent the past 3 hours fighting against. "I appreciate your compliments." Han Sen then showed him his ID and name, then added him as a friend. Han Sen respected his elders a great deal, particularly those that had done great services for humanity in their time. Han Sen was not opposed to telling people he had healed, either. "You are Han Sen," Fang Mingquan unwittingly blasted, while Yuan Zufeng beside him was still deep in thought. It was shocking to see him there fighting like that, as many demigods had believed his condition to be beyond repair. Although they had never met before, Yuan Zufeng knew exactly who he was. "You are healed?" Yuan Zufeng asked, with visible surprise. "Almost." Han Sen smiled. He wished to say more, but all of a sudden, he disconnected from Skynet and disappeared. Warning! Warning! Universe is under attack. All passengers of Universe, please proceed to the evacuation terminal. The hologram disconnected and then all doors opened. From beyond, the blaring sounds of a siren raised everyone to their feet and incited panic. Boom! The ship called Universe was shaken, causing everything to be cast around in disarray. It was as if something had rammed the ship. Boom! 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 It kept going, as if a cannon was repeatedly firing at the ship. The ship was rattling and shaking like mad, as passengers scrambled in their attempts to reach the panic terminal. Fortunately, most of the people on board were humans with a good fitness level. They were unfazed and unshaken by the sudden bombardment from a hostile force. Before Han Sen could exit the hologram lobby, he saw the girl who had asked him for a signature make her way out alongside her boyfriend. They were both young, and neither of them was an evolver yet. Due to their inexperience, they struggled to maintain calm in the face of what had assuredly ruined their day. Han Sen approached them, wanting to guide them to safety. The panic terminal was the sturdiest location of the ship. It was designed for an event such as this, as it had been built to withstand the crumbling of the entire battleship and to deflect cannon fire that was aimed directly at it. It also served as a large evacuation pod. Their ship was now in the farthest reaches of the Alliance's system. It was on the outskirts of human-inhabited space, the edge of the bubble. It wasn't near the Shura, but it was a mostly uncharted, rarely visited pocket of the black. Interstellar pirates frequented such desolate strips of space, so this attack did not come as a complete surprise. The universe had to divert away from the course it had been following. If things continued, this could end poorly. If they were being attacked by pirates, they would probably be alright. Pirates were thieves, and if the universe was boarded, then they would only want to steal valuables. Han Sen had an ace up his sleeve, unbeknownst to everyone, though. He had the Black Beetle with him, and he could use that to slip into space and destroy the attackers with ease. Even the infamous pirate Minotaur only had 3-star-class ships. A threat such as that would be nothing for the Black Beetle. For now, though, Han Sen was going to cover the couple in their rush to safety. All of a sudden, an extra-large explosion struck the ship. A hole had formed in the hull, producing a large amount of suction, pulling everything out into space. Surpassers could not survive in space, only demigods. The couple were unable to grab a hold of anything to prevent themselves from being pulled out into the black. Hope of survival seemed bleak, and Han Sen witnessed the pain and realization of what was coming across their expressions. He was not willing to let them go. Han Sen went into the suck stream, donning armor and a wing beast soul to aid him. Then, he activated his 9 gene locks of the Blood Pulse Sutra. The couple, by this point, had been pulled outside the ship. They were sure death would come for them. And with the ship still moving, at the speed they were going, it seemed impossible for them to get back inside. They continued to flail in an attempt to grab a hold of something, but they couldn't. Out in space, their lives were now at the mercy of fate. But then, a red shadow with draconic wings flickered past their eyes. Amidst their shock at what had just occurred, they struggled to comprehend anything. But something familiar appeared directly before each of them. There was a hand, one for each of them to grab. They couldn't see who it was, but the arm seemed to be the only thing near enough to grab. So, they did. Boom. All of a sudden, it felt as if they had been wrapped up in the warm embrace of a friendly dragon. They heard the wings flap in their ears, and they watched as they were brought back into the safety of the ship. With the incredible speed they were traveling at, they were able to push through the suction that sought to keep them out. The couple could not believe what they were seeing. In a situation such as that, demigods were the likeliest people to risk life and limb going out into the black physically to save others. Surpassers were almost guaranteed to die. So, the person who saved them must have been incredibly powerful. The couple were shocked but honored to have been saved by someone with such strength. Han Sen held the couple tightly and continued flapping his wings to defy the vacuum. Then, Han Sen reached the controls for sealing the hull with an emergency panel and repressurized the room. He pushed the button. "Thank you so much." They both thanked Han Sen profusely. Han Sen put away his beast souls and then guided them to the panic terminal. At its entrance, he told them, "Get in there, it's not safe elsewhere." "It's you." The boy could hardly believe his eyes, recognizing his savior had been Han Sen. The girl's face was one of utter surprise, too. Han Sen didn't pay them any mind, though. He had been able to glimpse a lot when he allowed himself to be pulled out into space. There was an entire fleet of Shira ships outside. There were 2 that were star-class, amidst an armada of many others. And that was all Han Sen was able to see in his brief look outside. There had to be many more he hadn't been able to catch sight of. Han Sen now knew they weren't up against pirates. This was a proper military force, an entire arm of the Shira's military. A small passenger ship, such as the one they were on, had no hope of survival. If the Shira wanted to, they could blow up the universe any second. But what may have been stranger was what had prompted such an attack. It was strange for the Shira to attack so aggressively with a large military force, despite the uneasy establishment of a ceasefire. Why would they come for a small passenger ship such as that? When they attacked Universe, they had exposed themselves, though. Han Sen might have understood if they wanted to attack a large alliance fortress by surprise. But that element seemed to have been squandered, now that they had chosen to pepper the universe with a small amount of fire. The alliance was guaranteed to have heard what was going on by now, and the Shira were most likely aware of this. For that reason, there had to be something on the universe they desperately desired. After Han Sen took the couple to the panic terminal, the Shira ship started firing once more. This time, however, there were more misses than hits, and it gave them the uneasy feeling they were being issued a warning. If the Shira had been attacking for real, the universe wouldn't have lasted more than a second. "Little Lien, are you okay?" After entering the panic terminal, an old man grabbed the girl in worry. "Grandpa, I'm fine. Han Sen saved me and Ling Yuan both," the girl told him. The old man thanked Han Sen profusely, but Han Sen had more on his mind right now, and he didn't have the time to hang around and indulge any further social niceties. Understanding the situation better than anyone, he wanted to ask the captain what the ship was transporting in the cargo docks. Before Han Sen left, a person approached with a few more stragglers. This person was dressed in the uniform of a captain, and he said, "Old Shu, the Shira have us surrounded. I don't think the panic terminal was built to withstand the pounding of an armada's fire and take us to our proposed destination. We must proceed to the next step, asset denial. We will destroy the information." It was then that Han Sen noticed the old man was clutching an alloy box. It was fairly modern in its design, but it looked weathered and worn, as if it was a few decades old. Han Sen felt as if he had seen a similar box elsewhere. "No, this is irreplaceable," the old man pleaded, as his grip on the box tightened. "Old Shu, we cannot be saved. Hope is lost. All we can do now is make the most of our predicament by preventing the Shira from obtaining this item. I apologize, but this is how it must be." The captain gestured with his hand, prompting soldiers to come forward and try to seize the box. "I remember." Han Sen remembered where he had seen this box before. It was an old box, one whose trace could not even be found on Skynet. He had seen it in the sanctuary. When Han Sen first met Zero in the cave, he saw an identical box there, except it was broken. Looking at this box before him, Han Sen knew they had to be the same model. Han Sen also remembered he found a Geno solution and some information inside it. Han Sen never figured out what that information dictated, so he had it hidden. It was all coming back to him, now that he was seeing that box. If there was a connection between the two, Han Sen could not tell just yet. After all, the box itself wasn't particularly remarkable. Two of the soldiers were now directly in front of the old man, who had yet to flinch. His grip on the box only tightened. "Old Shu, I am sorry. You know I wouldn't let it come to this if there was another way." Another round of explosions echoed around the ship, prompting him to gesture for the soldiers to hurry. They both grabbed the old man and removed the box from his grasp. The old man looked very upset, but he didn't resist too much. A soldier tried to open the box but found out he was unable to. "Old Shu," the captain shouted. The old man then sighed, providing the soldier a keycard to open it. The soldier used it, and the box opened successfully. Han Sen looked at the now open box and was delivered quite the shock. Inside, there was a bottle. A bottle and information. The bottle was the same one Han Sen had found. The box is the same. The bottle is the same. No way the solution inside can be the same, can it? Han Sen thought to himself. The soldier opened the box and brought a punch down on the bottle with a fire-wreathed fist. Han Sen watched the events intensely. The soldier was a surpasser, and with a fire element attack, the box was sure to be destroyed. If Han Sen hadn't seen that bottle, he wouldn't have cared too much. But he wanted to learn more, so he ran before the soldier, blocked his fist, and grabbed the box himself. Pang! The hot flames came down on Han Sen's hand like a meteor that spewed lava, but he was undamaged. Everyone was shocked, and the rest of the ship's personnel all aimed their weapons at Han Sen, thinking he was a threat. "You are a traitor. You are working for the Shira?" the captain asked, with half a rhetorical tone. "I am Han Sen and my wife is Ji Yanran. Ji Ruijun is my father-in-law," Han Sen quickly stated, raising his hands in innocence. Han Sen didn't think the laser guns could hurt him too much, but he didn't want to risk having to fight humans. Being a relative of President Ji had its perks. When he said this, everyone stopped and lowered their guns. Then, they all pointed at Han Sen. "You are Han Sen?" the captain asked. "Yes," Han Sen answered. "Yes, he is Han Sen. And he just saved our lives," Shu Lan proclaimed. "Regardless of who you are, you cannot interfere with our task. It is imperative we stop this box and its contents from falling into enemy hands. We must destroy it," the captain exclaimed. Seeing the way the captain held himself, it didn't seem likely he'd care too much, even if Han Sen was the president's father. It was his task to destroy the box and its items, and he wasn't going to let anything get in the way of that. Boom! Another explosion sounded, as a wide hole was punched through the hull of the panic terminal. The Shira were going to board. The Shira that boarded the ship were all wearing the same armor. Aspects that often revealed their level, such as horns and faces, had been hidden. Only one of them stood out from the crowd. He was dressed in armor that was a far more glamorous and a far more intimidating sight. Presumably, this figure was the leader. The Shira in the front were holding energy shields. The humans inside all looked dismayed, thinking they were all to be killed by the ruthless Shira that had come for them. The captain gritted his teeth and fired his gun at the box which was still in Han Sen's possession. Han Sen knew he was going to do this, so he was quick to react and avoid the shot hitting its target. Pang! The laser beam hit the ground, forming a scorch mark. "If I give this to you, will you let me live?" Han Sen asked the Shira boss, holding the box up. Everyone was angered by this action, not expecting Han Sen, of all people, to betray them so casually. "Rebel scum, kill him, we cannot let that box fall into Shira possession." The captain issued the command without hesitation, prompting everyone to turn their weapons on Han Sen and attempt to gun him down. The lasers came at Han Sen like the passing of stars, but they did little to stop him. Han Sen was able to duck, dodge, bob, and weave his way around every shot. The Shira leader made a gesture, telling his shield-bearing men to provide him protection. Pang, pang, pang. The rest of the laser hits pinged off the energy shields. The power of the shots was not enough to break them. It was only just a passenger ship, after all. The most high-tech weaponry was not given to traditionally uneventful cruise personnel. Han Sen ran into the middle of the Shira horde, wanting to give the box to the leader. "I will give this to you if you spare my life," Han Sen said, with a trembling voice. The leader took the box from Han Sen with visible glee. Tracking down the box had caused them a lot of trouble and grief. It made them exuberantly happy to see a human hand deliver it for them. The leader did not care much for Han Sen, though. He thought the human looked young and weak. And with the humans wanting to kill Han Sen for real, he was able to tell this was not an act. The leader followed his instincts, which were telling him Han Sen genuinely wished to help, even if it was for his own benefit. He didn't think Han Sen harbored any malcontent. A pathetic human, the leader thought. But Han Sen had done him a service, after all. The leader accepted the box, but in the next moment, a copper dagger was plunged into the Shira's chest. Gotcha. The armor he wore was unable to provide an adequate defense against the power of that strike. A second later, Han Sen turned red, as wings sprouted from his back in a glorious display. In his hand, a copper dagger was clenched tightly. The leader threw a punch towards Han Sen's face with ferocious, terrible power. The Shira were powerful beings, and it usually took a lot more than a stab to stop them from being able to fight. The rest of the Shira then turned to fire at Han Sen. Han Sen didn't care too much about them, though. He dodged the punch and evaded every single laser. He ducked his head as one last laser whipped past his face. The soldier had only missed that shot because he didn't want to hit the leader. Han Sen pulled out Taya and drew back closer to the Shira leader. The Shira leader cared nothing for the wound he had suffered, and with the box in one hand, he threw a whole bunch of punches towards Han Sen with the other. Again, Han Sen was able to dodge the punches with relative ease, all the while avoiding the lasers blasting in his direction. With Taya in his left hand, Han Sen hopped and sliced it across the leader's throat. The leader was still standing, but only just. He wished for nothing more right now than to grab Han Sen by his neck and snap it. Han Sen spun around, dodging the feeble attempts of the dying leader, and continued to evade the laser fire. He went around the leader and cast Blood Pulse Sutra as he went. Taya returned to dig a trench across the other half of the leader's neck. In this time, the entire head left the quivering body. It went flying up into the sky, casting blood across the room as it went. Han Sen took the box back and kicked the headless body into the crowd that still sought to gun him down. This had all happened in a short amount of time, and the humans who were now watching barely had time to acknowledge what had transpired. They almost didn't realize Han Sen had spun a yarn to trick the leader and behead him. The moment Han Sen kicked the body, though, he disappeared from sight. The Shira were now in chaos. The blood of their leader had them at a loss, and they grimaced at how quickly the tables had turned. The captain was frozen when Han Sen reappeared. He flashed between being visible and invisible, as each reappearance coincided with a strike that brought several Shira soldiers down in a haze of blood and pained screams. The Shira that were still standing fired their weapons as they had been doing the entire time, but it was as if they were firing blanks. Despite the barrage of laser fire that was being cast each second, none of the shots were able to find their target. The panic terminal was blackened by the laser scorch marks. Han Sen was like the Reaper himself, come to make good on a quota that had fallen far behind. His harvest of Shira was grand, but terrifying to behold. One by one, Under Han Sen's sword scythe, the Shira fell and submitted to the cold clasp of death. The captain and Old Shu were not soldiers, but the men under their command were. They already had their guns out, firing at the Shira to aid Han Sen. "Get to cover or get down, we're lighting this place up," a soldier exclaimed at the top of his lungs, as he squeezed the trigger of his blaster. The captain, guards, and passengers all fell back and got to cover. The formation and planned tactics of the Shira had fallen to ruin within moments of letting Han Sen into the middle. They were in disarray, with no clue how to respond. It was utter anarchy. Han Sen slew a few more shieldbearers after killing the leader, resulting in a complete collapse of their immediate chain of command. They were headless chickens, and all they could think to do was to try to kill the man who had brought ruin to their plans. But Han Sen was like a ghost, and no matter what they tried to do, they could not hit him. More Shira soldiers came on board as backup, but they were just meat for the grinder. Han Sen thought to speed things up, so he summoned a copper knight and a stunning angel to join him in his running riot. The angel of death moved her hand, then soared into the midst of the soldiers, cleaving a bloody path as she went. She swung her greatsword as chunks of flesh and ribbons of entrails curtained and showered her as if in celebration of the feat. Disloyal Knight was no slouch, either. He used his halo to suppress the soldiers and make them move even slower. Han Sen left a few of the Shira soldiers behind for the other humans to deal with as he pushed forward with Taya to clear a path. There were many Shira soldiers waiting for him, but the corridors were narrow, and they couldn't respond very well to the threat that was bearing down on them. When the human soldiers finished up the final few Shira, they wanted to follow Han Sen. They took off after him, but when they turned the corner to look down the corridor Han Sen had gone, all they saw was a dim, red tunnel of death and destruction. The human soldiers were shocked and even disgusted by the ghastly sight of all the dead Shira that had been mercilessly slaughtered by Han Sen. "Who said this guy's a cripple?" the captain gasped. "This lad could very well be a demigod, but," Old Shu sighed. Everyone understood what he was going to say. No matter how strong Han Sen was, the Shira he was slaying were a fraction of the fleet at large. The ship was still surrounded by an armada and countless thousands of Shira. If the Shira didn't get what they wanted, universe was doomed. Not even Han Sen could survive in space, so they were still at a grave disadvantage. "I'll kill as many as I can," a soldier solemnly said. For as long as he drew breath, he wouldn't run. He would march into the maw of hell itself if it meant buying as much time as possible and bringing down a bunch of ox men with him. The two soldiers ran down the corridor, trampling the fallen Shira as they went. The floor was too littered to avoid this. When they turned the next corner, the same horrific sight greeted their eyes. The captain and passengers followed from behind, too. Ling Yuan felt like throwing up when he saw Han Sen's work. A stomach-churning mixture of fear and excitement spun in everyone's bowels as they treaded those murder halls. "Han Sen killed all these?" Ling Yuan asked. A man who he had not believed to be special had suddenly become a deity of death. He had killed a lot in a gruesome way, but Ling Yuan couldn't help but admire Han Sen for sticking it to the Shira. Old Shu said, "I have seen many strong surpassers in my time, but never before have I seen one wield this much power. If he doesn't get himself killed, he might very well become the second Godslayer." The captain gave a wry smile and said, "It's a crying shame he has to die with us lot, out here in the armpit of the system." "'Tis a crying shame." The two soldiers in the front moved forward in silence. They couldn't find Han Sen, but it was easy enough to follow what was left in his wake. A door eventually barred their passage. There was a window next to it, and when they looked through, they saw the boarding craft that had latched itself onto the universe through the hole they had punched through the hull. Han Sen was nowhere to be seen, though. "Where is he? Where did he go?" Shu Lan asked, as her eyes scoured the limited view the windows provided. "It is space out there. If you can't see him, I'm afraid." The soldier's grim suggestion faded without finishing, but everyone knew what he meant. "Look!" a passenger shouted from the observation deck. Everyone looked to where the passenger was pointing. They all went over to join him, since the radar was broken and they would have to use their eyes if they wished to know what was waiting for them outside in the black. That place was supposed to be a simple sightseeing platform. You could see nothing but a black screen from the outside, but from the inside, you could see everything. And what was transpiring out there was not what they had expected. Countless Shira ships were exploding like northern lights. The blooms of destruction spread like wildfire as Star-class ship after Star-class ship exploded. The weaker ships, such as the planet-class and satellite-class ships, were immediately disintegrated into nothing more than an ice-searing haze. The entire armada was crippled and destroyed, blown up like a glittery fireworks display. Like a supernova, the brightness saturated the sight of everything outside the windows. If the glass hadn't been designed to filter ultra-bright lights, they'd have all been blinded for sure. And while the glass might have filtered the light, it could not filter the shockwaves that soon followed. They rattled the ship, rocking it backwards and forwards, terrifying them all. Fortunately, they were at a distance where the shockwaves did not deal any lasting damage. One person fell over and hurt himself, but that was the extent of it. When the rocking had calmed down, and they all looked back outside, the armada was gone. Only wreckage and a vast amount of space debris were left behind. It was a graveyard now, and nothing more. What happened? The captain's head was bleeding as he struggled to stand up, looking out the window. No answer came, as everyone was too fixated on the sight of that destruction. Their minds had been numbed. Are we saved? Did the Alliance send in the cavalry? A woman asked. We are safe now, yes. But there is no cavalry, Old Shu said. Their radar had been broken, and they couldn't see any other ships, so they wondered what had occurred. All they could see out the window was a distant planet. If it was the Alliance that had destroyed the ships, there should have been a large-scale fight. Oh my days, what happened? God himself gave us a hand, didn't he? God punished his red-headed stepchildren, Mwahaha. That'll teach them to misbehave and threaten us, the favored creation. The passengers were overjoyed. They might not have understood what had happened, but the mere fact they were safe again gave them much relief and happiness. Even the captain couldn't stop smiling. Still, his eyes couldn't keep away from the window, as if they were searching for something. Sadly, though, all he could see was trash. Turning around to get the ship back in order and command the people on board, he then saw Han Sen standing in the corner with the box. Han Sen, box in hand, went to the command deck. All the soldiers saluted him. Han Sen did the same in return. He wasn't a soldier anymore, so it was a sign of massive respect for them to salute him in unison. Inside the command deck, the captain and Old Shu approached Han Sen. The rest of the personnel stood up in respect, too. The captain gave Han Sen a salute, prompting the rest to do so, as well. Even the young couple looked serious. Han Sen did not say a word. He merely returned the salute again. You saved us all, the captain excitedly said. I was just saving myself, Han Sen replied. Let us discuss this further in my office. The captain brought Han Sen to his office, while Old Shu followed from behind. Did you destroy the Shira fleet? The captain didn't want to beat around the bush, and he asked Han Sen directly. He could not see another reason why all the Shira ships were destroyed, so the logical conclusion was for it to have been Han Sen's doing. Of course, Han Sen was one person and he was alone. Even if he was to believe it was his doing, it'd be a mighty struggle. But with no other alternative explanations, who else's doing could it have been? Han Sen answered, You think too highly of me. Even if I was a demigod, I could not destroy a whole Shira fleet by myself. The captain thought he was right. Han Sen was just a human surpasser, after all. But still, it was too strange of an occurrence for him to write it off completely. Han Sen was annoyed, though. He drove the Black Beetle to the enemy and spent 5 purple crystals in nuking the fleet. The power was enough to wipe the entire army out of existence, and then some. Although Han Sen had many purple crystals, he couldn't get more whenever he wished. He had to be careful in their use. Brother Han, can you give that back to me? Old Shu asked as he pointed at the box. Han Sen placed the alloy box down on the table, but he wasn't giving it back. He said, You can have it back, but I almost died to save it. If you tell me what's inside, I'll give it back to you. The captain said, Old Shu, maybe it would be best if you told him. Old Shu said, Okay, since you saved my life. Old Shu accepted the alloy box and opened it. He then examined the bottle of some tincture. Han Sen only wanted to know what it might have been. He didn't actually want or need it. Old Shu said, Have you heard of Angel Gene Fluid? I am in charge of it. And my team and I created it. Well, not quite. I suppose it is more accurate to say I copied it. When Han Sen heard what Old Shu said, he was shocked. The Angel Gene Fluid the Zhao family had created was not their original creation, after all. It had been based on that vial of liquid. Angel Gene could never find out what the exact components of the solution were, so it was a bit of an enigma. Roughly, Angel Gene only understood 10% of the fluid in its entirety. Humans could not use the liquid itself. That much was certain. Consumption of the liquid would result in the consumer exploding, even if they were a strong surpasser. When Han Sen asked where the liquid came from, Old Shu told him it came from the grave of a Shira king. Shira kings can never catch a break from grave robbers, it seems. First, it was the falsified Sky Sutra, and now this. Han Sen mused over the elucidations he was receiving. Han Sen was happy he never used the liquid. Had he done so, he would have most assuredly died. There is no way Zero used it. She would have died if she had, wouldn't she? Then again, she seems able to switch between human and Shira. And this has been a trait of hers for a long time now, Han Sen thought. Shortly after the Shira had been destroyed, other ships of the Alliance were sent out for relief efforts and investigation. When they reached the universe, they saw it sitting beside a vast debris field. After boarding, they were more than surprised to see the countless Shira bodies cluttering the hallways of the ship. Furthermore, the personnel and passengers of the universe were only mildly injured. The death toll was firmly situated on the count of 0. Han Sen was brought in for questions, and he admitted the hand he had in slaying the leader and all the soldiers. But he feigned cluelessness as to why the entire armada had been destroyed. When the officers and soldiers heard the description of the events that transpired, though, their admiration for Han Sen was just like old times. The higher-tier officers looked at Han Sen like he was some kind of monster, but it was a fear driven by respect, and they knew he had done something magnificent. If it wasn't for Han Sen, everyone on the ship would have assuredly been killed or worse. To prevent from panicking the populace with the Shira threat, everyone on the universe had to be sworn to secrecy over the events that had transpired. They were even forced to sign an NDA. 4 days later, Han Sen resumed his journey to Lai Men planet via a different ship. The Alliance provided Han Sen with a Medal of Honor, whereas Angel Gene gifted him a lot of money. The rumors that Han Sen had been healed also spread. Stories were whispered amongst the populace, telling how he might have single-handedly wiped out a Shira general in the army it commanded. How? Didn't Luo Haitang say he could not be healed? Zhao 7, leader of Angel Gene, heard the news firsthand, due to him having a direct connection to the events that unfolded. I knew his story wasn't over. Men like him go out with a bang, not a bed-ridden whimper. Tang Junliu leapt for joy when he heard the news. People had many different reactions upon hearing the story. If Han Sen was able to kill a third-rank Shira general with ease, the recent quietness of the Alliance and the lack of wild tales from the Third God's Sanctuary would be over. He was back in business. Various officials of the Alliance spent time investigating why the fleet of Shira ships had been wiped out. Their suspicions of Han Sen's involvement did not linger, as it seemed incredibly unlikely one human was capable of doing all that. Han Sen received countless messages but only replied to those from the people he knew. He did this while continuing his journey to Lai Men planet. Ji Ruijun already knew Han Sen had been healed, but it never really concerned him much, as Han Sen wasn't one to involve himself in politics or dealings of the army. When Luo Haitang heard Han Sen had been healed, it didn't prompt too much concern and it didn't change anything, either. After all, he had now already selected Han Yan. A few days later, Han Sen arrived at Lai Men planet. Professor Long had already started his lectures, so Han Sen found himself joining in 2 days late. Han Sen already had a basic knowledge regarding the time and space elements, so it wasn't a struggle for him to catch up with what he had missed. And if there was something he didn't understand, he just asked the others for a recap. After Professor Long finished his lectures for the day, he gave Han Sen a personal call. "You are quite something, do you know that? Bai Yishan and Li Xinghua, those 2 weekend rivals, often talk to me about you. They just told me to give you a proper recap of what you missed, as a matter of fact. If you're interested in learning even more, perhaps you can come visit my lab, too. You may go there whenever you please," Professor Long said. Han Sen felt touched. He didn't expect Bai Yishan nor Li Xinghua to have known about his hold-up and to also ask Professor Long to help him with what he had missed. It was incredibly kind of them. After this, Han Sen spent his days in the lectures and his evenings in the lab. Professor Long was not a fighter. He was a genuine scientist, one well-versed in the workings of the universe, space, and time. His research was very different from Bai Yishan's and Li Xinghua's, and it was quite refreshing. Han Sen ended up learning a lot from him. Han Sen was not a researcher, so he couldn't help as much as he wanted to in the lab, but he still showed interest and tried to do what he could. Everything there was new for Han Sen, and he pictured himself as some sort of sponge, absorbing knowledge. 2 months passed, and all the while, Han Sen spent his days learning about time and space in the creation of a new hyper-geno art. Han Sen was able to simulate Moment Queen's energy flow, but so far, he could only speed up time and not slow it. Han Sen only had 100 Time King Spirit Geno points, unlike Moment Queen, who was born with a direct attunement to the element. Han Sen could only simulate a bit of Sky King's space energy flow, but it was enough to allow Han Sen to condense space without his opponent realizing what he was doing. It was not too dissimilar to the method used to travel across hyperspace, punching a hole through the fabric of the dimension and creating a shortcut. Of course, these two abilities only applied to Han Sen. They had no effect on others when used. Han Sen wanted a high-damage hyper-geno art, and he still would once this creation process was over. This was because his current creation did not inflict damage on an opponent. Han Sen kept on practicing these two abilities, trying to find a way in which he might be able to combine them. Speeding up time allowed Han Sen to move faster. Condensing the space in his proximity also made him quicker, in a certain sense. In the eyes of others, he'd be moving at a blistering speed that no one else could properly register. Han Sen was able to use these techniques to speed up and reduce the range he had to traverse to attack. Han Sen dwelled on the final results this hyper-geno art would yield, and how the finished product might look and feel like. The concept was promising, at the very least. After a day of work, the researchers all left. Han Sen remained, though, making use of the zero-G room to practice various time and space techniques. The more he practiced, the better he would get. That was true for everyone with everything. It was simple, but infinitely effective. Practicing was the only way to get a true grasp and understanding of something, and that was a universal truth. Han Sen practiced hard, working up a sweat. He didn't notice that Professor Long was outside the room, watching him. Professor Long was supposed to have already left for the day, but he had forgotten something in the lab. He saw some light in the zero-G chamber, so he thought to check it out. Professor Long nodded when he saw Han Sen. Professor Long had learned quite a bit about Han Sen, but he didn't understand why Bai Yishan and Li Xinghua liked him so much, up until now. It was because through Han Sen, they could see themselves when they were much younger. He was quiet, but he worked hard. He didn't get distracted easily, and he was all around very different than most young people. If Han Sen focused on research, there was no doubt he'd become an acclaimed researcher and garner great fame. He'd accomplish much, Professor Long believed. Professor Long was similar to Han Sen, so he admired him a lot, too. When Han Sen first arrived late, he saw how diligent he was in trying to catch up on what he had missed. For that reason, Professor Long was happy to extend an invitation for him to visit the lab and help. He was very satisfied with Han Sen's performance, and although Han Sen had a long while to go and much more to learn, Professor Long could see that a bright future awaited him. He'd walk away from the lab with much knowledge. Professor Long was going to leave Han Sen alone, but when he saw the way Han Sen moved, he was fascinated. As a professor who researched space and time, he noticed Han Sen was practicing space. Han Sen seemed able to take one step and travel 100 meters. It was like Han Sen had a warp drive installed in his body. He has talent with the element of space. Professor Long was surprised. Space talent was rare. Professor Long had 2 researchers with the space talent, but they were awful and ridiculously expensive to hire. To Professor Long, Han Sen's importance had greatly increased. Humans were not machines. Machines could use energy to travel and crack space. But this was a human, and Han Sen had just demonstrated the ability to travel in the manner of hyperspace. It was an action he performed with no technological aid. It was practically unheard of. Professor Long thought he was very good with the element of space. But that was a topic that Professor Long wasn't as well versed on, due to his inability to practice it. I cannot believe Han Sen has this much talent. Professor Long looked at Han Sen and licked his lips, as if he was a treasure he could never risk losing. Han Sen had no idea Professor Long was checking him out in such a manner. He wasn't in the sanctuary right now, so he did not have to pay attention to his immediate surroundings at all times like he normally would. He could relax and be a little more carefree when he was in the Alliance. Over the course of those 2 months, Han Sen continued practicing his teleportation and time adjustment techniques vigorously. Unfortunately, they remained separate, and he was unable to figure out a way to combine them. But on this evening, when he was done practicing with the space element, he turned his focus to time. When Professor Long saw this, his jaw dropped. His mind raced as he yelled to himself, "He has talent with both time and space." Professor Long felt as if he had just won the lottery. He smiled madly as he stared at Han Sen. "This is most wonderful." Professor Long watched Han Sen as if he were watching a naked woman. As Han Sen continued to practice, a sudden shiver ran down his spine. "Why am I covered in goosebumps? Did the temperature drop?" Han Sen then checked the thermostat, wanting to raise the temperature. Professor Long had never before seen a human with proficiency in both talents. And now, his mind was racing with all sorts of ideas of what he could with Han Sen. He was very excited. Professor Long was very excited, but he made sure not to alert Han Sen. He remained there watching, and only left when he saw the sweat-drenched Han Sen finish practicing. The next day, after Han Sen entered the lab, Professor Long called for him to come to his office. "Han Sen, my boy, research this for me, would you please? And then, hand me your reports when done," Professor Long said, handing Han Sen a task. "No problem. Is there anything else?" Han Sen asked. "No, but these are unfinished projects. Don't allow anyone else to see them. Go to room 507 to do the work, too." Professor Long then handed Han Sen a key card, before saying, "There you go." Seeing Han Sen walk away, Professor Long smiled. He knew people like Han Sen would be very attracted by such information and would invest time in learning it. But the classes were soon to come to an end, which worried Professor Long. There was only about a month left, so for now, he provided Han Sen the most important parts to see. A month is not enough time. If he can give me 10 years, 50 years, Professor Long said to himself, losing himself in deep thought. Han Sen went to room 507 as instructed. A lot of text and video had been included in the information he had been provided. Although Han Sen did not know too much about it, he still tried his best to understand. For a full grasp, he knew it'd take a long time, too. Han Sen had never learned something like this before, so he had to start slowly. He liked it, though, and despite the struggle, he never once felt bored or tired with the task. Han Sen was still being annoyed by his predicament with the hyper-geno art creation, as he still couldn't find a way to combine time and space. After reading this, though, he was very inspired. Han Sen thought Professor Long was something of a genius. In fact, he was a very creative man. Professor Long was focusing much of his thoughts on Han Sen now, and he greatly admired him. After he read the first round of notes he was given, Professor Long told Han Sen to skip the lessons so he could focus on the research instead. The lessons during the daytime dealt with time and space, and how it was associated with humans, so there was no real need for Han Sen to sit there and listen, anyway. Han Sen was delighted, and with the information he was provided, he knew there was a lot more to learn and a lot farther to go. He knew he was still dealing with the research on a very basic level, but it was a start. And that aside, it was much better than what he was doing before. After Han Sen's brain mutation, his memory and abilities of comprehension had become far better. But even so, there was still too much for even him to wrap his head around in such a short time frame. When the classes were all finished, Han Sen had only managed to go through 20% of the stuff. "Take it home and spend more time with it," Professor Long said when Han Sen came to return what he had done so far. "Can I, really?" Han Sen was like a happy child, hearing this. A lot of information and research breakthroughs were contained within, but many of them had been withheld from the public. "It's my private research. You can take it home, just keep a lid on it. Don't allow any leaks," Professor Long explained. This information was very important, but it was all hogwash to those who did not have a grasp on the elements of space and time. Han Sen never did research for money and fame, he just wanted results. He wanted an advancement of his self, not what surrounded him. After that, Han Sen accepted the information and returned home. He continued having trouble and restlessness over combining space and time into one hyper-geno art, but now the predicament had shifted a little. Before it was all about how he could combine them, now it was about which way he could combine them. Han Sen decided to read through everything he had been given first. After that, then he would decide how to combine the space and time properties. Due to there being no super creatures in the immediate vicinity, Han Sen didn't spend much time hunting. Instead, He took his time reading the information and learning. Before he finished, Moment Queen had at last managed to find Holy Sword Shelter. Bringing the humans to Holy Sword Shelter, Han Sen wondered what they'd all think once they saw Xianxia King. Xianxia King had not changed in Han Sen's absence, and he was still soaking in an unhealthy vat of human culture. He wore flip-flops, boxers, and a loose t-shirt. To go along with his aviator sunglasses, Xianxia King now had a straw hat. He was having another cookout it seemed, and as he charcoaled once fine slabs of meat, he wiggled his body, holding a beer in one hand. If Xianxia King did not have a good body shape, Han Sen would have believed him to be a psychotic butcherer. Strangely, Han Sen did not see any comics around him. So, he thought to himself, has he grown tired of comics and now just indulges himself in the art of barbecuing? Han Sen, sup, you're back. Xianxia King saw Han Sen and placed his arm around Han Sen's neck and shoulders. Swaying from side to side, he brought him over to sit. He then said, let me tell you something, you ain't going to believe show. I'm a freestyling mofo, in the way I made my own style. Can you believe it, bruv? This is a new style. Han Sen thought he might have created a new skill or something tangible and beneficial. Come take a look, this is my new product, so what you think? Xianxia King presented Han Sen with a book. A comic book. Did you draw this? Han Sen's eyes were wide open in a mixture of confusion and about 10 other emotions. I'm telling you, son. This gone, light the streets on fire. It's gonna sell like hotcakes. Xianxia King said, with much excitement. Han Sen was in a bit of a daze, and when he looked at the comic's name, it was called, Overbearing President Love Louvre. Han Sen looked at Xianxia King as if he was looking at some hideous monster. No wild super creature had ever rattled him as much as the spirit before him was now doing. He partially believed himself to be dreaming, thinking it to be utterly ridiculous for a king spirit to take up the hobby of drawing crude comics. Han Sen opened the comic, dubiously titled, Overbearing President Love Louvre, and began reading it. The art, to Xianxia King's credit, was wonderful. The protagonist of the comic was actually a fellow named Xianxia King, perhaps unsurprisingly. The spirit had obviously gone to great lengths in this self-admiring portrayal of himself. He was dressed up in similar attire to what he was now wearing, and wholeheartedly believed to be cool, and the opening panels had him surrounded by a number of voluptuously shaped women. Strangely, these women did not look human, though. Are these lady spirits? Han Sen asked, while pointing at them. They sure be king spirits, yo, Xianxia King said. Han Sen was actually rather surprised. He hadn't suspected a king spirit could look upon other king spirits in a horny way. My dope is targeted at the younger generation. But tell me, bruh, could ya help out a crib spirit of yours and help me release it on that thing you call Skynet? Xianxia King said. Han Sen helped him with the release, but did not want to associate himself with the comic. So, he made an account on Xianxia King's behalf. He was worried at what others might think of him if folks genuinely believed Han Sen was the one who drew it all. After that, Han Sen took Bauer back to Ghost Mountain. He believed remaining with Xianxia King any longer would drive him insane. Silver Fox had been gone ever since he received the Fox Life Geno Essence, so Han Sen also fancied trying to find him on Ghost Mountain. In the meantime, Han Sen led all the other humans out at Holy Sword Shelter, except for Queen. There were too many people crowding the underground shelter, and Han Sen wanted a bit more space. To scale Ghost Mountain, Han Sen rode atop Golden Growler and took Bauer with him. Strangely, the super creatures on Ghost Mountain were nowhere to be found. It seemed as if they had all disappeared. Han Sen traveled across the entirety of Ghost Mountain and confirmed this. Even the ones he had previously met were no longer around. What happened? Han Sen wondered. If there had been a great battle, surely there would have been signs. But it was as if they had all been abducted, vanished into thin air without leaving a trace behind. The blood-winged beasts were still there, but their king was gone. What happened? Han Sen had no idea what had taken place. Even if the king spirit shelter on the mountain had tried to expand to conquer and rule over its surrounding landscapes, there should have been signs of such a thing happening. But there were no clues to what had actually occurred. The landscape seemed to be the same as it was the first time Han Sen had been there. Han Sen continued traversing the slopes of the mountain, and just when he started to worry over the well-being of the silver fox, he saw a purple light illuminate the night sky. Han Sen tried to look over to where it originated, but it was too far for him to scan. So, he summoned his wings and decided to fly there. The purple light was a good distance away, and he had to leave the borders of Ghost Mountain completely to get to it. It was a purple mountain, and when he got to take a closer look, Han Sen was more than just shocked. Han Sen thought the mountain had simply gotten bigger due to his proximity to it. But when he stopped for a moment, and noticed that it continued to grow, he realized it was doing just that. The mountain was growing bigger. Han Sen never thought a mountain had the possibility of growing. It would have made sense if there was an earthquake currently raging, but there was no such thing. The lands all around were quiet, and it was just that one purple mountain rising out of the ground, becoming bigger and bigger. Han Sen didn't go any closer to it, as he figured himself to be too old to attempt something reckless. He was hovering above a field, so he could see everything well enough and did not have to go any closer to watch what was happening. Han Sen saw many small creatures emerge, all heading for the purple mountain. Then, he saw bigger creatures going that way. They were headed there with visible excitement. Han Sen tried to grab a snake he saw, but the snake dodged his grasp and looked angry. That was okay, though. The snake seemed fairly normal and of its own mind. It hadn't been possessed or tainted by some other phantom force or anything. If they're not under a spell, perhaps some treasure is enticing them there. Did Little Silver and the other super creatures of Ghost Mountain go that way, too? Han Sen mulled over the questions while staring at the purple mountain. Not thinking there to be any immediate danger, Han Sen flew closer. If there was treasure, he wanted it. At the very least, he could lend a hand to the silver fox if he needed it. With Han Sen's power having reached its current heights, he figured he could deal with any threat that presented itself to him. He had the ability to take on Emperor spirits, after all, so he reckoned he'd be fine. And as long as Han Sen did nothing to provoke the creatures, they'd probably be too focused on what they had come for to pay him any heed. They appeared to be very single-minded in their near-rabbit approach to the purple mountain. Han Sen saw wolves, ants, and birds heading for the area. The fact that none of the creatures appeared to be possessed was a relief to Han Sen. The purple mountain was further away than Han Sen initially believed it to be, and he hadn't quite realized how big it had become. And yet, it still wasn't done. It was continuing to grow, with no end to its development in sight. Han Sen was 10 miles away from its foothills, and as eerie as the scene was, its creepiness was aided by the fact it was silent the whole time. It rose from the ground in complete, utter quietness. He could view the mountain with fair clarity, and he could see what lay on its slopes. The purple light he had viewed earlier, though, was a projection of the clouds that now swirled around the growing landmass, hanging around it like a thick mist. The mountain was not in fact purple. It was black and green. Han Sen decided to follow the creatures on their way there, and that was when he noticed something even stranger. The creatures that could fly were not going up the mountain. They all stopped 200 meters away from the slopes, standing there. And it wasn't just them, either. The ground-based creatures stopped before ascending, too. They all just gathered like the audience to some spectacle that had yet to begin. As this transpired, the mountain continued to grow. The catalyst for that growth was still a complete mystery to Han Sen, so far. Han Sen decided to travel to the other side of the mountain and see if there were any other creatures there. He hoped he'd see the silver fox amongst them. On the other side, there was a wide abundance of different creatures. But to his great dismay, Han Sen was unable to spot the silver fox among them. Neither could Han Sen see any of the other creatures that disappeared from Ghost Mountain. The absence of the white snake was as much a mystery, as well. But as Han Sen reviewed this disappointment, he couldn't wallow in it for long. All of a sudden, he heard one of the beasts squeal. It was followed by the sound of a fierce strike. Then, silence drowned the scene once more. Han Sen heard these sounds emanate from the peak, but it was shrouded in a veil of mist. Thus, Han Sen's vision of whatever had occurred was obscured, and as loud as the sudden outburst was, it was over in an instant. Nothing else accompanied the two sharp sounds that rang out. No rustle, no movement, nothing. Is Silver Fox up there on the mountain, perhaps? Han Sen wondered. Han Sen scanned the remainder of the creatures at the bottom of the mountain and made sure there weren't any of the super creatures he was missing there. There wasn't a single one down there. Maybe Silver Fox really is up on top of the mountain. Han Sen guessed. After this short while of thought, the silence that re-nestled the land did not last. The thundering roars of explosions began to echo across the region, accompanied by the cries of creatures. The noise came from the peak again. But it only lasted for a few seconds, just as it had earlier. A sudden grand crescendo, fading into absolute nothingness. Han Sen had no clue where the silver fox might have been, and while he wondered, Bauer leapt off of Han Sen down onto the mountain ground. She turned to look at Han Sen and said, "Daddy, come." Han Sen, witnessing Bauer's fearless approach, decided to follow. There didn't seem to be any harm in doing so, after all. The purple light flickering mist that cloaked the top of the mountain was very thick, though. Bauer was hasty in her ascent, and she went into the mist without waiting for Han Sen. When she was inside, she could not be seen. Han Sen, seeing her disappear, quickly called out, "Slow down. We should go together." But Han Sen's face immediately turned ugly when he realized he could not hear what he had just spoken aloud. Han Sen quickly reactivated his Dongshuan aura. Aside from what his naked eyes could see, it was of little help. He couldn't sense Bauer's presence or anything. So he walked faster to try to reach her. Eventually, Bauer returned, coming out of the purple mist with a visible look of confusion. Han Sen picked her up and told her, "You should stick with me." But again, Han Sen could not hear himself speak those words. It was as if a noise-canceling dome had been established, circling the whole mountain. It was impossible for someone to make a noise, it appeared. Bauer could understand what Han Sen wished to speak, though, and then she said, "There is something here, but I cannot find it." Han Sen was shocked at his ability to understand her, also. It was as if he had heard what she said, even though he actually hadn't heard what she said. "What is it?" Han Sen asked. "Treasure," Bauer answered. "What treasure?" Han Sen's interest spiked, and he knew he had come to the right place. If Bauer said there was treasure, you could bet your bottom beast soul there would be. But Bauer shook her head then, strangely. She signaled she did not know what sort of treasure they'd be after. There was treasure, but its nature was a mystery even to her. Han Sen knew if she had seen the treasure, she wouldn't have come back with such an obvious look of confusion. Han Sen looked up towards the purple mist, and he noticed it was beginning to descend to swallow the rest of the mountain. From a slow roll, it quickly picked up like the ravenous tumble of an avalanche. It looked as if it wished to swallow the entire world below. When it passed the halfway point of the mountain, though, it slowed down. And when it reached Han Sen's position, it had resumed the gradual descent he had first witnessed. Han Sen did not sense anything coming from the mist. He could not detect the presence of any power benevolent or malevolent, and neither could his ordinary senses pick up anything. No sound had been heard in quite a while, either. As Han Sen observed this strange phenomenon, the noise started up again. It was a crude sound, one that made him picture the hewing of rocks. Each sound was accompanied by an angry roar. But then, it suddenly stopped again. It was as if an earplug had fallen out and hastily been replugged. Then, something came out of the mist. If there had been fighting up there, it could have been just a rock. But when Han Sen saw what tumbled out of the mist, he was quite shocked. It was not a rock that had tumbled down from out of the mist, it was a white ball. It looked like lobster meat. It did not look fleshy and scrumptious, though, it looked quite dry. But as random as its sudden appearance had been, Han Sen did not sense any danger stemming from it, and as he studied it, he re-evaluated his perception and thought it looked more like a circular chunk of mushroom. The whitish color was a little jaded, too. It was as round as a yoga ball, and when it came tumbling down, it bounced from rock to rock. Han Sen thought it changed color as it descended, too. But that was incorrect, as he later noticed it was just coated in splotches of blood. Quite disturbing. When the ball stopped moving, Han Sen fancied approaching it for a closer examination. He particularly wanted to see where the blood had come from. Before Han Sen could touch the blood, though, the ball moved away by its own volition. Han Sen was shocked by the sudden movement. He looked at the ball which had leapt away from him, but he could not notice anything special about it that might have prompted the sudden jump. The white ball was like any old, unremarkable object. It didn't appear to be something living, and after it moved away from Han Sen, it returned to a motionless state. Han Sen walked forward, and when he was at a distance where he was close enough to touch it, the ball rolled away again. Han Sen could not sense a life force stemming from the white ball, but it certainly behaved as if it was a living creature. The ball did not roll quickly, so Han Sen picked up the pace for his next attempt at touching it. But when Han Sen's speed increased, so too did the speed of the ball's attempt to escape. Bauer thought the ball was quite interesting, too. So, She leapt towards it with a crazy speed. When she almost touched the ball, the object was able to match her speed in an evasion. Bauer landed on the ground in a bad way, as her hat and sunglasses were dashed across some rocks. The ball then began to jump around Bauer. It didn't make any noise, but it behaved as if it was mocking her. Han Sen did not know why he felt that was what the ball was doing. But Bauer also seemed to believe that was what it was doing, and she became incredibly angry in response. She was furious. She jumped up and ran towards it like a pouncing tiger. Her speed was almost teleportation-like, and a match for Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode. But strangely, Bauer was still unable to catch the ball. It effortlessly matched her speed again and dodged her raging grab. The ball was quicker than the casting of a shadow. Missing this attempt did not hamper her desire to grab the ball, though. She quickly spun around and tried to get a hold of it once more. She jumped from rock to rock in an attempt to touch the ball, very much like an angered tiger that possessed wings. Han Sen was taken aback by what he was witnessing. Bauer was using his phoenix techniques. Han Sen had performed it in front of her many times, but he had never seen her train with it. For her to now just do it all of a sudden, it surprised him. Han Sen watched their play continue for a while. Many times over, Han Sen was able to confirm that Bauer was indeed using his phoenix techniques and original self-made modifications. Yet despite all her attempts, the ball was able to dodge her every single time. It was remarkably nimble, that was for certain. What is this thing? Han Sen wondered to himself. With a speed like that, it would have to be a super creature of sorts, assuming it was a creature. But despite repeated attempts at scanning the ball, he was still unable to pick up the trace of a life force. It had no eyes, nose, or orifices of any kind. Without a mouth, it couldn't have been a super creature. Bauer was getting frustrated with her inability to catch the playful ball, so she pulled out her mini gourd and pointed it at the ball. Then, she slapped the gourd. A scary power of suction swirled out towards the ball. At first, it helplessly succumbed to the suction and began to roll towards the gourd. But eventually, it seemed to find its grip and begin to effectively resist Bauer's terribly powerful gourd. The gourd was a most mighty weapon, and it had never failed before. Its suction conjured a vortex similar to a wheel, endlessly spinning. The ball, with its grip, was digging into the ground in a bid to resist. Deep skid marks were being left in its wake. Needless to say, Han Sen was flabbergasted. This was the first time Han Sen had ever witnessed the gourd struggle to nab a target. The gourd was unable to draw in the ball, but neither could the ball wholly escape. It was like a wheel fighting to get out of the mud or snow. Han Sen was met with an uneasy feeling in his stomach. If something was so powerful it could resist the gourd, he knew he'd have to be more wary and not behave so playfully with it. So he drew his phoenix sword and activated his 9 gene locks. The sword was dyed red, and then Han Sen swung it at the ball. The ball couldn't afford to loosen its grip and avoid the strike, so the sword found its target. But when the sword met the ball, Han Sen felt something wasn't quite right. Han Sen felt as if the phoenix sword had come down on rubber. It was a deep strike, but the sword eventually gave into the cushion and bounced backwards. And with the force Han Sen had put into that strike, it made him fall back more than a few steps. Han Sen pulled out Taya this time and tried to deliver a number of smaller strikes instead. He unleashed a flurry of manic hits, not willing to give the ball a single moment of reprieve. When the ball first rolled down the hill, it had done so soaked in blood. Now, the blood was all gone. Han Sen noticed the ball had absorbed the blood. With double fly, Han Sen laid into the ball. He didn't want to invoke its ire and then let it go free, so he had to put his back into it and do his best to end the ball's life now. But despite exhausting all his strength, Han Sen was unable to damage the white ball. His swords and strikes continued to bounce back, having left no damage on the ball's rubber-like skin. With his 9 gene locks open, Phoenix Sword and Taya akimbo, Han Sen did all he could. Under the force of such power, most super creatures would have been laid to waste already. Han Sen couldn't fathom what sort of creature he was now faced with. Its skin made for the best defense possible. Han Sen decided to put his swords away and watch while the ball tried to scramble away from Bauer's Dyson gourd. When he looked at Bauer, she actually appeared to be sweating. It seemed as if using the gourd cost her energy, and using it for a long time was taxing. But Bauer did not want to let the ball go free. She insisted on capturing it, and she seemed determined not to let it get away. Since there was no one else around, Han Sen summoned a coin and let the numbers on it tick upwards. "Let's see how well you resist such lavish expenditure," Han Sen mocked. Baoer's hands were trembling by this point, and when the coin count reached 9, Han Sen released the power and fired the coin at the white ball. A saving money coin, with the power of 9, hit the white ball with the weight of mountains. It seemed to be quite effective, too, because it flattened the white ball like a deflating balloon. Baoer pulled the gourd away and immediately went to sit down, gasping. The ball had been crushed in place. It could not move, it had been crippled, but it had been able to resist the weight and not get blown up. After a short while, though, it returned to normal. Han Sen was shocked, to say the least. The coin had reached 9, and he was certain it'd be enough to do something more than temporarily restrain the spherical fiend. But with the coin still firmly in place on the ball's surface, it remained unharmed. The ball did roll much slower now, though, so there was that. If it was once a cruising supercar, it was now Granddad's rusty lawnmower. Han Sen felt relieved that the coin was able to do something, at least. It didn't kill or grievously damage the ball, but it was enough to practically cripple it. Saving money still has its uses, I suppose. Han Sen snapped his fingers and summoned a coinfall on top of the ball, then. A short while later, the entire ball had been given a new coat. It was like a golden orb now, without an inch of its body free from the oppressive weight of a coin. Baoer saw the ball in place, stuck. Then, she ran up to it and kicked it. The ball was completely unable to move now. It was still as tough as ever, though, and there was no sign it was going to buckle under the weight and allow itself to be crushed. The nature of the ball still perplexed Han Sen. If it was a super creature, and it had just endured so much painful treatment, it should have at least tried to fight back. Strangely, the ball was as docile as ever, but Han Sen wasn't quite willing to believe it was just an object, either. Han Sen approached the ball and examined it with greater curiosity. It was an enigma he really wanted to figure out. Baoer leapt onto the white ball and continued to kick it for the runaround she had endured earlier. But eventually, the ball became bouncy again. Baoer summoned the mini gourd once more and attempted to absorb it. But right after she took aim, and before she could fire, the ball seemed to quiver and shake as if it was afraid. Han Sen still had no clue what the thing was, and if there was a chance it could turn sour and attack, he had no qualms with letting Baoer suck it into her gourd. Suddenly, though, before more could be revealed, the sound of a kacha was heard. It was the ball, and it was starting to crack. Han Sen knew it wasn't because of the coins, though. The crack was a straight line through the middle, all around it. The crack also originated from the bottom, and Han Sen couldn't quite see what was emerging just yet. But regardless of what it was, he at least now understood that the ball was hollow. Something was inside it and looking to get out. The once tormenting, violent father and daughter had become as scared as kitty cats. Baoer leapt into Han Sen's arms, wondering what would happen next with an equal mix of fear and curiosity. Han Sen was alert. If this had been a super creature egg this entire time, something most fearsome must reside within. Both of them stared at the crack, and soon after, something emerged. When that thing came out, their eyes grew wider. When it wholly emerged, it looked at Han Sen and Baoer and roared at them fiercely. Roar! What emerged from the white ball was a creature, one that was as small as a snowball. It was a furry little thing, and it wasn't too different from a Pomeranian puppy, in terms of its appearance. The plush snowball looked at Han Sen and barked with a rage. Woof, woof, woof. Han Sen and Baoer looked at each other, and then looked back at the creature. With a sudden awkward smile, they ran towards it to feign friendliness. It seemed as if the white ball was indeed an egg, and it had given birth to the creature. And if that was the case, the creature wouldn't be too strong to resist a quick kill. Han Sen leapt forward to grab it with all his strength. The snowball did not attempt to move at first, though. It did not seem afraid of Han Sen and Baoer's sudden approach. But seeing the looming hands jerk forward to try to grab it, the creature howled and made its coat of fur shine with a bright white light that flashbanged the two. Then, it felt as if they both walked into something plush. It was directly in front of them, and Han Sen could not push it away. And when he fell backwards in response, he felt something else barring his passage. All of a sudden, he started to spin and whirl as if he had been thrown into an active washing machine. Holy smokes, Han Sen understood what had happened. He and Baoer had switched place with the fluffy fiend, and it was them who were now stuck inside a white ball. Of course, Han Sen was much taller, and the white ball was much larger to accommodate his size. Pang, pang, pang. Han Sen struck the plush flesh of its composure with Taya, but he could not break through. His hits were met with the same reactions as before, and he'd bounce away each time. Stop, stop, stop. Han Sen held Bauer and told her to stop moving and jumping about, as he was starting to feel dizzy. So, this is the white ball. And it can trap others inside, can it? Han Sen pondered his predicament and tried to think of a way in which he might escape the trap. Han Sen heard barking outside, and then, the ball started to roll. It was a movement influenced by an exterior force. The snowball was kicking the white ball. Pang. Eventually, they rolled into something hard. But they quickly resumed rolling again. They went all about the place as if they were inside a pinball machine, and Han Sen got so dizzy and off balance, he wanted to throw up. You think this is a ball for your own enjoyment? Han Sen shouted. Then he summoned a heap of coins, which filled up half the ball. When the snowball tried to kick the ball again, it didn't work. Han Sen in his stomach felt much relief. His fitness aided his fortitude and balance, and his ability to withstand dizziness was supremely high. And yet, even so, that was a roller coaster for his organs. It was an insufferable torment. Bauer waved her fists next, trying to punch the ball. But her delicate hands were thrown back each time, due to the sturdy but plush material that composed the shell. Fortunately, being inside the white ball isn't helping us deal damage to it. At least, I am not physically hurt. Han Sen took solace in that one fact. Suddenly, the ball began to spin again. Han Sen tried to use the tumbler theory to help stabilize the ball's motion, but it seemed the snowball was aware of what Han Sen was trying to do. The blighter kept on pushing the ball, and in response, the ball rolled as it had earlier. Nothing Han Sen could do seemed to stop it, and so he had to think of a way in which he might get out. A difficult task, given the mind-rattling circumstances. A coin with the number 9 could not break the ball, and neither could any move he tried to perform with his phoenix sword. Regardless of past failures, Han Sen thought it best to try saving money again, but with even more power. He wondered if, from the inside, he could shoot and break it. So, Han Sen performed it. The number on the summoned coin began to rise without issue. I just need more numbers to break it, surely, Han Sen thought to himself. Bauer was in support of Han Sen's decision, so she took a step back and waited for Han Sen to perform the move. She was eager to be released and free, so she could beat up the troublesome snowball. The snowball then started pushing the ball again, pushing up towards the purple light. The creature didn't physically shove the ball, though. It was as if the ball had a mind of its own, one that made sure to walk forward and follow the snowball. A little while later, Snowball brought it over to a cliffside. It was going to drop the ball and watch it fall. At the bottom of the cliff was a pool, and a fierce creature lurked in its depths. The fall would be a long one, as the height they were at was not trivial. If you were to stand there and look down, you wouldn't even be able to tell what the creature in the pool looked like. All you'd see was a dark shadow beneath the water. The snowball approached the cliff and then looked down with much excitement. It kicked a couple of rocks down to amp up the anticipation. When the rocks hit the water, bubbles and steam arose as the stones were melted. The snowball fell back a bit, allowing the ball to roll forward and tumble off the cliff. It then began its descent down towards the pool. The snowball wagged its tail and paws, as if it was saying farewell to the ball's occupants. Inside the ball, Han Sen's coin had reached the brightness of a star. The number read 16, and Han Sen's entire body gleamed with a red power. Even Han Sen had trouble containing all that power. It may have all resided in the coin, but it was the body that was spent. If the coin's power was too much, Han Sen's body would feel a strain and pressure to maintain the figure of power. 16. That should do it. Han Sen gave the coin one last glance before firing it. Then, he let it loose. There were already a lot of coins on the bottom of the ball, so by firing this, Han Sen thought he could break the ball. Snowball stood atop the cliff, watching the white ball tumble off. It smiled, thinking of the gruesome demise that would await those inside it once they reached the bottom. But just as the ball started to drop, something from the inside began to stretch it. The force inside the ball was warping its shape and composure. The white ball was not broken, but the power was enough for the entire thing to defy gravity and shoot back up into the skies with the speed of a freshly launched cannonball. It soared upwards, far above where it had been previously. The snowball watched the ball rocket up, and as it looked, its eyes sank and became sullen. Its face turned morbid. They had been on a cliff that skirted a long drop at the center of the mountain. There was a canopy above it, with a hole inside. What was above couldn't be seen. Snowball leapt onto the skyward ball and jumped on it, hoping to change its trajectory and make it fall again. But the power of the coin was too much to defy, and the ball was still heading upwards towards the hole. When the snowball saw it becoming alarmingly close to the black hole, it looked shocked. And then, before the creature knew it, the ball was plugged inside the black hole. Han Sen was shocked, as well. The power of the 16-numbered coin had stretched and deformed the ball, but it had not been able to break it. After a while, Han Sen felt the ball hit something. And then, the ball began to spin. Han Sen held Bauer to keep her steady. The ball was like a bouncy ball, and after a while, it stopped. Then, they both heard a noise. A strange noise sounded, as if something had stepped across the ball. Unfortunately, Han Sen had been stripped of his ability to use the Dongshuan aura for now, so he could not tell what it was. Outside the ball was a cave. There were many cream-colored eggs inside it. When the ball entered, it had crushed countless numbers of them. The juicy innards of the eggs had been spilled everywhere. The cave was messed up, and Snowball stood near the ball. It was frozen. The Snowball looked at the ball and the smashed eggs, then simply decided to run. But just as it reached the exit, it was stopped once more. A big, lumbering shadow drowned it in darkness. A giant black snake had appeared. The snake was not an ordinary one. To go along with its black scales, it possessed a black horn and black wings. It did not have any claws or talons despite looking like a dragon, but it did have massive, poisonous teeth. They were curved, and the look of them alone was enough to skewer a person to death with fright. The snake watched the Snowball shiver and shake. As it trembled in fear, the Snowball pointed towards the white ball and barked. It wanted to protest its innocence and indicate that it had nothing to do with the destroyed eggs. The big snake was cruel and unforgiving, and all parties involved were responsible. It lunged forward and tried to snap the Snowball with its wretched maw. The Snowball was shocked. It emitted a flash and trapped itself inside a white ball. The snake bit into the white ball that had suddenly surrounded the intruder, and tried to break it with its fierce teeth. The teeth dug their way into the plush skin of the white ball fairly deeply, but they were unable to pierce through. But with this bite, the teeth expelled a corrosive substance. It was its lethal venom, and it dyed most of the white ball black. Pang! Where the ball had been dyed black, it shriveled and melted away. The Snowball fell out of the broken ball like a marble, and it unwittingly rolled into a few more of the eggs and broke them. The little blighter looked even paler when it noticed that it was drenched in egg yolk. It tried to force a smile as the snake bore down on it. There was only one thing left for it to do. It turned heel and fled, with the snake behind it in hot pursuit. The Snowball's speed was incredible, but the snake was even faster. Whenever the Snowball looked likely to meet the snake's teeth, it would wrap itself up in another white ball. But each time this occurred, the snake bit into it and broke the ball with its venom. The snake's poison was the Snowball's most feared substance. The balls it conjured could not be broken through pure strength, but only with poison. The Snowball kept on running, smashing straight through the eggs without a care if it meant it'd have an easier time escaping the snake. The Snowball relied on the ball to stay alive, but its performance eventually became sluggish. It moved slower each time a ball was summoned and subsequently broken. The Snowball kept on running, and when it saw the ball that had trapped Han Sen and Bauer, it ran towards them. When the Snowball was just 1 meter away from the ball, its body flashed. A bright white flashbang was emitted, and it caused the white ball to crack. Han Sen and Bauer had heard a lot of movement taking place outside. They had heard a lot of things breaking, and what stood out to them most was a fear-stricken bark produced by the Snowball itself. An explosion then sounded, like the popping of a balloon but much, much louder. Is this ball breaking? Is it going to open? Han Sen guessed. If a creature was breaking the ball, Han Sen wondered what incredible strength the creature must possess. And while Han Sen was lost in thought, he heard a gotcha sound. Swiftly following this, the white ball of his imprisonment opened like the unfolding of a lotus flower. Han Sen and Bauer saw the Snowball approach them, but before they could react, the snake was right there along with it. It had a giant mouth with wretched fangs. Its mere breath was pungent enough to slay unsuspecting victims, Han Sen reckoned. And as it loomed over them, it looked ready to swallow them all in one mouthful. Han Sen's reactions were quick, though. So, grabbing Bauer, he jumped away with a mighty spring from his muscular legs. Gotcha! Han Sen and Baoer's jump landed them in a patch of eggs. Needless to say, many more of them were crushed. It didn't seem as if the snake could get any angrier, but it did. As the snake wildly thrashed and lunged, Han Sen used his phoenix techniques to dodge. And whenever the opportunity arose, he threw a slash or two back at it with his phoenix sword. Its scales were hardy, though, and each of Han Sen's strikes was no greater than a scrape that produced a number of sparks. Fortunately, it wasn't as tough as the white ball Han Sen had just been trapped inside, and the sword left behind visible scratches. The attacks made the snake rage even more, though. Now, it was unleashing a strange beam of light. Han Sen did not know what the beam of light was, but he wasn't keen on finding out. Instead of attempting a block, he avoided it. Then, he sped up time. Han Sen still hadn't been able to formulate a way in which he could combine space and time, but he could make use of them individually. Given the circumstances, speeding up time was the best choice for the situation. Han Sen dodged the light successfully, but the weirdest thing happened. The light itself looked alive, and it followed Han Sen in his evasion. And as it came for him, the snake slithered up behind Han Sen to attack his back. As Han Sen peered into that light, he thought he could see something inside it. There was a figure, but it was carried and cloaked by a black smoke that swirled as the light moved. As the snake came for Han Sen, the snowball ran to the cave's exit and laughed at the two it had left to a grisly fate. But when the snowball turned around to leave, the snake's tail whipped it back inside the cave. The snowball's body was not half as strong as the ball. After it was whacked into a wall, its mouth spilled blood. Han Sen knew the snake would kill them all in that cave if things didn't get any better. And a strange thought nagged at the back of his mind. If the eggs all belonged to the snake, why would it attack in the first place? They had destroyed a lot of the eggs, but as the snake madly thrashed and struck at them, it was definitely destroying many more. Even if it was cruel enough to attack its babies, Han Sen had crushed a lot of them and not received any announcements. Han Sen thought there was more to the situation, and the eggs, than met the eye. The snake continued to go after him, but the light had changed target and gone towards the snowball. The snowball turned into a white ball to protect itself again. Inside the white ball, the snowball's speed was much faster, in addition to the grand amount of protection it was granted. The snake knew it was hiding, though. So, it left Han Sen for a moment so it could bite the ball. The poison broke it, resulting in the snowball limply falling out again. Han Sen was shocked, seeing this. His 16-coin power was not as strong as the snake's bite, it seemed. But when he looked closer, Han Sen acknowledged it was not the sharpness of the teeth and power of the bite that ruined the white ball, but the venom. After the snowball's white ball was bitten and the furry fiend rolled out, it was then hit by the light that was still chasing after it. It approached slow and eerily, but the attack it actually delivered was like a missile. Something inside the black smoke hit the snowball, and when the black smoke dissipated for a moment, he saw that the smoke had hidden a transparent orb. It was roughly the size of a fist, and transparent like the most perfect of untarnished crystals. It was difficult to imagine such a dirty mouth could produce something so clean. The crystal looked pure, but when it hit the snowball, it was like the creature's fur was instantly melted. The snowball formed another white ball in a bid to block the freakish orb, but it didn't help. The orb struck the white ball and produced a hole inside it. The crystal orb can't be the snake's weapon, can it? Is that its gear? Is that the treasure? Han Sen gasped in shock. The snake clearly did not want him to watch this, so when the snake's beady eyes met with Han Sen's greedy gaze, it lashed its tail towards him. Han Sen knew the power of the snake was something supreme, so he dodged the tail and summoned Disloyal Knight and his little angel. And then, Han Sen summoned a bunch of coins to suppress the snake. It was covered in them, resulting in it having to move at a much slower pace. The venom was very bad for the white ball-creating cretin, but it wasn't as much as a threat for Han Sen. The snake was just another, run-of-the-mill super creature to Han Sen. The Disloyal Knight used its halo to reduce the snake's speed even more. The little angel flapped her wings after this and delivered a grand slash across the snake's head as she flew past it. The reptile gushed blood in response. Han Sen then used his phoenix sword to add more damage to the wound the little angel had created. Roar! The snake started to thrash and rage all around, with violent shakes that sent Han Sen flying away. The phoenix sword was pulled out, resulting in an even greater cascade of blood. The snake lost its composure and bashed the cavern wall, shaking the entire mountain. Super creature ghost toxic Kai killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. When the little angel delivered one last strike to the snake's head, the announcement rang inside Han Sen's head. The snake's body decomposed, leaving a black life geno essence behind. Han Sen took it and placed it in his pocket. Then he walked forward. The crystal ball had incinerated all the hair across the snowball's body, but it stopped torturing the creature when little angel finished off the snake. If it hadn't, the snowball would have surely have been killed. Seeing Han Sen approach victorious, the snowball summoned another white ball for protection and tried to leg it out of there. The ball moved slowly, though, and Han Sen was quick to step on it. Han Sen slashed the ball, but it did not break. It looked like the ball was just as strong, despite the fact that the creature that summoned it had been hurt. But given the reduced movement speed, at least that was dependent on the host. Han Sen picked up the crystal ball that now lay on the ground, motionless. It must have been the treasure ghost toxic Kai had created. It looked like a fine, pure crystal, but it continued to produce a black smoke. Han Sen put his energy into the orb, and when he did, a strange connection was established. He was now able to control it. Han Sen commanded it to move over to the white ball. It did, and when it landed on top of the white ball, it produced a neat puncture. The snowball tried to flee again, but Bauer stopped it this time. Han Sen picked up a number of dry branches that were scattered about the cave, put them together and started a fire. Then, he boiled a pot of hot water. The snowball was tied up next to it. Han Sen was going to wash it and then spit roast it later. Bauer watched the snowball as Han Sen took the time to investigate the curious snake eggs. There were so many eggs there, and there was no doubt in Han Sen's mind that Ghost Toxic Kai would have been the undisputed king of the third god's sanctuary if even half of those eggs could have resulted in the birth of a super creature. But those eggs, no matter how many were destroyed, did not provide Han Sen an announcement. Han Sen picked up another one and crushed it, to a dismal silence. He did, however, detect a weak life force within. Han Sen had no clues what they were, so he summoned Dragon King and asked him. Perhaps he could elucidate a few things. It had been a while since Han Sen consulted him, so the first thing Dragon King said was, "It was a mistake. I will never be so presumptuous ever again. Look at this. What is it?" Han Sen did not care too much for what he had just been told. Dragon King examined the eggs that were all around. He moved up to them and examined them closely. He looked happy, and he said, "These are super creature eggs." Super creature eggs, but killing them provided me with no announcement, Han Sen said. Dragon King explained, "Well, most of them are just dummy eggs." "What is a dummy egg?" Han Sen asked. Super creatures don't just spit out babies all in the same way. Many creatures birth them in different ways, and their nesting protocols and habits differ, too. Super creatures can produce a lot of eggs, but not all of them bear life. Usually, just one egg can absorb an essence and become a proper super creature. The rest of the produced eggs are pretty much just food, all for the super creature when it is born. In their abundance, they can also hide the proper super creature egg before it is born. Hence, the term, dummy. Dragon King paused for a moment, and then went on to say, somewhere in here, is a super creature egg. I can't believe you have gone to such great lengths, all for little old me. What is this creature, may I ask? Han Sen did not respond to that, but he asked, how do I tell which is the proper super creature egg? Well, that can be difficult. It can look exactly the same as the dummy eggs, but super creatures who don't appreciate the concept of hiding in plain sight tend to keep them in a special place. Dragon King then started to fly around in search of it, but Dragon King, after a lengthy search, was unable to find it. The cave was a mess. Did the proper egg find itself scrambled in the midst of the fight earlier? Dragon King asked. If it was, it shouldn't be difficult to find. Han Sen smiled. How? Dragon King asked. Han Sen raised a coin and broke one egg, saying, we'll find out when I get the announcement. Han Sen then raised his hand, ready to produce more coins and destroy more eggs. Dragon King started flying around trying to cover the eggs like a concerned mother, pleading, no. No, no, I'll find a way. Such needless destruction is so needless. Woof, woof, woof. The fluffy snowball started to bark. Han Sen looked at it, and it seemed as if the creature had something to add to their discussion. Bauer had a whip, and she lashed it. But the furry pleader still requested Han Sen's attention and woofed again. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to read the creature's mind and heard, "I know where the ghost toxic cheese egg is." Han Sen frowned. That creature was most certainly something special, and if it wasn't for the poisonous property the snake possessed, he doubted a berserk super creature would have the strength to penetrate the white balls it produced on a whim. If he killed it for the beast's soul, Han Sen couldn't be certain he'd receive what he wanted. If he added the creature to his roster of pets, though, it could be useful. However, it had proven itself to be evil. Han Sen couldn't be so quick to trust it. "Dragon King, are there any better ways to control a super creature?" Han Sen asked. Dragon King was quick to misinterpret his words and he said, "Don't worry, when you get me a new body, I would never betray you. A sordid deed such as that would not even flicker in the depths of my most wretched nightmares. And you, sir, are an inspiration. You are as mighty as a giant. You are a role model to me, of sorts." Han Sen pointed at the furry critter. Dragon King, now understanding his true request, then said, "Yes, but it requires their approval. You can't commandeer their respect to control them." Han Sen knew there had to be another method, one that was a little more wicked. But Dragon King was most likely afraid to tell him. "Spit it out, then." Han Sen didn't force Dragon King to tell him the nasty method, as he wasn't in the business of being unnecessarily cruel to creatures or animals. Dragon King answered, "It's a simple affair, but it requires their blood." "Just tell me," Han Sen said. Dragon King explained to Han Sen what he had to do. This method required a willing participant. And after Han Sen tried it out, it worked just as he was told it would. Perhaps it was because of his attunement with the Blood Pulse Sutra, but he was able to do it successfully. Han Sen felt relieved, learning he could use it. If he hadn't been able to control the snowball, he would have had to just kill it. He needed to know he could control the snowball and its powers properly. Otherwise, it could be a threat to him and others. Han Sen then let Dragon King continue his search for the egg. In the meantime, Han Sen went to speak with the snowball. He first asked it, "Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?" The snowball's face squinted, indicating that for better or for worse, it understood Han Sen. The snowball slowly nodded. This creature was unique, and it was rather intelligent in comparison to its peers. "Good. Now, do you want to be spit roasted? Or perhaps made into a lovely stew? I mean, it's either that, or you submit and adhere to my commands, under the oath of a contract. The choice is yours." Han Sen spoke these words with a surprisingly menacing tone of voice. The snowball looked at the boiling pot of water and the fire below it, and then turned back to face Han Sen. It nodded, opting for door number 3. Han Sen pulled out his phoenix sword and cut its body a little. The snowball whined and cried as this happened. Then, Han Sen summoned its blood towards him. He laughed and mocked, "You are such a wimp. You're the first super creature I've ever seen to cry like a baby." The blood landed in a vortex, swirling above his hand. Then, it was absorbed with no mess. In that spot on his hand now rested an image of the snowball he had taken under contract. "Come on." Han Sen reached out his hand. The snowball then spat out a white light which mixed with the fresh symbol on Han Sen's hand. The symbol began to shiver and shake, and eventually, it faded from his skin. The snowball then collapsed on the floor as if it had just been abused. When Han Sen put the snowball back in his mind, the symbol reappeared on his hand. When this occurred, the snowball started to squeal. When Han Sen shelved his nasty thought, the symbol disappeared again. And after this, the snowball stopped its squealing, too. Han Sen quite liked this method of gaining proper control and ownership of a creature, but he figured it wouldn't be something he could do very often. Most super creatures would probably opt for the stew, as they weren't afraid of death. Han Sen then pointed at Dragon King, and he said to the snowball, "Take me to it. You know what I'm talking about." The snowball stood up and walked towards the exit of the cave. "You're leaving already? You didn't even look yet." Dragon King called out, "We're only having a look outside. You remain here." Han Sen then followed the snowball out of the cave. Dragon King had almost gotten Han Sen killed before, and with the egg most likely providing him with a few super Geno points, it was the price the spirit had to pay. If Han Sen could work a blood contract on Dragon King, he'd probably give him the egg. But the terms of their relationship were still shaky at best. "Okay," Dragon King answered, then returned his focus to the search of that egg. Han Sen didn't hate Dragon King. He knew he wasn't as graceful and intelligent as his name suggested, but he did have a lot of knowledge. His past blunders didn't wholly negate his worth to Han Sen. And now, with Dragon King wholeheartedly believing the egg to reside inside the cave, it could have been another mistake, as the snowball seemed to believe it was outside the cave. And with the snowball's life in his hands, he thought it'd be fine. He didn't think he'd be deliberately led astray. On the outside, Han Sen was led to another cave and another set of winding tunnels. When they reached the entrance to a particularly cavernous chamber, the snowball pointed inside. Han Sen did indeed find an egg there, but it looked like any ordinary one. The egg was inside a pool of water, which waved and splashed. "Hey Snowball, your name is Snowball. Snowball, is there something wrong with the water?" Han Sen asked. Snowball nodded and then shook his head. He barked and walked near it. Because Snowball's thoughts were weak, Han Sen could not see what he was thinking, but it looked as if he was going to grab the egg on his behalf. When Snowball went near the water, something came out of the pool. Han Sen was shocked. A red rose suddenly splashed out of the water. A red rose burst forth and stood erect in the pool. Its life force was strange, wavering queerly between powerful and weak. Snowball approached the pool, but he was clearly afraid of this enigmatic flower. As Han Sen observed the rose, he felt a rumble come from his sea of soul. Thorn Baron, who had eaten the flying mushroom and gone into a slumber, was beginning to shine with a powerful light. From her figure, thorny vines began to form. Is Thorn Baron evolving? Has she become a king spirit? Han Sen looked on the light in wonder. The flying mushroom provided a chance for spirits to evolve and become king spirits. It was a supremely rare herb, and the percentage chance of success was low. Thorn Baron had king spirit geno points already, though, so her chance of success was slightly increased. Pang! The light that veiled her shattered, and then the vines began to wreathe amongst themselves to create a sphere. Within that wicker-like orb, you could see the figure of a person inside. The vines then started to fall with the delicate grace of petals. Thorn Baron's body was revealed, bit by bit. When Han Sen's eyes were able to rest upon the bosom that graced Thorn Baron's pale and voluptuously curvy body, his heart began to race. Thorn Baron's eyes were different from those naturally possessed by humans, as her pupils were shaped like flowers. As beautiful as they were, they hinted at a streak of danger and gravitas. Thorn Baron arose from her bed of vines with a body that stole the eyes and did not allow them to be turned away. When she stepped forward, the vines and thorns dressed her body and covered up her lady parts. Her long legs, sexy arms, and slim waist were still plain to see, though, and Han Sen made sure to soak his eyes in the vat of beauty that was her appearance. She was like a botanical bikini model. Han Sen summoned her and told her, "Thorn Baron, no, Thorn Queen. Congratulations are in order." Thorn Queen bowed and said, "I have to thank you for providing me with the flying mushroom. It is a gift and blessing I will never forget." Han Sen wanted to reply, but before he could, Thorn Queen spoke again in surprise. She said, "Master, why is there an equinox flower here? You recognize this flower? Magnificent timing." Then, Han Sen was delightfully surprised. Emperors exist amongst the ranks of king spirits. There is a similar hierarchy to be found in the realm of plant life. Few spirits can be born an emperor, but many plants can. The equinox flower is a famous emperor-class plant. It has birthed right here before you, and it is already an emperor. Thorn Queen paused for a moment, but then went on to say, even if a king spirit approached it, their power could be drawn and fed upon by the flower. It is dangerous. What does the equinox refer to? Han Sen asked. No one knows, but not even an emperor would dare approach it. It may be a space geno plant, and the equinox refers to a place it has created, Thorn Queen said. Thorn Queen then noticed the presence of the egg in Snowball. She said, "Has that egg been growing in the pool belonging to an equinox flower? That is most strange. How is such a thing possible? It must be a mutation of some kind." The egg belonged to a creature called Ghost Toxic Kai, Han Sen told her. Thorn Queen responded with an admittance. "I don't know what that is, I am afraid. But it must have been a berserk super creature, an evolution stemming from some mutation, of sorts." Thorn Queen looked at Snowball, who was currently swimming towards the egg, and she said, "That's strange. I am surprised to see it hasn't gotten lost, swimming so near that flower. If I take the egg, will the creature that hatches be a berserk super creature?" Han Sen asked. Thorn Queen said, "It is still growing. If you remove it now, I don't think so. Snowball. Get back here, you mutt. Han Sen preferred to wait until it was a berserk super creature before taking it. But it seemed as if Snowball couldn't hear Han Sen, and so he kept on swimming. Han Sen was angered by this disobedience, but before he could use his blood contract to hurt him, Thorn Queen said, "He is in the hell pool. Believe it or not, he treads the waters of another dimension. He cannot hear you." Han Sen was surprised hearing this, to say the least. Thorn Queen gave Han Sen a warm smile, and then she comforted him, saying, "But do not worry. Perhaps I can be of service here." Thorn Queen reached out her hand and took aim at Snowball. A lengthy vine extended from it, which wriggled through the sky until it reached Snowball. Then, it grabbed the creature and lifted it out. Snowball was dropped on the ground in front of Han Sen in confusion. Not everything was able to tread the hell pool to collect something, and Snowball genuinely wanted to please Han Sen. For him to be picked up by a sudden vine, he initially thought it was the equinox flower looking to make a meal out of him. But it was Han Sen's spirit that had done so, and what surprised Snowball the most was the fact that another spirit was able to traverse the hell pool. "Thorn, how long will it take for the egg to hatch?" Han Sen asked. His primary purpose for even coming to this place was to find Little Silver. "At least 100 years. Thorn Queen answered. 100 years? That long?" Han Sen frowned. Thorn Queen bowed and said, "I have a request. I hope you can approve it." "What is it?" Han Sen was happy to oblige because he liked her a lot, especially when compared to the scheming and conniving Moment Queen. "I am hoping you will allow me to take that equinox flower," Thorn Queen said. "You can take it?" Han Sen asked. Even though it is associated with the element of space, its existence was wrought with thorn genes. "I am associated with the element of thorns, and I am a king spirit. While it is still young, I can take it." Thorn Queen paused for a moment, before going on to say, "With this flower, I might even become an emperor. Although the chance of that occurring is low, it is better than leaving it here for naught." "If you can take it, then by all means do," Han Sen politely told her. If she could really become an emperor, it was a win-win for them both. "Thank you." Thorn Queen looked incredibly happy, and she jovially pranced over towards the hell pool. Han Sen watched as her legs began to grow vines. They stroked the water, allowing her to glide across to where the flower was. The pool was only 10 meters wide, and the flower was at its center. But strangely, she had to walk over 10,000 steps in her voyage towards it. Weird, Han Sen thought to himself. Bauer sat on Han Sen's shoulder. She looked at Thorn Queen in the flower, but she did not seem at all interested in it. Snowball watched Thorn Queen, too, but his attitude was different. He knew about this place, and the mysteries it held, so he was more than surprised to see that Thorn Queen had the ability to cross the hell pool. He had never seen another being able to do such a thing before. As for the egg, it had not rolled itself there, so something must have had a hand in its placement. Perhaps the mother ghost Toxic Kai had some association with the pool, but without appropriate cause or reason, it seemed unlikely that a mother would place her egg here, of all places. Snowball could go there because he was special, and he didn't think there was any danger for him, as long as he did not venture too close to the flower. Amidst Snowball's surprise, Thorn Queen had managed to reach the flower and pick it up. The flower had no roots, and it was very much like a cut rose one could purchase. It looked like a simple act to the eyes of most, but it was something that shocked Snowball. Snowball had seen many other super creatures attempt to grab the flower, but they had disappeared into the nether. And now, it had effortlessly been picked up by someone he had never seen before. Han Sen was disappointed, though. She made the flower sound so mysterious, but there was no spectacle when she retrieved it. But directly after the flower was collected, a snake-like creature appeared. It swam towards the flower that had been collected with great haste. The waters swirled to form a wave that splashed towards the flower. But when the waters surrounded it, they formed together to create a single water drop. Then, it gracefully fell inside. "Master, I will keep the egg in the hellwater. You may take it whenever you decide," Thorn Queen said as she took the flower. "Okay, understood." Han Sen then returned Thorn Queen to the Sea of Soul and took Bauer with him as he exited the cave. Dragon King, as all this had been occurring, was still looking for the egg by himself. Han Sen went to sit someplace where he wouldn't be bothered and started to absorb the Ghost Toxic Cheese Life Geno Essence. Life Geno Essence absorbed, Super Geno Point +1. The Life Geno Essence provided Han Sen 5 Super Geno Points, in total. This brought his total tally up to the number of 33. The results of this venture had satisfied Han Sen a lot. He had obtained toxic gear and 5 super Geno points, and he had managed to obtain a new pet in the form of Snowball. The Equinox flower and the possibilities it held were just the icing on the cake. If it hadn't been for the flower, he wagered Thorn Queen would not have finished her evolution yet. "Where is it? Where is it? Did you find it?" Dragon King said. He had looked into every nook and cranny but been unsuccessful in his search for the super creature egg. Han Sen knew this, and he told him, "Nope. I'm starting to think we'll never find it, either. If you tell me the whole story, concerning Asura and Ancient Devil, I might be more inclined to continue the search and feel compelled to help you out." Dragon King said to Han Sen, "Isn't that convenient? I bet you already have it, don't you?" Han Sen responded by saying, "Before I let you out, I didn't even know what a dummy egg was. How would I know which is the correct egg, even if I did come across it?" Dragon King didn't believe Han Sen, though. If he hadn't found the egg, he wouldn't have offered such a bargain. But Han Sen didn't care too much about what he thought. "Tell me the story and I'll help. That's the bottom line here," Han Sen said. Han Sen thought he'd be willing to do anything for a new body, but Dragon King simply gritted his teeth and returned to the ring of his own volition. What happened, I wonder? Why is he not willing to say a word about this matter? Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen only wanted to find out the relationship between the Shura and Asura. If he could figure out the connection there, it'd help elucidate many other pressing questions and mysteries he had. But with Dragon King still firm in keeping his mouth shut, there was nothing Han Sen could do right now. So, Han Sen turned his attention back to Snowball and said to him, "Take me to the peak." Snowball looked scared, and he shook his little head. Han Sen knew this creature was something of a wimp, so he ended up having to use the contract to force Snowball to lead him up. Snowball no longer had a choice regarding anything anymore. Snowball left the cave alongside Han Sen, being forced to guide him up the mountain. To reach the peak of the mountain, they would have to tread a steep and precarious path. The path was only 1 foot wide, and on either side of that treacherous track was nothing but the expanse of mist no eyes could peer through. Even Snowball took his steps carefully. Han Sen knew Snowball had the ability to fly, but he seemed to favor walking. Han Sen didn't question him too much, and just opted to walk along with him. But Han Sen thought there had to be a better way up than this, and so he wondered why Snowball was so resolute in his determination to take this particular trail. Han Sen thought the furry thing was trying to stall and waste time by taking that slow, plodding, and oh so reckless route, but after a while, he noticed the absence of creature noises. It was very quiet on that path. This guy is a coward. He'd rather risk breaking his neck in a fall than take a route that might lead us through trails inhabited by monsters. Despite this thought, Han Sen was starting to grow fond of the little guy. The purple mist grew thicker the further they went, until it was almost as thick as a mucus that clogged their vision. It eventually got so bad that Han Sen could not even see his fingers in front of his face. At this point, Han Sen had to abandon his sight and rely on his ears. He followed the sounds of Snowball's little footsteps the rest of the way. And of course, for extra security, lest he make a fatal slip, he hugged every single wall he could. After a while of this, Han Sen's eyes eventually caught sight of something very bright piercing through the mist. It was so bright, he initially had to raise his hand as a shield. A little further along, they left the mist. That was when they saw the giant black peak of the mountain, pointing heavenward like a craggy fist to the skies. This mountain is massive. What in the sanctuaries is this mysterious place, I wonder? Han Sen gazed up, and at this point, he realized he was treading what might best be described as the mere foothills of the mountain. They walked and walked through the day and into the bosom of night. After dark, they reached the peak. They hadn't seen a single creature on their way. Whether there truly was an absence of creatures, or Snowball had just opted for a route that avoided them, Han Sen could not tell. But as he poked around on the peak for a bit, it wasn't too long before surprise struck once more. There was a tower protruding from the craggy ground. What's more, it looked to have been the product of human handiwork. It was only 2 meters tall, but there was a tiny door. The blue bricks the tower had been constructed of were caked with what seemed like rust. Whatever this tower was, it was old. Snowball approached the tower and began to kowtow before the door, as if it was earnestly begging for forgiveness. Han Sen knew to be wary of whatever might reside in that tower, so he didn't stand too close. He was here for the silver fox, and he wasn't going to take any chances. He ensured there was nothing too odd hiding in the immediate vicinity, and checked the slopes of the mountain for a sign of his missing companion. As he eyed the slopes, though, Han Sen caught sight of two shadows. They were two super creatures Han Sen had never seen before. They were both massive in size, and they fought together like crazy. As they battled, the mist around them swirled like a vortex. Strangely, the combat was silenced as all sound had been before. It was as if nothing was going on. Han Sen did not think the creatures would finish their fight anytime soon, so he continued his search. He wanted to find Little Silver and the missing inhabitants of Ghost Mountain. But aside from those two creatures, which were occupied enough with themselves, there did not seem to be anything else alive there. Are they stuck in the mist, maybe? Han Sen wondered. Because he was unable to find anyone, Han Sen decided to turn back and go for those two fighting monsters. He fancied slipping in and taking advantage of their situation to kill them both and reap any spoils he could. They both looked very strong. One was covered in black scales and possessed deer antlers on its head. It looked like a water-based Kirin. The other was purple, and it crackled with lightning. Its appearance was slightly more amusing, as it looked almost like an electrified squirrel. The water and lightning clashed together but did not explode or cause a reaction. Instead, the two powers ended up distorting the very aspects of the dimension the two fighters operated in. Han Sen had seen creatures with these elements before, but he had never seen them fight against each other. As Han Sen watched the two, he felt something pull his hair. In response, he immediately said, "Stop it, Bauer." But a few moments later, it happened once again. And when he turned to look at Bauer, he noticed her hands caressing his chest. It couldn't have been her fiddling with his hair. Han Sen had a shiver run down his spine. He had no idea what might have been behind him, grabbing his hair. Han Sen turned to his side to look at Snowball, who was on the ground, quivering in fear with a look of shock at something else that was behind Han Sen. "What is behind me?" Han Sen opened his 9 gene locks and threw a punch backwards. Han Sen first thought it was Bauer that had been tugging his hair, but he was holding her against his chest. Realizing this, he knew it couldn't have been her. When he saw Snowball's frightened face, he knew something was wrong. It was at this moment instinct kicked in, and he threw a punch backwards to see what may have lurked behind him. But when he lashed out, nothing met with his fist. And when he looked at what might have been behind him, there was nothing. Han Sen lifted Bauer up and said, "Bauer, is there anything behind me?" Han Sen thought that whatever was behind him might have clung to his back and turned around with him. Bauer climbed around to inspect his back and simply said, "Nope." "No." Han Sen went over and kicked Snowball. Then, he boorishly asked him, "Did you see something?" Snowball was still shivering in fear. The furry cretin pointed at the ancient tower and then suddenly leapt upon Han Sen's shoulder to hide. Han Sen looked over to that mysterious building, but he couldn't spot anything amiss with it. That being said, he could only see one side of the tower from where he was standing. So, he decided to walk around it. Han Sen was only halfway in his walk towards the tower when the small rotten door suddenly flung itself open. Inside, a human skeleton was sitting on a decrepit chair. Han Sen now thought the small size of the door made sense. It seemed perfectly sized for the skeleton inside. The height was snug enough for the skeleton to sit down just beyond the door frame. "I doubt it was this bonehead being playful, pulling my hair." Han Sen's skin still flared with goosebumps at the spooky sight. Han Sen wasn't afraid of the possibility of a ghost, but what was really starting to unnerve him was the fact he hadn't noticed or sensed anything approach him. But suddenly, the skeleton began to move. At this point, Snowball tucked itself behind Bauer in absolute fear. A few loose rags were all that clothed the skeleton, and even those shreds were ripped further when the skeleton began to move. The skeleton stood up and walked outside the tower, as its sockets flickering with a light before burning hot with a green flame. Han Sen was not afraid of the skeleton. In fact, he looked forward to its coming, as it held something in its hands. It was a scroll. Han Sen could not tell what it was exactly, but it was most certainly a scroll of sorts. The cloth had yellowed over the passage of time. The skeleton walked outside, lifted its hands, and opened the scroll. Han Sen could only see the back of it, and while it looked very old, it did look to be in remarkable condition. Han Sen could not see what was written on the front just yet, but he could hear the skeleton speak. Strangely, its mumbling was not silenced, like everything else had been. "Ka ka ka." After perking his ears to discern some words, Han Sen realized he had been mistaken. The skeleton wasn't speaking, its jaw just had a loose hinge that was rattling in the mountain breeze. But even that didn't seem right. Immediately after that noise was made, the scroll began to shine with a purple color. Han Sen felt a horrible power flow from the scroll, so he didn't fancy hanging around any longer than he had to. He decided to flee the area. If it was a berserk super creature, things would go awry for sure. There were a lot of creatures at the bottom of the mountain, and if Han Sen battled the skeleton and won, it might allay the fears of the other creatures. He'd be doing them a favor. Of course, Han Sen wouldn't stand for that, so he decided to run towards the two creatures that were still battling each other and flee that way. Perhaps they could slow the skeleton down if it continued coming for him. Pang! Han Sen was ready to jump off the peak and descend, but he had run directly into an invisible wall. He was going as fast as he could and whacked against it solidly, which caused his flattened nose to start bleeding. Han Sen then noticed a purple line had been drawn on the ground. It was almost like a crack in the earth, and it was starting to emit a purple mist. Slowly, the plumes of this phantom mist began to envelop the entire peak. Han Sen looked back towards the tower and saw that the skeleton had not moved much, and it was still reading the scroll, which had become even brighter by this point. Ready for a fight, Han Sen summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Then, he drew his phoenix sword and Enthralling to slash the invisible wall and see if he could break it. He struck the purple wall many times with his swords, and he seemed to make some progress. But just when Han Sen thought he could escape, the wall recovered its strength and rebuilt, trapping the phoenix sword inside. Fortunately, the phoenix sword was very sharp, and Han Sen was able to wiggle and cut its way free and retrieve it. Han Sen wasn't going to be reckless and risk getting himself stuck in the wall, though, so he shelved the idea of hacking through it for now. If he couldn't get out of the established barrier, he'd have Little Angel deal with the skeleton. As he thought about the different ways he could deal with the predicament at hand, a purple light appeared beneath his foot. Then, a purple light began to beam across the entire peak, transforming the entire area into what looked like a purple crystal. The only thing that had not been bathed in a purple light was the creepy tower. Han Sen watched the purple ground glow and stand still as something moved below the earth. Inside the rock of the mountain, he could discern a shadow. What it was, he could not yet tell. It was human in shape, hovering horizontally as if it were lying down. It was a Lynchian sight, one that unnerved him. As he stared down at the crystallized ground, he heard a gotcha sound. Then, the crystal underfoot began to web with cracks. The cracks spread across the peak as if they were netting it, like the keen silkworks of a spider. Eventually, it all shattered and left a deep hole in the ground. Only the tower remained firm and standing. Everywhere else was suddenly tossed into ruin and dusty chaos. Han Sen and Little Angel had taken flight and watched the scene unfold from the sky. The hole seemed bottomless, and what might have resided way down in the pitch-black depths of that place, Han Sen could not tell. There was only one place they could see that was unaffected. There was a floating purple platform perched above the black abyss that had just formed. Atop it stood a handsome man clad in purple armor. His eyelashes were very long, and he was a drop-dead gorgeous man to look upon. Han Sen had seen many handsome Shira and spirits in his time, but they all paled in comparison to this person. The strangest thing was the fact that Han Sen was detecting a human energy radiating from him. Is he human? Han Sen asked himself, as he looked at him. Was he trapped here by the skeleton? Han Sen continued to wonder. The human opened his eyes to reveal black pits, painting him as an even more mystic and enticing person. The skeleton had stopped reading the scroll at this point. He put it away before walking forward to approach the man on the platform. When the skeleton had nearly reached the platform, the man still hadn't moved. He still looked a little unconscious, lying down as if in peaceful slumber. He must have been trapped by the skeleton. He had to have been. Han Sen unsheathed his swords and rushed forward to attack the skeleton. He didn't want the man to get hurt. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight accompanied Han Sen in the assault. But when the skeleton saw them coming, it quickly reopened the scroll and prohibited their advance. Han Sen finally saw the scroll and what it contained when the skeleton used it again. The words upon the scroll were gold, and it was written in an ancient language of the Alliance. He could recognize this due to his study of languages in his time away from the sanctuaries. Dong. The Phoenix Sword and Taya, the Angel Sword, and Disloyal Knight's fist were thrown forward to break the scroll, but none were effective. Following this, a fight erupted, and not even the combined might of the three had what it took to tackle the skeleton. Han Sen was shocked, seeing how the scroll could block them all. Little Angel had 10 gene locks open, which made her the strongest of the three. So, it was frightening to think what power the skeleton might have truly possessed if it was able to repel and subdue the trio. The green flames that surged inside the skeleton's sockets raged, and they flared as if the skeleton was angry about their disturbance. It started to enshroud itself in a black smoke of sorts, and it didn't take long for the smoke to cover its entire body. The smoke eventually took the form of armor, which suited up the skeleton. With the fire that followed it, the skeleton looked like the Reaper geared up for war. The skeleton, in its dark armor, gave off a terrible, frightening aura. Sensing the power its scrawny body actually wielded, Han Sen's face turned grim. Snowball was hidden in Bauer's chest as this happened. Bauer had already brought out the gourd, but for some reason, she did not yet use it. Han Sen rarely encountered foes that filled him with such a sense of dread or that exuded such power. Such enemies were few and far in between, but without a shadow of a doubt, the skeleton was one of that prestigious few. It was up there with the likes of Big Mara in the ancient devil shelter, Shangyin who went to the fourth god's sanctuary, and Sky King of the Sky Tree. They were beings that had opened 10 gene locks, and this skeleton's energy was just like them. It was just as powerful. Han Sen would have liked to run, but the area he was in had been cordoned off with the transparent, purple walls. Seeing the skeleton now approach him, Han Sen planned to use his Super King Spirit mode to attempt an escape alongside Little Angel. But then, curiously, the skeleton stopped in its tracks. The skeleton turned its attention back to the platform, as the person in slumber woke up. The man yawned, as if he really had been roused from a long, deep sleep. After he stretched, he looked at Han Sen with much surprise. Boom! The black-armored skeleton ran to the purple platform. With its speed, it really must have been an emperor. Han Sen shouted to the man, saying, "Watch out." What transpired in the next second, though, shook Han Sen to his very core. It left him speechless and motionless. He stared at the man on the platform in disbelief. He thought he must have been dreaming, to witness something such like that happen. The skeleton in black armor did not try to attack the man, it just knelt before him like a knight in a king's service. Is he really a human? Han Sen looked at the platform in deep contemplation. As Han Sen wondered whether or not he should escape, the man spoke with eyes fixed on him in observation. I cannot believe Zan Men still exists. The repeated shocks of this entire scenario had rattled Han Sen's nerves, but he responded to the man and asked, "You are of Zan Men?" Han Sen only knew one other person of Zan Men, and that was Dongxuan Zi. It surprised Han Sen to hear the man suggest he was of Zan Men. Is this someone else who managed to break through the vacuum? Han Sen wondered to himself, thinking the situation to be almost unreal. If breaking through the vacuum was easy to do, there'd be far more people like Dongxuan Zi. This man looked incredibly powerful, though, especially with the black skeleton by his side. The man smiled and said, "You know a technique belonging to Zan Men, don't you?" "There is only one Zan Men." Han Sen bowed respectfully and said, "I am Han Sen. I am very grateful and fortunate to have learned a skill that belonged to Zan Men. May I ask what your name is?" The man sighed and did not answer. Instead, he said, "People of Zan Men studied hard, but ever since the Dongxuan master, all anyone ever did was seek to break through the vacuum. The integrity and philosophy of the group did not matter to anyone much, after that. And with everyone else failing to break through the vacuum, I had thought only I remained." Did you break through the vacuum?" Han Sen asked. "If I did, I'd be in heaven," the man said. Han Sen guessed that the man was someone from the Alliance, and a true heir of Zan Men. People from Zan Men thought Dongxuan Zi went to heaven, but they had no idea the place he had broken into was actually the sanctuary. There, in the first sanctuary, he died. Dongxuan Zi had practiced hard his entire life and was a figure of great admiration, but compared to the average power of people in this day and age, he could be regarded as little more than a common weakling. It was no trouble for anyone to survive the first god's sanctuary, anymore. Han Sen thought the technological advancements of humanity had yielded great results, but he never thought it would have been so difficult for them to break through the vacuum. The man then asked, "Han Sen, right? Where did you learn Zan Men?" "I was fortunate enough to stumble across an ancient scroll in an antique shop. There was no name on it, so I had no idea who wrote it." Han Sen provided his curated answer. If Han Sen told him he had received it from Dongxuan Zi, heaven knew what the man might do. Han Sen didn't know if the teachings he had been given were illicit or forbidden, so he wasn't going to be honest. The man nodded and just said, "It must be very difficult for you to make progress without the guiding hand of a teacher." The man walked towards the tower, looking at the sky. "There," he said, "perhaps I spent more time with Zan Men than was good for me. Feelings and emotions are almost a foreign concept now. I am numb, dulled like an old blade. I am afraid Zan Men is in its twilight years, and no true successor will trumpet its name and carry its torch onwards." The man went on to say, "Perhaps it was fate for you and I to meet here on this mountaintop." The man then pulled out an item and threw it to Han Sen. Han Sen caught the item and noticed it was a memory card. The man said, "Consider that a compendium of my knowledge regarding all things about Zan Men, skills included." Han Sen was delighted to receive this, so he wholeheartedly thanked him. "Thank you so very much. I am honored to receive this. Would it be boorish of me to request to become a student of yours?" Han Sen had studied many ancient languages, but the Dongxuan Sutra was still too difficult, even for him. Now that he had met a member of Zan Men, he figured he could ask him for elucidations. The man replied, saying, "I must decline. I don't want to teach, and time is preciously short." The man continued staring into the sky and said, "I might not have the talent my master had, but I practiced for 200 years. I can break the door." Han Sen was shocked, hearing this, and he said, "Are you talking about the door? The door which will allow you to become a demigod?" The man smiled and said, "You know about the doors, do you? Men can become demigods through the evolution pool, but through the practices of Zan Men, we can use the doors." The man then told Han Sen, "I cannot be certain if we will meet again. But if you have a question you wish to ask me now." Han Sen asked the man about every word he did not know, and he received an answer for each. Now, Han Sen understood everything in the Dongxuan Sutra he had not known before. His mind envisioned a dam blocking a river, and his new learnings had blown it up, releasing the flow of knowledge. When Han Sen asked his first questions, though, the man frowned. He said, "Your Zan Men is different than the one I have. It almost seems as if your Zan Men does not come from a true member. The card I gave you possesses the real stuff." Han Sen only nodded. Dongxuan Zi had created the Dongxuan Sutra himself before he died. It was only natural for it to be somewhat different. Han Sen took advantage of this encounter to ask more about the nature of the Dongxuan Sutra, too. The sun rose before long, though, and it prompted the man to hurry things along, saying, "You can ask me one more question." Han Sen devised his final question and asked, "Back in the day, aside from Zan Men, were there any other large factions?" The man did not expect Han Sen to ask this, so he said, "Back then, there weren't any sanctuaries. Even if there had been, new stuff to learn included, the practices of their ways and methods would be difficult. Aside from us, there is only one more I can think of." "Which one would that be?" Han Sen asked. "Blood Legion. If you meet any of its successors, watch yourself. Their skills can be passed on to others completely, so they must be very powerful," the man said. Han Sen still had a trove of questions he wished to ask, but the man had started to shine with a purple light. An ancient stone door appeared in the early morning sky, and after it did, the man approached it without hesitation. "What is your name?" Han Sen repeated his first question. The man had been kind enough to answer all his questions so far, and he had even been kind enough to give him the memory card on Zan Men. Yet strangely, he hadn't mentioned his name. "It does not matter," the man said without looking back. He continued onwards toward the door. Han Sen felt that it was all quite peculiar. The man had given Han Sen so much, except the simplest of ordinary niceties, a name. The skeleton followed the man to the door. This was a surprise, and it made Han Sen think, how can the skeleton follow behind him? Can other creatures traverse the same door? Is that skeleton even strong enough to withstand the fires of those steps? As Han Sen pondered this, the man pushed the doors open. The typhoon-like gusts of wind began to blow through the opening and expand, blowing the man's hair. The man pushed it open effortlessly, and then he ascended the steps with the skeleton in tow. Perhaps because there were two beings passing through the door, but the fires seemed stronger and more ferocious than the ones Han Sen had seen before. The man continued to shine and glitter like amethyst, and a purple mist warped around them like a shield against the scorching whips that lashed out. The man and the skeleton walked the 10 steps without trouble, and then the door shut behind them. Han Sen was shocked. It was very different than what had occurred with Shang Yin, Yaksha's intrusion aside. That man walked as if he was going shopping, and the fires were nothing but bothersome pedestrians. Awesome. Han Sen believed if that man could do it, he could do it, too. Of course, he still had a while to go before he could attempt the feat. He still needed a fair amount of additional strength, and the time frame for when he achieved the necessary amount of power to traverse the steps was still up for debate. The Dongshuan Sutra seemed different from Xuantian, and Han Sen did not know if their levels were the same. Regardless, he was eager to find out more about this new Xuantian he had just learned about. He had the memory card, but that could not be used in the sanctuary. Boom, boom. Amidst Han Sen's excitement, the sound of thunder rolled. The snaps of what seemed like lightning pummeled the mountainside, vibrating the entire landmass. What was that? Han Sen looked down at the chasm that had recently formed on the peak. A man like that wouldn't just go for a nap, here of all places, for no reason. There must be something around here worth investigating. I might find a souvenir, and it might be something that helped him. If it helped that fellow, it can surely help me. Han Sen's mind scrambled to keep itself composed, thinking of the treasure that might lurk in the darkness. Boom! An energy pulsed out of the hole, blowing Han Sen away a few hundred meters. Han Sen kept his body straight as he flew backward, watching a purple light stem from deep inside the chasm. It was like an eerie, purple volcano that was seeking to erupt. Han Sen was shocked, to say the least. He flew around the area, but he noticed many creatures had started to ascend the mountain. When the purple light began to beam up and up into the sky, it exploded in a dizzying array of fireworks. The purple light was soon like rain, cascading over the mountain. All the creatures on the mountain were washed with that purple rain, Han Sen included. The purple rain landed on Han Sen and moisturized his skin. The substance was warm and soothing to the touch. He used his Dongshuan aura to absorb the warmth, and almost immediately, he felt as if his seventh gene lock was going to burst right open. Under the purple rain, a lot of plants came out of the soil, making the mountain bloom with lush plant life and an unrivaled vibrancy. The creatures that touched the rain were all shining now, as well. They too were opening gene locks. Gotcha! Han Sen felt like a restrictive chain had been severed inside his body. It delighted Han Sen to confirm that he had indeed opened his seventh gene lock with the Dongshuan Sutra. As Han Sen sought to absorb more of that rain, though, the rain came to a stop. The tower below became purple as a holy presence and aura started to form around it. The tower started to grow, becoming much larger. Suddenly, the tower overtook the entire mountain, becoming one incomprehensibly large spire. Han Sen looked around and stared into the crowds of creatures that had come together, but he could not find the silver fox. Strange. Did none of the ghost buddies actually come here, then? Han Sen frowned. But then, Han Sen watched the creatures resume their ascent and hurry towards the tower. Not wanting to leave with his curiosity unsatiated, Han Sen followed them. After he entered the tower, though, Han Sen was shocked. The minuscule tower had transformed into a shelter, and a king-class one at that. Han Sen followed the creatures and reached the top. There was a spirit statue there, with a spirit stone lodged in its forehead. Han Sen realized that man had overtaken the location where a spirit could be born. The man had absorbed its energy, and when he left through the door, the spirit was free to continue its growth. I wonder what the spirit's level is. If it was worthy for that man to take its power, it must be a strong one. Han Sen's face started to turn grim as he felt the power of that stone become tangible. The life force was much stronger than he expected it to be. It cannot be an emperor with 10 of its gene locks opened, can it? Han Sen stared at the purple spirit stone in awe. Looking at the spirit stone directly before him, Han Sen quickly fell into the grasp of greed. He flew towards the forehead of the statue and to grab the stone. Han Sen knew he would have to grab it before it completely formed and the spirit was given shape. The creatures roared at the intruder that soared above them as if he was humiliating their god. Not that Han Sen cared for their audible complaints, he just sped up in his rush to take the spirit stone. This could very well be the only chance he would have to take control of a newly born emperor. It was an amazingly rare opportunity, one he'd be foolish to ignore. The creatures moved to stop his intrusion, but much to their dismay, they were all slower than the human. Han Sen's fingers felt as if they were just about to touch the spirit stone when suddenly, a sharp purple light surged out of the crystal. When Han Sen touched the light, it was sharp and made him bleed. The beam of light took the shape of a blade and extended from the stone. He hurriedly brought his hand back and healed. When he next looked at the spirit stone, he saw the figure of a humanoid shape gathering. Han Sen could not see the spirit's face, but the purple smoke that built it formed wings on the humanoid figure's back. It was looking like the hazy, disturbing image of a reaper. The newly born spirit lunged towards Han Sen. It was still 3 meters away, but the sword had already traversed that distance and tried to cut him. Han Sen wielded Phoenix Sword and Taya, and he tried to block the attack. It was successful, but the strike was too strong and it knocked him to the ground. The sword forged of light did not disappear as the spirit finished his lunge. The sword did not need the hand of a user, and it was relentless, controlled by the mind of its operator. The power came against Han Sen's swords again, and he held strong as it pushed and inched its way closer and closer to his chest. Boom! The Reaper-looking King Spirit tried to slash Han Sen again. Han Sen's eyes turned white along with the rest of his body. His hair flowed down to brush the ground, like a creamy cascade of milk. Han Sen lifted his swords and threw away the first blade of light. Then, with Taya, Han Sen knocked another one away. Pang! The purple blades of light were shattered beneath Han Sen's supreme surge of power, and so was the white light that carried Taya. Loads of super creatures stepped forward to take advantage of any opening they could find to maul the human intruder. Seeing this, Han Sen knew it was time to call in backup. He summoned Disloyal Knight, Little Angel, and Thorn Queen. Disloyal Knight used its halo to weaken the surrounding creatures and the newborn King Spirit. Thorn, restrain those creatures. Han Sen shouted over the chaos. Then, he and Little Angel pushed on to tackle the King Spirit. Thorn Queen used her Equinox Flower. A wall of thorns emerged from the ground to subdue the approaching army of creatures. Han Sen, in the meantime, moved on the King Spirit alongside Little Angel. He had realized the King Spirit was unusually strong, and it was probably of an emperor status, all things considered. But Han Sen had gone up against Sky King not so long ago, and there was a clear and discernible difference between the two. This King Spirit was not in Sky King's league, that was for sure. Han Sen thought it might be because its 10 gene locks had not yet been opened, or perhaps the man had stunted its growth by absorbing the spirit's nutrition. Whatever the case might be, Han Sen was sure of one thing above all: he could kill it. Creatures were everywhere, anyway, and fighting his way out would be difficult enough task by itself. So, he planned to take it down and perhaps earn another servant in the process. Han Sen and Little Angel approached the King Spirit with care, as it summoned more blades of light in an attempt to cut them down. Boom, boom, boom. The purple light and holy light collided in a dizzying array of sparks. The King Spirit, however, had no trouble in suppressing the two. After an evil blade of light was shattered, it'd reform easily and come at them again, putting Han Sen and Little Angel at a disadvantage. More and more blades were summoned, and the spirit started to gain ground. With less and less space to dodge, Han Sen was in trouble. He must be a born emperor, there can no longer be any doubt about that. The spirit had most certainly opened 10 of its gene locks. A super creature with 9 gene locks open was not even close to the level of power Han Sen was having to deal with. It was probably an insufficient amount of nutrients that had kept this spirit from becoming as strong as Sky King. The born emperor used his purple blades like mad, filling the entire tower with them. They cut down anything and everything they touched. Little Angel, it's time we combine. Han Sen ran over to her. Little Angel ran towards him, too. When they met up, Little Angel's wings embraced Han Sen, and the two moved to lock lips and kiss. The purple blades of light came towards them relentlessly, and now, hundreds were all coming at once. Boom! A crazy white light exploded out of them, destroying each and every one. The purple pieces scattered everywhere. Then, a beautiful white figure with angel wings and a halo emerged from the blinding flash, wielding a transparent greatsword over its head. Boom! The greatsword was brought down on the newborn King Spirit. The newborn King Spirit's face changed. With 2 purple swords, he repeatedly tried to slash Han Sen. Dong! The swords repeatedly collided with force of such magnitude that they produced shockwaves strong enough to blow away the approaching super creatures. The roof of the tower was blown off like a lid, as well. The newborn King Spirit was fierce, and he kept on swinging his swords without relenting for a moment. As he did so, he'd repeatedly called out and shouted. Han Sen's eyes were on fire. There was a stark contrast between his white light and the purple of the spirit. Die! Han Sen blasted. The purple sword was cut in half by the angel sword, and as the spirit momentarily froze in shock, its guard dropped just enough for the angel sword to swing back and plunge itself deep inside the spirit's chest. As victorious and relief-bringing as this should have been, Han Sen did not feel a triumph had been achieved just yet. Something felt oddly wrong. The king spirit's body did not feel solid when the sword cleaved through the flesh. The angel sword was able to pierce through without any resistance. It didn't sink through the flesh as it should have. The king spirit laughed, and then he tried to strike Han Sen. Han Sen moved forward. In that one step, he managed to get behind the king spirit. Traveling with a manipulation of space was not considered actual teleportation, but the effects were similar enough to be almost indistinguishable. The purple sword hit nothing. Han Sen then swung his angel sword with a blistering speed that made the weapon look as if it had disappeared. But it reappeared as it struck the king spirit. Han Sen swung again and again as the smoke of the spirit's figure began to tear. Even so, it all looked pointless. After the king spirit was sliced in two, it recovered with ease. The king spirit was further angered by Han Sen's actions, though. The purple smoke became a bunch of swords that again took on a will of their own and tried to kill Han Sen. However, it wasn't enough to throw off Han Sen's roll. With another slight move, Han Sen was behind the king spirit once more. Han Sen did not hesitate to strike the king spirit with the angel sword again. "You can't hurt me. Give it up," the king spirit mockingly called out. Han Sen sliced the king spirit in two again, and after that, he dashed ahead. But the king spirit instantly recovered again, telling Han Sen, "You can attempt this many, many times, but..." Before he finished, his face had changed. Han Sen was in front of the spirit statue, with his hands touching the spirit stone. "How dare you!" The king spirit raced forward to Han Sen and tried to cut him down. But without even paying him heed, Han Sen took the spirit stone in his hands. Boom! The purple blade that was about to strike Han Sen broke. The newborn king spirit froze, as his eyes fell on the sight of Han Sen, whose hands were now holding the stone. "Do you want to live? Or do you want to die?" Han Sen turned to the spirit and gave him the ultimatum, as his fingers quivered as he thought about what he should do. He was tempted to break it then and there. The newborn king spirit continued to stare at the spirit stone that was in Han Sen's hands. After a while of silence had elapsed, he lowered his wings and knelt. He said, "I, Purple Emperor, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity." Han Sen was delighted to hear he was submitting, so he jovially placed the spirit stone inside the emperor's forehead. Han Sen felt very nervous. He had been afraid the king spirit was going to self-destruct. After all, his super king spirit mode was not very intimidating, and it had obviously not been of sufficient strength to engage the spirit one-on-one. The moment Han Sen put the stone on the spirit's forehead, a purple light bathed the entire tower in a dazzling haze. Then the spirit entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Han Sen was exuberantly happy. But unfortunately, he did not have the time to examine the spirit any further. So Han Sen disconnected from Little Angel, an act that left them both feeling very weak. Then, Han Sen used his blood demon dragon wings to remain safely airborne. He then asked Disloyal Knight to help Thorn Queen. The moment Han Sen took the stone, the creatures all disbanded and fled in a hurry. Thorn Queen had used her vines to trap one super creature and prevent it from escaping, though. The vines were like a cruel cage, pinning the creature in place. The thorns had punctured deep into its flesh, like nails that had been hammered into it. The creature spat and frothed out ice from its mouth in a futile bid to escape. But like hungry needles, the thorns sucked its blood and made it weak. Han Sen looked at the super creature and noted how it was a white wolf with icy powers. It was rather strong, and it surprised him to see that it was so well restrained. He wondered if that was Thorn Queen's natural strength now, or if it was only possible through the power of the Equinox flower she had just received. Disloyal Knight jumped down to help her finish the beast off, but Thorn Queen had already sucked it dry and killed it herself. Super creature Ice Wolf God killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature can be consumed, and you may also harvest its life Geno Essence. Consume its life Geno Essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Will you accept the beast soul? Han Sen wanted it, but a form of ice was already coming out of Thorn Queen. It was then placed in Han Sen's Sea of Soul, presenting him with an ice wolf. Han Sen exited the tower but did not see any more creatures. There were some weak stragglers, but they weren't worth the effort. Uninterested with anything more, Han Sen returned to the tower to examine his spoils. Ice Wolf God's flesh and life Geno essence were great rewards, but Han Sen was happiest about gaining ownership of the Purple Emperor and the Beast Soul. Han Sen looked at the Beast Soul with much joy. Super Beast Soul Ice Wolf God. Armor type Han Sen hadn't found another Super Armor Beast Soul since his last one got destroyed, so this was a supremely beneficial gain. Han Sen summoned the Ice Wolf God armor to try it on. When it appeared, he was clad in ice-white armor that was skirted with fur. It was both stoic and beautiful. Unfortunately for him, it was a light armor. Its defense was not as sturdy as the last armor he had obtained, but with that being said, it had immense ice and frost defense. The armor glistened softly as the images of snowflakes were generated around him, giving the illusion that snow was perpetually falling in his proximity. It was gorgeous. Han Sen could use it to block AoE attacks, and what's more, it was also great against fire. He would have liked something a little more useful, but Han Sen wasn't willing to complain too much. This was already a brilliant find, and it sure had the looks. After a while of self-admiration in the armor, he put it away and decided to get a good look at Purple Emperor. Just the mere thought of doing that made him giddy, as he never expected himself to be able to obtain an emperor so soon. Han Sen did not bother reading his stats and just summoned him right away. When Purple Emperor appeared in front of him, Han Sen told him, "Tell me what powers you possess." Purple Emperor told Han Sen about himself without delay. Han Sen was disappointed, ultimately. He had indeed opened 10 gene locks, but his growth really had been stunted by nutrient deprivation. This made him weaker than the average emperor. Opening 10 gene locks is harder than replenishing the nutrition he might not have received. Thinking it over, Han Sen's disappointment was alleviated somewhat. Some king spirits actually managed to reach emperor status without opening 10 gene locks. Purple Emperor was more than fine, and he had already proved his abilities in the fight earlier. Purple Emperor was strong and intelligent, and the only thing it truly lacked was experience. That was most likely because it had only just been born. So, aside from what resided in his instincts, he knew nothing. He was like a big baby, in some ways. It was fortunate of me to claim him now. With him being doe-eyed, it made my claiming much easier. If it was an emperor with much experience, I'd wager he'd rather self-destruct than submit. Han Sen was certainly warming up to him. There were quite a few super creatures in the vicinity, so Han Sen planned to stay at the shelter and see if he could kill a few of them and perhaps max out his super geno point tally. So, Han Sen had Purple Emperor, Thorn Queen, and Disloyal Knight remain at Tower Shelter while he returned to the Alliance. Han Sen and Little Angel were still weak, so he thought it would be best if they took a small break to recover. Furthermore, upon returning to the Alliance, Han Sen's attention was brought to a number of messages he had received while away. They had all been left by Lin Weiwei, and with the number of them there, the subject must have been an urgent one. Han Sen opened the message to be greeted by an image of Lin Weiwei. She said, "Are you there? Holy Sword Shelter is under attack." The rest of the messages all dealt with the same matter, and almost immediately, Han Sen was greatly worried. With Xianxia King there, whatever was attacking the shelter and causing such panic and distress had to be an obscenely powerful force. Han Sen contacted Lin Weiwei, and when she picked up, she was surprised and said, "Finally, you're back." "Yes, what's the issue?" Han Sen said, "Some spirit brought a bunch of creatures to attempt to conquer us. Xianxia King killed them all, and so we believed the issue to be over." But a little while later, another host of forces came. This time, the outfit contained a number of super creatures. "Xianxia King told us to teleport back to the Alliance, and if we couldn't get a hold of you, stay there." Lin Weiwei paused for a moment, in obvious worry. After taking a breath, she continued by saying, "Will Xianxia King die by remaining there all alone? I don't think that guy will go down without a fight, he won't go down easy. I'll go and check it out, you stay here safely." On the inside, Han Sen knew this had to be bad. Xianxia King was not afraid of anything, but if he told the other humans not to come back, it showed he lacked confidence. That was what was most disturbing about this affair. After that, Han Sen returned to the sanctuary. He knew he had to hurry back to Holy Sword Shelter. It had been 4 days since the humans took refuge back in the Alliance, and so Han Sen feared it might be too late for him to save Xianxia King if things had turned ill in his absence. Han Sen rode Golden Growler back, bringing all his spoils with him. When he arrived at Holy Sword Shelter, all was quiet. The place was in ruin, but the fighting was over, that much was clear. Buildings had been toppled and walls had collapsed, so the place was in a right state. When Han Sen entered, he was immediately brought great relief. There, he saw Xie Qing King sunbathing as if nothing had changed. On his chest rested a comic. "You're fine, that is a relief." Han Sen smiled. Xie Qing King sat up, and when the comic fell, Han Sen was given a fright. There was a big wound in his chest, one that had exposed his heart. You could clearly see the organ pump. What happened? Han Sen knew that whatever damage he had incurred, Xie Qing King should have healed by now. The wound has been marked with a strange power. It won't heal, but that's fine, don't worry. Xie Qing King composed himself and went on to say, but they'll be back. And I'm sorry to say this, but when they do, I won't be able to stop them. Bring Lin Weiwei back and take them someplace else. Take them someplace they can be safe. Yo. Who did this to you? Han Sen frowned with much concern. Thunder Hell Emperor's cronies. He won't show himself, but whoever he sends is sure to be strong. And next time, they'll be even stronger. I can't fight them alone. Xie Qing King frowned and began to bleed again. You're not alone. Han Sen approached Xie Qing King and used silver lightning on his chest. Han Sen used his lightning-derived healing ability, the ability he had received from Silver Fox, to start healing Xie Qing King's wounds. It exhausted Han Sen, and if Xie Qing King was to fully recover, it'd take a few days. Inside the shelter's palace, Han Sen brought out the cruel bottle and released Qing Jun. As soon as she was released, the sprouts and vines resumed their growth. She did not know why Han Sen had summoned her, and she started to panic. 0. Han Sen called, wanting to see if the Asura Sutra could deal with the affliction. There was going to be a battle, and if Han Sen could fix his bottled collection of spirits and creatures, they'd be of immeasurable help. 0 approached Qing Jun in a feisty rush, flailing her arms as if to attack her. As this occurred, Han Sen slipped behind Qing Jun and held her by the arms, restricting her movement. 0 slashed her body, killing the invasive vine sprouts and eliminating their roots. Dragon King was correct. The Asura Sutra was indeed able to destroy the vines. Qing Jun and Dry Bone King had attempted to get rid of them over the course of their incarceration in the bottle. None of their attempts had yielded any positive results thus far. She was surprised a little human had again provided them a definitive answer to another one of their problems. Qing Jun, are you free from those sky vines? Han Sen asked. Qing Jun, released from his clutches, patted herself down to examine her body. Then she said, yes, actually. I don't think I feel them. Good, but you're out of the frying bottle and into the fire, I'm afraid. We're going to come under the assault of a terrible enemy. I need your help. Tell the others I will remove their vines, but only if they truthfully remain here to help in the defense of this shelter. Han Sen paused, and then went on to say, and don't forget to mention the king spirits will have to provide me their spirit stones, and super creatures will have to sign a contract. That's by the by, but just make sure to mention it, so they understand the terms that will allow them to be free of the bottle and free of the vines. I'm not entirely sure they'll agree to that, Qing Jun said. Ask and see what they say first, Han Sen told her. Qing Jun returned to the cruel bottle. She started by telling the inhabitants of the bottle they could be cured, and Han Sen was willing to release them. This made them all very excited. Their attitudes quickly soured when they heard they'd have to come into service beneath Han Sen. Why would we have to obey him? He is a weakling. Pa, who does he think he is? Emperor. No way. Do you guys want to stay in this bottle forever or do you want to get out? Qing Jun said sternly, looking into the eyes of each. A mortal emperor will try to reach the fourth god's sanctuary, and when he does, we will be free, anyway, Ghost Eye said. Qing Jun responded by saying, do you not realize the terms of your entrapment inside the bottle? You can't escape it by your own volition. The super creatures were all shocked when they understood what that meant. Ghost Eye spoke again, asking, is Han Sen keeping us in here on purpose? Has he gotten us bottled up in here for this very reason? Yes and no, but try to leave by yourself. Go on, try it. Qing Jun was making a good case. The cruel bottle might have been their sanctuary, but it was a glass prison at the same time. If Han Sen didn't let them out, they'd be stuck in there, and they were only now becoming aware of that fact. Water Fairy suddenly said, Qing Jun, tell Han Sen I am willing to sign a contract. Are you mad? Ghost Eye shouted. There is no harm going under his employ. Besides, anything is better than being stuck inside here, suffering the scent of your sweaty reeking, Water Fairy rebutted. But he's so weak. Can you all not see that? Ghost Eye said. Qing Jun said, you're a broken record, don't keep me going in circles on this. Again, can you remove the vines by yourself? Can you leave the bottle by yourself? I wouldn't be here if I could, Ghost Eye admitted. A little girl accompanies Han Sen, and she can remove them, Qing Jun said. All the super creatures, hearing this, were shocked. I will sign a contract with Han Sen. Me first. Tell him, Water Fairy pleaded. Okay. Qing Jun nodded. Han Sen was watching the bottle the entire time. Dry Bone King, Water Fairy, and Ghost Eye were willing to join up with Han Sen. Only Rock Giant refused. Dry Bone King provided Han Sen with his Spirit Stone, while Water Fairy and Ghost Eye signed the blood contract. King Spirits, Moment Queen, Thorn Queen, Dry Bone King, Qing Jun King, Purple Emperor. Super Creatures, Blue Dinosaur, Metal Eater, Water Fairy, Ghost Eye, Snowball. Han Sen had more power in his back pocket than the average King Spirit Shelter, not to mention his other companions. He still had Xianxia King, Bower, Zero, Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, and even Ghost Baby and Golden Growler, if push came to shove. Han Sen wished he had more knowledge of his opponent, and he wished he could view the troops they'd be sending, though. If it was a King Spirit coming for them, with a few super creatures in tow, Han Sen would laugh in the face of that adversity. He wouldn't be afraid, but if Thunder Hell Emperor himself was going to show, he would rather lose the shelter and not risk the battle. Han Sen suddenly felt something move inside his sea of soul. The sound of a raven cawing was heard. The Gold Raven had finished evolving. Gold Raven, Berserk Super Beast Soul Shapeshifting type. Han Sen was delighted. He hadn't expected it to finish evolving in time for the fight, and having this meant he didn't have to risk using Super King Spirit mode. I will come with you, Xianxia King said, as Han Sen was about to leave. I'm only performing some light reconnaissance to get a sneak peek at the guest list, Han Sen said. Why don't we move to meet with them, dude? Why not battle them out on the plains, instead of risking the ruin of the shelter? This crib has already suffered enough, Xianxia King suggested. That's good thinking, actually. You may be right, Han Sen agreed, and so he led his host of minions to where Thunder Hell Emperor's forces were said to be. Old Huang, why is the Emperor bringing so many king spirits and super creatures with him? In a forest, two humans spoke, with each other in a hushed volume. The Emperor's son, Thunder Devil King, was bullied. The Emperor sought retribution, so he sent a small host of king spirits and super creatures to where the enemy was said to reside. They were all killed, the elderly man said. Who is strong enough to defeat, let alone bully, his son? The young man said, I think it must be another king spirit, Old Huang said. It is a shame humans don't have someone that strong, the young man said dismally. As they walked below the boughs, Old Huang said, why is there a clearing here? This was not here before. The young man responded by saying, yeah, and look at this swollen tree. Should we check it out? We're out here to work, we shouldn't be so nosy, Old Huang said. Then, the two walked away. But as they walked away, they suddenly screamed in fear. They saw a young man standing ahead of them. What's wrong with you, scaring us like that? Wait a minute, I haven't seen you before. When did you come here and where did you come from? Old Huang asked. The young man screamed again, but this time, it was a scream born of glee. He shouted, Han Sen. It's Han Sen. Little Zhao, do you know this person? Old Huang asked. Are you telling me you don't know who President Ji's son-in-law is? Little Zhao replied, I have been stuck in here for decades. Last I recall, the president was called Wang. I don't care who this young man is, not after that scare, Old Huang said. Little Zhao approached Han Sen and asked, why are you here? I didn't know you became a part of Thunder Hell Shelter. Han Sen smiled and said, oh, don't mind me. I'm just checking the real estate value of this place. But tell me, how large is the attacking host? Old Huang said, I'm not sure. There's at least 6. Do you know where the king spirits and super creatures are? Han Sen asked. They are currently in the Thunder Garden. We can't go there, though, Old Huang said. Thanks, I appreciate it. In the meantime, I suggest you two steer clear of the shelter. Han Sen knew the place they were talking about, so he left the two be. Old Huang wished to say something more, but Han Sen was already gone. Stay away from the shelter. What did he mean by that? Old Huang did not understand. Little Zhao was excited, as he knew more about Han Sen and his unbelievable feats. He said, "Something big is going to happen, old man. Just you watch." "You mean, he's going to start something in the shelter? Pa, have you gotten a fever, boy?" Old Huang touched his forehead and went on to say, "Even people who have lived here for a century would not dare to rebel against a spirit. If you're suggesting this Han Sen would actually try to attack the shelter, you're being ridiculous." "No, I'm not. This Han Senator. He's different." Little Zhao's excitement was difficult to contain. Han Sen traveled past the forest and equipped a black cloak. He was sneaking into Thunder Hell's shelter. The night cloak truly was a treasure belonging to Night Empress. With it, Han Sen was able to sneak in without being noticed. Han Sen went towards the Thunder Garden he had been told about, completely invisible under the eye of the moon. That place was where the king spirits and super creatures lived. There was an abundance of healthy vegetation there. Before he entered, Han Sen saw a giant beast atop the gate. It was fast asleep. Han Sen could immediately tell it was a super creature. Han Sen snuck inside without trouble, due to it not being able to notice him. After entering the garden, he saw another 2 super creatures. Again, without hassle, he was able to avoid them noticing his presence. The night cloak was amazing, and Han Sen was able to avoid the detection of at least 10 king spirits and 10 super creatures. He really is an emperor. There are so many super creatures and king-class spirits here. If the emperor himself is going, there is no way I can repel the force he'll bring with him, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen suddenly heard 2 king spirits engage in conversation. "Is Mr. Thunder Hell going?" a king spirit asked. "Yes." Mr. Thunder Hell said that the king spirit there used to be incredibly powerful, and he wishes to claim him, the other king spirit answered. Han Sen was very happy to hear this. If Thunder Hell was confirmed to be going, an opportunity might arise. Han Sen could use the night cloak to sneak into the spirit hall. While the emperor was gone, he could nab the spirit stone and ruin everything the emperor sought to accomplish. Han Sen stayed there for a while longer, but he didn't hear anything else useful. It was going to be dawn soon, so he decided to leave before he risked being spotted. The night cloak was supremely effective at night, but it was useless during the daytime. Han Sen returned to the underground shelter and combined a sacred blood thorn scorpion beast soul with the invisible king scorpion gem beast soul. Han Sen was going to use everything he could to bring down Thunder Hell Emperor, and he was going to do all he could to grab his spirit stone. He had no time to find another scorpion beast soul for the gem, so that would have to do. Although Thunder Hell Emperor was leaving his shelter, he was sure to leave some guards behind to protect the spirit hall. And with the spirit halls always being bright, Han Sen knew he'd have to fight his way in once he reached it. Han Sen used the night cloak every night to sneak into Thunder Hell shelter. On the 6th night of doing this, he found a reduced number of super creatures and king spirits in the Thunder Garden. Understanding this, he knew the time to strike was now. He swiftly returned to the underground shelter, and with everyone gathered around, he formulated a plan that would enable him to retrieve the spirit stone. Han Sen had been watching the proceedings of the garden for 2 nights. He wanted to ensure Thunder Hell Emperor had indeed gone and taken a hearty-sized posse of his best with him. If the spirit was gone, Han Sen would wait until the Emperor had crossed a great distance and a quick return would be impossible. After Han Sen was able to confirm he was gone, things were looking up. Still, he couldn't yet determine what would await him in the spirit hall. If he went inside, the night cloak wouldn't work. It was a one-way ticket. On the night of the 3rd day, Han Sen hid everyone in his Sea of Soul, and if they couldn't go in there, they were instead placed inside the cruel bottle. With the night cloak on, he snuck back inside. The spirit hall was situated behind the garden. The super creatures and king spirits were again unaware of Han Sen's infiltration. If they noticed, by the time they did so, Han Sen would be crossing the spirit hall. Han Sen worried how many super creatures were acting as sentinels inside the hall, but there was no way of telling without exposing himself after stepping in. Whatever the case would be, he had to grab the stone and grab it fast. Han Sen could not return to Holy Sword Shelter now. It was too late, and even if he beat the hostile forces there, taking on an emperor and his army would be incredibly difficult. Purple Emperor was not a complete emperor, so there was no chance of him being able to match Thunder Hell Emperor in combat. The only way Han Sen could beat him, he figured, was by taking his spirit stone. Thus far, Han Sen's infiltration of the garden had been easy. He observed the Geno plants all around and thought to himself, when I've got the spirit stone, I need to get sucking. Han Sen looked over at the hall, which was not too far from him now, and inched his way over to it. He noted how it had the soft, mystic grandeur of some ancient temple. Getting into position a small ways from the entrance, Han Sen summoned Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, and the rest of his compatriots. Everyone readied themselves for a battle and started running towards the gate. The run up to the spirit hall had environmental traps that frequently blasted black lightning all about. It tried to fry unauthorized intruders who sought to reach the hall. The black lightning flickered out like craggy rocks, and sometimes like webs of electrocution. Fortunately, none came to harm, as all of Han Sen's forces were able to avoid the lightning. With a hefty strike, they all reached the gate and pummeled it down. Boom! The entire structure vibrated as the gate collapsed under the obliterating force. The noise was loud, though, and it might as well have been the sounding of an alarm. Old Huang and Little Zhao were talking to each other over the warming glow of a campfire as this transpired. Old Huang said, "Do you honestly believe that Han Sen can achieve something? I'm telling you, he cannot. Kids and their role models these days." Before he could finish berating his camp partner, the ground vibrated all of a sudden. It shocked him dearly. "What happened?" Old Huang exclaimed and stood up. Little Zhao looked over to the garden and said, "Look, something is happening over in the garden. Han Sen is striking." "How?" Old Huang saw lightning and vines erupt over the garden walls he could only peer at. "Quick, tell everyone to leave, we can't risk killing each other," Little Zhao said as he took off running to warn the others. "That could not have been him. You must be joking, surely." Old Huang was quite the doubter. Inside the spirit hall, 4 super creatures and 4 king spirits stood as guards. The ones in the garden were quick to react, too, chasing the intruding crowd like wolves trailing blood. Han Sen told Thorn Queen to do her best to prohibit their passage and block them with her command of thorns and vines. Then, he, Xianxia King, Purple Emperor, and Little Angel raced into the hall to engage the enemies before them. Super creatures and king spirits ahead of them were snared into battle with Han Sen's fighters, while he transformed into a gold raven and swiftly flew over to the statue's forehead. Han Sen wanted to grab the spirit stone as fast as he could and not suffer any delays. The creatures and king spirits were enraged as he soared above them all. They sought to react, but Little Angel and Xianxia King were able to re-engage the attention of those that sought to break away and chase after Han Sen. Han Sen's talons almost came into contact with the spirit stone. But just before he could touch it, a monster leapt out of the spirit stone. It was Thunder Hell Emperor himself. He was furious. He had been in the third god's sanctuary for the longest time, and this was the first time he had ever committed suicide to respawn back at his spirit hall. Seeing the raven trying to snatch the stone, he threw a slap in its direction. His palm quivered with the shimmering creation of a black hole. It was a terrifying move that warped the dimensions it traveled along. It looked like a black, hungry maw that wished to chew up and consume all in its path. Han Sen immediately felt the power head his way, so he reacted by throwing Snowball towards it. Snowball turned into a white ball and fell inside the black hole. Lightning exploded inside that black hole, striking the white orb with frightening ferocity. The white sphere was getting pulled and twisted like dough, but it remained strong and didn't break. Han Sen did not expect Thunder Hell Emperor to return so quickly, but he was past the point of no return. He had to take the stone now, it was now or never. Like a glorious phoenix that could transcend space, Han Sen soared with a blazing trail of fire in his wake and tried to grab the stone. The super creatures that had followed Thunder Hell Emperor out were on their way back. But all the king spirits that had left had also committed suicide to return, too. The entire shelter brimmed with a hostile aura of terrible power. Boom! Thunder Hell Emperor's lightning lashed towards Han Sen, who was in the shape of a raven. He wanted to incinerate Han Sen with his electricity and burn him to ash. Han Sen knew there was no going back after coming so far. He ignored the bloodthirsty Thunder Hell Emperor and focused on grabbing his spirit stone. The capabilities of his Phoenix techniques were being pushed to the max as Han Sen fired on all cylinders. He sped up time and teleported, wanting to close the gap and obtain the stone. The fires of the raven's wake and the lightning that webbed and weaved a trail behind Han Sen illuminated the sky in a dazzling display. The lightning was gaining on him, despite the blistering speed he traveled at, and it was about to come into contact with him. They both reached the speed of light, and not even a machine could tell which of the two were faster. Thunder Hell Emperor's face changed, though. The consequence of his decision to commit suicide had now become clear to him, as he noticed he was still in recovery. He needed to be strong, but he couldn't summon the full extent of his power, and it made him falter. Pang! The black lightning hit Han Sen's back, incinerating the wings that carried him and searing the skin of his back. But at the same time, his talons pierced through the spirit stone that was lodged inside the forehead of the statue. If he slowed down the slightest amount, the lightning that was about to devour him would ravage his entire body and turn him into charcoal. When the talons struck the spirit stone, it shattered. And as this occurred, Thunder Hell Emperor and the lightning vanished. Pang! Han Sen fell down to the ground like a fallen bird, hitting the tiles of the hall as a human with a smoldering, smoky back. The king's spirits and super creatures looked at him, frozen in shock. Then they all abandoned their combat and scrambled, running away in fear. Don't let them escape. Han Sen commanded his companions to chase after them and capture or kill them. Han Sen did not expect the emperor to commit suicide and return so quickly, but with the situation being thrown on its head like that, he had no choice but to gun it and destroy the stone as soon as he could. And as for the super creatures that had been in the emperor's employ, he wasn't going to let them escape. Purple Emperor managed to kill an airborne super creature with a clean swipe that beheaded it. Little Angel soared over and killed another. Thorn Queen was able to ensnare 2 more airborne super creatures. Snowball, who now rode upon the blue dinosaur, hunted down a king spirit. Old Huang, Little Zhao, and the other humans, meanwhile, had left the shelter. They did not know what to expect, but all of a sudden, they felt their contracts break. Old Huang was shocked after this happened, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The contract is gone, mine as well." They all noticed the same thing, and everyone began to shout and chant in glee. Han Sen attacked the shelter and slew Thunder Hell Emperor. Little Zhao called out, "But it was an emperor, that is impossible." Old Huang still could not believe it to be true. Little Zhao found his disbelief annoying at this point, so he pointed at the shelter and said, "Look, the creatures and spirits are escaping." Who else but Han Sen could have done it? Everyone looked at the shelter in shock. Those that fled were racing out as fast as they could, each one clearly in a panic. They most likely wished they had more legs. The higher tier creatures only cared for themselves, and they simply stepped on the lower tier beings if they happened to be in their way. They looked so powerful, and yet there they were, running for their lives. A dragon soared through the skies above them, but a purple light chased after it, severing the head from its scaled neck. The body fell atop a building, which buckled and collapsed under the sudden weight. The vines had taken hold of 2 flying birds, and try as they might, they could not escape the snare. An angel flew towards them swiftly after, beheading the 2 creatures and causing blood to flow and rain over the area below. "That's right, heal their lids. Before me and this posse, you ain't nothin'. Go to hell, you snakes." A man, wearing sunglasses and shorts, chased after a bunch of spirits with fists that gleamed like silver suns. He grabbed a hold of one king spirit and punched it to death with surprising brutality. The humans who watched this were shocked. The creatures and spirits that had made them miserable and bullied them for years were now being pummeled to death, slaughtered as if they were little more than livestock. "I don't think they are human," Old Huang said. Little Zhao was shocked, too. The gang that had seemingly attacked the shelter really didn't look human, at all. The entire shelter had been emptied of hostile creatures and spirits. The shelter had been rendered a city of the dead. They saw a skeleton monster approach them, and fear took hold of them. They had previously seen it approach a group of creatures, and it had knocked a bone hard and watched them all writhe on the ground and submit to the cold grasp of death. The skeleton looked as if it was going to strike the bone again, but before it could, another voice sounded. A person spoke, and the voice carried with a calm and clear tone. "Dry bone, they are with us." Old Huang heard these words, and then watched as the skeleton immediately turned back and followed the command. A gold beast rode out of the shelter and approached the group of humans, and atop it stood Han Sen. The forces they had watched conquer the shelter now rallied around Han Sen, falling behind him as if they were royal soldiers. The people were all in shock and disbelief, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. They thought it had to be a dream. After learning Han Sen had recovered, people knew it was only a matter of time before he got to doing something big. This was beyond their wildest dreams, though, and no expected Han Sen to be capable of achieving such a feat. He had brought down an emperor-class shelter in the third god's sanctuary. Even in the Super Gene era, no one had believed it to be a remotely possible endeavor. It was an emperor's shelter, and each and every person knew how difficult conquering one could be. News spread fast, and even those who were previously unlearned about the third god's sanctuary were informed of how powerful they were. Many people thought the tales were preposterous, at first. But Thunder Hell Emperor was infamous and widely renowned, so the news of his vanquishing was not something that could have been faked. There were 30 people who had been rescued by Han Sen's heroic deed. The oldest of them was a fellow who was 200 years old. The youngest had only been at the shelter for a year. They were each able to prove that Han Sen had done what was being told, and they each spoke in great admiration as they retold what they had witnessed. Han Sen had indeed taken down Thunder Hell Shelter, and he had killed all the super creatures and king spirits that previously existed there with his posse. Huang Tian's used to hold a title, and he was oft referred to as the father of Warframes. He had been missing for 60 years. Han Sen had rescued him. The alliance went crazy as the stories of Han Sen's effortless victory over an emperor's shelter began to circulate. The alliance usually forbade the spreading of news regarding the third god's sanctuary due to how horrible the place was. Most humans had to endure great suffering when they entered the third god's sanctuary, and if this became widely known, many humans would be afraid of going. No progress would ever be made. If that happened, humanity's hopes and dreams of eventually conquering the third god's sanctuary would be lost. It might have been cruel to mislead people about the dire situation in the third god's sanctuary, but it was a necessary evil. If humanity wanted to become greater, they had no choice but to go and brave the howling dark, even if that meant they would not return. If humanity became too afraid of the cost of becoming greater, it would only be a matter of time before they were beaten and one day eliminated. When the news was heard, the alliance was taken by a Han Sen fever. Propaganda, spreading word of Han Sen's deeds, was everywhere. An emperor's shelter, how did he do such a thing? Old Qin was shocked, hearing the news for the first time. Zhao 7 was sad. On the other hand, they had Angel Gene, but they had yet to take even a single king-class shelter. I'd like to be an adventuring partner of Han Sen, that is for sure. Son of God, Lu Meng, heard the news and wanted nothing more than to group up with him. But thinking of his old man, he knew he couldn't. Tang Junliu said, "It has been quiet for so many years, hasn't it? And now, the mad lad has gone and conquered an emperor's shelter. I am going to the third god's sanctuary," Yi Dongmu said, hearing the news. Then, he left. Lin Feng, reading the news, immediately went back to practicing. The whole alliance was in fervent discussion about Han Sen and what he had accomplished for humankind, and news about the third god's sanctuary was released to the masses. Han Sen had become a hero, but he didn't revel in the fanfare he was receiving. Currently, he was holding something far dearer to him, and his mouth drooled all the while. "They are all mine." Han Sen was holding a number of life geno essences in his hand. Bauer looked at him in disdain, and she ran out, looking for Zero. Han Sen was holding them all, kissing each of them in rapid succession. Han Sen had killed 6 super creatures, yielding 6 life geno essences. 2 of them had left flesh behind, and another had provided him a super beast soul. Still, none of the king spirits were willing to obey a new master. 3 had been killed. He was more than satisfied with what he had obtained from that daring conquest, though. And he was particularly happy with the beast soul he had managed to get. It was a humanoid shapeshifting beast soul called Ancient Devil Soldier. It had armor and demon wings, which increased his power and speed. He could even fly with it. Furthermore, because it was humanoid, Han Sen was able to use the skills and hyper-geno arts he had learned. Han Sen did not absorb the life geno essences yet, and he shared the merry time with Ji Yanran. When Han Sen first went to the sanctuary, he wanted his family to improve and live a better life. Now, his goal was to simply become stronger. To learn the truths he also sought, Han Sen knew there were many areas he had to become even stronger in. Ji Yanran told him, "Now I really want to go to the sanctuaries. I want to be there with you. It's too dangerous, and what's more, I have no idea where you'd spawn. But, don't you worry, I will take down the whole of the third god's sanctuary for you. Mom and little Yan will also be able to go there without fear of unfair death and danger," Han Sen said. Han Sen knew full well how dangerous the sanctuary was. Merely going to the third god's sanctuary was a risk, as spawning in the wrong shelter could leave you at the mercy of a spirit that didn't even want you. "Can you really take down the whole sanctuary?" Ji Yanran asked. Han Sen placed her on his lap and slapped her bum. Why are you hitting me? Ji Yanran blushed. You doubted my words, didn't you? Han Sen said, spanking her once more. Suddenly, the slaps became soft. Han Sen's hands turned to a gentle caress, like velvet. Then, they rode the heat of passion like a comet burning bright. I'll take the third god's sanctuary as a gift for you, Han Sen said, at last. Han Sen was resting at home. After that, when Ji Yanran came back, she dropped many cards in front of him. What are these? Han Sen asked. Receipts. Many people from different planets came to our shop to buy aircraft, all because they desire your signature, Ji Yanran said. That many? How many aircraft did you sell? Han Sen was flabbergasted. Let's just say we can live the rest of our lives merrily, all with the money I made today. Ji Yanran paused to give a warm smile. Then she said, my dad did tell you to prepare, though. The Alliance has created a new title called Super Aristocrat. You will be the first to receive it. And what's more, my father will present you with medals in Levo Plaza. Dear friends, I am Fang Mingquan. I am standing here at the heart of Levo Planet, in the renowned Levo Plaza. Less than 500 meters away from me sits the sacred Holy War platform. As is the custom, all of humanity's great heroes, like the Alliance General Peng Hongming, receive their awards there. But today, we have someone else of similar prestige being honored. In honor and gratitude of his deeds, he will be bestowed the new title Super Aristocrat. In the council's voting chamber, most were in agreement that Han Sen should be the first to be given this title. Fang Mingquan looked at the clock and then went on to say, in 15 minutes and 30 seconds, President Ji Ruijun will issue and bestow the aforementioned title and a medal in honor of it. It must be a proud day for the president, given that he will be bestowing these gifts upon his son-in-law. Countless people were watching the stream live, fascinated by the ceremony of someone being bestowed the new title Super Aristocrat. The glory of conquering an emperor's shelter in the third god's sanctuary had not been seen before. It was something new for humanity, and it painted Han Sen as a hero to the masses. This was a feat that went above and beyond what they thought he could achieve. It had a great influence on the drive of humankind and the Alliance. It meant people could become better than a sacred blood aristocrat. The greatness a person could achieve did not stop there, and everyone was capable of more. In the resting room, Han Sen was kitted out in his neatly prepared uniform. He was still in the special squad, so he still counted as a soldier. Han Sen was going to represent the army that day. Do I look okay? Han Sen smiled at Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran patted him down and said, today, you are the most handsome man in the universe. Every other man will look upon you and feel nothing but jealousy. Only for today, though, huh? Han Sen said, feigning disappointment in jest. Well, we can't have you in the public eye all the time. It's not fair on the others, you know. Ji Yanran laughed. Han Sen still wished to say something, but another soldier appeared, indicating it was time for him to go. On the Holy War platform, Ji Ruijun was beginning his speech. The people who were there were fine, but those who watched it live on a stream were impatient. They wanted to get straight to the heart of the event. The president always had speeches prepared, and more often than not, they ended up long-winded. People were bored in the opening minutes, desperate to see Han Sen. A lot of people know I have a daughter. Like any father of a daughter would know, she is your princess. Her importance is equal to that of her mother, who you take to be your queen. When Ji Ruijun said that, everyone looked at him with shock. He sounded different on this day. Ji Ruijun smiled and said, when she was small, I thought no one would ever be good enough for her. The man who took her hand in marriage would have to be the best of the best, but rarely can fathers be 100% happy in the person their daughter loves. Their betrothed is always assumed to be a thief, who steals their most precious diamond. Everyone smiled, hearing these words. Honestly, when my daughter first told me she wanted to marry Han Sen, I shuddered at the mere thought. He was just a young lad from an ordinary family. He wasn't high class, he didn't have money, he didn't have much of an education. I didn't think he was good enough for my daughter, and again, I believed him to be a thief. He stole my daughter's heart, and my diamond in the process. But today, I realize I could not have been more wrong. I looked for value in all the wrong places. He is a soldier that represents the best in humanity. Not once has he disappointed me, and most importantly, not once has he disappointed my daughter. In the 200 years of our era, in which we have dealt with the sanctuaries, a huge price has been paid to get to where we are. And each and every day, transactions in lives are made. Without the sacrifices of those who go before us, our survival in the third God's sanctuary would not be possible. Those who go there are trailblazers, building the foundation of a road we can all travel and build upon, in asserting our progression and ascension as a species. Today, I will be bestowing the title of Super Aristocrat to an important person who has gone above and beyond for us all. He is an individual who currently roams the third God's sanctuary in defiance of what we thought to be impossible. He is a person we can all look upon in pride, because again, he represents the best of what we humans are capable of. Today, the Alliance will enter the Super Era. The importance of each individual will be measured and valued by their deeds in the third God's sanctuary. The young people who bravely go are pious and fearless, unafraid of death when they march into the dark valleys of that sanctuary. Lives can be lost, yes, but each and every one is held dear, and no one is ever forgotten. Every contribution made, no matter the size, is valued. Please, to the people that dare the third God's sanctuary, continue as you have done. It is my hope that one day, you will all reach the heights of Han Sen. You will each become a super aristocrat. Today, he brought down an emperor shelter. Perhaps in the near future, we will see every shelter of that sanctuary hold proud the Levo flag. Han Sen approached the stage and accepted the medal and title of super aristocrat. Then, he and Ji Ruijun hugged. Every media publication wrote an article about the events of that day, and many young people became inspired. The desire to join Han Sen as a super aristocrat was a compelling one. And indeed, Han Sen became an idol to all. Despite being the first super aristocrat of the Alliance, though, Han Sen did not spend much time reveling in the celebrations. He was eager to return to the sanctuary, and so he did. There, in silence, he absorbed his cherished life Geno essences. Han Sen appreciated the glory he was given, but he knew that he himself was not powerful enough to go against an emperor in proper combat. Taking down Thunder Hell Shelter was a group effort, and it was luck and sneakiness that made it possible. Holding it, now and in the future, was another question entirely. After Han Sen absorbed the 6 life Geno essence, he was left standing at a super Geno point total of 69. There was still the Ice Wolf King's body and 2 others to eat, so Han Sen provided the super flesh to Golden Growler, Snowball, and Metal Eater. The king's spirits were similar to humans in that they did not eat super flesh. Han Sen went to the Geno garden at the shelter, as he greatly desired the Geno plants that resided there. He had been busy for quite some time, so his pining for them had only gotten worse. Now, he had the opportunity. The plants that occupied an emperor's garden would surely be nothing but the best, and just a few emperor-class plants would be enough to satiate Han Sen's desire. But when Han Sen finally walked into the garden, ready to drain it, he was dealt quite the disheartening surprise: the garden was dead. Moment Queen was standing conspicuously at its center, with a life force beaming with energy. It was much stronger than it used to be. Moment, what have you done? Han Sen was ready to kill her, once and for all, if she didn't provide him an explanation for what she had done. I just want to live, was Moment Queen's answer. You have 1 minute to explain, otherwise, your want is not going to happen, Han Sen said. Moment Queen looked surprised, and she stammered, you think you'll be safe, now that you've taken over Thunder Hell Shelter? You have 45 seconds, Han Sen said. Moment Queen said, Thunder Hell Emperor was a good friend of Saint Fan Emperor. Saint Fan Emperor won't look kindly upon the one who killed his friend and took all his things. I absorbed the plants so I can help you in the future. I have only opened 5 gene locks, so I cannot help you very much under my current circumstances. Han Sen frowned, thinking he might have heard about Saint Fan Emperor before. In the second God's sanctuary, it was Saint Fan who branded a mark on his forehead when he came to take the Holy Rhino. And later, when Han Sen encountered the Lotus Empress, she name-dropped Saint Fan when she noticed Han Sen and the mark. Now that I have opened 9 gene locks, I can help you out a lot, Moment Queen said. Han Sen brought out the cruel bottle and sucked her in. Moment Queen was shocked, wishing to plead more in her defense. But before she could, the bottle was corked. Existing inside the cruel bottle was different to existing in the Sea of Soul. You could evolve in the Sea of Soul and slumber, but the cruel bottle was more like a prison. If she had just asked, Han Sen would have been willing to part with some of the plants. But for her to take them all without permission was the sort of behavior he was not willing to tolerate. I can help you against Saint Fan Emperor, you cannot do it without me. Moment Queen screamed. hoping Han Sen would hear her. She did not want to be trapped inside those glass walls forever. Even if I was to lose Thunder Hell Shelter, and you were my last hope of survival, I wouldn't let you out. Han Sen put away the bottle and didn't say another word to her. Han Sen asked his other companions if they knew who Saint Fan was. Qing Jun and Thorn had only heard his name, but didn't know much else. Xianxia King and Baby Ghost had never even heard the name. Dry Bone King was the only one who was able to provide information. Dry Bone King said, I thought about that *SSHOLE, as he's not too far from this shelter. And last I heard, he and Thunder Fart were friends. He might attack us, you know. How much do you know about him, exactly? Han Sen asked. Dry Bone King looked excited to provide information, and he said, well, back then, my father, Skeleton King, had his spirit stone destroyed by Saint Fan Emperor. Xianxia King was shocked when he overheard this, and he exclaimed, hold the phone. Are you the son of Skeleton King? Was he famous? Han Sen asked. Xianxia King had been trapped for 100,000 years. If even Xianxia King had heard about him, Skeleton King had to be some sort of legend. Xianxia King explained, oh, boy. I sure did. Back then, he was the bee's knees. He could have been an emperor, you know. I didn't expect him to have been killed by Saint Fan Emperor, though. That sucks to hear. Dry Bone King looked angry, and he said, Saint Fan's power exploited a weakness of my father. He took over Skeleton Shelter, and that is how he became an emperor so quickly. What power did he have? Han Sen asked. People always assumed it was light, but that would be incorrect. His power can heal everything and anything. It has long been a dream of mine to slay him, even if revenge is a luxury I cannot afford. But I fear that even with all our might combined, there is nothing we can do to defeat him, Dry Bone King said. Heal everything, did you say that right? To heal is not to attack. If he can't attack, what is there to be afraid of? Ghost Eye chimed in. Dry Bone King looked over to Ghost Eye and said, the powers of healing are strong, and that is especially true of Saint Fan. Could you elaborate? Han Sen did not know how or why the powers of healing would inflict damage. Dry Bone King's voice sank to a strange tone, and he said, his powers are so strong, he can seal all of your orifices. He can warp the shape of your body and turn you into little more than a meatball. Dry Bone King looked at both Ghost Eye and Xianxia King, and said, he could even combine the both of you. He could merge you together, by your flesh. Xianxia King and Ghost Eye looked at each other, having both been given goosebumps. The bottom line is, Saint Fan's powers cannot be any less than Thunder Hell's. And that aside, he has an abundance of super creatures and king spirits in his employ. If Thunder Hell was the mini-boss, Saint Fan is the big cheese of this region, Dry Bone King said. Everyone was talking about the subject, but no real results were coming of the discussions. Assaulting Saint Fan Shelter preemptively would have to be done differently than their attack on Thunder Hell Shelter. Saint Fan Shelter was a mysterious construct, and it was encircled by a moat. The night cloak could not be used to breach the place without being seen. No one knew where the spirit hall was, either, so it'd probably be quite difficult to locate in the midst of an attack. After fighting Thunder Hell Emperor, Han Sen had learned a thing or two about proper emperor behavior, though. For one, he now knew they were willing to kill themselves quickly, and they'd respawn at an alarmingly fast rate. Whatever Han Sen and his companions chose to do, trying to conquer a shelter such as that was going to prove tough. But the talks were interrupted by the sudden sound of an explosion that rattled the entire shelter, causing the ground to cough up plumes of dust. Han Sen's face changed immediately, and so he ran to the source of the sound with the others in tow. Han Sen came before a well in the garden, which was cascading water. It had flooded the ground of the garden, and it was 1 foot deep already. Bauer was near the well, with Snowball quivering behind her. Are you okay? Han Sen asked the baby, but she seemed to be totally fine. I'm good, Bauer said. What happened here? Han Sen asked, indicating to the water that was flooding the place. Bauer pointed at Snowball and said, I threw him in the well. Big boom. He flies out. Is that true? Han Sen asked Snowball. Snowball nodded gently. Han Sen tried peering into the well, but he could see nothing in its depths. All that seemed to be there was water. Han Sen picked up Snowball and dropped him in the well again. Snowball summoned the white ball to protect himself and fell inside. Pang! While Snowball was sinking down into the dark depths of the well, there was another sudden explosion. In response, Snowball was fired back out of the well like a cannonball. The garden was flooded even more. Following this, Snowball quickly ran back over to Bauer and hid behind her. It looked to be absolutely terrified. Well, this sure is one peculiar well. Han Sen tried looking down into the well again, and he did not see any clues that might explain what had occurred. The well had seemingly spat out Snowball by its own volition. Let me take a look, Water Fairy said, as she hovered near the well. Okay, but be careful. Han Sen nodded. She was a water super creature, so if anything else was going to plunge into the aquatic mystery, there was none more suited to do so than her. Oh, you care for my well-being. Thank you. Water Fairy smiled at Han Sen and then dove into the well. The Water Fairy did not create another explosion, and she was able to blend in with the rest of the water that filled the well. Han Sen watched her go, relieved that what happened to Snowball did not happen to her. Han Sen stood on the well looking down, but eventually, he lost sight of her and could not see what was going on at the bottom. All of a sudden, the sound of thunder boomed. Han Sen quickly fell back, but he was surprised to see nothing actually happen this time. Han Sen inched his way back to the well and saw the water begin to bubble, as if it were coming to a boil. Where did that thunder noise come from? Ghost Eye asked, as he too approached the well. The thunder sounded again, but this time continuously, and slowly, the volume grew and grew. Inside the well, there was no lightning or anything. The water was only moving a little, so where it might have come from was difficult to discern. Is there a place below the well, perhaps? Han Sen frowned as he mulled the curiosity. Xianxia King now came near, in his flip-flops. He prepared to dive in after Water Fairy, saying, let this sewer the ombre take a look. No, you don't have to. Let's wait and see if Water Fairy returns. Han Sen wasn't sure what was down there, and if there was a trap, it'd be silly to send his troops in one after one. Nothing in the third god's sanctuary can stop a dude like me. Come on, son, you know I'm unstoppable. You're saying a well can get the better of me? Xianxia King scoffed at the desire for safety, and he looked ready to jump in. Splash! The sudden sound shocked them all, and it was Water Fairy who had come back out. Are you okay? Han Sen swiftly asked her. Water Fairy, after regaining her balance, said, I'm fine, but I did stumble across something interesting down there. Well, you had my curiosity. Now, you have my attention, Xianxia King said, as if speaking to the actual stone of the well. Water Fairy directed her gaze to Han Sen, saying, it would be better if you followed me. Okay, then, let's go take a look, Han Sen said, leaning over the side of the well. Before going in, Water Fairy said, this water is sky-pure water. If anything dirty or pure goes inside, it'll be rejected like filth. Like that mangy mutt you've adopted. But for yourself, don't worry, I can protect you and let you in. Water Fairy then turned her attention to the rest of the crowd and said, don't come in after us, okay? If you do, you will hurt Master and I. After that, Water Fairy became a floating spring of water. It circled around Han Sen and grabbed him tight, then it picked him up and brought him into the well. Han Sen began to descend through the water of the well, and the further he went down, the wider the structure of the well became. Before long, Han Sen noticed he was at a depth of 1,000 meters. And then, suddenly, Han Sen saw something bright in front of him. In the well, there was a flickering bolt of lightning. It was different from normal lightning, and the end of the bolt seemed to be stemming from something solid. It was a blue stone. The blue stone was like crystal, and he could see lightning inside and out of it. The lightning was strange, though. Each flash only illuminated a small portion of the area around the stone. Outside of its immediate proximity was darkness and nothing more. If Han Sen had not been led as close as he was now, he wouldn't have been able to make it out in that stifling darkness. Water Fairy had generated a bubble for Han Sen to sit within, so he could breathe and talk underwater. What is this thing? Han Sen asked as he pointed towards the lightning stone. The lightning stone was very large, around the size of a house. Curiously, there were many holes in its exterior that could provide Han Sen access. Water Fairy entered the bubble and took Han Sen's arm, saying, I'm not sure what it is, but it sure seems to be brimming with power, don't you think? Be careful going close, though, as the holes occasionally beam with the lightning. It won't leave the confines of the crystal as long as it's undisturbed, thankfully. You most probably heard the sound of thunder outside, did you not? It was that, like an explosive exhaust of lightning and thunder. Show me how to trigger the light show, Han Sen said. Water Fairy nodded and waved her hand, then a wave of water went towards the stone. When her water touched the stone, blue lightning spat out from its holes. The lightning lashed out like hungry vines, which then wrapped around the exterior of the stone and produced a thunderous roar. When the water came into contact with the lightning, the wave was broken. When the water was gone, the lightning began to calm and go back to its simmering status as if nothing had transpired. Han Sen looked at the stone with a hearty mixture of surprise and fervent inquisitiveness. It was strong, but it did not show signs of possessing a life force. The lightning seemed to be genuine. If it was just lightning, though, why would it have the awareness to prevent something from approaching? You said the water wouldn't allow the presence of dirt, so how is this stone here in the water? Han Sen asked. Water Fairy frowned and said, normally, sky-pure water cannot contain dirt. And if an item that is unclean is present, the sky-pure water displaces both the unclean item and the water surrounding the item. It really is strange, even to me, that this lightning stone is here in the midst of the water. Han Sen observed the stone a bit more and then told her, take me closer. Water Fairy responded to this with shock, and she quickly exclaimed, but that lightning is so strong, I don't think we can withstand it. I only want to get a closer peek, that's it. Take me there, and if I can't withstand it, then you can pull me back. Han Sen smiled. I won't disappoint you, Water Fairy said with renewed confidence. She looked happy, and then she took the bubble closer to the danger zone. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to simulate Thunder Hell Emperor's black lightning, wanting to see if he could get right into the stone. There could be a treasure inside, one that belonged to Thunder Hell. If that was the case, Han Sen thought the lightning would only acknowledge the presence of the now deceased spirit, and a simulation of his power would be the next best thing. When the bubble got closer, though, the stone began to spew blue lightning to seal off each point of entry possible. The bubble connected with one whip of lightning and immediately broke. In response, Han Sen turned and struck the blue lightning with the black lightning he now commanded. Pang! The reaction was not what Han Sen expected, and he was literally shocked. The electricity that coursed through him was excruciatingly painful, and it sent him flying backward. Fortunately, Water Fairy managed to catch him with another bubble. If she hadn't, he'd have been blasted back out of the well. Han Sen looked at his hand, noticing the presence of blue lightning flickering across it. The black lightning was no match, it seemed. Strange. There doesn't seem to be any association between the blue and black lightning. Was it just my simulation that failed? Did the stone fail to recognize me as Thunder Hell? Han Sen thought to himself. His hand still jolted with the presence of lightning that was still there, and every time it sparked, a new mark was left. It started to make Han Sen feel numb. Opting to try something else, Han Sen decided to simulate the silver fox's lightning. He was intrigued by the stone, and he really wanted to get rid of the blue lightning that was inhibiting his examinations and possible treasure collection. And with the silver lightning, the breakthrough he was looking for was achieved. The blue lightning moved away from Han Sen. It seemed as if the cords of blue were afraid of the silver lightning that Han Sen had created. Master, the blue lightning is retreating. It is returning back to the stone, as if it is afraid of something, Water Fairy said, take me back to the hole again. Han Sen hadn't expected the silver fox's abilities to have such far-reaching positive effects. Han Sen did notice that Thunder Hell's lightning was different than the silver fox's. Thunder Hell's lightning was all about pure destruction and the taking of lives, the silver fox was about saving lives instead. It could be used to heal others, after all. The blue lightning was afraid of Little Silver's lightning, or at least, that was what Han Sen guessed. Water Fairy delivered him to the stone as he had requested, and when Han Sen reached it, the hole had already begun building up a discharge to lash and keep him away. In response, Han Sen summoned his silver lightning again, which made the blue lightning retreat. Han Sen was delighted, and this really was the result he was looking for. He told Water Fairy to wait where she was, while he jumped into the hole that the silver lightning had opened. The entry point was not submerged in sky-pure water, but was dry as land instead. Veiling himself in a cloak of silver lightning, Han Sen proceeded forward as the blue lightning cowered away from him. The hole was the perfect size for one person to go through. As he felt his way through, it was practically a tunnel, complete with its own twists and turns. After traversing as far as he could, he eventually reached the bottom. There was nothing particularly special about the way he had gone, and it was just as he had seen it from the outside. Inside the stone was a semicircular space, and each hole had an exit point that led into that place. Han Sen saw a small tree inside, growing in a pot. The tree was 30 centimeters tall, and it looked like a small coconut tree. The strangest thing about it was that the tree seemed to have been forged from actual electricity or lightning. Its appearance was not too dissimilar to that of a plasma ball. There were 3 blue fruits growing on the electric branches of the tree, but weirdly, each fruit had something within it. The 3 lightning fruit each held something different. The highest of the trio had a knight in armor sitting inside as blue lightning flickered around him. The knight was wearing armor and a helmet, though, so Han Sen could not see its face. He could not even see its eyes. The left fruit had a hammer inside it. Its shape was fairly unremarkable, and it looked like an average blacksmith's hammer, aside from the blue lightning that crackled around the head. It also had the symbol of lightning forged on it. The right fruit had a hand. It was white and pristine, with beautiful, untarnished nails. In the palm of the hand was another lightning symbol. Han Sen felt strange as he looked upon them. The plant was growing 3 wholly different items. The fruits were not yet mature, but the life forces of the tree and its fruit were frighteningly powerful. There was no doubt in Han Sen's mind that he had stumbled across treasure belonging to an emperor spirit. But if they were Geno weapons, why would a knight and a hand be growing inside the fruits? They could have been creatures, but the idea of a creature that had the form of a hammer was bewildering. Han Sen might not have been able to tell what they were right now, but whatever would come from them had to be good. There was a reason why Thunder Hell Emperor had gone to such great lengths to hide the tree beneath a well submerged in sky-pure water. Whatever these are, they'll be awesome when they're mature. I should help boost its growth. You can't find an emperor plant every day, after all. Han Sen summoned his black crystal and bestowed a number of drops upon the tree. He examined the fruit one last time, and he got giddy as he wondered how good the items would be. If they're beast souls, that'd be terrific. Imagine if they were berserk super class. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen decided to summon Dragon King. He was a knowledgeable fellow on a great number of subjects, so there was a chance he could shed some more light on what was growing on the tree. Do you know what this is? Han Sen said. Dragon King, seeing the mini tree, looked shocked. He went around it to observe it carefully, saying, "How very peculiar. This should be a lightning emperor Geno plant, correct? It is strange how the things inside don't look very electric." Excuse me, the stuff inside isn't lightning. Han Sen frowned in a pause, before continuing on to say, "You must be mistaken. You are, aren't you? The items inside even have the symbol of lightning emblazoned across them." Dragon King explained, "I have hundreds of thousands of years of experience. Trust me, I am not mistaken when I tell you that whatever is inside that tree is not lightning." "Then, can you explain?" Han Sen asked, frowning. Dragon King looked at the fruit and said, "I can't be sure about the hand and the hammer, but I know for sure everything you'd need to know about the knight." "Okay, go on, I'm listening." Han Sen gestured for him to proceed. Dragon King laughed and said, "I used to grow those. It's a super beast soul, and it goes by the name Twin Knight." Twin Knight, but there is only one of them. Han Sen found it hard to believe they were twins. Before you spirits sign a contract with humans, you can't use beast souls. "Isn't that right?" Han Sen said. Dragon King balked and said, "No, it wasn't for me. It was for my man, Dragon Knight." "Dragon Knight, you had someone to ride you?" Han Sen looked at Dragon King with shock. Dragon King's face turned green, and he explained, "No, it's not like that. Dragon Knights are knights with dragon blood. They are powerful super creatures, actually, not too far off your disloyal knight. I had a whole battalion of them, at one point. You had a whole battalion to ride you. You are good." Han Sen laughed and went on to say, "Anyway, keep going. What is the Twin Knight?" "The Twin Knight beast soul should grow on the twin tree. I had them, and I was going to use a Twin Knight to combine with my favorite Dragon Knight, so he could act as a leader. But something went wrong with the tree and it died, you know how it goes. But I am telling you, this is identical to my Twin Knight. And believe me, I am as perplexed as you about why it is growing on a lightning tree." Dragon King looked genuinely confused. "You still haven't told me what it does," Han Sen said, looking directly at him. Dragon King laughed and said, "Oh, that is simple. It can possess other knights and have powers opposite to what it currently has. Does that mean if a knight has a fire element, and it is possessed, it will instead use an ice element?" Han Sen asked. "No, it is extra, as in, you can use ice and fire together, Dragon King explained. Han Sen was delighted with the treasure he had stumbled across. He thought that item would be a terrific gain for him. If disloyal knight used it, he wondered, what would his powers become? Dragon King thought the Geno plant would still take another 40 years to mature, so that meant 40 days for Han Sen and his water drops. In 40 days, he could obtain the items it was going to yield. He still wasn't sure what the hand or the hammer items were, but Dragon King seemed certain that the knight was a twin knight, despite the peculiarity of it being born on this tree. Han Sen didn't want to leave empty-handed, though. He wanted to wait there until the fruit could mature. Han Sen moved the underground shelter to a well-hidden place not too far from Thunder Hell Shelter. If they were unable to defend Thunder Hell Shelter, when the not-so-far-away hostiles came to attack, they could retreat to the underground shelter and make a daring escape. Han Sen left the well and told Water Fairy to keep an eye on it, and make sure no one intruded. He then went to one of the palaces in the shelter to do some reading. Han Sen wanted to figure out what manner of information the Zonmen fellow had given him. He had already had it translated into the modern language, so now he could read it all with simplicity. There was info regarding the Xuantian technique, on which the Dongshuan Sutra had been based. The Xuantian technique was good, but it was quite different than the finalized Dongshuan Sutra. The Xuantian technique was the original skill, but the Dongshuan Sutra had been created by Dongshuan Z after he broke through the vacuum. Han Sen decided to learn the Xuantian technique, while applying what he had learned through his time with the Dongshuan Sutra. There was a lot Han Sen would be able to learn from it, despite it not being in its entirely original format. The Xuantian technique was ancient, and over the ages, parts of it had been modified. Han Sen learned a lot from it, and he noticed that many hyper-Geno arts could be easily blended with it. Han Sen selected one to practice with and used the Dongshuan Sutra as a base. He was still able to use a hyper-Geno art that had been combined with the Xuantian technique. He didn't have much time, though. So, Han Sen only picked one, thinking he could use it against Saint Fan if he ever had to fight him. Han Sen decided to practice a skill called Xuanmi movement, which had its origins based on Xuantian movement. Dongshuan movement was based on Xuantian movement, as well. But Dongshuan movement had been modified a lot for the Dongshuan Sutra, making it a much greater fit. Xuanmi movement was terrific, and it was very adaptable in how it could combine with modern skills. Han Sen used Xuanmi movement with Dongshuan movement to try it out, and he found it to be rather easy. In less than 2 days, he had already become proficient with it. After a while, Han Sen also finished going through the information provided to him by Professor Long. After reclining back to think through what he had read, Han Sen finally thought he had figured out a way in which he could combine speeding up time and teleportation. But for this, he would have to start creating a brand new hyper-Geno art. Speeding up time and teleportation. This could actually work, Han Sen said to himself. Han Sen continued his research for the next few days, and he stayed away from the Alliance in case Saint Fan showed up. Half a month passed with no sign of an enemy force. The Emperor tree in the well had not yet matured, either. Ghost Eye, however, came running back to the shelter in a strange panic. Saint Fan is here. Dry Bone translated what Ghost Eye had to say, amidst his panting. When Han Sen heard, he raced out of his room to prepare. Everyone else abandoned what they were doing and went to join him. Queen and Zero were the only humans there, as the rest were in the underground shelter. For a fight like this, most humans would be little more than cannon fodder. What do we face? Baby Ghost asked. He had managed to open 3 gene locks after starting from scratch, but he was still in no condition to fight what now faced them. Ghost Eye was making a noise, pointing at something in the distance. He had very good eyesight, which was why Han Sen selected him as a scout. Dry Bone King translated what he had to say again. Saint Fan, with his army in tow, is 500 miles away. He has seen 5 super creatures and 3 king spirits accompanying him. But to pad out the forces, swaths of smaller creatures have come, too. With the Emperor himself showing his face, do you think we should fall back? Dry Bone King added the last sentence himself, as he doubted their strength in repelling such a foe. If his father had failed to defeat Saint Fan Emperor, there was no chance he could. What you, afraida, son? We haven't got nothing to fear. We've got the greater hand here, Xianxia King said, as he puffed on a cigar. He is an emperor. Realistically, now would be the time for us to go. We can always come back. Living to fight another day sounds worthwhile to me, Baby Ghost said. Water Fairy chimed in to say, "You should stop arguing and just do whatever our master tells us." Everyone turned to look at Han Sen. "These colors don't run. I'm fighting, no matter what. But that doesn't mean I'm without an escape plan, if things truly turn awry. If their forces are overwhelming, we can return to the underground shelter," Han Sen said. Han Sen did not want to lose the Emperor tree just yet, and the last thing he wanted was for an emperor to easily claim the goodies he himself had fought to obtain. Han Sen could deal with the king spirits and super creatures without much issue. It was the emperor himself that presented the problem. He wasn't sure how he'd muster what it would take to bring the emperor down. Ordinary king spirits could not fight him, and Purple Emperor wasn't a true emperor yet, either. Purple Emperor can fight with my berserk gold raven beast soul, and I myself have super king spirit mode and little angel. All hope is not lost, and at the very least, fleeing will remain a viable option. I can escape whenever I wish, Han Sen mulled to himself. Han Sen had decided to stay and fight. He brought all his spirits and super creatures outside of the shelter to battle upon the fields. He didn't want to risk the construct of Thunder Hell shelter getting destroyed. After walking a few dozen miles, he and his companions caught sight of the enemy spirits and creatures approaching. The spirit that led the host was clad in black armor that masked his face. A subtle, dark glow shimmered around the being. He looked like an ancient deity, but Han Sen knew exactly who he was. That was Saint Fan, whom he had seen in the second god's sanctuary. The spirit hadn't changed much. Saint Fan Emperor was sitting upon the holy rhino, which looked as strong as ever. It glowed with a holy light, acting as a beacon for the army to follow. What Han Sen had seen, when the holy rhino ascended to the third god's sanctuary, was still one of the most incredible sights he had ever witnessed. It was something Han Sen thought was insane. And now, over the time of its existence in the third god's sanctuary, it had been looked after well by Saint Fan Emperor, as it had opened 9 gene locks already. Besides Saint Fan Emperor, there were 3 king spirits and a few super creatures. Behind the leading line was an army of spirits and creatures, all of varying types, sizes, and shapes. A few of the creatures looked familiar, as they were the spirits and creatures that had escaped from Thunder Hell shelter. Han Sen frowned, noticing this. If Saint Fan had the creatures from Thunder Hell shelter, he would know everything about the place. He was coming fully prepared, and there were very few trump cards Han Sen had left to play. When Saint Fan recognized Han Sen, a visible look of shock fell across his face. He said, "Human, it was you who killed Thunder Hell Emperor and claimed his shelter." "Yes," Han Sen answered as he sat upon Golden Growler, eschewing all possible feelings of apprehension. Saint Fan smiled and said, "I left a mark on you, did I not? I had hoped to have you come to my shelter, but that mare replaced it. Lotus claimed you, did she not? Not that it matters, because you will be mine once more." Saint Fan made it sound like he'd soon expect a grovel-like bow by Han Sen, and he'd have no trouble getting a submission from him. Han Sen was aware of how he was making it sound, so Han Sen said, "I'm not so sure about that. In fact, it might be the opposite. Perhaps later, it will be you who belongs to me." Seeing Saint Fan there, though, made his mind drift to wonder what power the spirits possessed that allowed them to return to a previous shelter and escort creatures through. If Han Sen could do this, he thought he'd be able to bring his mother to the third god's sanctuary. Saint Fan Emperor looked miffed, and he responded to Han Sen by saying, "You might be able to steal Thunder Hell's spirit stone, but the talent that enabled that is useless against a being as magnificent as I. Get on your knees and you can return to the shelter with your comrades. All deals will be off the table once swords ring, knuckles fly, and bones break. Talking with this fool is pointless, yo. Let's kill him." Xianxia King did not wait, and with a gleam of silver light, he took off running towards the enemy. Xianxia King's power was similar to that of Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode. That being said, it wasn't as effective. Seeing Xianxia King come, Saint Fan did not seem to care. It was a king spirit that had come running out to fight, after all. Xianxia King ran before a king spirit of the enemy and unleashed a barrage of punches. The enemy's fists were very quick, and they were able to repel every single hit. The enemy's fists were like shields. Pang! Xianxia King punched a little harder and broke the fist shield. Then, another salvo of punches was unleashed. The king spirit didn't seem to care much about the punches it was being delivered, though, and it sought to launch a punch of its own at Xianxia King's head. Fortunately, his power did not match. Xianxia King's power. With a boost, Xianxia King's fist was driven into the enemy spirit's chest, while the enemy spirit's punch was thrown into Xianxia King's head. A hole was smashed into the king spirit's body as Xianxia King's fist ripped clean through. And when the king spirit's own fist came into contact with Xianxia King, it did nothing. The power seemed to have been nullified when it came into contact with the silver light that veiled Xianxia King. Get back to me once you've practiced the art of punching walls for 100,000 years in a dreadfully boring incarceration, matey, Xianxia King said. Everyone, witnessing Xianxia King's coolness and ferociousness in taking the fight to the enemy, were given the hope they needed, but had struggled to find before now. Saint Fan didn't care much for his subordinate's death, though, as the holy rhino's horn began to shine. Immediately, the spirit Xianxia King had thought to have killed stood up and healed back to full health. Our fight is not over, the king spirit cackled. Xianxia King frowned, and he looked to be filled with a murderous rage. He approached the king spirit again. To this, Saint Fan waved his hand, a command to the rest of his companions to begin fighting. Seeing Saint Fan not want to fight himself, Han Sen responded by commanding Purple Emperor and the rest to deal with the army. The opponent only had 7 king-class elites with him, while Saint Fan and the Rhino stayed out of the fighting. Purple Emperor, Xianxia King, and Little Angel were very strong, and they were swiftly able to take control of the battleground. But Han Sen soon found out that this was pointless. The Holy Rhino was able to heal all the forces that were beaten down, making it impossible to keep the dead. It is no wonder they are not afraid to die. Injuries don't stick, Han Sen told himself, while frowning. Alu. Xianxia King's fists were like a couple of silver suns now, as they pummeled the daylight out of the spirit in front of him again. He had torn through every shield and beaten the spirit into a wretched, mangled mess on the floor, ready to be smashed. The rhino's horn was shining brightly, and that same light was now caressing the crumpled king spirit. Xianxia King did not relent in his pummeling of the spirit, but no matter what he did, it just wouldn't give up the ghost. Pang! This time, when the spirit was able to get up, it punched Xianxia King in the face, making his nose bleed. And it wasn't only Xianxia King having to deal with such a predicament. Ghost Eye, Blue Dinosaur, and Dry Bone were also at this same disadvantage. Disloyal Knight's halo had the ability to weaken others, but Saint Fan's army was practically invincible. They did not fear death, either, so a reduction in damage output or a reduction of defense durability on their part meant nothing. That being said, the wounds would stay on the broken enemies, which meant their effectiveness in battle gradually reduced the more they were beaten. Holy Rhino is good, it is no wonder Saint Fan values it so highly and has allowed it to level up so high, Han Sen thought, as he readied himself to attack the Rhino and Saint Fan Emperor. Han Sen needed to get rid of the duo, as victory did not seem a likely outcome if they were still in play. But before Han Sen struck, Xianxia King barked something across the battlefield. The scary silver light that had enveloped him made him look like a terrifying foe. Han Sen was a great distance away from him at this point, but he could feel the immense power Xianxia King was about to deploy. It made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Seeing the king's spirit rise again, Xianxia King had definitely had enough. He screamed, "Die!" The fists came thick and fast, one wallop after another, wrecking the body of the king spirit. The heat of the silver fists then melted its body into thick, bubbling tar as it was beaten back into a rocky cliffside. Like a mechanical drill, Xianxia King pummeled him through the rock as if he was merrily digging a tunnel. After the silver light dimmed, the body of the king spirit was shown to have disappeared. It had been vaporized. Even after respawning another 10,000 times, you'll never have what it takes to beat me. Xianxia King hollered, as he drew a pair of sunshades and slid them into his face. As cool as he tried to play it, though, Han Sen knew Xianxia King was sweating. That attack had cost Xianxia King a lot of energy. Still, the fact that he had destroyed a king spirit into actual nothingness was scary. Han Sen said to him, "Brother Xie, you rock." If the body was gone, the rhino couldn't heal it. But Saint Fan Emperor waved his hand, and then, a weird light appeared. This light was sent towards Xianxia King. Boom! The light broke and diminished, returning the king spirit in front of Xianxia King unharmed and free from wounds. Seeing this, Xianxia King's face changed. Han Sen now knew why his opponents really weren't afraid of death. Even if they couldn't be healed, resurrection was only a hand flick away. Han Sen summoned Purple Emperor and then became a berserk gold raven. Together, the duo went to battle Saint Fan. Han Sen used the Gold Raven because he could not yet use Ancient Devil Soldier. The Raven had berserk powers, too, so it was bound to be effective against the Emperor. Seeing Han Sen and Purple Emperor approach, Saint Fan didn't move much. He just remained where was, comfy upon the rhino. He didn't seem to be afraid of anything. When they approached, Saint Fan lifted his hands and managed to grab them both with ease. The talons of the Raven and the purple sword were grabbed by Saint Fan with no trouble. Han Sen and Purple Emperor could not escape the wretched grip he had on him. Saint Fan was a twisted devil, and he started to smack the two puppets in his hands together, getting them to hit each other repeatedly. Dry Bone King said Saint Fan could make the flesh of two creatures merge together, and these words stuck with Han Sen all too well. The last thing he was going to do was allow that. Han Sen flapped his wings and managed to writhe out of the Emperor's grip, leaving a few scratch marks on his hands as he slipped free. Purple Emperor, seeing an opportunity now arise, let the sword go, jumped on Saint Fan's head, and used another beamblade to strike him. Dong, dong, dong. The purple beam struck against the armor a few times, but it was futile. Only the exposed skin was susceptible to damage. But as soon as wounds appeared on Saint Fan's skin, they were immediately healed. You'd miss it if you blinked. Our Emperor's always this strong. Han Sen used his Phoenix techniques to repeatedly hit Saint Fan while trying to avoid getting grabbed again. Purple Emperor continued using his blades of light to strike their ultimate foe. But Saint Fan didn't even seem concerned. He sat upon the rhino, unmoved. It was almost as if he didn't want to stop the two from hitting him. There might only be one gene lock gap, but it's a nearly unbridgeable chasm. 9 gene locks is so weak, in comparison. Han Sen thought the extra, 10th gene lock made all the difference in the world. Purple Emperor had 10 gene locks open, but due to the lack of sufficient nutrition during its birth, its power was not all that different from Han Sen's. But they were also individual, and Han Sen could not combine with Purple Emperor as he could with Little Angel. They still managed to hold Saint Fan back, but it didn't make much of a difference for those down on the battlefield. Slowly but surely, the tides were turning, and they were not doing well. Even Xianxia King had been injured quite a bit by this point. Dry Bone King looked dismayed, but it was no surprise. He was talented with the heart bone, and he could break the hearts of his enemies in their chests, but it wouldn't be long before they were back on their feet. The dismay came as no surprise, for they were all fighting unbeatable foes. Xianxia King's heart had sunk even lower, though. He could kill any king spirit there he desired, but they'd each be resurrected in no time. Little Angel's greatsword continued to hack down the super creatures she went up against. But whenever she beheaded an opponent, the head would soon roll up and get stitched back on. No matter how powerful they were, fighting was a useless uphill struggle against enemies that couldn't be destroyed. The only ones making genuine progress on the battlefield were Thorn Queen and Water Fairy. Thorn Queen was able to use vines to trap and subdue creatures. Even if they could be healed, beneath the nasty entrapment of thorny ropes, they were out of the game. Water Fairy had a similar move, but she used water bubbles to encase and suffocate enemies. Xianxia King broke another foe's head, but lo and behold, it respawned the next second. He turned around, picked up Snowball, who was idly spectating by the side, and threw it towards the arisen King Spirit. The King Spirit used his shield to block, but it was quickly broken by Xianxia King, allowing Snowball to get in close. Snowball squealed and flashed with a white light, which momentarily blinded the King Spirit. The spirit felt as if it had been a victim of 100 flashbang grenades, and it felt as if his world was spinning amidst the blinding light. Ha ha! Brains before brawn, you numpty! Xianxia King called to the ball. Snowball had trapped the King Spirit within, and then kicked it away like a corner kick. The ball hit a nearby wall with terrible force, and it bounced all the way back to Xianxia King. With a smile, he was happy to comply and kick it back once more. Xianxia King looked as if he was actually having fun, playing soccer by himself. Brother Xianxia, help! Dry Bone King suddenly called from across the field. His bone heart was useless, and close-quarter combat was where Dry Bone King was least proficient. Even Baby Ghost could not do aught for him. Pang! The white ball was kicked away by Xianxia King, one last time with frightening power. It drilled through a cliffside and became lodged deep inside. Coming, Xianxia King grabbed Snowball and ran over to the monster that was harassing Dry Bone King. To make use of Snowball, he had to get in close. But that could be difficult if the opponent knew what to expect. So, Xianxia just charged towards it and punched the foe to knock it off balance. The silver light broke the molten lava casing that protected the monster, and then, Xianxia shoved Snowball onto the fiery beast. Snowball flashed white again, trapping the monster inside another white ball. Xianxia immediately kicked the white ball away, as if to score a penalty kick. Saint Fan had become aware of what Xianxia was doing now, and when he saw him run towards another creature, he frowned. They had found a way to get around his healing and resurrection expertise. Seeing Xianxia continue going about this, Saint Fan disengaged Han Sen and went towards the tricksy and ill-dressed spirit. Swiftly, he managed to snatch Snowball away from Xianxia. Saint Fan Emperor knew the fluffy little creature could end up tipping the scales of the battle. Good timing. Xianxia flashed with a silver light, then took the opportunity to punch Saint Fan. Pang! Xianxia put all his strength into that punch, and he managed to rocket his fist through Saint Fan's armor and body. Han Sen was delighted to see this, so he and Purple Emperor leapt onto the dazed Emperor to deal more damage and kill him before he could recover. Han Sen's talons shredded Saint Fan's wounds into gnarly bits as Purple Emperor slashed the wound from another side. He looked as if he was going to be ripped apart, but Saint Fan smiled as if he couldn't care less. All three of them suddenly had a bad feeling. Xianxia arm, Han Sen's talons, and Purple Emperor's sword suddenly became a part of Saint Fan's renewed flesh. He had healed, with the three of them connected to him. Oh, no! Han Sen wished to pull his talons away, but he felt great pain in doing so, as if he was trying to tear his own arm off. Xianxia was the same, too. But fortunately, Purple Emperor was able to let go of his sword and fall back for a moment. What is this sick sh*t? Xianxia looked incredibly angry, and he repeatedly pummeled Saint Fan's head. Saint Fan didn't attempt to dodge, though, and he just let this occur. It was strange, because eventually, Xianxia's fists penetrated his skull and battered Saint Fan's brain. But the next second, it made sense, and it made Xianxia look even worse. The head of Saint Fan healed, trapping Xianxia's hand inside his brain. Xianxia wished to pull his hand away, but he felt a headache come on. It prompted him to start sweating profusely. Han Sen's face was not looking good. If you touched Saint Fan Emperor's body, your limbs could sink and become one with him, and any subsequent hits meant bringing damage to yourself. This was what had occurred to them. Saint Fan Emperor did not feel any pain, and amidst all this, he smiled and said, Xianxia, that is a name not unfamiliar to me. I heard of the power you wielded back when I was first born. I must say, the claims of your talents are overrated. Saint Fan threw a fist to punch Xianxia's belly. Xianxia had one of his hands in San Fan's chest, and his other was lodged inside his opponent's head. There was nothing he could do to dodge. Saint Fan Emperor's fist began to boil with an eerie silver light, as if he was absorbing Xianxia's power. Pang! Pang! Saint Fan's fists, imbued with silver light, began to pummel Xianxia repeatedly, until his chest caved in. Han Sen was shocked, thinking they really had become a part of Saint Fan, and now, Saint Fan could make use of their powers. Watching Saint Fan punch Xianxia, Han Sen tried to throw fire at the wretched spirit to end the madness. But Saint Fan knocked away the approaching fire, and he did not allow his fist to stop there. The fist went onwards to punch Han Sen in the head, making him suffer a great deal of pain. DMN it. Han Sen wanted to activate his Super King Spirit mode, but just as he resolved to, he heard a barking sound. Snowball had snuck behind Saint Fan, and with his ability to trap beings inside white spheres, it tried to do the same to the spirit. It worked, but Han Sen and Xianxia were trapped inside, too. Good job, Snowball. Han Sen thought trapping the spirit would be the best course of action, first and foremost. Woof! Snowball barked, but their new glimmer of hope was brief, and their faces soon became grim once more. Saint Fan was able to throw his fist through the previously thought to be indestructible skin of the white sphere. A ball that could withstand the number 16 of saving money had been broken in a single punch by Saint Fan. Saint Fan's body exited the ball, with it attached to his back. Everything and everyone can become a part of me, and all control can be submitted to me, Saint Fan proclaimed. Snowball barked and ran off, jumping into a sphere of his own in the process. What a wimp, Xianxia said. Han Sen found it funny that Xianxia had initially believed Snowball had saved their lives. Saint Fan then threw a punch towards Han Sen, with another fist that had been imbued with a silver light. Han Sen knew how strong Xianxia was, and he knew full well if Saint Fan was going to place all his strength in that punch, he'd be dead in the next couple of seconds. But he was stuck and unable to go anywhere. He had no choice but to brace for impact and accept the incoming hit. Pang! Han Sen grabbed his other talon and slashed Saint Fan Emperor's waist, but it was only one last, futile attempt of trying to get away. It really was impossible to get free. But then, the Purple Emperor appeared. He hadn't wished to attack because he didn't want to deal damage to Han Sen as he attacked Saint Fan. Saint Fan's punch met with Han Sen, and it hurt. He then punched Xianxia. And repeatedly, Saint Fan continued to beat them both black, blue, and bloody. Han Sen knew he had to think of something, and that this couldn't be allowed to go on much longer. Now, he had no choice but to use Super King Spirit mode. Han Sen returned from his Triple Talon Gold Raven status, but he noticed his arms were still attached to Saint Fan. Han Sen did not know if Super King Spirit mode would allow him an escape, but he did know he had to try. If the likelihood of death seemed strong, he might as well do all he could, after all. And currently, Dry Bone King was not faring too well in battle. Snowball had managed to imprison 2 of the creatures that had attacked him, but there were still 5 more to go. With the tide not changing, things had to drastically improve for everyone, if they were going to achieve victory. Thorn Queen was still capable of trapping enemies, but the vines wouldn't hold them forever, and it was only a matter of time before they could indeed escape. Snowball ran over to Bower and cowered behind her back, not wanting to move. It was not like anyone could break his sphere and force him out, either. Qing Jun tried to grab hold of Snowball and go around the field with him, as he was an invaluable asset in trapping the super creatures and king spirits that dominated the field of battle. Its nerves had been rattled so much, though, that did not seem likely to happen. Bower held her gourd and looked at the chaos afore her, and particularly at Han Sen and Saint Fan. She wished to make use of the item, but she was afraid of bringing harm to Han Sen. She was also unsure whether or not she could truly suck Saint Fan into the gourd. Regardless of what was going on, Han Sen was now determined to do things his way. He was going to activate Super King Spirit mode and combine with Little Angel. Han Sen only needed to get his hands free, so he could escape. But before he could become a Super King Spirit, a long howling sound came from a nearby forest. Something scary was quickly headed their way. Han Sen was shocked, thinking they were reinforcements belonging to Saint Fan. After all, Han Sen had brought everyone, and there was no one else who could come to his aid. But even Saint Fan Emperor looked disturbed upon hearing that howl. The howling sounded from afar, but its carrier was quickly closing the distance. When the howling came to an abrupt end, a creature emerged from the brush of the nearby forest. Little Silver. Han Sen was delighted to see his past companion leap into the fray. Its elegant fur was just like Han Sen remembered, and it brought him immense joy just to see the scruffy animal come with lightning flickering across its body. Truth be told, though, the title, Little Silver, was no longer suitable. In his time away from Han Sen, the silver fox had grown to become a giant, almost wolf-like fox. It had 10 electrified fox tails that crackled and sparked with an intensity that looked as if it could tear the dimension apart. Saint Fan was visibly disturbed when he saw it. But Han Sen was exuberantly happy, and rightly so. His companion hadn't just returned, he had come back with a grand amount of power. The significance of its tails told them it had either opened 9 gene locks, or quite possibly, 10. The silver fox swung its tail after appearing, as a bolt of lightning was fired towards Saint Fan. Saint Fan did not want the lightning to touch him, so he swung Han Sen and Xianxia together as a meat shield. Boom! The silver lightning hit Han Sen and Xianxia, and the looks on their faces were the distorted and wild expectation of a sudden death that was about to strike them. They were unable to avoid the lightning, but when they got hit, they noticed it wasn't a bolt meant to harm them. It healed them. Their relief was immense, and the healing power they received equaled the power of the Holy Rhino at the very least. When the lightning came into contact with Saint Fan's body, though, the Emperor let out a shrill shriek of pure agony. The lightning seared the skin off his entire body and made him smoke. At that precise moment, Han Sen and Xianxia noticed they had been separated from Saint Fan. The lightning attack had left Saint Fan's body charred and burned, and the wounds looked irreparable. He tried to heal himself, but try as he might, he was unable to. Little Silver wasn't letting up on his master's aggressor, though. He pumped up the charge and continued frying Saint Fan. In response, the scorched spirit tried to use a white light in defense. The powers of the two looked to be equal, and it wasn't immediately clear who would win. The silver fox did not stop casting, and the holy light of Saint Fan's shield had grown in volume and intensity to equal a small silver sun. There was no explosion, but the existence of the greenery around them flickered violently, as if there was a switch that operated time periods. One moment, the greenery would be in full, verdant bloom. The next, a scorched, charred hellscape. It switched between the two rapidly and made for an awe-inducing sight. Han Sen's energy felt disturbed as he witnessed this. He wanted nothing more than to leave, feeling dwarfed by the gargantuan forces that battled before him. Everyone, focus on felling the remaining spirits and super creatures. Han Sen called, running into battle against Saint Fan's army. Now, Saint Fan had been left to deal with a being that was his equal. He was left to fight with the silver fox, and he couldn't be distracted. Under the pressure put on him by the electric fox, he wouldn't have the time to resurrect anything that died. Han Sen and Xianxia laid waste to the remaining forces with ease, all except for the Holy Rhino. But Han Sen thought it odd. Despite what he killed, Han Sen did not receive a single announcement. This made him frown. Even if the foes he had routed could be resurrected, death no matter how temporary should yield him an announcement of some kind. This must have meant Saint Fan did not resurrect them on the field of battle, and that he must have done something before he came to fight. Well, that's a new trick. I wonder what he did, exactly. Han Sen weighed the mystery in his mind. But Han Sen also felt a streak of relief. If Saint Fan truly had the power of resurrecting spirits and creatures, it was almost too frightening a thing to comprehend. Saint Fan was not invincible in the third god's sanctuary, despite his immense amount of power. Even he had a limit. Then, Han Sen suddenly heard the boisterous spirit scream aloud once more. It looked like he had failed to withstand the power of Little Silver's lightning. What did Little Silver do to become so strong? He must have eaten more than the nine-tailed fox's geno essence I let him have. He must have unearthed some fairly nifty treasure, Han Sen thought. But the silver fox and all the super creatures on Ghost Mountain had all disappeared without a trace, so he thought something fairly more substantial had taken place, as well. Saint Fan shouted, and turning to look, Han Sen saw a lot of strange light beam right into him. From out of Saint Fan, a snake head, lion body, and spider claws were all beginning to grow. Han Sen said, all these creatures were a part of him already. They didn't resurrect, they were just birthed by him. Now, all the super creatures and king spirits of the field became one with Saint Fan. His body became stronger, and it made Little Silver's glow look fainter. The silver fox looked like he was having a hard time keeping up the constant discharge of electricity. Saint Fan was becoming more powerful than they thought could be possible, as he grew to encompass a mishmash of all those different creatures. The silver lightning was no longer enough to keep him at bay. Water can extinguish fire, but if the fire is too strong, not even water can help. Saint Fan's holy light continued to expand, and the light that had previously suppressed him was dwarfed and had to pull away. Thunder of life. Very good. If you become a part of me, I will obtain your powers, too. Saint Fan was talking like a madman. Saint Fan was able to heal himself, but not anyone else. That was why he valued the rhino so much. They were both of a holy element, but if Saint Fan combined with the rhino, he could not use it to heal others. The silver fox's ability of healing was of a different element, and if Saint Fan consumed Little Silver, he could overcome this hurdle. Saint Fan had a wide array of wretched powers bubbling within him, and he used it all to fight back the silver lightning. But with his strength starting to prove itself supreme, Little Silver began to struggle, and Saint Fan was inching closer and closer to the furry fighter. The silver fox did all he could to strengthen his thunder, but nothing he did could prohibit the lurching approach of Saint Fan. We have to do something. We can't just let him bully that fox. Xianxia exclaimed. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could realistically do. Nothing they could do worked on Saint Fan, and the last thing they wanted was to become glued to him. Han Sen saw something weird about Saint Fan, but he wasn't sure what it was. Seeing Saint Fan get closer to the silver fox, though, Han Sen still did not activate his Super King Spirit mode to help. Boom, boom. Saint Fan's hideous body, if it could even be called that, was sickening to see. It resembled little more than a hulking biomass, whose footsteps rocked the earth with each step. Half an hour later, Saint Fan had managed to come directly before the silver fox. With one of the snakes that protruded from his body, he tried to snatch the silver fox. "Little Silver, come back," Han Sen shouted. The silver fox heard Han Sen's command, and then suddenly its size shrank. It leapt onto Han Sen's shoulder, taking back its rightful spot where his master had severely missed him. Saint Fan turned around to look at Han Sen and his companions. Many of the mouths across his body opened to say, "Good, you've all lined up to offer yourselves up for my consumption. You must earnestly wish me to become a demigod, but be good and queue up single file, would you?" After that, Saint Fan began his approach towards them all. It was a terrifying thing to behold. Snowball turned into a ball and ran off, but he wasn't the only one. They all fell back together, acknowledging their foe was now far too strong. "Saint Fan Emperor, before you try and consume us all, can I ask you 2 questions?" Han Sen did not wait for a response, and he immediately asked, "How did you return to the second god's sanctuary for the rhino?" All the mouths on Saint Fan opened to answer, "That is the ability of an emperor shelter. They all have different abilities, and mine provided this one. When triggered, you can open a gate that leads you to the second god's sanctuary. I did not break through space, and it was the rhino who opened the gate. That gate led to an emperor shelter, which just so happened to be mine." Han Sen was disappointed with this answer. He thought he could move his mother and Yanran to the third god's sanctuary with safety. "Second question, why do you attack us?" "I fail to believe all this is purely in the desire for revenge," Han Sen said. "I do not need to explain anything to you," Saint Fan said, preparing to absorb him. "It is because of that tree, isn't it?" Han Sen said. Saint Fan asked, "You saw it?" "Yes, I did. I saw 3 fruits upon its branches. One of the fruits contained a twin knight," Han Sen explained. Saint Fan looked surprised, and he asked, "Has it matured yet?" Now Han Sen understood Saint Fan's rush to do battle was not for revenge, but for the tree that resided in Thunder Hell Shelter. Han Sen also knew now that it was a 3-life tree. He did not know what the other fruits were, though. "Do you know what the other 2 fruits are that grow on the 3-life tree?" Han Sen asked, but he was ignored. Saint Fan simply moved forward and tried to attack. The silver fox used lightning to break the power it had expelled towards Han Sen. But Saint Fan had grown incredibly strong, and although the attack had been stayed, the malformed spirit himself could not be stopped. His approach continued. For some reason, his powers felt unlimited. But also, weaker. Han Sen flapped his wings and dodged another attack. He stood in front of the hideous body and said, "Look at yourself, before trying to kill us." "Ugh, what game are you trying to play now?" Saint Fan said. He knew the extent of his powers and knew how wretched he actually appeared, but he just continued trying to attack. "Look at yourself. Look at your body. Are you afraid I will assault you?" Han Sen asked, evading the strike. Saint Fan was not afraid of any possible assault Han Sen could muster, and he had more than one pair of eyes now. He took control of the snake and led it out to get a better view of himself, but what he saw shocked him. He said, "Impossible." Han Sen didn't lie to Saint Fan, as his body truly had developed a problem. The ugly biomass had developed a number of unhealthy blisters. They were empty, but they produced deep craters across his body when popped. These blisters began to appear more and more, honeycombing the mutated being like some beehive. The gross sight of Saint Fan was only becoming more garish and twisted. "Impossible. My body is fine, I can heal." Saint Fan was speaking from many of the mouths that composed his body. He had no idea when this had begun, and the wounds that were webbing their way across him had sprung up on him with surprising speed. It didn't seem as if he would have noticed, had Han Sen not pointed the issue out to him. More and more blisters grew, transforming the biomass into a potted mess, not too unlike a thick bunch of grapes. The blisters, when they bloated and became too big, popped to reveal craters in the flesh. Nothing came out of them, but it was clearly a problem. Saint Fan's body was full of these holes, and it was like he was fizzing away. "How is this happening? Heal me, Rhino," Saint Fan commanded. Holy Rhino cast its holy light on Saint Fan, but something seemed to separate the light from the wounds. Saint Fan was frightened by what was going on, so he tossed away all the now grotesque carcasses of spirits and creatures that had previously resided within him. When he had been reduced to his true self, even his proper body was becoming holy. Things looked dire for him. What did you do? Saint Fan demanded. Nothing, aside from killing you, Han Sen said, with giddy excitement bubbling beneath his straight-faced words. At the beginning, when Han Sen's talons scraped against Saint Fan, the spirit healed immediately after. The toxins Han Sen had deployed within that scratch, however, could not be healed. Han Sen was not carrying poison around with him, he had actually put a glyph to use. It gleamed across his back now, and it was the glyph that came from the Thorn Scorpion. It had been combined with the Invisible King Scorpion Gem Beast Soul. Invisible Toxic King Scorpion Beast Soul, glyph type. Han Sen hadn't had a chance to try it out yet, and all he had known about it was that it carried and deployed toxic poisons. The toxic substance was a silent killer, one without smell and taste. It could go totally unnoticed until the effects took action. After Han Sen attacked Saint Fan, Han Sen initially believed it did nothing. There was no immediate reaction, and with Saint Fan being so strong anyway, it wasn't entirely unlikely that he could withstand the poison. If it was effective, Saint Fan would have most likely brought attention to it, as well. Han Sen only noticed the poison was working when he saw the blisters begin to develop, swell, and pop like a corrosive acid. Han Sen was happy that the poison had taken effect, but he was more than surprised to learn Saint Fan hadn't even noticed what was happening to him until Han Sen had pointed it out. The toxic substance might not have been the strongest in existence, but it was most certainly the most unsettling. It really was quite mind-blowing to learn Saint Fan was completely oblivious to the poison he had been struck with. Han Sen did not know if he himself could withstand such a toxin, either. Han Sen really wanted to practice Jideskin after seeing this, as it increased one's poison and toxin resistances. It was far better at developing such defenses than the Dongshuan Sutra. The Dongshuan Sutra was great for building a powerfully balanced body, but it wasn't the greatest out there. If it truly was the be-all and end-all, Dongshuan Z would not have died. I definitely need to practice Jideskin, Han Sen decided. Saint Fan's body was peppered with holes, but he still could not feel anything. He only noticed what was going on due to what his eyes were relaying to him. What's more, Saint Fan life force was gradually beginning to fade. He became weaker and weaker, despite his insistence on clinging to the belief that he had not been poisoned and that this was the work of some other phantom menace. Saint Fan looked at Han Sen with utter contempt, and suddenly, he jumped into the skies, wishing to fly away and abandon the field of battle. Han Sen patted Little Silver on the head. Then, the furry fiend leapt into the air, split its 10 tails, and fired a barrage of electric bullets to fry the airborne Saint Fan. Saint Fan was incredibly weak by this point, so he was disintegrated into nothing more than dust. Aside from the rhino, everything that was a part of him disappeared. Everyone else who was present had just taken a seat to watch the spectacle. They were in awe at what had transpired, but they were also extremely confused. They didn't have a clue about what had just happened. Dry Bone King wanted to kill the rhino. It might not have been an active participant in the fight, but it had supported Saint Fan and healed the troops constantly. Stop. Han Sen had a history with the rhino. He had even obtained its tear, as well. Furthermore, the rhino was most likely under contract with the spirit and was only doing as it was commanded. Han Sen didn't want the rhino to die or be killed so simply. But Han Sen wasn't willing to let the rhino go back to help Saint Fan rebuild, either. Rhino, I know you have been contracted to help Saint Fan. And I know you were only doing as you were bid to. Han Sen said this while bringing out his cruel bottle. He went on to say, this bottle is its own little dimension. It can disconnect you from the obligations you are sworn to here, in this world. The contract Saint Fan has with you has no meaning or hold on you inside this bottle. If you wish to switch masters, I will accept you. And if you join me, you can reside inside this bottle until I have finished with Saint Fan once and for all. Only I will have the power to release you once you enter, but you have my word that I won't hold you for any longer than is necessary. Holy Rhino seemed to agree to Han Sen's offer. It roared and then entered the cruel bottle. Han Sen was delighted about this, so he put a lid on it. For the rhino, this was similar to humans taking refuge in the Alliance, away from the sanctuaries where the motions and terms of a contract were always in play. For the duration it was in the bottle, the rhino was safe. Saint Fan now couldn't kill the rhino for switching its allegiance, but if Han Sen wanted to enlist Holy Rhino as an ally in the future, he knew he'd have to take down Saint Fan once and for all. Unfortunately for Han Sen, he could not yet kill Saint Fan. If anything, that frightening spirit was more powerful than ever. It was highly likely the rest of the super creatures inhabiting Saint Fan's shelter would be absorbed to become a part of him. Saint Fan must have known he had been poisoned, too. Han Sen couldn't waltz in and expect to play the same trick on him, as Saint Fan would have most likely deployed a precaution to avoid it happening again. The invisible toxic King Scorpion glyph was a powerful item he had developed, but Han Sen still had to get in close and deal proper damage to the spirit to put the poisons to work. If Saint Fan had combined with a host of additional king spirits and super creatures, getting up close and personal would be harder than ever. Still, Han Sen could take solace in the fact that he and his people had each emerged from the battle as they had entered. Although his companions were weary, Han Sen had not lost a single one. Furthermore, the silver fox had come back to him. Of course, Han Sen acknowledged how terrifyingly close the situation had been to disaster before the furry thing had leapt in to save the day. If it hadn't come back at that precise moment, Saint Fan would have killed them all before the toxins took effect. As evidenced by the delay that day, the toxins really did take a good amount of time to work on powerful foes. But, with the battle over, everyone returned to the shelter. Queen went straight back to practicing, as she had been unable to help at all in the fight. There was a stark line between having a death wish and being willing to die in aid and service of others in the face of extreme adversity. Death was around the next corner, if she wished it to be, but a true cause to bring about death was a rarity. After this, though, she was given a renewed perspective. She could see the contrast between her and Han Sen's strength, and she had a better grasp on how much weaker she was and how much further she had to go if she wished to compete and be of help like the rest of his companions. Humans had only occupied the sanctuaries for 200 years, while spirits and creatures had been there far longer. It was natural for humans to be weaker to begin with, and it was always difficult to find footing in each greater sanctuary. Han Sen was delighted to have the silver fox return, but the others weren't. The silver fox had used its lightning to heal the wounds of Han Sen's, which had them all writhing on the ground in agony. They half believed Han Sen had turned on them. After the healing, Han Sen went to take a look at the three-life tree alongside the silver fox. The silver fox showed interest in the hand, but nothing else. Unfortunately, the silver fox could not speak. As a result, Han Sen was still clueless about the treasure the tree was giving birth to. If Saint Fan wants it, it must be good. Can it hurry up and grow a little faster? Han Sen gave the tree another water drop while pondering the circumstances. Saint Fan had been delivered a serious blow, so it wasn't likely he'd show his face anytime soon. Thinking this, Han Sen decided to return to the Alliance for a time. Han Sen read a bunch of books and went to the virtual community to practice with others. "Coach, you fancy a fight?" Immediately after Han Sen entered, Ms. Perfume sent him a message. Complying, Han Sen sent her an invite. She was, after all, Qin Zan behind the online handle. She frequently matched with him, and despite losing every single time, she was always improving. Qin Zan was still practicing empirical sword, and it was a one-of-a-kind technique. Its focus went beyond merely dishing out power. There had been a beauty in its crafting, and its existence was like poetry. Han Sen could simulate the energy flow, but if he did not have the heart for it, he couldn't perform it. Qin Taishuan had not told her it was actually Han Sen behind the online username, a soldier on the warship, and so, Qin Zan was still happy to just call him Coach. In a classic arena, Qin Zan kept slashing towards Han Sen at full steam without reprieve. Han Sen did not evade her attacks, and instead, he just used his sword to block. Qin Zan's great-grandfather's username was, a king with 72 wives. If Qin Zan could not complete the practice required of empirical sword and beat Han Sen, then Qin Zan would not be able to control the skill. So Han Sen did not hold back. As a result, Qin Zan lost every single time. But Han Sen was as surprised as he ever was with her determination. Failure never stopped Qin Zan, and she would always bounce back with vigor and spunk. Perhaps it was because of empirical sword, because the skill required a strong heart and firm courage to master. Her great-grandfather told Han Sen that empirical sword was something to display one's power and might, but without a strong heart, the sword could break. You had to strike and forego any element of defense. Han Sen was supposed to be her whetstone, for her to use and be kept sharp with. The strength of the heart was reflected upon the sword. "Coach, are you a demigod?" Qin Zan asked. "No, I'm only a surpasser," Han Sen answered. Qin Zan was surprised to learn this, provided it was the truth. She said, People as talented as you are surpassers. How difficult must it be to become a demigod? Perfection is not always required, Han Sen said. She was even more surprised now, and she said, are you going to max out your super geno points before ascending? Han Sen nodded. Qin Zan was extra excited to hear this, and she giddily said, which shelter are you at? I have almost maxed out my super geno points, so perhaps we will be able to meet up when I get to the third god's sanctuary. The third god's sanctuary is a big place. When you get there, focus on what it will take for you to survive. Don't concern yourself with me or anyone else. Who knows, though, I might actually end up with you. I'm quite a fortunate person. Qin Zan laughed. Han Sen shook his head and did not respond. He knew Qin Zan was actually more mature than him, so he wasn't too worried about how well she'd fare when she made the jump. But Han Sen did not think Qin Zan would be lucky enough to spawn on his shelter, as the chances of that were far too low for consideration. Han Sen exited the virtual community and saw Bauer sitting in front of him. Immediately, she leapt into Han Sen's chest, loudly proclaiming, I'm thirsty. I'll go and get you some water, Han Sen said, heading for the water dispenser. Bauer then stroked Han Sen's head fondly, whispering to him, I want ice cream, too. Of course you do. Han Sen knew what she wanted before she even said it. There was no way Bauer would hang around waiting for him if she only wanted water. Han Sen went to the Sapphire ice cream store. She wouldn't eat ordinary ice cream, only the expensive homemade ones produced there. Fortunately, Han Sen had a lot of money, so it wasn't a strain for him to purchase her ice cream every now and again. Han Sen saw Han Yan on the street on the way there, as she had recently enlisted at the Blackheart Military Academy. Although she'd been invited to join many other, better academies, she had rejected them all. Han Yan had her mother's appearance, but because she had been practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, she carried herself with a unique aura. Others would believe she looked incredibly holy, but to Han Sen, that was nothing new and he was used to it. There was a distance between them, and Han Sen couldn't get to her quickly. When he eventually got close enough to bark a greeting, he saw a lot of young people around her playing instruments. There was a handsome guy playing a guitar at the center, serenading. He was singing about her, and the music was obviously being played for her as well. Han Yan was walking as this occurred, and it was almost as if the others were chasing her with the music. When the song was over, the boy put his guitar away and raced ahead to kneel in front of her. Then, he presented her a bouquet of roses. Han Yan, I am very fond of you. Would you please be my girlfriend? The other guys were chattering amongst themselves, in hushed chants that whispered, say yes. Say yes. Han Sen felt very angry, watching this. Now he could understand what Ji Ruijun had spoken about in his speech. That cheap *SSHOLE. Using cheap flowers to try to seduce my sister. I'm going to beat him up. Han Sen was still a distance away, so he wished to fly over. Not being able to right now, though, he opted for the next best thing. He started to cross the railing, to get there sooner. He knew it was illegal to do that, and he'd be forced to study the traffic laws for 10 days if caught, but that was the least of his concerns for now. When just one of the legs crossed the railing, Han Yan took the flowers in her hands. The anger that had been simmering inside Han Sen began to boil and swell, and he said to himself, I treat you like a princess. I take you everywhere you want and give you whatever you want, how can you be tricked with just a few measly flowers? Everyone around was clapping, and then the boy moved in for a hug. You dare, you dare. Han Sen was fuming with rage, by this point. But Han Yan then extended her arms forward, with the bouquet of flowers resting across the palms of her hands. Han Yan smiled and said, the flowers are beautiful, but I want a boyfriend who is a good man. I want a man who can display his love and affection without the need for something material to represent it. My parents are noble, and I am going to max out my geno points. I will become a demigod, one day, the boy hastily replied. Han Yan said, rich or poor, strong or feeble, that does not matter to me. Only if you are a good man, will I love you. Then tell me, what makes a good man? The guy asked. Han Yan answered, it is simple, and all the requirements and standards I seek reside in the one person I myself admire the most. Okay, and who is that? The boy asked. All the boys listened in, as they all secretly wished to make her theirs, too. Hearing Han Yan say she did not want money confused them. So, they each paid extra attention to learn what it would take to make them suitable suitors. Han Yan smiled and said, "It is my brother. If anyone can beat my brother as a person, then they are a good man. And such good men are men I would have no qualms dating." They all knew who her big brother was. He was the fearless conqueror of an emperor-class shelter in the third god's sanctuary. Acknowledging such crazy requirements, they all felt hopeless. "Do you mind if I keep the flowers?" Han Yan asked. The boy, startled from out of his daze, swiftly raised his sunken head and said, "Of course, they are for you." "Thank you." Han Yan took the flowers and then left. Han Sen brought his leg back after witnessing all this, and he did so with great joy. Alliance traffic law violation detected. You are in breach of law 6385, in an attempt of crossing the rail. Punishment requires a supervised study of the traffic laws for the duration of 24 hours. Follow the navigation beacons that will lead you to the traffic department. The computer near the railing notified Han Sen. Fortunately, Han Sen did not cross the rail completely. If he had, he'd be locked up in study for 10 days. Not even the president could get out of a jam like that. He had to start his study in 3 days, so he decided to carry on with his current objective, and that was to take Bauer to the ice cream store. When Han Sen crossed the bridge, he saw someone approach. Seeing this person, he was flabbergasted. Blind Man was one of the few strangers Han Sen cared about. When they first met, Blind Man gave Han Sen a book that was similar to Primal Innocence. A long time later, he had randomly delivered to Han Sen a cauldron with the 9-life cat symbol on it. Even if Blind Man was from Blood Legion, it was still strange of him to give such a thing to Han Sen of all people. According to the Zan Men's successor, Blood Legion was the only other faction with true power. As such, Han Sen knew to exercise great caution when dealing with people who were associated with the organization. "Come with me," Blind Man said, with a lowered voice. Han Sen followed after Blind Man, thinking there could be no risk of danger there in the alliance. Fortunately, Blind Man did not lead Han Sen someplace too private. Han Sen was taken to an AI-operated restaurant. They scanned their cards and then sat down. "Why in the sanctuaries did you send me that cauldron?" Han Sen finally had the chance to ask. Blind Man laughed and said, "I was saving you." Han Sen frowned and responded, "Don't talk such crap. Tell me the truth." Blind Man smiled and said, "I am. I'm being serious when I tell you it can save your life. Before you become a demigod, eat what's inside." "Why would I want to eat it?" Han Sen thought Blind Man had gone mad. After all, why would Han Sen consume something that belonged to Blood Legion? "You'll eat it, that much is certain," Blind Man said. Han Sen laughed and balked. "Well, let me tell you how wrong you are." After this brief exchange, Han Sen readied himself to leave. He wanted to know more about Blood Legion, but Blind Man didn't seem like the sort who wanted to have a proper sit-down and chat. "Stay. There is something you should look at first," Blind Man said, knowing this would invoke Han Sen's curiosity and prevent him from leaving. Han Sen looked back and froze when seeing what Blind Man was now holding. Blind Man's hands were very coarse and leathery, but the thick fingers held a ring. It was fairly ordinary, in that it had been forged with silver and been stoned with diamond. Even in the alliance, that was just a common ring. But it stood out to Han Sen all too well because his mother had a ring that was identical. It was her wedding ring. When Blind Man witnessed Han Sen's petrified reaction, he placed the ring down on his table. Han Sen picked it up and read the inside. It read, "Love, Lan." Han Sen was taken aback. He remembered this. When Han Sen was young, he was given this ring by his father to hold, and he had read the inscription inside. His father was digging a pool at the time, and he wanted Han Sen to hold onto it in case it fell off and got lost. Han Sen only knew the word, love, but did not understand the word, Lan. He remembered asking his father about that, as well. Han Sen's father told him that the Lan referred to his mother. This perplexed him at the time, because his mother's name was Luo Sulan. The Lan of her name meant orchid, but the Lan on the ring had been inscribed with a different character. They were homonyms, but they had been spelled differently. It was only a few years ago that Han Sen had come to learn his mother's true name was Luo Lan, and it was that Lan that was on the ring. It had been too many years since Han Sen had seen the ring, though. He couldn't be certain he was remembering things correctly or that Blind Man was actually showing him the original. "What is this?" Han Sen asked. Blind Man laughed. His voice cracked roughly, as if he had spent a few too many years drinking and smoking. If you don't know what this is, give it to Luo Lan. She will know. Han Sen stared at Blind Man for a while after that. When the time to break the silence came, Han Sen lifted his head and said, "Is this what you wanted to show me, then? The owner of the ring wants you to know you need to eat what is inside that cauldron before you become a demigod," Blind Man said. "You think a ring and a subtle implication is going to convince me?" Han Sen said. Even if his father was standing right in front of him, he'd have to pull at his cheeks and give him a thorough examination to believe he was the real deal. Blind Man said, "Do you know the color of the cat?" Han Sen was not sure what he meant by this, as cats could come in a variety of colors. "This isn't some secret handshake or code, is it? I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not a member of your organization," Han Sen said. Blind Man shook his head and said, "It is blue." "Why?" "Because someone painted it blue." Han Sen felt as if he had been stabbed with a knife, and the object of this pain had been twisted around. His mind was blown. Han Sen recalled there was an old white cat living in his house when he was just a child. It was always sunbathing in the yard. Once, Han Sen used paint to color it blue. His father was mad about this, and he told Han Sen never to touch the cat again, as it once belonged to his great-grandfather. That was the first time Han Sen had seen his father get properly angry, so it was something he was not likely to forget. Han Sen and his father cleaned the cat, but it died just a few days later. Han Sen was sad for a long time following this, believing it was his own actions that had led to the death of the cat. Because only Han Sen and his father had been home at the time of that incident, knowing the cat had been painted should have been information exclusive to the two of them. "Is he still alive?" Han Sen asked. Han Sen was filled to the brim with a mixture of varying emotions following this most recent encounter with Blind Man. If his father hadn't died, then he wondered why his father never came back to visit them. If this was revealed to be true, anger would be the prevailing emotion. But Han Sen knew nothing was ever straightforward, and it wasn't likely for his father to be some deadbeat dad. If he was alive, perhaps there was a reason he could not see his family anymore. Han Sen only wanted to learn where he was and put all the nagging questions to bed with answers. The constant lingering questions never ceased to tug at the fringes of his mind. "He is alive," Blind Man answered resolutely. "Where is he? I want to see him," Han Sen said. "Now is not the time," Blind Man said. "Why?" Han Sen asked. Blind Man said, "He is doing something very dangerous, but if you become a demigod, there is a chance you two can meet again." "He has been in the sanctuaries all this time?" Han Sen asked, with a leaping heart. Blind Man did not answer this immediately. He simply knocked the table in idle silence for a while. When he spoke next, he said, "The pill that resides inside that cauldron is something most valuable. His procurement of it came at a great risk to his life, but he got it for you, nonetheless. But that is not the only thing he wants to give you, as there is advice, also. He wants you to refrain from getting involved with Blood Legion affairs and the circumstances regarding Han Jinji. Just take care of your mother and your sister." "Tell me what he is doing," Han Sen demanded, with a cold stare. "That is not for me to say. I cannot. But when you are capable, and the time is right, provided he is still alive, the time for another encounter will come," Blind Man said, standing up to leave. Han Sen was angry now, as he couldn't stand such tantalizing teases. He hated being left to hang, only receiving half the answers. Cliffhangers were the bane of his existence, and it was frustrating how prevalent they were. Han Sen was going to grab Blind Man, but he had already gone. This was the alliance, though, so it would be unwise for him to fight there. And when Han Sen left his seat to catch up with him, he couldn't find Blind Man anywhere. He seemed to be long gone. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to trace where he might have gone, but that was useless as well. Han Sen was no longer in the mood to take Bauer to eat ice cream, so he went straight over to his mother's house. There, he showed her the ring. When his mother saw it, her eyes suddenly turned red. "Is that your father's ring?" she asked, prompting Han Sen to relay to her the tale of what had occurred and who he had met while on his lengthy quest for ice cream. "So, that's the long and short of it. The *SSHOLE is alive, and he's not dead. If I see him again, I swear I'll kill him myself," Luo Lan said. Luo Lan sounded incredibly angry, but Han Sen could recognize the soft undercurrent of a secret happiness in the way she spoke. Of course, Han Sen couldn't be certain whether or not Blind Man was telling him the truth. But with all this on his mind, Han Sen decided to return to the sanctuary and take a look at the cauldron once more. He couldn't tell what the little, jewel-like orb was. And since Blind Man wasn't the most trusting fellow, he couldn't be sure whether or not it would be beneficial as he said it would be. So, again, Han Sen shelved the cauldron. At long last, Han Sen took Bauer out to get the ice cream she so ardently desired. He also got her additional snacks. He was willing to spend a bit on food in the alliance, too, as there was never anything decent to eat in the sanctuaries. After half a month more had passed, Saint Fan had yet to show his face again. And now, the three-life tree had finally matured. The three fruits dropped to the ground like sparkling, shooting stars. The three-life tree withered and died after the fruit departed its electrical branches. Han Sen wouldn't dare open the treasure himself, as he never had luck doing such things. So, after he brought the fruit out of the well with him, he asked for Zero, Bauer, and Little Silver to come join him. Who would like to open this? Han Sen pointed at the fruit which contained the Twin Knight. Me. Bauer immediately raised her hand. Okay, but you have to give it back when you've opened it. Do that, and I'll reward you with ice cream. Han Sen nodded approvingly. Bauer took the fruit and bashed it against the floor. The shell broke. The knight beamed into Bauer's head. So, care to tell me what it is? Han Sen asked. Dragon King told Han Sen it was a twin knight beast soul, but noted how remarkably strange it was for it to be growing on something that wasn't a twin knight tree. Therefore, what was inside could not be guaranteed. All he knew for sure was that it was a beast soul of some kind. Bauer sent Han Sen the knight beast soul and made sure to comment, "Just don't forget my ice cream." Super class twin thunder knight possession type beast soul obtained. It was indeed a twin knight, but one associated with thunder. If it could only adhere to the one thunder element, then that was disappointing. I won't forget. After Han Sen told Bauer this, he turned to look at the silver fox. Little Silver seemed to have a bit more control over itself now, but he still looked incredibly anxious to open the fruit that was before him. This is for you, Little Silver. The silver fox was the strongest there amongst them, as it had 10 whole gene locks open. It was only fair that Han Sen provided it goodies. Little Silver reached out its paws and crushed the fruit. Then, the hand inside emerged and began to fly around. Observing the hand after it emerged from the fruit, Han Sen noticed that it wasn't actually made of flesh. What Han Sen had presumed to be veins were actually streaks of lightning. The silver fox then gobbled up the entire hand, and his body started to shake and vibrate. After that, the furry thing burped out a plume of blue lightning. After the silver fox gobbled up and swallowed the hand, nothing much happened. Little Silver shook for a minute, then simply walked over to Han Sen's sleeping quarters and took a nap. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to examine the silver fox's life force after a brief worry that something might have been wrong, but from what he could tell, all was fine. Zero, you open the final fruit. Han Sen then pushed the fruit that contained the hammer over to Zero. Zero accepted it and crushed it, prompting a light to shoot into her head. It must have been a beast soul, if it could go straight into the Sea of Soul. Han Sen had originally thought the hammer might have been some sort of Geno treasure, so this came as a bit of a surprise to him. Zero then passed the hammer beast soul back to Han Sen. Super class Thunder Hammer Battle Gene type beast soul obtained. Han Sen had no clue what that was. He had researched many different types of beast souls in the past, but never before had he come across something like this. Han Sen gave the hammer a better look up close. It was a fairly plain, blue hammer, that had a symbol of lightning inscribed upon it. The head was a simple square block. Han Sen sought to summon it, but before he could, another announcement sounded. Would you like to absorb the Battle Gene Thunder Hammer? This was the first time Han Sen had experienced something like this, so it was quite startling. It made his jaw drop. He didn't think any harm could come from accepting, so he chose to absorb it. Then, the thunder hammer that resided in his Sea of Soul turned into a lightning bolt. It shot into his body, giving Han Sen an intense electrocution. The electrical current exhausted quickly, though. It went away as swiftly as it came, but strangely, the hammer was now absent. Han Sen checked out his body, but nothing appeared to have changed. What's more, he hadn't received the thunder-derived superpowers he expected to have been bestowed upon him. How dreadfully dull. What was that thing supposed to do, exactly? Han Sen mulled to himself, with simmering frustration. So, he tried throwing a punch. While doing so, Han Sen simulated the silver fox's lightning power. Fortunately, This brought him the answers he sought, for when the whips of lightning manifested, they became a mighty hammer crudely built from thunder. It struck a nearby pillar. Pang! The thunder hammer left a giant crater in the sturdy stone, which flickered with a residual pool of electricity. Han Sen was gobsmacked, witnessing the power of that thump he had delivered unto the pillar. The pillars of an emperor's shelter were incredibly strong, and they could resist most mighty blows. And yet, with a small flick of his wrist, Han Sen had delivered it such extreme damage. It was nearly frightening to comprehend what he could do with some real effort. For a small punch like the one he had just performed on the pillar, it really put into perspective the power of the beast soul. And furthermore, Han Sen put no genuine focus on his casting. He didn't even expect the hammer to manifest in the lightning, but it had popped up and walloped the pillar, all the same. This was far greater than any of Han Sen's Thunder Hyper Geno arts, that was for sure. Wanting to test it out a few more times, Han Sen did. When he got a fairer grasp on it, Han Sen noticed he was able to channel the hammer explicitly when he desired to. The hammer rod of thunder and lightning could just appear whenever he willed it to. Despite being far easier to use than a Hyper Geno art, it was far stronger, too. Does that mean I have a Thunder Hyper Geno art of sorts, now? I didn't even need to practice it, and yet it is already supremely powerful, Han Sen thought. Practicing Hyper Geno arts took a lot of time, and in recent times, he had spent more time researching and practicing Hyper Geno arts than going out to hunt. Now, after obtaining this beast soul, it felt as if he didn't need anything else. But it was a Thunder Battle Gene beast soul, and Han Sen only wished it had matched the elements he favored. Where might I find more of these Battle Gene beast souls, I wonder? If I get a few hundred more of these things, I'll never have to practice Hyper Geno arts ever again, Han Sen thought to himself. Of course, he knew that might be impossible. Prior to this discovery, humanity had no records of such a beast soul existing. So, his finding one was a remarkable thing to begin with. Han Sen was delighted with the thunder hammer he had received. It had quickly become his most powerful attack, but he just found it lame that it was associated with the thunder element. Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra had hit its 7th tier, but even if he simulated the Silver Fox's powers, it still wouldn't be as strong as what Little Silver could perform. That put their power gulf in perspective. When my Dongshuan Sutra has opened 10 gene locks, I will be able to simulate the Silver Fox's power to their full extent. Then, I will become unstoppable and unfathomably mighty. Han Sen was extremely giddy, developing these thoughts and fantasies. Han Sen exited the hall, and as he did so, he saw Ghost Eye and Dry Bone King approach. Master, we have found a super creature at a nearby lake that is east of here, Dry Bone King reported. Ghost Eye kept jumping on the spot, performing monkey screams and howls. Han Sen surmised he was trying to tell him that he was the one who had discovered it. Well done, Han Sen said to compliment them. Han Sen had sent them out to find super creatures, despite not expecting there to be any in the surrounding area. Ghost Eye and Dry Bone King then took Han Sen over to the lake they mentioned. Han Sen wanted to kill the creature in the hopes of obtaining Geno points. By this point, Han Sen was dying to move on to the 4th God's Sanctuary. There were many reasons, but above all, he sought answers. He knew many of the answers to his burning questions could be found there. Each member of the Han Sen family shared a similar issue, they always kept their problems to themselves. To be blunt, they were each stubborn. Luo Lan and Han Sen's father were like that. It was something Han Sen recognized, despite it being a trait of his own, too. He just didn't realize the same issue applied to him. There was a lake before them, one that was illuminated by glowing algae that glinted along the surface. Due to it being dead water, it was too murky to see what lay below. Han Sen activated his Dongshuan Sutra and scanned the lake. At the center of the lake, he was able to detect something strong. It was almost frighteningly strong. What was the super creature you two saw? Han Sen asked. Dry Bone King answered, let me ask Ghost Eye, the eye of his namesake is better than mine. Han Sen waited for him to ask Ghost Eye. After Ghost Eye performed a pointing gesture, Dry Bone King turned back to Han Sen and said, he described it as being 7 meters long. It carried a purple shell on its back. He wasn't entirely sure what it was, but he was clear that it had the power of a super creature. Han Sen noticed the lake was 3 miles in length, so drawing something out from the murky pool would be difficult. And if he had to bring the fight to the super creature and battle it in the water, that wouldn't be easy. Han Sen wished he had brought Water Fairy with him, as that would have made things much easier. But then again, he reassured himself, it was just a super creature. The three of them should be able to sort it out, no problem. Dry bone, use your heartbone. Perhaps your musical talents can scare the fiend into leaving the water, Han Sen said. With the water being as dirty as it was, he did not fancy dipping his toes in it. Okay. Then, Dry Bone King pulled out his heart and began to pound it. Shortly after, ripples began to form at the center of the lake. They waited a bit, but nothing further occurred. So, Dry Bone King got back to playing and went along with a disturbing melody. The lake continued to quiver, and eventually waves began to form. Bauer covered her ears to block out the wretched sound. The heartbone did not actually hurt Bauer, she was just a musical aficionado of refined tastes. She thought the music being played was downright diabolical. Han Sen frowned. Despite the increased number of waves, the super creature was reluctant to exit the lake. Don't you have any better songs to play than that? Han Sen asked. Not really. I use it to disturb the life force of my enemies. I didn't invest time in learning any more melodies. It's not like I want my foes to be dancing the mamba, Dry Bone King said. I could teach you a thing or two about the musical arts, let me tell you. Look at Bauer's face, that is the face of a soured critic. How do you expect to draw a super creature out of the lake with that awful tune? After Han Sen said this, he played a melody he used to like when he was small. Dry Bone King paid attention and tried to learn the melody Han Sen played for him, then he tried to copy it. Dong, dong, dong dong, 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 dong dong. Bauer was slowly able to remove her hands from her ears. And suddenly, the water at the center of the lake began to whirl. A purple shadow rose amidst the turmoil. Han Sen squinted and saw that it was a 7-meter-long lobster. It waved its pincers towards the lakeshore crowd. Bauer's eyes were wide open, but not in fear or surprise. In fact, she looked hungry. She looked as if she wanted to eat the lobster. Seeing the lobster come towards them, Han Sen summoned his Disloyal Knight. Han Sen put the Twin Thunder Knight Beast Soul on Disloyal Knight, and fortunately, it did not seem limited to the thunder element. Disloyal Knight's body immediately displayed a number of changes. His copper armor turned blue, as did the light of his halo. It was like a neon, fluorescent cyber halo now. Furthermore, the soft image of his halo had changed to look like a circular saw, with jagged edges representing the lightning that now fueled him. Disloyal Knight used his lightning halo on the lobster, and immediately after, the lobster itself started to turn blue. It was slower and weaker now, to the point where it was starting to look paralyzed. But it wasn't enough to disable the lobster entirely, as it was still able to leap into the air and attempt to strike Disloyal Knight. Its pincers were like garden scissors, spreading wide to cut him in two. Disloyal Knight looked like a rocket immediately after launch. He kicked up a sandstorm behind him as he flew upwards. Pang! Disloyal Knight flashed like lightning himself. He soared past the pincers with ease. Disloyal Knight then returned to pummel the lobster's head numerous times. Lightning began to fizz and crackle against its weakened carapace as the lake emerged. Super creature's movements became duller and duller, to the point that it appeared to have passed out. Unable to dodge, all the lobster could do was submit to getting pounded. With lightning powering his fists, Disloyal Knight punched the lobster over and over without reprieve. The seafood nemesis had no chance of fighting back. In the end, Disloyal Knight was able to break open the entire shell of its head and mangle the brain inside its fleshy scalp. Han Sen was shocked as he witnessed the scene. He could hardly believe Disloyal Knight was able to do that all by himself. Super creature lake lobster killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature can be consumed, and you may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted to hear this announcement. After combining with Twin Thunder Knight, Disloyal Knight had received a great buff. The effectiveness of his halo, in particular, had increased immensely. Han Sen tried it, too. If he stood inside the halo, he would receive buffs. The blue lightning enveloped him, increasing his power and speed. Whenever he struck an enemy, they'd become paralyzed. That's pretty good. Han Sen was delighted with the results. Although it wasn't a berserk beast soul, and it hadn't opened its 10th gene lock, Disloyal Knight was far stronger than it used to be. If it consumed more life drops and became a berserk beast soul, it'd become as strong as Xianxia King, Han Sen wagered. Han Sen summoned Golden Growler and put the lobster on its back. Then, they all returned to the shelter to have themselves a barbecue. Han Sen washed the lobster out and put the meat on the grill, as Bauer drooled uncontrollably. When they both sunk their teeth into the tantalizing-looking lobster meat, their faces turned sour as if they had taken a swig of curdled milk. It tasted awful, but despite the fact that they couldn't enjoy it, all the others considered it a treat. Each and every other super creature had a bite, and they were loving it. Ghost Eye and Snowball made sure to sit down in front of Han Sen and Bauer, stuffing their face with the lobster meat. They made squelching noises and let their lips hang to show how much they were enjoying the food, while those two could not. Han Sen then decided to pick up Bauer and return to the Alliance. "Let's go eat some real food. We'll let them enjoy their dog food," Han Sen sternly said. "We need to eat something much better," Bauer affirmed. "Of course, and for tonight, we're going to dine on the best food money can buy. Order whatever you want, Bauer, I'm made of money," Han Sen kindly, albeit boastfully, proclaimed. "Money," Bauer shouted in response, raising her fists in the air. Han Sen drove an aircraft to Roka Planet and went to the most expensive restaurant there. It was called Doria. "Sir, what would you like to eat this fine evening?" the waitress asked, while presenting a menu. Even Bauer was given one. In this era, where proper labor practically did not exist, having real human staff just went to show how high class the restaurant was. "Give me your finest, madam. The best this place can provide, I'll take it," Han Sen proudly said. Bauer, with a more serious tone of voice this time, just shouted, "Money." The waitress wasn't sure what to respond, as she had never encountered such a peculiar duo before. But then, someone from behind mocked them out loud by saying, "Has someone just won the lottery, and wants to flaunt his newfound, but bound to be short-lived wealth? Everyone here became rich before you did." "Pa, the gall." Han Sen saw a middle-aged man sitting with a pretty woman. He was well-dressed, but his face left much to be desired. He looked at Han Sen with incredible disdain. Han Sen frowned. He didn't think they were speaking too loud, and the man obviously had a chip on his shoulder, to pick on total strangers. But Han Sen was the president's son-in-law, and he didn't want to make this a point and embarrass the president by beating him up. So, Han Sen just picked up the menu and ordered a few portions of the most expensive food that was available. The man heard what Han Sen ordered and said, "Stop pretending you are rich, dear boy. If you were that noble, go upstairs and eat amongst the nobles, dining on noble food." Han Sen frowned, hearing that voice again. He came here to spend a night relaxing in the comfort of fine dining. He hadn't expected that someone so wretchedly annoying would choose to pester him all evening. Bauer didn't want to hold back her hatred of the man, though. The fire of murder blazed in her eyes, and she was now clutching her gourd. It was evident she did not like people bullying or complaining to Han Sen, and so she wanted to absorb the man. Han Sen noticed what she was going to do. With a racing heart, he had made sure to stop her. If something like that occurred, the alliance would be thrown into shock and turmoil, particularly so, given Bauer's origin. When the waitress was about to confirm the order, an old man approached Han Sen. "Manager." The waitress thought she had done something wrong, and that was why he had stepped forward. The wages for Doria employees were incredibly high, and she was given complimentary flesh in the first god's sanctuary. The last thing she wanted was the loss of her job. The old man smiled at the waitress and signaled for her to step back for a bit. Then, the manager turned to Han Sen and bowed. He said, "Dear Mr. Han, we have prepared the top-floor garden exclusively for you. Chef Shirley will prepare the food for you, and only you. You will be given her undivided attention." A profound silence fell over the restaurant as everyone turned to look at them in shock. No one could buy their way into the garden, but it provided unparalleled views of the city. Not even sacred blood aristocrats could get a seat there. And the last person who was able to get Chef Shirley to prepare their food was Zhang Baikan. Everyone looked at Han Sen in awe. They were in disbelief, seeing Doria provide such a worthy offering. When a few people recognized Han Sen for he was, one of them proclaimed, "It's Han Sen. That's our first super aristocrat." Han Sen picked up Bauer and followed after the manager. He did not want to revel in the limelight and remain the focus of everyone's attention. The man who had mocked Han Sen was glum, and a dire look had fallen upon his face. He rushed out of the restaurant without even finishing his meal. Han Sen took Bauer to the top floor, and there, he saw a beautiful woman in the kitchen. "It's you." Han Sen was shocked when he saw the woman. "What would you like to eat?" The beautiful chef smiled with a warmth that could melt ice. We'll eat whatever you recommend. Han Sen proceeded to sit down with Bauer near the kitchen. It was difficult for Han Sen to believe Shui Feiyan was a chef. Han Sen couldn't help but wonder to himself, is the food she makes actually edible? I hope it doesn't arrive cold. Han Sen wouldn't be surprised if she served a heaping bowl of human flesh, quite frankly. But since he was there, and he had been treated so well by the restaurant, he wasn't quite willing to run for the door just yet. He was going to stay and witness whatever she decided to prepare. Shui Feiyan did not talk much. She went straight into preparing food, and as Han Sen watched her operate, he couldn't help but be impressed by her chopping skills. There was an artistic quality to the way she wielded her knives. The grill was hot, and as the food sizzled atop it, a delectable aroma wafted out of the kitchen to tantalize the noses of the eager diners. Han Sen and Bauer actually found themselves rather excited, and they stared at the cooking meat with wide eyes. Professional chefs really were in a league of their own, and Shui Feiyan's skills in the kitchen far exceeded Han Sen's. After the food was served, Bauer ate what was on her plate like a ravenous pig. Her chubby face was smeared with grease. If this was an all-you-could-eat buffet, Han Sen wagered Bauer would end up emptying the pantry. I did not expect you to be able to cook so well. I appreciate your grace, hospitality, and excellent service, Han Sen praised her, as he prepared to pay. Shui Feiyan smiled in return and said, there is no need for you to pay. But might I confess a problem I have? Perhaps you could help me with it. What is it? If it's a reasonable request, I can certainly be of service, Han Sen said. Shui Feiyan placed her hat down on a table and then took off her uniform. Then, she went to sit down near Han Sen. Shui Feiyan maintained her professional image, for when she removed her uniform, her body was revealed to be fitted with a tight white dress that delicately cradled her every curve. If you can't do this for me, then I deem the deed impossible, Shui Feiyan said. Okay, go on. Han Sen was delighted she was willing to request his assistance, and what's more, it seemed as if she was confiding in him something personal. She seemed to have difficulty mustering the courage to tell him what issue plagued her mind. Shui Feiyan said, I have actually been here for several months. Every night, I wait in the hope that I can see you. 2 of my family members have found themselves trapped in the third god's sanctuary. They are in the Thunder Hell faction. If you can rescue them, we will pay you handsomely. Where are they, exactly? Han Sen asked. It is a king-class shelter called Blood River Shelter, Shui Feiyan explained. Han Sen said, if news of them being trapped has reached you, I doubt they are in any immediate danger. I'll check the place out, regardless. Then, after some reconnaissance, I'll tell you what I can do. Thank you, and believe me, you have our full support. Now and forever, Shui Feiyan said, in praise. Before they left the restaurant, Shui Feiyan provided Bauer with a lot of different desserts for the road. Han Sen thought about Blood River Shelter for quite a while. He had always wanted to take down a king-class shelter, anyway. Han Sen could not take on Emperor shelters reliably, but he could most certainly assault a king-class shelter. After all, he now had the Silver Fox back. It even had its 10th gene lock open. This could be a great opportunity for him to collect a few more life geno essences. Shui Feiyan provided Han Sen with the location of where he needed to go, and indeed, he fancied heading out there to see what was what. When he arrived home from the restaurant, he teleported back to the sanctuary. There, he took Bauer and went towards the shelter Shui Feiyan had told him about. With the Silver Fox and everyone else back protecting Thunder Hell Shelter, even if Saint Fan decided to show, he could return quickly. Since Thunder Hell Shelter wasn't a mobile shelter, though, it had to remain there and thus, remain guarded. Without a shelter, the plants would dry, and Han Sen needed water drops. The more super beast souls Han Sen collected, the more water drops he would need to make them berserk, after all. Because this place was in the Thunder Hell faction, the super creatures and king spirits had all taken flight. After half a day of travel, Han Sen saw a red river running to the east of him. It was wide like a sea. Han Sen frowned. He had been told Blood River Shelter resided on an island in the middle of that same river. He didn't expect the river to be so wide, though, and even from where he was standing, he could sense a wretched presence residing there across the water. Han Sen didn't take a straight road to where he was supposed to be going. Instead, he decided to go to where the Shui family members had been spotted. He wondered if he'd be able to confirm their current condition from that same place. After a while, Han Sen saw 3 peaks in the distance. Strangely, They looked like steamed buns. He found a green field to rest in for a while. The two Shui family members were supposed to be on patrol, and they would pass through there. Bauer sat on the grass drinking milk. She was a few years old by now, but her appearance hadn't changed at all. Han Sen did not know whether she was simply slow to develop, or if she'd be like this forever. Regardless of what her circumstances were, he was determined to take care of her. Han Sen was going to wait until dark. If the two people he expected to see did not arrive, he'd attempt to sneak into the shelter with the night cloak. Within the hour, though, Han Sen noticed a ship approaching the shore from across the river. He stood up to take a better look. It was white, and it moved incredibly quickly. When the ship neared, though, Han Sen's face changed and he looked ill. The ship was made out of bone. It had a bone mast, and the sails had been crafted from animal hides. Of course, such a ghastly ship wouldn't scare Han Sen. He had encountered far more nerve-wracking horrors in his time. What most rattled Han Sen about this scene, however, was the presence of a human at the front of the ship. At the bow of the ship stood a cross, and there was a man crucified upon it. The man seemed to be of old age, although his treatment had undoubtedly made him seem more withered than he might have actually been. He had been stripped naked and pinned to the cross. He was fastened to the cross by thick, crude nails that had also been forged from bone. They had been driven deep into his arms and feet. The old man looked to be great agony, but he knew moving would only incite more pain. Thus, he moaned softly, but he remained still. Blood ran down his body in the cross-like monstrous veins. Han Sen thought he was having a sneak peek at the gallows in hell. Han Sen knew many humans were suffering in the third god's sanctuary, and their numbers might even outweigh the amount of those who were happy and in good condition. But this was a cold reminder of reality. This savagery had become just a simple fact of existence there, and now it had been reinvigorated and put on display in front of Han Sen. It made him angry, and it was fanned by the flames of frustration, knowing there was nothing he could do right now to help the man. Han Sen gritted his teeth and swallowed the bitter pill of knowing he could not be of aid. He couldn't risk exposing his presence there, and even if he did try to save the old man, any enemies that might have been on board could kill the man and prevent Han Sen from getting what he wanted. Furthermore, if Han Sen was unable to remove the contract that bound the man, even after a successful rescue, he'd be killed before Han Sen could return him to the Alliance. The old man then saw Han Sen, and after, the boat steered in his direction. It was as if the boat was obeying some manner of mind control. The old man looked to be in pain and said, "Young man, do you hail from another shelter?" "Yes," Han Sen said. The old man looked happy, and the faint presence of a smile crept courageously back onto his face. He asked, "Are you free? Can you return to the Alliance?" Han Sen nodded and said, "Yes, I can go back." "What is your name?" Seeing that old man, Han Sen was really reminded of how lucky he was to be free in the third god's sanctuary. The old man replied, "My name is Shui Yucheng, can you take a message to the Shui family for me?" "Okay," Han Sen answered. "Please, tell them to hurry here quickly." Shui Yucheng still looked to be in a lot of pain, and his words trembled out of his lips as he spoke. Shui Yucheng went on to say, "Shui Chen is still trapped in Blood River Shelter. They need to find him, because our stuff is in his hands." Han Sen thought he had been asked to save two family members, but with what he had just been told, it seemed as if there was an important item the family wanted to have returned. "Okay, and what is all this? Why have you been put on display like this?" Han Sen asked. Shui Yucheng said, "This boat can patrol the river. In order to operate, it requires a driver. I am its captain. You drive it like this." Han Sen frowned. Shui Yucheng sighed and answered, "A powerful spirit or people who have been given the authority are the only ones who can drive it. I am a weak human, lacking the trust of spirits. This is the only way I am able to drive it. I am doing this in the hopes I can send a message home." Han Sen felt so angry, learning that the spirits did not trust him. Because of that, the man had to operate the boat in constant agony. Han Sen knew humans were the weakest in the third god's sanctuary, but he was still mad over their unfair mistreatment at every corner. "You have to take this message home. The Shui family will reward you handsomely. Now go. Go before the creatures notice you." Shui Yucheng steered the boat around, ready to leave. "Hang on, can you tell me how many king spirits and super creatures reside in that shelter?" Han Sen asked. Shui Yucheng responded, "There are two king spirits. One is Blood River King, the other is Xianxia. There are 7 super creatures residing there, also. Tell my family to come, reclaim the stuff, and go. Han Sen was shocked. The last time he saw xianxia had been during Shang Yin's ascension. Niece. That's one loose end that needed tying up a long time ago. I can only hope his spirit stone is here, as well, Han Sen thought to himself. Do you know how powerful they are? Han Sen asked. Shui Yucheng replied, it does not matter. Fighting them would be a futile endeavor. After that, Shui Yucheng drove the boat away. As he sailed across the red water, Han Sen heard him whimpering and moaning in pain. Han Sen shouted, don't go yet. I am going to take down Blood River Shelter and save you all. Shui Yucheng heard him say this and said, you have no idea how powerful a king-class shelter is. Simply sending a message will do. After that, he continued driving the boat away. Han Sen did not blame him for thinking this way. He might not have even heard of Han Sen, and it was highly unlikely he had learned that Han Sen had taken down an emperor's shelter. Han Sen remained in that place and waited for nightfall. Then, he donned the night cloak to sneak into the shelter. Han Sen had an advantage for now, but if he called for his companions to come, he'd lose it. Furthermore, he'd be risking the loss of Thunder Hell Shelter. And if Saint Fan had been biding his time, waiting for the moment Han Sen left the shelter unguarded, he could take over and ruin the teleporter inside. If that occurred, the shelter would indeed be rendered useless. Han Sen planned to observe the goings-on of Blood River Shelter for a bit and come up with a viable plan of attack. If he could one-hit kill Blood River King, that would be wonderful. Han Sen snuck to the island as unnoticeably as he could. The river was a few hundred miles wide, and the island itself was rather large. The castle there was not all that different from Devil's Nest. Near the river, Han Sen saw a giant tentacle making waves. Han Sen was not sure what it was, but it had to be around 50 meters long. The tentacle came out from the water and kept patting and splashing the surface of the river. Inside the shelter, there were many strange fish with legs. Their mouths were filled with crocodile-like teeth, too. Luckily, Han Sen had the night cloak to shield him from their vision. Then, not long after, Han Sen felt the presence of a familiar life force nearby. Xianxia. Han Sen saw two people walking through the castle's garden. One of them was Xianxia. It had been a while since Han Sen last saw him, and he clearly hadn't been idle in the time since. He was now much stronger, and he'd be a far more formidable foe this time. Xianxia was one of the 8 generals and had been, once upon a time, at the same level of strength as Shang Yin and Sky King. It was only a matter of time before he recovered, and if he recovered any further, defeating him would be far more difficult. Besides Xianxia, there was a king spirit. He was clad in red armor. He had a red cloak, and 2 swords crossed behind his back. That must be Blood River King, Han Sen thought to himself. I hope you can give me an answer. If you let this opportunity to pass you by, it may be tens of thousands of years before you get another, Xianxia said. Han Sen leaned closer in an attempt to hear what the two were discussing. Blood River King said, Emperor treasures are good, but that vine has no difficulty eating berserk super creatures on a whim. Even with our spirit stones intact, 'tis a dangerous venture to consider. Xianxia said, I am well aware of how powerful the aqua vine is, but we can just go there to steal the kill. What do you mean? Blood River King asked, with visible surprise. Do you know the flying dragon fish? Xianxia asked. Blood River King said, you mean, the flying dragon fish that has opened 10 gene locks in the empty river? Yes, it has 10 gene locks open. And, what's more, it can go past the 10 steps of the holy door. It can go there, but it is intent on searching for the aqua vine. If it ate the aqua fruit, it could become a demigod, no problem. You mean, Blood River King began. Xianxia said, we have to wait until they are both injured. We can get the fruit without issue. And if we play our cards right, we might also get the fish. If this is as easy as you say it is, why do you implore my assistance with this? Why do you want me to join you so badly? Blood River King wasn't entirely trusting. Xianxia said, the aqua vine can restrict my powers. And it can self-destruct before anyone gets what it holds. But you are fueled by the element of blood. You might be able to pick them up. Xianxia also went on to say, there are 7 aqua fruits for the taking. If you grab them all, I'll keep 2. If you obtain fewer than 4, I'll have 1. We can give it a try. But when will the dragon fish be back on the move? Blood River King said. Xianxia smiled and said, I know the answer to that. If you are truly interested, come with me. Xianxia did not tell him the exact time, as he was worried Blood River King might abandon him. Han Sen thought to himself, are they talking about the lantern fish and the purple vine? This is great. The vine on the peak had almost killed the lantern fish. And what's more, the fruit or treasure that might have been up there was of great interest to him. Han Sen listened for a while longer, but there was nothing more useful he could learn. As for the shelter, he decided to delay his attack on it for the time being. Han Sen was going to wait for xianxia and Blood River King to take the vine. At that point, he would either attack the shelter or try to claim the fruit. There were two choices, and Han Sen still had to weigh the pros and cons of each. Han Sen poked around the shelter for a bit, wanting to get a look at the super creatures that inhabited it. Although it was not an emperor shelter, Han Sen knew he should still maintain caution and not be so foolish as to underestimate the threat of those that resided inside the shelter. Han Sen walked towards a tree and saw a human pouring the blood-like water of the river on it. Seeing his skin, Han Sen knew he was one of the Shui family members with the incorrect learning of Judescan. That one must be Shui Chen. I wonder what he possesses that is so important. Han Sen wondered to himself what it might be. Han Sen used the night cloak to enter the shelter, and as much as he would have liked to ask him, he knew he couldn't risk doing so. It could jeopardize the lives of the two and blow his cover. So, Han Sen found out where he lived and then decided to leave the shelter. Even if Han Sen did go and meet him, he didn't think the man would give him whatever he was holding onto. So Han Sen returned to the riverside and looked for a cave he could camp out in for a few days. When the time was right, he'd go out and take the vine for himself. There were loads of mountains around, and when he found a cave, he brought Bauer in with him. Even if there were creatures inside, Han Sen could defeat them with ease and not bring awareness to his presence there. The cave was very dry, though, and neither was there any discernible odor. That told them it was creature-free, and as a result, hassle-free. The cave was only 60 meters deep, and the only exit was the one they had used to enter. Strangely, however, Han Sen did find something there. Despite there being no telltale signs of a nearby creature, or one that had paid a recent visit, there was a bird's nest that had been crudely built from wood. The egg inside looked rather like a goose's egg. The nest looked old, though, and the egg was caked in a layer of dust that obscured its true color. Bauer, we're in luck. Han Sen grabbed the egg and examined it. Holding it in his hands, he thought it must have weighed around a kilogram. Han Sen gave it a scan, but he could not sense the presence of a life force within. Han Sen wondered to himself, is this a rotten egg? After wiping the dust away, he noticed the egg was red. What's more, it was decorated with a number of symbols. The symbols were similar to waves, and not unlike a representation of the blood river. Meh, I'll cook it first, anyway. Han Sen brought his cooking tools and utensils out of the cruel bottle. He decided to boil the egg in hot water. Perhaps it was because it had no life force, but Bauer showed no interest in the egg. Instead, she just grabbed her jerky and snacks to munch on. Han Sen grabbed his flagon and started to drink near Bauer. Since they were in a remote location, and Han Sen had hidden their presence there, he didn't think anyone would come poking about. The best thing about the cruel bottle, he had recently discovered, was not the fact you could hide creatures and spirits within. No, it was the fact he could store tools and utensils. It sure helped lessen his load. Cheers, Dad. Bauer used her milk to raise a toast. Cheers. Just as Han Sen was about to drink from his flagon, its bottom collapsed. The drink that was within all fell out and soaked his clothing. Han Sen was shocked, and his first reaction was to look around for a potential troublemaker. But he could not detect anyone or anything nearby. Han Sen saw a gaping hole in the bottom of his flagon, and its bottom looked as if it had been cut out perfectly. Tang Junliu gave him this flagon, and he told Han Sen it had been crafted by a master craftsman. It was the work of a legend, and it had been forged from Z steel. It was supposedly one seamless item. He must have gotten tricked. This thing isn't seamless, and now his foolishness has had me waste all my drink. My wife gave me this. Han Sen's mind was in a bit of a state. Han Sen was willing to lick the drink from the floor, but he held off from doing that for now. The thought of an enemy nearby hadn't completely escaped him, so he had to stay on his toes and remain wary. Han Sen put the flagon back and pulled out the whole bottle. Fortunately, the drink was not strong, and it could help keep one's eyes open. Pang! Before the bottle reached his mouth, the bottom of the bottle also broke. But he wasn't going to waste the drink this time, so he quickly pulled the bottle up and positioned his mouth below, so it'd all spray into his mouth. Han Sen quickly looked around, to try to confirm if there was trouble afoot. It couldn't be a coincidence that this had occurred twice in a row, so Han Sen decided to check out the surrounding vicinity again. The water was boiling by this point, and the egg was still intact amidst the bubbling water. It still looked as dead as ever, too. Was that just a coincidence? If so, that's a bad sign. Han Sen was not superstitious, but this sure made him think twice. He returned to the fireside and brought out another drink. As he held it in his hands, he stared at the egg. The egg looked fine, but Han Sen knew nothing was ever so straightforward. He had to be sure. As Han Sen continued to stare at the egg, he brought the drink to his mouth. Pang! The bottom of the bottle broke again. This time, Han Sen had been staring at the red egg that was still inside the pot. He couldn't sense a life force within the egg, but the moment the bottle shattered, Han Sen saw a light swiftly beam out from it. Han Sen was shocked. His Dongshuan Sutra was stronger than ever, but it hadn't been able to sense anything. His plain old eyesight, however, could. Must I suffer trouble even if all I want to do is boil an egg? Han Sen mused as he eyed the egg with a soured look. Something is wrong. Han Sen then realized that the drink that had been spilt on the floor was missing. The cave wasn't particularly warm, so it didn't make sense for the ground to have dried up already. As Han Sen frowned, he suddenly smelled the scent of alcohol. Because the bottle broke, Han Sen hadn't taken immediate notice. The fragrance he detected now was coming from the bubbling pot. Is this thing boiling itself with alcohol? Han Sen wasn't quite sure what to think. The egg was strange, that much was certain, but Han Sen was not worried about the mischief it was causing. Even if it turned out to be a hostile super creature, he knew he could take it down. Han Sen had disloyal knight and little angel by his side, so slaying a super creature would be a trivial task. The egg showed no more activity in the pot, but that scent of alcohol was unmistakable. Han Sen turned to take a look at Bauer on her airbed, but she was still merrily drinking from her bottle of milk. It looks like the egg's not interested in breaking bottles. Maybe it really is just fond of going after alcohol. Han Sen grabbed himself another drink. This time, Han Sen poured it into the pot. After doing this, the symbols on the egg began to glow brighter. It seemed as if something would soon hatch. But still, Han Sen could not detect a life force. And if he didn't know any better, he'd still believe the egg to be dead. Strange. Han Sen had a lot of confidence in his Dongshuan Sutra, so this puzzle was perplexing to him. It might make sense if an emperor was masking its presence and avoiding detection of the Dongshuan Sutra, but this was just an unborn creature egg. Not even berserk super creatures could avoid his detection. I need to find out what you are, you little blighter. Han Sen grabbed a few more bottles and emptied their contents into the boiling pot. He would be better off if the creature was born, Han Sen believed. If he could then kill it for a life Geno essence, he could nab a few more super Geno points. So, Han Sen wanted to see what was inside it. Han Sen summoned Disloyal Knight and Little Angel, and then the three of them all stared at the egg intensely. Something strange was going on, that much was for sure. But all of a sudden, the red color of the egg vanished, and only the pure, clean color of white remained. Strangely, though, it almost looked like it was bleeding. The color red was returning slowly. The white egg began to run red, but the red only appeared around the strange symbols. Against the plain white, the color red now really stood out. Han Sen knelt closer, wanting to get a better look at the egg in the water. Regardless of what was inside, Han Sen was determined to kill and eat the creature. Gotcha. A lot of small cracks began to form across the white of the egg, and they were spreading quickly. It wouldn't be long before its entire surface was webbed. But strangely, the area of the symbol with waves was completely free of these cracks. Han Sen pulled out Taya and Phoenix sword. Then, he summoned the ancient devil soldier beast soul, which granted him his devilish horns and wings. Little Angel clasped her angel sword, while Disloyal Knight shone with a blue light that illuminated the entire cave. They all stared at the egg intensely, ready to kill it the moment the residing creature was born. The alcohol and water mixture was still bubbling and boiling, and Han Sen thought that if a chicken emerged, it'd taste delicious. Gotcha. The egg cracked even more now, and its surface was nothing but a webwork of crevices. Even the red portion of the egg was cracking now. The red areas were beginning to peel and fall into the pod like thin strawberry flakes. The red part only covered 30% of the egg, so Han Sen still had trouble trying to determine what was within. He tried scanning the egg again, and weirdly, he could still not ascertain what the creature was or what it was going to be. Gotcha. The rest of the egg broke. The entire egg began to fall away and collapse like a jigsaw puzzle, leaving something behind. Han Sen saw it, and all he could ask himself was, why in the sanctuaries would something like this be inside an egg? Han Sen had seen many strange things in his time in the sanctuaries, but this was most certainly winning the award for the strangest thing to emerge from an egg. Inside the pot, amidst the broken shell, was a bronze goblet, a Jew. The surface of the Jew was decorated with an array of beautiful engravings and symbols. It was filled to the brim with an alcohol that looked like warm, red wine. The Jew was submerged in the water of the pot, but the water did not mix with the red concoction inside the Jew. It remained separate. Han Sen had initially wanted to eat the egg, but he did not expect that this would emerge from it. The Jew did not have a life force, and it was more akin to a physical item than a creature. Han Sen stared at it. All he knew was that it was a goblet or vessel for pouring alcohol, and that some people said it could be used for rituals of sorts. Aside from that, Han Sen didn't know much about what it was, exactly. It looked like an ancient Jew, from time immemorial, due to it being perched on a small tripod. Han Sen couldn't believe it that the egg had contained a Jew. It didn't move while in the pot. It remained where it was like an inanimate object, as the water around it continued to boil and vaporize. Not long after, the last of the water boiled off. The red liquid remained where it was in the Jew, having not been disturbed by the water one bit. No matter how hot it had gotten, or how wild the water of the pot had bubbled, the substance inside was fine. The pot was now completely dry, and the Jew remained exactly the same as it had been. Han Sen gave the alcohol inside the Jew a good sniff, and he was taken aback by how pleasant its fragrance was. He wasn't much of a drinker, but he most certainly wanted to partake in that drink. The Jew creeped him out, though, and he wasn't so silly as to start drinking without knowing any better. Bauer was different, however. She had finally shown some interest in the contents of the egg, and after crawling over to the Jew, she reached in and grabbed it. Careful. Han Sen still didn't know what was inside the Jew, and if the beverage inside was poison, it would be a poor decision to drink it. Han Sen wanted to take the Jew away from Bauer, just in case, but before he could reach for it, she drank it all. Bauer, are you okay? Han Sen asked with concern, finally pulling the Jew away from her. Bauer's face looked red and flushed, as if she was drunk. Han Sen examined her a little closer. She was indeed drunk, but that aside, she did not look at all harmed. The contents of the Jew seemed to have caused no damage. Han Sen held the Jew in front of him, waiting for it to move or at least do something. Unfortunately, nothing occurred. The pot was burning hot, being atop the fire for so long, but the Jew was surprisingly cool to the touch. It has no life force, and it isn't aggressive. It doesn't do anything. Did this thing really come out of that egg? Han Sen couldn't imagine a mama or papa Jew producing baby Jew eggs. But still, there was a prevailing absence of danger. Bauer continued to appear unaffected and just went to sleep, drunk. She didn't wake up until half a day later. Are you okay? Han Sen asked. I'm fine. Bauer looked to the Jew that was still in Han Sen's hand and said, I want more of that drink. This sort of drink is reserved only for adults. Children can't drink alcohol, Han Sen explained. It seemed as if the alcohol had special properties he himself was keen to explore. He was indeed quite curious regarding its origins. Han Sen remained there for many days, watching the Jew intently. He wasn't missing anything, though, as he had repeatedly checked on the whereabouts of xianxia and Blood River King. They were still inside Blood River Shelter. 3 days later, Han Sen's curiosity got the better of him. He grabbed a bottle of alcohol and poured it into the Jew. The alcohol originally looked white, but it turned the sickly color of blood upon entering. The Jew smelled so very strong, and the scent was heavier than any white wine he had ever known. It prompted Han Sen's saliva to go renegade. Bauer tried her best to grab the Jew that was held out of the reach of her arms, so Han Sen pulled her by the clothes and lifted her up. As Bauer was in the air, her arms flailed in the direction of the Jew. She was desperate for more. You're just a kid, let me drink it first. Han Sen picked up the Jew. Han Sen enjoyed another hearty waft of its fragrance, loving it. Han Sen now knew the red wine was not harmful, so he had no qualms with drinking it. Han Sen felt a sensational warmth descend his throat. The pores on his skin felt rejuvenated, as if he had just stepped out of a hot spring. That's a nice drink. Han Sen did not know much about alcohol, but he knew this was a belter. Han Sen licked his lips, having enjoyed every last drop. As Han Sen reflected on the mesmerizing flavor he had just experienced, an announcement suddenly played. The sacrificial wine has been consumed. The sacrificial ritual now begins. What? Han Sen noticed his body begin to flare up with a red color. He saw an array of symbols get etched across his body, not too unlike the Jew. Then, the entire cave turned red. Han Sen did not know why nothing occurred when Bauer drank it, but something bad seemed to be happening with him. And amidst all this, he looked at Bauer, who was still in his arms, and noticed how she was still perfectly fine. Boom! Most of Han Sen's body was set ablaze as the red symbols branded themselves across his skin. Blood River King stood at the tallest rampart of the castle, overlooking the river. The Blood River ran fast, and the banks sometimes burst, but flooding had never been this bad before. Much of the shelter had been submerged. "My king, does the river always behave this way?" Xianxia asked, as he approached and also looked out over the river. There had been no rain, so it was a most peculiar phenomenon, witnessing the river flow at an increased pace and volume to such a degree. Blood River King shook his head and confirmed, "I have been here for 50,000 years. Never once have I seen the river behave this way." But what? Xianxia asked. Blood River King explained, "Before I first arrived here, a berserk super creature roamed beneath the waters of the Blood River. He was the leader of this place, and it was said that whenever he desired to eat, the river would flood and allow it to swim above land to eat its fill. When its hunger was satiated, the waters of the river would quell." "And where is this beast now?" Xianxia asked. "It went to the fourth god's sanctuary. That was a long time ago. Truth be told, I wouldn't be here, had it not been for its ascension. I was fortunate enough to enter these lands after it had moved on," Blood River King admitted. "Weird. If it rises randomly like this, something ill must be afoot. Do you know if the creature had any kids?" Xianxia wondered. "Not to my knowledge, but it is not out of the question. Perhaps we can search for it." Blood River King summoned the tentacle monster, bidding it to go out and look for another possible creature in the waters. After some time had elapsed, there had been no reports of such a creature existing. Nothing had been found, and the mystery of the rising river saw no elucidation. The river now submerged Han Sen's cave entirely, but strangely, no water entered the stone pocket. Han Sen looked all around him before recentering his vision on the Jew. After drinking the wine, Han Sen's body was dotted with peculiar symbols that were on fire. The fires eventually departed his body, floating through the air towards the Jew. Then, Han Sen's body returned to normal. The Jew for the wine was now like a lit oil lantern. But the flames within did not illuminate the cavern, and a greater darkness intruded. Beyond 3 feet in front of him, he could not see a thing. Han Sen held Bauer and checked himself for any further changes. Aside from his own life force appearing a little weaker, there did not seem to be any alarming changes. The Jew suddenly moved in another direction. Han Sen swiftly followed after it. Away from the Jew, there was only darkness, so he kept close to it. And out in the darkness, Han Sen could not escape the nagging feeling that someone was watching him. Han Sen did not fancy remaining in that darkness, so he made sure to keep close and follow the floating Jew. Bauer's hands clutched Han Sen's neck tightly, for she was deeply afraid of the dark. The Jew continued its airborne flight, and although he felt compelled to follow, Han Sen found it a touch suspicious. He remained alert and ready for anything hostile that came his way. Han Sen recalled the directions he was going should have led him to a dead end by now, for there was nothing special in that cave. But weirdly, they were able to keep on walking. And after miles of walking, they went on and on. There weren't any walls around them either, or so it felt. The sense that someone was watching him heightened, but he could still tell that it was just him being paranoid. There was nothing actually there. Eventually, after much walking, an exit could be seen far ahead in the dark distance. It was like a soul beacon, a soul puncture of light. As Han Sen got closer, he was indeed able to confirm that it was an exit. The exit was dead ahead, but Han Sen could not make out what lay beyond the blinding light. The moment he stepped out, though, all became clear. Bauer looked around in amazement. They were underwater, and as Han Sen reached his arms out to touch the water, his hands felt soothing coolness. The water had formed a dome, leaving the area inside completely dry. It was like an invisible wall was separating them from the water. In that place, there was a circular altar made of stone. There were 3 different statues on the altar, too. They represented the same thing, but all had differences to differentiate them from each other. The left statue looked like a mermaid. The statue on the right was a reverse mermaid. The middle statue was the creepiest, depicting a human covered in patches of scales. The Jew went to the left statue and lit it up. Within that flame, the statue opened its eyes with a frighteningly powerful aura. Han Sen frowned. The mermaid statue was alive. It slid down the altar with its scaled lower body. The red-haired mermaid formed her lips into an O, forming a number of bubbles that drifted over to Han Sen. Han Sen summoned Disloyal Night and Little Angel, and then, Disloyal Night covered everything in the vicinity with blue lightning. Boom! Disloyal Night leapt forward and punched the red bubble that was nearest to Han Sen. The bubble burst and sprayed Disloyal Night with blood-colored water. His blue armor was dyed red, and as much he wanted to continue breaking the rest of the bubbles that were bearing down on Han Sen, he could no longer move. He had been glued to the ground, with that bloodwater acting as some form of super adhesive gel. Disloyal Knight's feet were locked in place. He struggled to move, but he might as well have been nailed down. He was completely stuck in place. Disloyal Knight tried to jump, and he seemed to get free for a moment, but the substance was like supremely elastic gum. After ascending a height of a few meters, the gel yanked him back. Pang! Disloyal Knight hit the ground with a snap, courtesy of the gum that had bested him. The glue was now all over his body, and he was down on the ground like a slinking gecko. Disloyal Knight continued to struggle, but it was all to no avail. Seeing the bubbles, and what they were capable of, Han Sen commanded Little Angel to fall back. But their numbers were many, and they were quickly filling up their stadium of battle. Han Sen brought out his phoenix sword and Taya. He struck one bubble, unleashing the flood of red water. Of course, he now knew what to expect. So, immediately after it burst, he evaded the sticky spillage. Unfortunately, his phoenix sword had gotten some on it. Han Sen pulled out a cloth and tried wiping it clean, but that did not help. As soon as he applied the cloth became stuck and was unable to be removed. If I introduce this stuff to the Alliance, all the smithies will be out of jobs. Who needs soldering when you can just use this as a dip? Han Sen mused. He was not worried, though. He shape-shifted into a gold raven. Han Sen opened his mouth and retaliated with an attack of his own. He spat fire across the arena to counter the bubbles and pop them from a distance. Han Sen knew water was weak to fire, but he didn't expect this move to be that useful. Han Sen breathed fire across Disloyal Knight and his phoenix sword, and suddenly, both of them were free, sharp, and battle-able once more. The mermaid was still firing bubbles towards Han Sen. To get her to stop, he flew directly towards her. The bubbles were of no threat to Han Sen and his Blood Pulse Sutra, which had opened 9 gene locks. When they came into contact with the raging fires that cloaked Han Sen's burning assault, the bubbles evaporated into nothing but steam. Kacha! The gold raven struck the head of the mermaid, causing the entire statue to shatter. However, it wasn't a super creature as Han Sen expected it to be, for he received no announcement of its felling. But in the statue, there was a red gemstone that looked rather like a life geno essence. Han Sen took it and noticed the presence of a mermaid swirling inside it. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Now Han Sen heard an announcement play. As much as he wanted to inspect the item, he didn't quite have the time to do so. The Jew flew over to the right statue, inciting the reverse maid to come to life. More action would inevitably unfold. The legs of this being were encircled with wild waves of bloodwater, and it threw a kick towards Han Sen. Han Sen flapped his wings and soared forward to meet the incoming tide head-on. When the waves tapped Han Sen's infernal fires, the substance became steam. Kacha! Little Angel flew past the monster and sliced its head clean off. The fish monster shattered like the mermaid had, and it too possessed a gem for the taking. Han Sen picked it up and saw the image of that very same monster inside it. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Why are these both here? Why are they achievable in the same manner? Are they Blood River Kings? Han Sen found himself shocked at the implication. The Jew then flew towards the middle statue, prompting the fishman to come to life like the other. Two had, strangely, it did not leap into battle. It stood where it was, staring at Han Sen. Han Sen thought it was going to speak, but it eventually raised its arms and formed an orb of water between its hands. The water continued to gather and build, but reached its maximum size fairly swiftly. The arms remained raised, however, as another facet of it began to increase. The power and life force of the water was still growing. Kill him. Whatever the fishman was doing, it was similar to saving money. Therefore, Han Sen was quick to realize what was happening. If the fishy fiend maximized its power output, Han Sen didn't think he'd have what it took to block the attack. The three of them launched themselves forward, trying to reach the altar so they could kill the enemy. But as they reached their foe, a red shield suddenly appeared to bar their way. The three of them battered the shield as best they could, but they were unable to break it. The fishman was free to build up power without interruption. Emblazoned across the red shield, Han Sen noticed the faint outline of a fish. It was like a shark, but it was even more fearsome looking than that. Behind the head of this image, there was a tentacle-like limb that reached over. From this tentacle, something hung. Han Sen thought it was a human hanging from the tentacle. It was quite the unnerving picture. The aquatic monster's outline was large, and it encompassed the entire altar that was behind it, like some wretched sentinel. Is this an image of the king of the Blood River? Han Sen wondered, as the trio were slashing against the barrier that repelled their attempts to attack the third statue. Now, they acknowledged their power was not enough. The shield had 10 gene locks powering it, that much was for sure. Ordinary powers weren't going to scratch it, let alone cut through it. Let's see who can hit harder, then. Han Sen commanded his followers to stop attacking, then he activated his Super King Spirit mode. The holy, white light began to gleam. Han Sen's body shone like a deity of light, one with a coin between his fingers. The number on the coin began to ascend, one by one, a signal of its increasing power. The fishman continued gathering its power, too, as Han Sen did the same on the opposite side of the barrier. Both of their powers were like the rumbling and thunder from a couple of volcanoes preparing to erupt. The sheer volume of energy that whirled throughout that chamber was frightening. The fishman started to tremble. The power cradled in the basketball-sized sphere of water was equivalent to the amount needed to sunder entire mountains. Boom! The fishman lobbed the orb of water like a hydrogen bomb, leaving its legs trembling with exertion. Han Sen's body was also trembling with the power he had been summoning into the coin. Its number had now reached an all-time high, hitting 21. The moment the sphere left its bearer's hands, Han Sen let the coin fly. Within the tiniest fraction of a second, the orb and coin collided in midair. The power unleashed was crazy, and the shockwave caused by the impact was enough to send Little Angel and Disloyal Knight flying away. Amidst this carnage, Han Sen saw the coin pierce through the orb of water and cause a massive shockwave. The coin did not stop there, however. It carried on through towards the fishman's head, obliterating it. And in the immediate aftermath of that, the suction of the coin began to pull everything towards it like a magnet. The altar was broken, and its remains all flew towards the coin as if it were a black hole. The red shield had been shattered, and the fishman was no longer visible. Boom! Just as it looked like everything was over, everything was cast away in one last bout of chaos. Then, to accompany the ruin, the water that had previously been held back began to pour inside. Han Sen quickly grabbed the final red gem before the entire place flooded. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Han Sen heard the same announcement play. Then, he grabbed Bauer and started to make his daring escape. The first thing to grace his eyes, following the dash from that bloody arena, was the glory of moonlight. It made for a delightful return to the surface. Han Sen saw a very clear lake before where he stood now, and it did not at all seem associated with the Blood River. Han Sen flew around with Bauer, but there were just mountains skirting the lake. There were no signs of that grand river. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight emerged from the lake, and when he confirmed there to be no immediate danger, he returned them for the time being. Han Sen landed on the plush ground near the lake and noticed the Jew had been following him. It was now near his feet. The fire inside it had depleted, and it went back to looking fairly ordinary again. Now, it looked like little more than an antique. When Han Sen picked it up, there was nothing more curious about it. It seemed to be what it looked like. Han Sen decided to pour another drink into the Jew. Then he took a sip. It tasted just as good, but nothing wild or crazy occurred like it had last time. No more spooky symbols flared across his body, either. Han Sen wouldn't mind killing a few more statues to obtain Battle Geno Essences, though. While the Jew was still able to formulate the delightful sacrificial wine, it was no longer able to begin the sacrificial ritual. Han Sen summoned Dragon King. He was very knowledgeable when it came to peculiarities of the third god's sanctuary, and Han Sen had frequently used him as an encyclopedia. Perhaps there was a chance he'd know what the Jew was. What do you want from me? Dragon King still had no body, and every time he was summoned, it cost him a little bit more of his true self. Needless to say, this upset him. Do you know what this is? Han Sen knew he was upset, so he didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly. Dragon King looked at it, and his mood perked right up. He shouted, "Holy crap! Where did you get this from? Is that a good surprise or a bad surprise?" Han Sen wasn't sure whether the item was good or not. Dragon King looked at the Jew and said, "That actually depends." Continuing the theme of duality, this thing can be good and bad. If you are a demigod, it is good. If you're not, it can kill you. So, what does that mean? What is it for? Han Sen wasn't put off by the words he had just heard. Dragon King began to slink and speak mysteriously, saying, "I'm afraid not many people in the third god's sanctuary know what this is. Fortunately for you, I am one of the very few who know." Me and Asura. Dragon King suddenly trailed off into silence. Is this related to the betrayal of ancient Devil Emperor? Han Sen asked. It's not like that. Dragon King paused for a brief moment, and then went on to say, "This thing has nothing to do with us, but I knew of an artifact that was quite similar." What would that be? It was painful for Han Sen, being so patient with Dragon King's slow droning. "It's a secret. I've told you many secrets in the past, but I've never received a single scrap that could benefit me as a reward. I'm at the end of my tether. Why should I continue helping you and not expect anything in return?" Dragon King said. Han Sen eyed Dragon King with a lethal look and asked, "Ah, so you're no longer afraid to die? Is that what you're telling me? In that case, perhaps there is a favor I can perform for you." Dragon King rebutted, "You never planned to fix my body, so death is coming for me, one way or another." When Han Sen looked at him and saw clearly the crux of his issue, he conceded to say, "I have actually been looking out for one for you. Don't give me that crap. I know you already found an egg up on that mountain. Do you think I'm stupid?" Dragon King said. Han Sen smiled and said, "I did find one, yes. But you almost got me killed at the sky tree. If our roles were reversed, would you still give me an egg?" Dragon King had an awkward look descend upon him, and he pleaded once more, "It was a mistake. An honest mistake. Every time you ask me a question, I give you answers to the best of my knowledge. I never try to trick and mislead you." Han Sen said, "Well, an apology isn't good enough. It sure doesn't suffice for you to receive a super creature's egg off me." Dragon King pointed at the Jew and said, "I'll tell you what it is if you give me the egg. I'll consider the proposition, but if we're talking a trade, the bargain needs to be evaluated. It all depends on whether the secret of this Jew is decent. If it's some snob's wine pourer, forget it." Han Sen said, "I'm serious when I tell you that this thing is known only by very few people. I know what this is, and if I don't pass this knowledge on to you, you'll only end up harming yourself," Dragon King said, with a surprisingly alarmed tone. "Fine, tell me the secret first. If I deem the knowledge worthy for the trade, I'll give you the egg. Deal?" Han Sen made his offer. "No, you say something like this every time, I swear. You have to promise me this time. Pinky promise." Dragon King spoke with distress. Han Sen said, "Oh, come on. You make it sound like you're the only one who knows what this thing does. I am giving you an opportunity here. Are you suggesting you know what it does? If so, why don't you tell me?" Dragon King said. Han Sen said, "It's an item from the fourth god's sanctuary." Dragon King looked shocked, but he balked. "You are smart. But if that's the extent of your knowledge regarding this thing, what a waste of time to tell me. Knowing that means knowing nothing. You need to know what this thing is truly for. And me, I know. It's for a sacrificial ritual," Han Sen then said. Dragon King, with a look that had been tarred with great disdain, said, "That is not what you call a secret, either." "Then tell me what it is for," Han Sen said, with a raised voice. "Give me the egg and I'll tell you," Dragon King insisted. Han Sen looked at the Jew and once again noted nothing special regarding it. If it was an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, it really was not something he wanted to get rid of. But if carrying it around with him brought harm, he didn't fancy that, either. Han Sen wanted to know what it was before he started carrying it around with him. But he couldn't keep an eye on it 24/7. "I can promise you, I'll give you the egg, but only if the information is worth it. I'd sooner destroy the egg than give it to you. If you don't cough up something of value, remember that. Han Sen issued a threat. You won't regret this, and I really need a body now. In the past, even if you offered me 10 eggs, I wouldn't have cared. Dragon King sounded confident, but the egg is not on me right now, just keep that in mind. When I return, you can have it. So, tell me, Han Sen said. Dragon King said, it is from the fourth god sanctuary, yes. Have you heard of demigod genes? Is a Jew a demigod gene? Han Sen asked, while observing the Jew. Demigod genes were like super genes, but their proper name was demigod genocore. These were genes that could only be obtained by demigods. They were different than other types, like mutant or sacred blood genes. If a super gene was a computational command, then a demigod genocore was a hub that could execute a number of different commands. The progress of a genocore affected the very powers of a demigod. Han Sen did not know much about this, because demigod genocores were a secret to demigods alone. Han Sen had only heard scraps of information about this from the Ji family. Yes, it is a genocore that was created by a demigod creature. I have only seen such a thing once before. Where did you find this thing? Dragon King asked. Han Sen explained how he managed to obtain the Jew and what he had experienced with the altar. Dragon King's expression warped, and he said, if I am correct, then this Jew is not a demigod genocore. It is still an item from the fourth god sanctuary, however. Why isn't this a demigod genocore from Blood River King? Han Sen asked. This Jew had opened a passage to an altar. This was all on the same island as Blood River Shelter, so Han Sen found it quite peculiar, hearing that this did not actually belong to Blood River King. Dragon King said, Blood River King wants demigod genocores, sure. But he can only gain hold of them by doing what we all must do, ascending the 10 steps of the Holy Door. The only way he might have been able to create the demigod genocore in the third god's sanctuary was while walking the 10 steps and failing. Failure leads to death, mind you. That could be left in his absence. What makes you think Blood River King is not dead, though? Han Sen frowned. If he was dead, you wouldn't be able to summon his altar. The ritual you had was one that summoned a demigod. If you activated it, then that means he is still alive, Dragon King explained. But that can't be right. My Jew summoned the altar, and that must mean the Jew was created by a demigod, Han Sen said. That's why this is bad. Blood River King is still here, and the Jew must not be the true genocore he created. But it was able to summon the altar and almost summon the king himself. If you didn't destroy the altar, he'd be back. All these facts lead me to one startling conclusion. Dragon King's tone and look gained a significant amount of gravitas. What? Han Sen asked. The Jew can summon other demigods. The workings of this thing are wild and unpredictable. It's too dangerous to carry around, Dragon King said. Han Sen didn't think his time at the altar was all that special. He had managed to kill all 3 statues with relative ease, and he had obtained 3 battle geno essences for his trouble. If the demigods return, what can they do? Han Sen asked. They were demigods, so it didn't seem as if there'd be a reason or purpose for them to occupy the third god's sanctuary. That is the secret. Give me the egg and I'll tell you. Dragon King hushed his lips after this. Han Sen clicked his fingers and put Dragon King away for the time being. Han Sen flew around the area he had ended up in, wanting to check it out some more. To the east were an abundance of hills, and to the west were thorny vines and a river. So, Han Sen traveled to the west. A strange expression fell across Han Sen's face as he realized the place looked similar to the area he had met the lanternfish. In the river, he saw them again. The stream was filled with the lanternfish, and they were all headed upstream. Niece, Yaksha wants to fight the king fish and the vine, doesn't he? I should get ready to swoop in and aid Lord Fish. Han Sen followed the stream up, hoping to catch up with the king. After flying a few hundred miles, he didn't find the Fish King. What he did find, however, was a shelter. The shelter was nothing fancy. It was just a mere, solitary royal shelter. Han Sen planned to take it over. Even if he had no need for it, it would allow future humans who spawned there to be safe. When he entered the shelter, though, there were no foes to rout. It had already been abandoned, and there was nobody there. The entire shelter had one teleporter inside, though, and it was in perfect working condition. Han Sen returned to the Alliance and took a break with Ji Yanran. After that, he returned to the sanctuary. Han Sen packed his stuff alongside Little Angel, when suddenly, something seemed to be coming through the teleporter behind him. A human is spawning here. Neat timing. Han Sen was wondering who it might be. If it wasn't an enemy, Han Sen wouldn't mind lending a hand for a while. He didn't want anything bad to befall humans, as there was a long road to go for them to occupy and govern a greater portion of control over the third god's sanctuary. And every new person needed all the help they could get. Seeing the dimensions distort, someone appeared. It was a woman with a rapturously gorgeous figure, and when Han Sen pried his eyes away from her curves, he was shocked to discover who it was. The woman had a similar response seeing Han Sen, and she too was surprised to see who she had immediately encountered. "It's you," they both said in tandem. Han Sen had just spent time with her on Skynet, not so long ago. It was Qin Zan. Well, this seems too far-fetched to be a coincidence. Han Sen thought the chances of her ending up there with him were a little too unlikely. It was an enormous world, yet she had ended up with Han Sen in her first moment there. "I am so lucky to see you, aren't I? What are the chances? You are going to carry me, aren't you?" Qin Zan laughed. "That's no problem, I'm getting used to carrying people." Han Sen smiled. Just as Qin Zan started to speak again, a number of loud, repetitive noises sounded from someplace not too far away. They were like the repeated drumming of a stampede. Han Sen's face changed, so he flew up and had a look. Many creatures were coming from the river, and they looked terrified as they took refuge in the shelter. Above the water of the river, a million flying fish had appeared. They were all following its winding course upstream. "It looks like the Fish King is on its way to tangle with the vine again." Han Sen was surprised, and as he looked over, he saw the big, familiar fish. Its scales gleamed like a trove of gold in the sunlight, fitting for the king it was. Han Sen wanted to send Qin Zan someplace safer, but there was currently no time. He put her on Golden Growler, and together they chased after the fish. What's going on? She had been in the third god's sanctuary for less than 2 minutes, and she had no clue what was going on. She was unnerved and almost scared about what might soon happen. Many monsters were escaping the river and its proximity to make way for the abundance of flying fish. It was a spectacle, for sure, but the power of everything around dwarfed her own. She was terrified. "The Fish King is on its way to fight something particularly powerful. I'm here to see if I can claim a few goodies," Han Sen explained the long and short of it. "Will my presence prove a burden? Perhaps I should go back for now." Qin Zan knew Han Sen was the strongest human there, and the last thing she wanted to do was drag him down. She had only just arrived, so there'd be no chance she'd be able to fend for herself, after all. "We're only here to watch from afar, for now, anyway. It'll be fine if you come along," Han Sen said. Leaving Qin Zan there would be just as good as sending her on a death march. She could return to the Alliance, but Han Sen did not know when he'd be able to fetch her. Han Sen was also worried that the creatures would destroy the teleporter in their panic. If that happened, she'd have to end up respawning elsewhere. Han Sen was going to remain in hiding, anyway. When Xianxia and Blood River King came, all he'd have to do was make sure she was extra hidden. Bauer wanted to play with the flying fish once more, but he stopped her this time. Han Sen did not know where Xianxia was, currently, but it'd be difficult for them to avoid being spotted if they followed the fish too closely. They had to be as sneaky as possible. The Fish King was going at a slow pace, and there must have been quite a distance to go for it to reach the showdown it was headed for. The amount of fish that was following the king was nigh unbelievable to see. Their numbers were countless, and the only word a mind could muster to describe the spectacle was insane. Golden Growler followed the river on the rough ground past its banks. Still, it managed to move so smoothly that there was nary a shake or bump. But then, Han Sen suddenly saw a crocodile-like creature that was around 10 meters long. When it saw the Golden Growler, it tried to eat it, Han Sen, and Qin Zan. Han Sen thought it was an ugly beast, as its body had thick, hardy scales and a mouthful of razor-blade-sharp teeth. The monster was a super creature, that much was certain. With its mouth that was comparable to a black hole, it sought to swallow the trio. Golden Growler did not shy away, though. It expanded the size of its body, making itself become a giant, Goliath-sized beast. The crocodile now looked like a scrawny lizard, and so Golden Growler stepped on it. Golden Growler, by this point, had 7 of its gene locks opened. Han Sen had fed it much super flesh and many water drops to nurture its growth over time. But the speed at which it had developed was surprising, even to Han Sen. And the size it could grow to, if it so chose, was rather shocking to witness. Golden Growler had as many gene locks open as Han Sen did with his Dongxuan Sutra. Its primary talent was its ability to grow bigger, just as it had been back in the first God's sanctuary. But now, size wasn't everything. The bigger it grew, the stronger it became. And this scaled with how many gene locks it had opened, too. When Golden Growler opened its 7th gene lock, its vitality exceeded Han Sen's. This didn't surprise Han Sen, though. Golden Growler was special, as most creatures of the first God's sanctuary did not possess an ability. But Golden Growler could grow bigger or smaller on a whim, so Han Sen had to wonder if it actually was a super creature from the first God's sanctuary. When Little Angel ate the other Golden Growler's flesh, she was able to evolve. It was a plausible theory. Regardless of its origins, however, Han Sen thought it to be a remarkable thing that Golden Growler could evolve and become better. Golden Growler had 7 of its gene locks open, but it was now fighting a super creature with 9 gene locks open. The mouth of the creature Golden Growler had stomped on was frightening, but all the teeth in the world couldn't harm Golden Growler now, due to its size. When it was bitten, it was like a small nip, and no pain was felt. But for a creature with 7 gene locks open, engaging with a creature with 9 gene locks open was difficult. Golden Growler could not dish out a grand amount of damage, at all. But what it could do was still shocking enough to see, anyway. Golden Growler was a Mount Beast soul, so fighting was never expected to be its forte. Yet still, it was able to hold its ground against a super creature. It was shocking, but Qin Zan was more shocked than all, right now. The impacts and shockwaves were difficult for her to withstand, as they fought. Are creatures in the third God's sanctuary always this strong? Qin Zan was amazed, despite being a little worried. The first creature she had encountered just so happened to be a super creature. Han Sen placed Golden Growler back in his Sea of Soul. It had grown too big, and he didn't want anyone to see it. Not wanting to waste any time, though, he summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Disloyal Knight used a halo to debuff the creature and buff Little Angel to become stronger. Little Angel swung her sword and left a deep, few meter wide cleft across the monster. The monster screamed, prompting Disloyal Knight to dash forward and strike the beast's jaw and send it flying. Little Angel flew towards it and chopped it to bits within the blink of an eye. Super creature Abyssal Beast killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life Geno Essence. Consume its life Geno Essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted, not expecting to achieve another super beast soul so soon. As Han Sen relished the joy, Little Angel delivered the life Geno Essence to him. He accepted it and then returned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Not bad, I got another beast soul. Han Sen smiled as he told Qin Zan. Qin Zan looked at him with confusion rather than delight. She thought it was a sacred blood creature, but seeing the life Geno Essence, it had struck her with a paralyzing shock that he had just killed a super creature with ease. It was unbelievable. Humans could collect super Geno points, but they'd still need to fight hard and struggle in the second God's sanctuary if they sought to obtain them. In the third God's sanctuary, slaying a super creature was unheard of. Han Sen had just mopped the floor with one, though. It was then that she realized the mount she rode upon must have been a super creature, too, for it to initiate a battle with one so fearlessly. When Qin Zan finally managed to speak, she said, "Now I know how you were able to take down an Emperor-class shelter. You've blown the socks off people's power expectations. You're far better and stronger than anyone could have imagined." Han Sen smiled warmly in response, and said, "When you obtain more Geno points, Gene locks, and beast souls, the rest comes naturally. We're all capable of such feats, I am sure." Qin Zan shook her head and did not say anything more. She knew he was strong, but she almost felt as if she had been misled about the extent of the strength he had gained. It was bewildering how strong he truly was. When Han Sen first came to the first God's sanctuary, he didn't even know what a creature was. Qin Zan was the person leading him. But now, Qin Zan had been left behind in the dust. He was the person who walked too fast, and too far ahead. Reflecting over the past, she couldn't help but blush. Han Sen said, "There are strong spirits on the heels, or fins rather, of the Fish King. It would be best if we avoid them and not alert them to our presence." "Whatever you say, Qin Zan." Han Sen headed for the peak via a different road. He had done so to ensure xianxia would not see the two. Along the way, Han Sen mowed down a few sacred blood creatures on her behalf, so she could earn a handful of sacred Geno points and get a head start. The lower-tier Geno points could always be filled up at a later date, and a few slayings later, there was already far more sacred blood creature meat than she could eat in any reasonable amount of time. As she watched Han Sen cut down such creatures in a flash, Qin Zan couldn't help but think, this man is too powerful. If I ever seek to catch up, I'll have my work cut out for me. Qin Zan had managed to earn a lot of sacred Geno points in a small amount of time. She had received some help in the second god's sanctuary, but nothing compared to this sort of power leveling. Han Sen also gave her some mutant and sacred blood beast souls, so she could chip in if she wanted to and tackle the weaker sorts by herself. But seeing Han Sen kill so many high-level creatures with ease, when she triumphed over the lower variety, the feelings of success and accomplishment escaped her. Han Sen refined the Abyssal Beast's Life Geno Essence, and with Ice Wolf God's Life Geno Essence, he had managed to reach a total of 81 Super Geno points. Although he wasn't full, his body was practically equal to a super creature in strength and might. It was just a shame his Dongshuan Sutra could not keep up with Han Sen's rapidly rising power. It was sluggish, by comparison. Han Sen really admired Dongshuan Zi. It was difficult to practice the Dongshuan Sutra, and for Dongshuan Zi to practice it up until he broke through the vacuum, Han Sen figured he must have possessed the power of a monster. Han Sen was proud of his talents, but he still thought he paled in comparison to Dongshuan Zi when he held himself up against the man. Those who succeed always have help to become better, and Han Sen wanted to do the same. There were no more super creatures on the way, so the opportunity for another would have to wait a little while longer. After half a month of travel, they reached the mountain. There, they saw the big dragon-like waterfall. Because Han Sen had taken a different path, the Fish King had yet to arrive. Han Sen did not want to get too close, so he took the opportunity to poke around and find a nice cave to hide inside. When night fell, Han Sen donned his night cloak and left the safety of the cave. He didn't know if xianxia had arrived yet, but after searching all night, he had yet to find hide nor hair of the spirits. But what Han Sen did find was a super creature residing inside the nearby lake. He didn't even need his Dongshuan aura to sense it. The Fish King is not here, but does this mean other berserk super creatures want the vine, too? Han Sen wondered. Han Sen returned to the cave again, and there, he waited for the Fish King and xianxia to show up. 2 days later, after dark, a strange noise sounded from the lake. It sounded as if someone had opened a can of soda right next to his ear. Han Sen left Little Angel and Bower behind, with instructions to protect Qin Zan. Wearing his night cloak, he snuck down to see what had occurred. Han Sen stood on a cliffside overlooking the lake. At the water's center, bubbles began to arise. When they reached the surface of the water, they popped and boiled with an extreme amount of fizz. It was like the opening of a firmly shaken soda can. Is the super creature in the lake about to emerge? Han Sen guessed, as he observed the bubbly activity. But after a while of waiting for something to occur, nothing actually did. The bubbles continued to appear, and soon reached a frothy amount. It was as if the lake was boiling with the ferocity of a volcano. What is this super creature doing? Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen's Dongshuan aura picked up the movement of a rock nearby the lake. Han Sen looked over at it with his proper eyesight, and lo and behold, he saw it. There was a rock, and as if by magic, it was rolling itself down towards the raging waters of the lake. Han Sen wondered why the rock had started to move by itself. The large rock was not moving too quickly, and its coming was fairly gentle. But when it was a good 2 meters away from the lake's shore, it stopped. Han Sen examined the way it had come, and the rock had left no trace or imprint in the earth it had rolled over. The rock was like a boulder. It was 10 meters high and had a diameter of 6 meters. It was a lumpy thing, and observing it from a distance initially gave the illusion of a miniature hill picking up stakes and moving location. Amidst Han Sen's confusion around this strange happening, he then noticed a hole inside the boulder. Its diameter was a solid 1 meter at every angle. Han Sen hadn't noticed it at first, and he believed it had only just appeared. It was like a hatch, or something cut out from its original structure. Soon after, something crawled out of the hole. It was a big red toad, scaled from head to toe. On its head, it wore a red pod as if it were a crown. It was a strange accessory to see adorning a toad. Is it looking for water? As Han Sen asked himself this, his eyes flickered back to the hole the toad had emerged from. Weirdly, it was gone. Something most peculiar is cooking, that's for sure. Han Sen made himself comfy in a position that was a little more hidden and watched intently. The toad was a super creature, that much was certain. While it was next to the waters of the lake, the red pot on its head opened. Han Sen peered into it, and that was when he saw a number of eyes staring back at him. Han Sen was currently garbed with the night cloak, though, so there was no chance he could have actually been spotted. From out of the pot, the triangle-shaped head of a snake emerged. While the pot might have looked separate, and more like an accessory to the toad, it was actually a part of the creature. It was rather confusing for Han Sen to see, but the snake head he was seeing now was just as strange. It was composed of bones, and it did not even have a tongue to rattle and shake with a seething viciousness. It still had its fangs, though, and the eyes were red gems of a sinister light. When the snake came out and revealed more of itself, the rest of its body was seen to be the same. It was practically a skeleton snake. The snake head had looked as big as the pot, but the entire body must have been 6 meters long, not to mention its wide girth. How it had all fit inside the pot on the toad's head was quite the conundrum. The snake slithered around the toad, and then the toad seemed to issue it a command to enter the lake. Without hesitation, it followed the order and set off swimming to the center of the lake. The bubbles in the lake did not appear to be harmful, and the snake had no trouble as it swam. The toad issued another command to the snake, and after this, it started to dive. So, Mr. Bone Snake must be a scout. But who is the real puppet here? Is the toad here by its own volition, or is it also a goon for someone else? Han Sen pondered. Suddenly, there was an explosion of bubbles. The water in the lake was thrown into turmoil. Soon after, things returned to semi-normal. The bubbles continued at their original pace and the waters were soothed. Blurg. The toad spat out some blood, and in shock, it began to fall back away from the water. The toad wished to reach the rock it had first emerged from, but something came out of the lake and grabbed the toad. The thing tried dragging the toad back in with it. The toad struggled, and its claws dug into the earth. The nails broke under the pull of that supremely powerful shadow. With long, skin-crawling marks in the earth for a wake, the toad was pulled into the black depths of the lake. The toad's struggle beneath the water was plain to see, and the lake was upset in response. It was pulled in deep. When things suddenly turned quiet, an unnerving mist dyed the surface of the lake red. Han Sen was shocked at what he had just witnessed. The toad was a super creature, but it had been killed effortlessly. Whatever monster resided in the lake must have been extremely powerful to do such a thing. After the toad was dragged down into the murky depths of the lake, the boulder moved again. This time, it rolled away from the water. It had barely reached a distance of 1 meter before the shadow reappeared. It grabbed the rock and tried to pull it back. The rock was too heavy for it to move in a hurry, though. And as it struggled, Han Sen was finally able to get a good look at the enigma that had been residing inside the lake all that time. It was like an arm, but one that was plated all in copper. It was not too different from a snake, minus a head. When it came out to reach the boulder, it revealed itself to be at least 100 meters long. The rock tried its best to pull away from it, but it gave ground, bit by bit. It would soon be dragged in. When the rock was 2 meters away from the water's edge, a rocky explosion sounded as the boulder rose up off the ground. The boulder turned into a golem, and there were people behind it. Is that Xianxia and Blood River King down there? Were they hiding inside the rock this entire time? Han Sen saw Xianxia and Blood River King down below, the latter in his signature red armor. There was a 6-armed monster with them, and it and the 2 spirits ran off while the golem stayed behind to hold back the snake as they made their escape. The black shape from the lake attacked the golem with a greater rage. But then, another black shadow emerged. It went for the 3 that were daring an escape. Xianxia used his wings to avoid the initial strike. Blood River King and the 6-armed ape managed to evade the attack, as well. But in the next second, many more of those black snake-like figures shot out of the lake. Xianxia brought out his black feather dagger, while Blood River King drew his sword to attack whatever was chasing them. A metallic noise sounded whenever they drew a cut across the black snakes. What's more, their weapons weren't formidable enough to slice through them. 2 king spirits and 2 super creatures were now trapped, as more and more monsters arose to eliminate their ability to flee. The golem did not relent in fighting back that horrible foe, and it was able to stand strong and not get dragged into the lake. But it wasn't long before even more of the black shadows emerged. A larger host of the black menace grabbed a hold of it, threw it down on the ground, and dragged it across the shore. The golem was pulled into the lake, and seeing it get pulled in like that, Han Sen couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. It was a shocking scene to behold. What in the sanctuaries is this thing? Both Xianxia and Blood River King are unable to fight it. I'm lucky I didn't try to get any closer, Han Sen thought to himself. ZZ. While Xianxia and Blood River King fought side by side, the six-armed ape was the next to get grabbed. It was unable to resist the strength of the pull, and it was immediately dragged away and down into the lake. Blood River King was furious when he saw that the three super creatures he had brought with him had been killed. They had all been dragged into the lake by one fearsome monster. He hyped himself to fight in honor of his fallen creatures, but at that second, Xianxia managed to muster the strength to cut through the monster and clear a way forward to escape. Run! Xianxia shouted. The monster was quick to recover, and it grabbed his arm. Then, a lot more did. They dragged him into the lake. Blood River King was touched by his seemingly heroic sacrifice, and so he took him up on the command and escaped. Xianxia was dragged into the lake, and once he was, Solace returned to the land. Han Sen frowned, believing that something wasn't quite right. Xianxia was not the sort of person who was willing to sacrifice himself, especially if it was to merely save another. He was one of the 8 generals, too, so there was no way he could have been dragged in that easily. As Han Sen mulled that puzzling happening, something floated up to the surface of the lake. Han Sen squinted to get a good look, and he noticed it was a copper statue. It looked like a copper screen, but when it bobbed for a bit, and Han Sen was able to get a better view, he realized it was actually a copper throne. The entire throne was adorned with a number of patterns. The seat had been composed by a number of copper, snake-like figures. Han Sen did not know how many snakes had been intertwined to build it, but it clearly represented the snakes that had arisen to attack the party earlier. They seemed to have been built from copper, were thus inanimate, but they soon started to move. And they seemed to be pushing the throne to the surface of the water. A female spirit was sitting atop it, one that wore a black dress. Her legs were long and succulent, a highlight of the sight of her, sitting on the throne. She had long black hair, painting her as something of a femme fatale. She looked cold and unremorseful. I brought you 3 super creatures, see. I should help you take the aqua vine. Xianxia emerged from the water, speaking to the woman in a polite and sickly tone. Han Sen now understood Xianxia had been playing Blood River King like a fiddle. His cooperation had been a complete lie all along. He had only wanted Blood River King's super creatures, and he had gotten them successfully. Poor Blood River King, to think he actually believes he owes Xianxia his life. Han Sen now knew not to underestimate Xianxia's cunning. The cold female spirit responded to Xianxia now, saying, I acknowledge and appreciate the help you have given, but 3 super creatures are not enough to satiate the hunger of the serpent throne. Blood River King was very hesitant, and despite pressing him all that time, I could only manage to convince him to bring 3, Xianxia said in his defense. The female spirit responded, saying, understood. Still, you have brought me many over time, and when the flying fish comes, once I have killed it, I should meet the requirements for challenging the aqua vine. If I am successful, you will receive your reward then. Thank you, my most gracious lady. Xianxia kneeled, as if in her service. Scour the stream for the fish's location. Until it arrives, I must return to rest, the female spirit said. Yes, milady. Xianxia bowed and then went off downstream. Han Sen was shocked over what he had just witnessed. If what she said was true, it seemed Xianxia had managed to obtain for her more than just those 3 super creatures. But who is this female spirit? She must be an empress, if Xianxia so willingly obeys her. Han Sen had no clue who he was now looking likely to deal with. Han Sen reflected over his dealings with Xianxia, and he thought the spirit was a remarkable nemesis. Xianxia was clever and deceptive, as much as he was strong and mighty. He had even managed to trick Shang Yin. If his past behavior was anything to go by, Han Sen thought it was unlikely Xianxia had the lake's female spirit's interests at heart. It was likely he was just using her, too, and his kneeling and kind words were just for show. I don't like the fact that they're going to kill the Flying Fish King. Han Sen frowned. Han Sen had planned to wait until they started fighting the aqua vine before intervening. But now, if he wanted to save the Flying Fish King, he'd have to expose himself earlier than he wanted to. After all, there was no chance Han Sen could make battle with the pest Xianxia, an empress, and whatever Goliath the Aquavine was, all by himself. Fighting alongside the Fish King was his only chance. If he wanted the fruit, or whatever other treasure might have been waiting, he'd need the fish to be his ally in the endeavor. Han Sen then racked his mind, going over the many ways he might be able to save the Fish King from the trap that was waiting for it, but as he thought, he noticed one of the serpents moving the throne to the shore. It did so in a short amount of time. The Empress went to sit on the throne, and her expression and posture suggested her mind was elsewhere, and she was deep in thought. The serpents moved around a lot, but the throne was stable as she sat. They were wriggling around like lecherous tentacles. The throne was being brought further past the shore, up the cliffside of a mountain. The Fish King is on its way. Where is she going? Han Sen, still in the night cloak, ventured forward to see what she was up to. The Empress was going up the mountain the Fish King would inevitably head for. Is she tricking the trickster? Has she tricked xianxia, getting him out of the way so she can nab the fruit all for herself? As Han Sen followed, the more he saw and the more he reviewed this curious happening, he realized he was incorrect. The throne stopped before the mountain. Then, she stood up and said aloud, "Are you really going to remain guised in shadow? You should come out and greet me like a man." This came as a sudden shock to Han Sen, and he thought to himself, she knows I'm following her. I thought nothing could notice me while I wore the night cloak. Fear became the prevailing emotion Han Sen felt right now, but just as it settled in, a stone door revealed itself on the cliffside. Beyond it seemed to be a fairly deep cave. Han Sen felt major relief wash over him like a tide, and he comfortingly said to himself, "Phew. She wasn't talking to me. This night cloak helped me assassinate an emperor before, so I suppose it makes sense even she would not notice me." Han Sen looked into the cave and noticed it was pitch black inside. The throne was still in front of the cave, and on it, the Empress said, "Have you come to a decision regarding the offer I presented you?" A weird noise came out of the cave, like metal bins scraped against rock. Han Sen envisioned a being chained up in the darkness. And whatever it was rattling the chains and beating them against the stone. The Empress did not say anything more. She waited outside the cave in silence. The sound of chains grew louder, suggesting it was coming closer. Han Sen leaned forward, eager to get a look at what was coming out of the cave. He really wanted to see. The noise of chains was now near the entrance, and something was ready to step out and make an appearance. When the moonlight revealed what had been kept from sight, Han Sen was given a shock. It was a man. His clothes were in tatters, and his hair was long and filthy. It masked much of his face, denying a view of his true identity. There were cuffs attached to each of his limbs, and the chains made a sordid sound when he moved. The chains drifted behind the man, reaching back into the dark recesses of the cave. They had been created with the same material that composed the Empress' throne. But the most shocking thing about this entire affair was that the man was a human. Why has a human been chained up here? What could she possibly want with him? Han Sen frowned, looking at the disheveled man. "What is your decision? Will you help me?" The Empress seemed to be giving the prisoner an ultimatum. Han Sen was surprised. Emperors in the Third God's Sanctuary were of a tier far above the rest that occupied the realm, and they knew it. Yet strangely, this Empress had come to ask the man a human for assistance politely. Is he really a human? Han Sen thought it was a bit far-fetched, for an Emperor-class spirit to behave in such a way before a human. The man raised his head to the night sky and said, "It has been a long time since my eyes were last able to lay sight on the moon." The Empress frowned, clearly more concerned with receiving the answer to her question. After a while, the man turned his gaze to the Empress. He asked, "Where is that which I want?" The Empress responded, saying, "The aqua fruit is on the precipice of maturing." "Do you know what that means? Where is it?" The man asked again. The Empress said, "This is your last chance, so answer me." The man laughed and balked. "You're wrong. This is your last chance. You do not fear death, do you? I find that an amusing surprise, given your kind can only live once." The Empress frowned. Han Sen's face changed, now confirming that the man truly was a human. There was no more doubt about that. The man replied, saying, "Oh, I fear death. But I also know you won't let me die." The Empress's ire was incited by what the man had just said, and anger flushed to her face in immediacy. The serpents beneath the seat were poised, ready to strike the madman. He did not care, though. He stood where he was, looking right at the Empress, as if inviting their strikes. The serpents glided forward, hissing. But then, the Empress raised her hand and gestured for them to leave him be. Fine, you can have it, but it will be in exchange for the aqua fruit, the Empress said. Okay. The man did not seem surprised. The Empress waved her hand, and then a copper key manifested in the air and flew towards each lock on the man's shackles. One by one, they fell down and released him from their cold, cruel clasp. The man did not seem excited about his freeing from incarceration. He merely walked calmly towards the lake. I can lock you up once more, as easily as I have just freed you. You know what it is you must do, the Empress said. The man kept walking, telling her, do not worry, I'm from the Blue Blood Special Forces. The aqua fruit will be yours, have no fear. The serpents beneath the throne began to move, as she followed him towards the lake. Han Sen was in shock after what he had just heard, and he thought to himself, he's from the Blue Blood Special Forces. If he was trapped in there for 100 years, perhaps there is a chance he knew about Han Jinji. The Blue Blood Special Forces was a military unit of the Alliance. If he was who he claimed to be, though, it didn't make sense why the Empress had behaved that way before him. The Empress was asking the man to take the fruit for her, as if he was tremendously capable and accomplished for such a task. This was crazy. As the man walked, he removed the scraps of aged garments that still hopelessly clung to his body. Han Sen was surprised that the man didn't look quite as disheveled when he was unclothed. The man was ripped, with hulking muscles that Han Sen couldn't help but admire. The man looked strong enough to kill anything. But what was quite strange was that the blood vessels between his muscles were blue rather than green. The man walked into the lake and washed himself. With his hands and fingernails, he gave himself a haircut, too. Now, Han Sen could see what his face looked like. The man's face was strong and proud. His features had been chiseled in a way that exuded manliness. If he was seen strolling the streets, Han Sen believed women would get wet just seeing him. The Empress was sitting on her throne as he walked out of the lake, naked and on full display. Han Sen watched his manhood swing wildly from left to right with each footstep. The Empress frowned and threw down Geno armor in front of him. The man put it on and then sat down. He looked out over the lake and said, the only way this could get any better is if there was a drink we could both share. The Empress groaned. They merely sat, watching the view from the lakeside together. A period of time elapsed with neither of them doing anything. They must have been waiting for the fish to arrive. With the odds stacked against him, and the Empress now having this other, mystic human on her side, Han Sen wasn't fancying his chances of emerging victorious. Han Sen wanted to go downstream and see if he could stop the Fish King from coming. Even if the Fish King did not come, though, it wouldn't mean much. The Empress would still most likely nab the fruit she had come for. Trying to save the Fish King's life and fighting alongside it seemed the best chance of prevailing Han Sen had. As Han Sen reviewed his options, he began to hear movement stem from downstream. He saw a golden light, and ahead of it, xianxia. He was running back, and a peculiar look crossed his face when he noticed the human sitting beside the Empress. Xianxia bowed and said, "The Flying Fish King is here." Han Sen now knew it was too late to stop what had been put into motion, so he quickly tried to think how he might best help the Fish King. The light of its presence was rapidly approaching, and the water was in turmoil as it came. "Do you need to step away?" Xianxia asked the Empress. The Empress said, "I will watch." "Are we killing it?" Xianxia thought they would go and kill the flying fish once it arrived. "Not yet. We will let the fish and vine do battle first. When things look dire for either of them, we will swoop in and clean up the mess." The Empress relayed to them the plan of action. Xianxia did not say anything, but he clearly seemed to be agitated by the presence of the human sitting comfortably beside the throne. The Empress had wanted to hunt down the flying fish originally, so he thought the human must have done or said something to change her mind. Xianxia did not know who the man was, and although sirens blared in his head urging him to do something, he didn't do anything. He did not want to upset or invoke the ire of the Empress at a time as crucial as this. The fish arrived at the lake and looked at the Empress. The Fish King eyed the audience warily, and he seemed upset with their presence there. It began to circle the lake, and not much more. The night was starting to fade by this point, and the sun was soon to raise its head above the horizon. When it did, the night cloak would be rendered useless. Han Sen hid in the forest and tried to mask his sense, instead. When his 7 gene locks of the Dongshuan Sutra were open, Han Sen could simulate the energy of small plants. Han Sen had initially thought it to be a pointless boon, but in a time like this, he realized how handy it could be. Unless someone could see him with their naked eyes, Han Sen was just another shrub in the dense undergrowth of the forest floor. Han Sen was afraid that when the fighting began, the cave he had previously taken refuge in might collapse. Thus, he wasn't willing to hide there. Hiding in the forest was a far better option, and even if trees were toppled on top of him, they wouldn't hurt. The rising orb from the east began to bathe the land in the orange light of a new day. The waterfall was like a silver dragon, but then, curiously, it ran dry. And as the sun rose, the clouds in the sky began to disperse and fade away. Strange. Last time I was here, even during the daylight, the clouds could still be seen. And why has the waterfall now stopped? Han Sen frowned, concerned with the curious turn of events. On the peak of the mountain, Han Sen saw a purple dragon-like vine wriggle. The vine was massive, and it was surrounded by the bones of creatures it had drained the life out of through its leeching. Han Sen noticed there were 7 vines in total, each bearing an aqua fruit. The fruits looked like bells, and when the wind blew, the chiming of these bells could be heard. Each one was big, as well, not too unlike a grinding wheel. When Han Sen paid attention to each sounding bell, he noticed they each played a different note. Han Sen suddenly saw fairies begin to fly around the fruits. The fruits looked incredibly holy with the fairies that surrounded them like little angels. The flying fish could not resist the temptation, so it leapt into the sky, up towards the purple vine. The purple vine then swiftly moved. Like a lashing whip, it cast itself towards the flying fish king. The flying fish king seemed to have improved since it last tried to do battle with the vine. Its body shone brightly with the color of gold and its head was crowned with a glorious horn. In a flash, it leapt to the side and avoided the incoming attack. The flying fish managed to evade each lashing vine that tried to get it as it made its daring ascent. The Empress and the human watched the fish king intently. Han Sen watched the fish king evade the vines with ease, and noticed it was now only 10 meters away from grabbing one of its fruit. Suddenly, though, the fairies began to fly towards the fish like a swarm of angry bees. Han Sen was shocked. He initially believed the presence of the fairies to be some sort of an illusion. The fairies were real, and they were now all around the fish king. The fairies carried a ribbon, and they seemed intent on wrapping the ribbon around the fish to capture it. More and more ribbons appeared in the hands of the fairies to tie the fish king up. But the scales on the fish king became spiky next, proving just enough to tear through the ribbons and escape. The fairies were not dismayed by this, though, and they looked happy to take things up a notch. Their gracious appearance was cast aside, as each of them turned into a mini skeleton. Then, they all leapt towards the fish king. The fish king's gold body was unable to prevent the advance of the skeletons. The now bony fiends were transparent, and the fish was unable to strike or even touch them. But when they tried biting into the fish king, they were able to sink their teeth into its flesh and rip out small chunks. They were like a swarm of little maggots, all converging on the fish king to nibble it to death. As they all bit into it, they dyed the surroundings red with blood. The fish king wanted to rid itself of the skeletons that sought to eat it alive, but there was nothing it could do. Its scales could do nothing against the skeletal fairies, as they straddled a line between the physical and supernatural. They could not be touched by others, but they could touch anything they desired. The fish is almost done for. Is now the time we should strike? Xianxia asked aloud. The Empress seemed unconcerned, and replied, "Do not underestimate a creature with 10 gene locks open. They are stronger than you might imagine." Xianxia knew the fish king could not be killed so easily, and he was actually trying to usher the Empress into attacking. If he did that, he could find his best chance to Judas her. With the Empress not yet willing to budge, Xianxia could do nothing. He returned to silence and waited. The fish king then suddenly roared. Its body began to shine like a beacon of gold light as it grew in size. Large talons decked the feet that then sprouted out of the fish, as its entire body took the form of a dragon. It is no wonder Xianxia called it a flying dragon fish. Han Sen was shocked, witnessing the fish's transformation. The dragon's head turned, shooting hot air at the skeletons that swarmed its new form. The skeletons were turned to dust by the power of that gust. Then, the fish king turned around, ready to swallow the fruit it had long lusted for. The fairies all around the fruit were dead, and now there was nothing prohibiting the dragon fish king from consuming that which it had come for. The bell-looking fruit then shone green. The dragon fish king suddenly roared and fell backwards, all the way down into the lake below. As it fell, its body returned to that of a fish. Pang! The Fish King's impact with the water created manic waves, as its blood turned the lashing waters of the lake red. "What are you waiting for?" The speech of the Empress was directed towards the man. The man then stood up and approached the dried-up waterfall. The man was going to climb the whole way up. Han Sen was shocked, and he thought to himself, he doesn't know how to fly. How is that possible? The man climbed the treacherous cliffside slowly. "Who is that guy?" Xianxia asked. "He is the one who will collect the fruit. You should go and help him," the Empress directed. She remained seated on the throne as it began to move towards the lake. She was going for the Fish King. Xianxia was delighted, thinking he now had a chance of grabbing the fruit. He had been worried earlier. If he had to steal the fruit alongside the Empress, he'd have difficulty nabbing one. If the only thing that stood in his way was a human one who couldn't fly, at that there was nothing really stopping him. Xianxia was fairly confident he could collect the fruit the Fish King had just approached. The Fish King had triggered the aqua gas, so it was no longer a threat. Seeing the Empress head for the lake, Xianxia summoned his wings and followed after the man. Xianxia flew around the man, saying, "The Empress instructed me to help you. How do you plan on reaching the fruit?" Xianxia was not keen on the man, but there had to be a reason for him being there. The man must have had something the Empress wanted, so Xianxia wanted to find out exactly what that was. The man continued to climb, simply stating, "I will climb up here, and then I will climb up there. I will reach for the fruit with my hands, and with my hands, I will pick up the fruit. I will then climb down from there, and climb down from here." Xianxia thought he was talking crap, but he just smiled and said, "The fruit is a dangerous item. How exactly do you plan on grabbing it?" "She told me I can pick it just as easily as I would an apple," the man said. Xianxia was getting annoyed with the man, but he didn't let it show. He went ahead to say, "Well, you have to hurry. If the fruit manages to build up another cloud of gas to emit, nabbing it won't be so easy. Don't you see that I am climbing as fast as I can?" The man gave a smile. "Don't you know how to fly?" Xianxia was getting annoyed at the snail-like pace of the man. "No," the man said. "Really?" Xianxia was legitimately surprised. "Do you see any wings on my back?" "I don't," the man said. "Well, you take your time climbing this rock face like a sloth. I am going to go on ahead and grab the fruit for our Empress." Xianxia then departed, going upwards. This was his best chance. It was a now or never moment. Once he had one of the fruits in his hand, he could pocket it and run. Xianxia did not think the Empress could catch up with him, with the head start he'd get. When the Fish King fell, Han Sen had snuck into the water to get a peek at its injuries. Han Sen dived in deep, and when he approached the fish and got a good look, he was quite surprised at what he saw. There was a green pinecone in the Fish King's head. It was half embedded, and it shone an ominous green like a third eye. The light pulsated, and when the pinecone lit up, it caused the Fish King's body to twitch. The fish did not look like it had been dealt a grievous blow, but it seemed to be incapacitated. The fish was submitting to the water, and it was sinking fast. "Is that what the fruit spat out?" It knocked him unconscious, Han Sen thought, as he swam towards the fish, clutching Taya. The Fish King was unable to move, so Han Sen sought to remove the pinecone with his sword. Dong! Taya hit the pinecone but was unsuccessful in damaging it. Han Sen stabbed it a few more times, but it proved to be far sturdier than he imagined. "I'll dig it out then." Han Sen opened the 9 gene locks of the Blood Pulse Sutra, and it made Taya glow a spooky red. Then, Han Sen skirted the placement of the pinecone with Taya. He had to plunge the sword fairly deep, and he could hear the cracking of the Fish King's bones as he went. The Fish King looked to be in pain following Han Sen's treatment, but it did not do anything to stop him. It was, of course, much better for Han Sen if the Fish King did not struggle. Han Sen pulled Taya back and saw the precise area of the head that had connected with the pinecone. In that spot, there were several white lines drawn across the green item and the creature. They looked like veins. Han Sen started cutting the lines, and he was able to slice them with ease. Apparently, they were far weaker than the pinecone itself. When they broke, the pinecone and the Fish King shook. The glow of the pinecone became dimmer, too, and it looked to have been weakened. Han Sen continued to cut every vein he could find in a bid to free the pinecone from the Fish King's forehead. But the Fish King's skull was no laughing matter. It was rock hard, and doing so was rather difficult for Han Sen. When he was about halfway done, his peaceful work seemed likely to get disrupted. The serpent creatures had reared their ugly heads and were on their way. That quick, Han Sen knew the Empress would soon arrive. Then, Han Sen hid behind the large body of the Fish King and watched as the woman glided through the water on her throne. He noticed it was just her there, and that she had come alone. Han Sen thought he might stand a chance, if he battled her and her alone. Han Sen looked at the Empress and then looked at the embedded pinecone and how far he had to go. He chose not to hesitate and activated his Super King Spirit mode, then he stabbed the Fish King's forehead. Taya plunged a deep, searing pain into the Fish King's head. The Empress was coming from a different direction, so she couldn't see Han Sen do this. Then, she commanded the serpents to begin consuming the Fish King. Han Sen hurried with the deed, noticing their hungry maws open and come for the fish. Dong! Han Sen managed to dig the pinecone out from its head, but a lot of blood came out as well. The Fish King woke up and immediately swung its body around in a spin, blasting both Han Sen and the serpents away. The Empress was shocked by its sudden revitalization, as she knew full well the fruit had sprayed it. Han Sen had made sure to simulate the Fish King's energy, so the Empress could not suspect there had been someone else there, and that they had freed the fish from its incapacitated state. The Fish King, when it was awake, saw the serpents and the Empress that wished it devoured. It doused them in a bright golden light. The golden light was like a laser, and Han Sen watched as it went towards the Empress. The Empress did not even blink as one of the snakes pushed the throne away, out of the line of fire. Pang! The serpent's tail was then hit by the gold light, and it caused the entire lake to blow up in utter chaos. Han Sen had already exited Super King Spirit mode by this stage, and he was out of the lake, safe and sound up in the air. He landed in the forest and made his life force replicate that of another plant. Horrible noises continued to emerge from the tumultuous lake, and the waters thrashed so wildly, it might as well have been raining for all those in its proximity. Han Sen hid inside the forest, allowing himself to get wet. By now, the human had climbed up halfway. Xianxia, however, was at the peak after a brief flight up. Xianxia's body was exuding a black gas, and his wings weren't that far off a devil's. The fruit noticed Xianxia reaching for it, and it managed to pump out another cloud of gas. It hit Xianxia directly in his forehead. Xianxia was shocked, as he had not expected it to be able to spray twice. Fortunately, he had come prepared. As soon as his eyes caught sight of an aqua light, he dashed away from the fruit. But the light wasn't keen to let Xianxia slip away, and it bent its course midair, turning around to strike Xianxia in the back of his head. Then, the conniving spirit began to plummet all the way down the cliff. It is no wonder why the Empress wasn't willing to take them herself. Both the Fish King and Xianxia were destroyed in their attempts to obtain it. Han Sen was relieved he had not tried to take the fruit before the others did. But if the Empress and berserk super creatures could not take the fruit, why would she believe a human was capable? Han Sen hid himself in the woods and started to watch the man intently. He was climbing at a very slow pace, and Han Sen wasn't sure if the man was simply a poor climber, or if he was deliberately going slow in fear of what awaited him up top. The Empress was still fighting the Fish King. Now she could be seen rising up into the air, still seated firmly upon her throne. Despite fighting in the water for all that time, her clothes did not appear wet. And she was so still, it was as if she was inanimate. The Fish King leapt out of the lake in pursuit of her. Its mouth spat out torrents of water in her direction. The entire throne was bathed in a strange light, as the serpents bobbed and weaved to block and deflect every rocket of water that targeted their mistress. Han Sen was in awe of how the Empress fought, and he was severely impressed by how adequate and capable the throne was in combat. Han Sen had yet to see what the Empress herself was capable of, though, as the throne wasn't actually a part of her. They were two halves, clearly, but they were also separate entities. Does this mean the Empress and the throne are two Emperor-class beings? Han Sen wondered to himself. For now, though, the victor of that fight had a long way to go before being determined. No one had the upper hand, and despite the crazy Fish King that was after her, the Empress seemed far more concerned with the man who was climbing. More often than not, her attention and eyes were locked on him. Han Sen, when not observing the events of that battle, watched the man go, too. He was very slow. The man was clearly not in a rush, and if he continued at that agonizing pace, it'd take another half an hour for him to reach the top. Tidal waves were starting to drown the encompassing lands of the lake now, too. Han Sen found himself hugging a tree to remain upright, as the water was up to his waist. There wouldn't be a forest for much longer, that was for sure. Something then began to float up from beneath the chaotic waves of the water. It was the pinecone Han Sen had removed from the Fish King's head. It was bobbing along with the tumultuous waves, but strangely, it was coming for Han Sen. He thought it might have been looking for another forehead to call home. Han Sen was shocked when he thought about this. He knew he'd have to be careful, as there'd be no one around to help remove it from his forehead if it truly did plant itself there. Han Sen swam away from it, but the pinecone was in hot pursuit. It seemed eager for his head. Something is wrong with it. Han Sen clutched Taya tightly. If the pinecone got any closer, he'd activate Super King Spirit mode and give it a firm strike. The pinecone did not relent in drifting towards Han Sen, though. So, Han Sen did what he proposed to. He gave it a hit and watched it skip across the surface of the water a few meters. Han Sen did not want to alert the Empress, however, so he made sure to do it gently. The pinecone came back, though, and whenever it came in range of Han Sen, he'd make sure to whack it away. This happened a few times, as if he was playing tennis against an invisible opponent. Has it been losing its powers ever since I dug it out? Han Sen hypothesized. Nothing much actually happened when he touched the pinecone with Taya. It was a very dull object, despite its desire to come after Han Sen. Eventually, Han Sen tried to touch it with his hand. The pinecone now proved to be little more than a lambent, emerald jewel of sorts. The white stuff that had wreathed the pinecone was gone now, and its parasitic look had vanished too. It really did look like a gem now. So, Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to give it a scan. He was able to detect the presence of a life force within it. Han Sen then thought, is this a seed belonging to the vine? If it is, does that mean I can grow my own aqua vine? The fruit it bears must be quite the treat, considering the effort that the Empress and Xianxia put into trying to get some. Han Sen then recalled Xianxia's sudden descent. A pinecone had planted itself in him, too, so he thought he might as well go and grab that one. Xianxia was like a dead man now, one that had been flushed down the drain and left to float and bob on the water that had flooded the forest. Han Sen saw the pinecone had embedded itself in the back of Xianxia's head. But a new conundrum was now posed to Han Sen. Xianxia was being controlled by the pinecone, and thus, he could not return to his spirit stone. If Han Sen removed the pinecone, that meant he would be saving Xianxia. Saving Xianxia was the last thing Han Sen wanted, so he came up with an idea. Xianxia was unconscious, so Han Sen was able to put him inside the cruel bottle without issue. All Han Sen would have to do was take the pinecone and keep Xianxia trapped inside the cruel bottle. If he did that, Xianxia would still be robbed of his ability to return to his spirit stone, and thus, he would be trapped and unable to roam the third god's sanctuary, causing everyone grief. Han Sen would like to find out what might happen if he died inside the bottle, as well. Thinking of that, Han Sen immediately put him inside the bottle. Where did you get the aqua fruit from? Moment Queen squealed, when she saw Xianxia. Wait, this is the aqua fruit. Han Sen was surprised by the sudden twist. Han Sen thought the bell-shaped fruit was the aqua fruit, but now that she had said this, he realized it was the pinecone itself that was the treasure he had come for. Still, this was Moment Queen, and he could never be sure if she was telling him the truth. It is the aqua fruit, but it isn't at the same time, Moment Queen said. That made no sense to Han Sen. Han Sen saw the man was nearing the top of the mountain. He was very close to the vine now, and Han Sen was eager to see just how the man expected to retrieve the fruit. The rock climber was within arm's reach of the vine, and he reached his hand out to grab it. The purple vine was like a berserk super creature, and for the man to try and grab it with his hands, Han Sen thought he was either incredibly daring or incredibly stupid. It was a crazy stunt, either way. When the man grabbed hold of the vine had no reaction, though. In fact, it was as docile as any garden variety plant. How is that possible? Han Sen wondered as he rubbed his eyes. The man, clutching the vine, now began to climb with a greater acceleration. None of the vines moved, and it was as if they were all asleep. It's no wonder the Empress wanted him to take the fruit. How does he do that? Is the vine not hostile to humans? Can I do that, too? The Empress could have found any human easily, if the vine did not care for the intrusion of humans. But then again, she had come to this person specifically, and the manner of her retrieval of him was rather curious, and indicative of them sharing a history together, in one way or another. So, how does this man make the vine docile? Han Sen could not wrap his mind around it. The Empress continued to watch the man, despite the bluster of the rampaging fish, and a smile now crept across her face. She actually looked happy. The man had been climbing so slowly on purpose. And now, after reaching the vine, he went at a remarkable pace, given the tricky act of rock climbing. He went straight up towards the aqua fruit the Fish King had aimed for. Han Sen and the Empress now watched with bated breath, keenly wondering if the man could take the fruit. The man was not in a rush to take it, that much was clear. But he plodded up at a steady pace and put his arms out. With one of his grisly fingernails, he ran a finger across the upturned palm of his other hand and cut across it. Han Sen was shocked when he saw the blood. The man's veins were blue, and so the blood should have been red. But this man's blood was blue, and it came as quite a shock to Han Sen. Blue blood, is he Han Jinji? Han Sen was extremely surprised, seeing the blue blood run from the self-inflicted wound. Then, the man ran his cut palm across the fruit and painted it with the blood. When the fruit came into contact with the blood, it began to tremble and shake as it absorbed the liquid. Then, its glow began to shine brighter. When the blood was all gone, the man moved to grab the fruit. Suddenly, the fruit flashed a blinding light. It surprised Han Sen and brought visible shock to the Empress. The man grabbed hold of the light as if it were an object, and then, with his other free hand, he pulled the fruit. The fruit had no hostile reaction. The Empress, seeing his success, called out to the man and said, "Bring it down." The man did not hesitate to follow her command, and he began his descent. The Empress was still ignoring the Fish King, and now, she brought the entire throne over to the man. By this point, the Fish King knew it was not able to beat the Empress. It gave one last look at the aqua vine before turning tail and swimming downstream in retreat. Han Sen was shocked. It was a strange turn of events, and it seemed as if they had all only come for this one fruit. No one dared touch the other 6. "Give me the fruit," the Empress said as she approached the man. The man ignored her and kept climbing back down the mountain. The Empress looked mad, and her impatience was clearly getting to her. Still, she held her tongue and did not say anything more until he had finished his descent. "Can I have it now?" the Empress was finally able to ask. "Where is what you owe me?" The man reached his free arm out to the Empress. The Empress brought something out and held it in front of the man. The man grabbed what he was owed and gave her the fruit, as promised. Then, upon her throne, she left. Han Sen was surprised. The Empress had an incredible amount of power, and she didn't have to give him anything. She could have robbed him and gone on with her day. She respected the terms of their agreement, and this made Han Sen believe the blue-blooded man possessed an untold power. The Empress had given him a wooden bottle. He opened it and drank the contents. Han Sen wished to know what was inside. Suddenly, the man began walking in his direction. It made Han Sen wonder whether or not he knew about his presence there. The man walked into the forest and frowned, noticing Han Sen hiding. "Drop the fruit and you may leave with your life," the man said. The man had found Han Sen, so there was no use in hiding any further. When Han Sen emerged from the bushes, he did so drenched in water. "Friend, what are you talking about? What fruit?" Han Sen played dumb. "Human." The man's intimidating look turned to one of legitimate surprise. "We're of the same kind, are we not? My name is Han Sen. What is your name, friend?" Han Sen thought this was the perfect opportunity to gather the information he wanted. The man answered, "I'm not your friend, buddy. And I have never been a friend of humans, so don't have the audacity to declare us one and the same." "You say that like you're not a human," Han Sen said. The man said, "Don't mistake me for one of you mud-blooded lowlives. Pa, you talk too much. I was going to let you live, but now." After that, the man immediately threw a punch in Han Sen's direction. Han Sen did not expect his eagerness to fight, and he didn't think the man would have a disdain for humans and believe himself to be so different. But Han Sen was certain the man was a human. As much as he would have loved to mull the situation some more, he didn't have the time to think. The fist was in front of his face, and he had little time to react. Han Sen opened the 9 gene locks of his blood pulse sutra. Pang! Han Sen felt like he had tried to deflect an oncoming train, and the force sent him staggering backwards a number of steps. Han Sen came to a stop after planting his feet and creating a pair of 100-meter-long skid marks in defiance of the force. Han Sen's bones had cracked, and his arms had been utterly broken. So strong. Han Sen was in shock, particularly so given that the man's punch was one derived of pure, raw strength. There was no element associated with the hit. "The Blood Pulse Sutra, are you from Blood Legion?" The man was visibly surprised. "You are." Han Sen asked. Earlier, the man had said he was a member of the Blue Blood Special Forces. Now, was he suggesting he was a member of Blood Legion? The man smiled and said, I was afraid there weren't any more true descendants in this day and age, but if you practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, you must be a genuine disciple of Blood Legion. You must have heard the tale of the 13 members, then. I was one of them, I was God's retribution. The man went on to say, who is your master? And why is your Blood Pulse Sutra so weak? Han Sen took a chance and said, I am a student of Qin Waijun. He taught me this before he died, so I do not know too much about the Legion. Qin Waijun. The man paused, as if in thought. Then he said, is Blood Legion doing that poorly? Are they teaching outsiders now? Han Sen did not respond. If he spoke, he knew he'd have to choose his words carefully. He did not want to incite the ire of this man any further, as a mistake in what he said could result in his death. The man said, it is difficult to find someone who can learn this, and you must be the first of your lineage to carry this skill. You should use a title, but you are far too weak right now and thus cannot. Down the line, a few generations ahead of you, when your descendants become blue blood, they can bear a title. Han Sen suddenly understood a lot more. Blood Pulse Sutra was used to strengthen your genes for those further down in your lineage. Each generation would be stronger than the last. The Zan men's successor said the Blood Pulse Sutra was a frightful thing, and that their fitness was far above everyone else's. And now, this man had just told him that each new generation in a lineage would be stronger than the last. And what's more, their blood would become blue. In turn, that meant every true member of Blood Legion should have blue blood. Time was what strengthened the Blood Pulse Sutra above all else. Vigorous practice of its teachings did not allow for much in the grander scheme of things. The best thing about the Blood Pulse Sutra was the evolution of genes from generation to generation. Many generations down the line, family members would become incredibly strong. Its ineffectiveness for the first generation was why Han Sen, despite his vigorous study of the Blood Pulse Sutra, had yet to become much stronger than a super creature. People like God's retribution were the elite of the elite when it came to Blood Legion. Han Sen thought to himself, if the 13 members were the ones who were born from families whose lineage reached back into ancient times, Han Jinji must have been one. But Baby Ghost told Han Sen he had been kidnapped. If this new learning was true, why would he have been kidnapped? And the Qin family's blood was red and not blue, too. Han Sen's mind was drowning in a vat of questions. But if Han Jinji was not one of the 13 members, he could not have been Han Sen's great-grandfather. No one in the Han family had practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra, that was true, but it'd take a few generations for the strength and potency of a Blood Legion lineage to lessen. Han Sen should have still had some amount of blue blood. His father should have most certainly had some, for sure. Han Sen knew his family had nothing to do with the blue-blooded, and he knew he couldn't have been a part of Blood Legion. If the Han family had nothing to do with Han Jinji, though, why would he possess the 9-life cat item? The man suddenly said, the 2 aqua fruit you possess can be kept. Consider them a gift, from one member to another. After that, the man turned to leave. Seeing the man leave, Han Sen had to ask, God's retribution, of the 13 members, was one of them named Han? No, you should leave now, the man said. Han Sen wanted to ask something else, but the man left at a speed his eyes could not follow. It was as if the man had teleported away. Han Sen knew how strong the man was, but he noticed the man did not seem to possess any special elements at all. Even if he could not fly, he could defy gravity with a jumping capability that was almost as good as having wings. Were Han Jinji and someone from the Qin family members of the 13 he spoke of? Han Sen wondered. As Han Sen mulled the question, he detected movement. When he looked in the direction of the disturbance, he noticed the Empress returning. As she always had been, she was firmly perched upon her throne. Han Sen now understood why the man had told him to leave, but unfortunately for Han Sen, he had not followed the advice. He wouldn't be able to leave without the Empress spotting him. God's retribution. How dare you trick me? The Empress was fuming with rage as her hands clutched the shattered remains of some gem. Closer inspection told Han Sen it was the fruit. She saw Han Sen, and although she knew he had done nothing to contribute to her being tricked, she wasn't quite willing to let him get away. Her anger had to go somewhere, and Han Sen was as good a punching bag as any. The throne flew directly above Han Sen with a speed that exceeded the capabilities of his phoenix techniques. As countless snakes took aim at Han Sen, he couldn't help but think, why is she taking it out on me? Han Sen summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight, then he used his ancient devil soldier. With Phoenix Sword and Taya equipped, he was ready to do battle. Disloyal Knight used Blue Lightning, and it drew a halo below every hostile creature in the vicinity. The light slowed the serpents down by a considerable amount, and it also weakened the power they possessed. Han Sen and Little Angel were buffed, too, and they were now able to paralyze enemies. Unfortunately for Han Sen, each individual snake possessed a power that was comparable to a berserk super creature. When Han Sen tried attacking one of the slithering serpents, he could not hew its body in two. Still, the serpents were unable to do anything to Han Sen, either. The Empress was even angrier now. She had wanted to vent her rage on whatever creature or being she could find, and now she had been stalemated and was unable to do a thing. Hey, Lady Empress, what's your problem? I'm just a simple traveler, passing by this scenic lake. We don't have a grudge, do we? Why don't we stop before we get ahead of ourselves? Han Sen did not want to fight. Furthermore, she was a spirit and she could respawn. Han Sen hadn't the faintest clue where she came from, so even if he was to struggle and defeat her, it would achieve nothing but a greater hatred and a grudge he might have to deal with further down the line. And since Han Sen had just managed to obtain 2 aqua fruits, he was far keener on finding out what he could do with them. God's retribution knew the Empress would eventually return to the lake with a bloodlust, which was why he left the area in such a hurry and made sure to tell Han Sen to make himself scarce, too. Han Sen's mind had been preoccupied with the mound of questions that had taken root, that he didn't really concern himself with the warning he had been given by God's retribution. You humans are the worst. I am going to kill you, and then I am going to kill him. There was no quelling the fire the Empress was breathing, and try as she might, the steam she wished to release was not going anywhere. She thought there had to be a connection between Han Sen and God's retribution. They were both human, after all. It was far too much of a coincidence for her to have been played, and for there to be another human in the area just moseying about. That was why she wanted to make Han Sen her target. She believed he had to be in on the trick that had been played upon her. The throne was unable to capture Han Sen, though, and this just bolstered her resolve and belief Han Sen must have had a hand in the misdeed that had been performed upon her. Not many humans possessed such strength in the third god's sanctuary, and so the Empress thought that further confirmed a connection between the two. The Empress was looking severely annoyed by this point, and she actually stood up and left her throne. Her legs were so long and succulent to look at, she was like a most stunning queen to behold. Her fatal eyes stared at Han Sen, and they were so intense, you'd believe they could drill holes in whatever surface they looked at. Han Sen kept falling back in his evasions, in the hope he could develop enough space between the two of them to run off. Unfortunately, the throne could not be shaken, and its resolve to murder Han Sen reflected its owner's desire. The Empress' eyes then began to glow, and the volume of light grew brighter and brighter. They soon resembled a couple of light bulbs. In those eyes, there was a copper statue. It was molded to the shape of Han Sen. Han Sen suddenly felt himself freeze. He was unable to move. When Han Sen looked down, his flesh and bones had become copper. And lastly, his skin. Han Sen was in shock. There was nothing he could do to prevent this from happening. Now, after seeing the shape inside the Empress' eyes, he understood what had happened. The Blood Pulse Sutra had been unable to prevent this from happening, and all he could do now was watch himself turn into a copper statue. You think I can be bullied so easily? Han Sen's eyes flashed with a white light that shot out to encompass his entire body. The Super King Spirit's power enabled Han Sen to escape the clutches of the coppering. Nothing had yet been able to defeat Han Sen in his Super King Spirit mode. And additional debilitative techniques had always been rendered useless against him in this form, like the toad that fired coins that formed the basis of saving money. Han Sen was confident this was what it would take to escape what the Empress had started doing to him. When his transformation had finished, his entire body glowed white. The copper on his body had started fading away, slowly freeing him. Unfortunately, the copper was strong, and it would take a while for it all to disappear so Han Sen could move as freely as he wished to. He'd have to stand his ground against whatever the Empress and her serpent throne sought to do for now. And already, the snakes were coming for him. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight were still in the area. They came to Han Sen's side to protect him while he recovered from the Empress' frightening skill. It was a tricky situation, and one that he never had to deal with before. Han Sen was helpless, and his life was truly in their hands. It made him sweat bullets. Han Sen was going to summon all his king spirits, so they could aid in protecting him. But suddenly, a splash of water was heard. It was very close. A gold-plated fish had arrived in his aid, and it helped repel the serpents that sought to kill Han Sen. Fish King, Han Sen exclaimed with glee. The Fish King flew above Han Sen, arcing through the sky like a rainbow. It managed to subdue and suppress each and every attack the snakes tried to perform. The Empress's rage only increased, and now she sought to turn the fish to copper. She stared at it intently, as she had stared at Han Sen earlier. Suddenly, a sound similar to that of a clicking finger was heard behind the Fish King. The sky had suddenly started to rain down coins. The Empress' vision of the Fish King was disturbed, and its copper rendition in her eyes vanished. The coins fell upon the snakes in the throne they carried, and the coins stuck to them like glue. Almost immediately, they struggled to move. And just when Han Sen thought the Empress's anger could not increase, it did. She grabbed a copper spear from her throne. When she pulled it out, the very shape of the throne started to twist and look misshapen. The downpour of coins was not relenting, but this was not the cause of that transformation. The throne and the snakes were starting to come together to build something new, and when they all came together, one giant serpent beast appeared to fight. The Empress rode this new snake towards Han Sen, a spear in hand. The snake was able to withstand the downpour of coins. Han Sen was behind the fish, and the fish moved forward to attack the coming Empress. The Empress swung her spear and pierced it through the golden mist. She was going to drive it directly into the Fish King's head. Han Sen grabbed Little Angel and kissed her, initiating the process of them combining into one supremely powerful entity. At that precise moment, a strong light prevented the spear from killing the Fish King. At the same time, Han Sen was standing atop the Fish King in possession of a halo and white wings. In his hands, he wielded an angelic blade. "Kill!" Han Sen exclaimed, and then the Fish King pushed forward to meet with the Empress and her crony. Han Sen's eyes were filled with lightning as he came forward to engage the Empress with his angel sword. The Empress looked incredibly mad. She rode the snake to engage with the fish, spear raised, as if to joust with Han Sen. The gold and copper light came into contact, with the sound of thunder being the first noise that could be heard. It was like the skies had just been torn asunder. They fought and fought, as the environment all around them was destroyed in the midst of their manic battle. Many of the tall trees had been sundered, toppled, or even lopped clean in half. The earth was cracked and thrown into turmoil, while the skies changed color. If one did not know any better, one would presume the world was ending and the apocalypse had come. It was a shame Han Sen had only opened 9 of his gene locks. But still, with Little Angel, he could always find himself able to compete with emperors who had 10 gene locks open. Han Sen had almost maxed out his super geno point tally, so he could take on this form for a much greater duration before finding himself knackered and weary. Still, the limit was there, and he knew he was on a timer. But Han Sen did not want to leave and make himself scarce. The sword in Han Sen's hand started to appear twisted. He made use of what he had learned with space and time, by speeding up the latter and teleporting via the former. Han Sen had been researching this for a long time. He did not know which was the best way to do this, or when would be the best time. But now, seeing the Empress prove such a threat, Han Sen made the decision to use what he had learned now. Han Sen had learned a lot, but he had never put it into practice. He had a feeling that this would prove successful. The powers of time and space were gathering to become one. The Empress's spear was on its way over to Han Sen once again, but then, it felt as if it was her eyes that were approaching instead. The Fish King's gold mist kept repelling that copper light as the region that encompassed the fighters turned to utter ruin. Suddenly, Han Sen told the Fish King to stop. The mountain ahead was where Bauer and Qin Zhan were hiding. If they were found, they'd be dead. Let's do it here, then. Han Sen was brewing a monstrous amount of power. The Empress saw Han Sen stop with the intent to grab the spear that she held. She spun it in a bid to strike him. But as the spear spun, it disappeared from her hands. Where it went, Han Sen could not keep track of. He didn't much care for this, though. All Han Sen wanted to do was focus on channeling energy and power into his greatsword for an attack of his own. The angelic sword drifted in and out of reality, hovering amidst shards of distorted dimensions. It was like the image of some magical blade, taken from an ancient tale. Han Sen held it, now ready to slash the Empress. Die! The Empress yelled, as a creepy and excited look flashed across her face. The spear had appeared in front of Han Sen. The Empress thought she could plunge the spear through Han Sen's head before his sword landed a strike. Slash. The Empress, eyes opened wide in utter shock. Her body had been cut in half from a downward swing, and the face that dribbled blood across its center wore a look of fright. The serpent that had accompanied the Empress now looked terrified, and it swiftly tried to flee the scene. Han Sen wasn't going to allow that, however. He gathered up another surge of power to unleash at it to prevent its departure. Due to the Empress having been killed, the giant snake was attempting to scramble and slither its way up over the rocks in a bid to escape the human. But it could not lose Han Sen, and he was quick to remain at its tail. Qin Zan and Bauer had felt an earthquake just a moment ago, so they had exited the mouth of the cave to come take a look. When they came out, they saw a hazy mixture of gold and copper lights. The scenery all around was destroyed like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The lights were coming towards them, with a trail of destruction being left in its wake. Qin Zan grabbed Bauer and took off running. Qin Zan had only just arrived in the third god's sanctuary, so her effort was in vain. She was too weak to run. From the lights, not long after her attempt of flight, she heard something most monstrous come from someplace behind her. The copper light was on her heels, coming at a most fearsome speed. It was so close, and now Qin Zan was able to see what that copper light was. It was a giant copper snake, similar to the ones people used to worship long ago. Its life force was frighteningly strong. Qin Zan thought this had to be it, and that she was done for. She didn't think there'd be an escape from this predicament. She held Bauer as if she were a real baby. She thought it was most likely a pointless thing, but she did so anyway, as if to protect it. The snake wanted to dive down and head underground, and it was a simple misfortune for Bauer and Qin Zan to be in its way. Qin Zan shielded Bauer from the sight of the beast and watched it come down. She was a soldier, and she made sure to watch. She knew closing her eyes would not make a difference, and it would not reduce the danger that had befallen her. So she kept them open and stood strong. She did not let fear take hold, and she did not let the hope of a possible survival escape her. The mouth of the snake had come down from above, tenting their position, and in that moment, Qin Zan threw Bauer away. Qin Zan did not even know Bauer was a beast soul, she just thought by throwing her away, she might survive. After throwing her away, she faced her imminent death alone. Gotcha. The serpent was about to close its teeth on her lonely body, but suddenly, another light flashed across her vision. Qin Zan suddenly saw the snake reel back as its head was hewn from its coiling body. After that, its body began to flail backwards as the light ran through it from top to tail. Vertically, down the center, the body was cut into two perfectly symmetrical halves. The snake had built up momentum though, and it leaned forward even in death. Qin Zan was still stood where she had been, as the rocky landscape around her began to crumble. She stumbled and grabbed a hefty stone to keep her balance. When the snake's flailing came to a stop, and the dust that had kicked up was all that could be seen, Qin Zan saw a gold light pierce the haze. There was a most beautiful goldfish coming towards her through the murk. She stumbled backwards. Even though it was a beautiful beast, she knew it was a creature. If the snake had been killed by the goldfish, then the goldfish had to be even more powerful than it. She wished to run, but Qin Zan was afraid that if she did start to flee, the fish would attack her. Bauer was waddling her way over to the goldfish as Qin Zan mulled her courses of action. "Bauer, be careful," Qin Zan pleaded, but it didn't stop her. Bauer jumped atop the goldfish's head, and then Qin Zan watched her jump into the arms of someone. Han Sen. Qin Zan looked at the figure and the fish in awe, and when the dust had cleared just enough, she saw Han Sen standing atop the creature. Han Sen was delighted as this occurred, because he was in the midst of hearing the announcement play. Berserk Super Creature Serpent Throne Killed. Beast Soul Gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life Geno Essence. Consume its life Geno Essence to gain 0 to 10 Super Geno points randomly. Han Sen was very weary now, but he was still in a jovial mood. After this latest adventure, he had earned much. And now, after this latest kill, he had also gotten a Berserk Beast Soul. While he could always create his own, earning one and not having to wait out the evolution process was a brilliant thing. The Serpent Throne was a super creature with 10 gene locks open, so there was no doubt in Han Sen's mind that it would be a magnificent beast to have at his disposal. Han Sen looked into his sea of soul to get a look at its type. "I have armor and weapons already. This looks like a mount more than anything. But I don't really want a mount. If it is a shapeshift beast soul, I don't want to shapeshift into a chair, either. Plus, I have my gold raven and ancient devil soldier beast souls for whenever I wish to shapeshift, Han Sen thought to himself. Berserk Super Beast Soul Serpent Throne. Doll type, doll type. What is that? I don't need an action figure. Han Sen was surprised, to say the least. Han Sen had discovered a lot of unique beast souls during his time in the Third God's Sanctuary, and the Alliance always rewarded the finders of new beast soul discoveries. That being said, Han Sen had not reported any of his findings. He had enough money as it was, so it was simple laziness that was prohibiting him from making the reports. Han Sen put Qin Zan on the Fish King and went downstream. Han Sen really appreciated the assistance of the Fish King. If it hadn't shown up, even with Little Angel, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to buy the time necessary to build up the moves that brought an end to the fighting. Han Sen was going to call this new Hyper-Geno art, that used space and time elements together, Ghost Slash. While the name did not bear any semblance to the space and time elements that fueled it, it was a name he had carefully selected due to the meanings that resided below the surface. Before humans entered their interstellar era, they could not interact, bend, or meld the actual elements of space and time. There were a number of ships, however, that disappeared and reappeared a few decades later. They were dubbed ghost ships, due to having unwittingly stumbled through wormholes and traveled through time. What seemed like seconds of travel to those on board had actually been years for everyone else. The Ghost Slash Han Sen had formulated was similar, as it rapidly redefined and reduced the breadth of time when performed. It made the time and distance his attack had to travel next to nothing. While the opponent could see his attack appear like normal, they were completely oblivious to what he was actually doing. The space and time Han Sen operated in, during those brief moments of attack, were different. His attack was impossible to block. The Empress was stronger than Han Sen, there was no doubt about that. Ghost Slash should have been able to injure her, but not kill her. But Ghost Slash ignored the general rules of space and time. She was going to stab Han Sen with her spear, so, being unable to dodge, she had completely opened herself up and made herself susceptible to a one-hit kill. Seeing this, it drove a fear into Serpent Throne's heart that made it flee. This also made it drop its guard, allowing Han Sen to one-hit kill it, as well. And of course, it was Han Sen's combining with Little Angel that upped his strength enough to deliver the power required to achieve the 2 kills. Han Sen was happy with Ghost Slash, though. It wasn't what he believed it would be, but due to its unstoppability, he liked it a lot. The Fish King took the 3 of them to a nearby shelter, then Han Sen led Qin Zan back to Thunder Hell Shelter. There were still 6 aqua fruits back on the vine, but none had dared take them. And Han Sen, in the meantime, was simply glad he had managed to obtain 2. Qin Zan was shocked upon her arrival at the shelter. She couldn't believe all the king spirits and super creatures that occupied the place, each in service of Han Sen. Qin Zan was not surprised Han Sen had managed to obtain a number of super beast souls, but she had believed it to be impossible for him to make super creatures and king spirits willingly obey him. Qin Zan had learned Queen was still traveling with Han Sen, and she wished to meet with her, but when they arrived, Queen was out hunting. Han Sen got all the meat Queen would ever need for her, but she still insisted on hunting by herself to hone her talents. Once Han Sen had recovered from his state of weariness, he was planning on returning to Blood River Shelter and conquering the place. That was still unfinished business. Blood River King had just lost 3 super creatures, so Han Sen thought he wouldn't have too much trouble taking it down with just Little Angel and Disloyal Knight by his side. Han Sen went to his room and summoned Moment Queen. "Are you enjoying life inside the cruel bottle?" Han Sen asked. Moment Queen knew what he had actually summoned her for, and so she said, "Maybe now I can finish what I was trying to tell you. That which is embedded inside the king spirit's head is the core of an aqua fruit." "Is there a difference?" Han Sen asked. Moment Queen said, "Among the Third God's Sanctuary's Emperor-class plants, aqua fruit is undoubtedly in the top 10. They can allow emperors to open gene locks. If they have 10 gene locks open already, the fruit can allow them to open the holy door. But spirits don't really know what it does. And they don't know that the fruit itself can only be used to open a few lower-level gene locks." "Spirits, are you trying to tell me you aren't an ordinary king spirit?" Han Sen wondered. The Empress had been tricked by God's retribution. 3 cores had been obtained in total. 1 had been taken by the blue-blooded man, while 2 had been retrieved by Han Sen. Moment Queen sighed and said, it is pointless if you learn more about me. Just tell me what I must do to earn back my freedom. Well, I can't quite confirm the validity of what you have told me just yet, Han Sen said. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.